8 of the top-ranked players were gathered in one place on the 4th floor of Cork Island's dungeon. The highest ranked among them was Peak Sword, who was 16th on the overall unified rankings. Behind them were 200 elite members of the Silver Knights Guild. It was a spectacular sight of a gathering of users with the combined power to capture a small fortress. But tension and anxiety filled everyone's faces. 4 minutes left. As time counted down, the nervousness of the guild members reached the peak. They were restlessly shaking their legs and biting their nails. Peak Sword gazed around with dark eyes, the hands holding his sword soaked with sweat. I can't calm down. Cork Island's dungeon was fully controlled by the Silver Knights Guild, and the boss monster, Helgao, appeared on the 4th floor every 2 weeks. However, Helgao was stronger than expected and had a variety of patterns, so they had been unable to succeed in any of their 5 attempts so far. Peak Sword and the elites of the Silver Knights strengthened their items with money during the last month, all with the intention of succeeding next time. They were definitely stronger after all the investments, but those who knew Helgao's power couldn't feel any confidence. 3 minutes left. After 3 minutes, Helgao would appear and this place would turn into a sea of fire. Some of them would even die from just the flames. 2 minutes left. A wave heat started to slowly permeate throughout the room. Shit, Peak Sword wanted to encourage everyone, but he was afraid. He was clearly reminded of the overwhelming appearance of Helgao, the staff-wielding boss monster enshrouded in flames. Are we still lacking the power to defeat him? It might be different if the power of the top 10 rankers were added, but he couldn't help thinking that this expedition would fail with their current strength. However, the guild's best ranker couldn't show his weakness, so Peak Sword endured it. Do it. We can do it. We are strong. Peak Sword steadied his heart and took various buffing potions with the others following him. It was at that moment. 1 minute left. Intruder. There is an intruder. What? All of the guild members' eyes headed towards the entrance. A young man had entered. It was unusual because he was covered by a cloak, with no armor or weapons visible. Did he break through the defensive troops downstairs? Was it a highly trained assassin? No, an assassin wouldn't openly reveal their presence in a place like this. Peak Sword pondered on the name above the head of the black-haired youth. However, no matter how much he looked through his memory, it was an unfamiliar name. He isn't a ranker. Peak Sword glanced at his companions, but they all shook their heads, a non-ranker coming all the way here. Pathetic. Peak Sword came to this conclusion and warned the youth with a frown. This is an area controlled by the Silver Knights Guild. I don't know how you managed to reach this point, but if you don't want to die, go back. My stealth suddenly disappeared. Was it because I was detected by Helgao? The young man ignored Peak Sword's warning and threw off his cloak as he talked to himself. There were exclamations from every direction. The appearance of armor rapidly being equipped on the body of the youth was quite cool. Despite being made of metal, it seemed to be custom fit for the wearer, and its smooth surface was so reflective it was like a mirror. It was an elegant blend of red, black, and gold. The particularly unique point was the 1-meter-long tail that stretched from the vicinity of the tailbone. It was sharp like a blade, and amazingly moving on its own. What's that armor? It's terrific, unique grade. It was the first time they had seen such armor, so the guild members struggled to hide their interest. Peak Sword raised his voice. That isn't important right now. Why aren't you throwing him out right now? Helgao would soon appear, and then nobody would be able to escape from the dungeon. They had to deal with the outsider before that. The moment that the guild members interested in the armor tried to carry out Peak Sword's order, roar. Helgao, the owner of Hellfire, has appeared. Helgao's roar has applied fear, chaos, and debilitating effects. Helgao's fire reduces heat resistance by 50. Fire pillars have risen to cover you. Kuak, Hiik. Due to the silent flames that surrounded the whole body, half of the guild members either fell into a dying state or burned to the point where they couldn't even be recognized. Barely half of the people standing were able to hang on. Peak Sword was surprised at the notification window that popped up. I raised my fire resistance to 86, but to still receive this degree of damage, they would fail again. As Peak Sword was feeling despair, he suddenly doubted his eyes. The unknown young man. While the others were surrounded by flames, he alone was moving forward, moving freely like he wasn't affected. How? Hiok. Peak Sword fell silent as he witnessed a ridiculous scene. As Helgao ran amok and slaughtered the guild members, the young man pulled out a pickaxe, headed to the wall and started swinging the pickaxe. Kayang. The young man swung it with good form and complained as he wiped off the sweat. Hot. Isn't the labor getting worse? Why does the mineral only appear when the boss mob is present? Based on this, I might have to visit a dragon's lair with my pickaxe. At that moment, a hot wind emerged from the staff that Helgao waved and hit the young man. Peak Sword expected the young man to receive huge damage and collapse, but unbelievably, the young man only suffered minor injuries. Excuse me, mister. The youth stopped his pickaxe for the first time and turned his attention to Peak Sword. He said with an irate expression, "Why are you just standing there blankly? It's hot now, but it will only just get hotter." What was he seeing now? Peak Sword belatedly regained his spirit and asked, "How can you be fine?" The young man replied like it was obvious, it's the item effect. Chuang, king, the tail on the young man's armor moved by itself and fought against Helgao's staff. Peak Sword couldn't close his mouth as he gaped at the unbelievable sight. After entering the northern end cave at the end of a 3 months journey, I was able to witness the overwhelming sight of all types of battle gear piled up like a mountain. Wow, what is this? The names of the brilliant battle gear were in a colorful mix of green, yellow, and purple. If I took only a few of these, I would become a rich man. I wanted to take all the battle gear, but it was impossible. This item can't be obtained. How stingy and dirty. Items that couldn't be acquired despite them being right in front of me. When I put it in my bag, it would return to its original spot like a mirage. This situation was like that of a pie in the sky, or a woman already being married. No, a married woman was still different from a pie in the sky, as one could still obtain a married woman if one tried enough. In the end, I could only stare at the items with longing and regret. Indeed, if a user could obtain all of these, Satisfy's economic balance might crumble. Unfortunately, I understand. I didn't come here for the battle gear in the first place. I soothed my mind and turned my attention away from the pile of battle gear. There was an old book placed on a shiny gold table. Finally, all the hardships I experienced while coming here passed through my mind. Laughter emerged as my nose became runny and tears dripped down. Thank goodness I had patience and tenacity, otherwise I would have quit the game because of the terrible difficulty of the quest. I felt great pride at the thought of clearing this quest. Qkuk, puhahat, I finally found it. Oh yay, a damn S-grade quest that was impossible to give up. Incidentally, how many deaths have I experienced before on this solo quest? How many items were destroyed due to no durability? A human blacksmith who transcended the skills of a dwarf, Pagma achieved the culmination of godlike techniques. The face of Earl Asher, who made me visit one of the Eternal Kingdom's 5 forbidden zones, popped into my head. If I bring this to him, I can get the Sun Sword. Once I get it, no one can match me for the rest of my life, you bastards. I will make you pay for hitting me. Pleasure surged like a tide as I picked up the book. You have acquired the legendary craftsman's rare book. It isn't in a proper state. You can check the details using the Eye of Palalian. Do you want to use the Eye of Palalian? Eye of Palalian. A high-end appraisal item is needed to check the item. Eye of Palalian was the most expensive among the existing appraisal items. 6 months ago, I had bought it just in case I got a jackpot, but sadly, I couldn't use it and it was left in my inventory. I don't want to miss a golden opportunity. I put the appraisal on hold and examined the golden table. I wondered if there was a way to take this gold away, but it wouldn't budge. Kicking, pulling, and even biting it was useless. It was an item like the battle gear that users couldn't own. I really can't salvage anything because of this effective system. The price of my 3 months of work is very high. I gazed at the book in my hand. I have to give Asher the item, so do I really need to use an expensive item to appraise it? I struggled for a moment before pulling out the Eye of Palalian. It was natural to wonder about the source of my 3 months' suffering. Appraisal. Pagma's rare book. Writing legendary. This is a book that contains the techniques of Pagma, the blacksmith who transcended human limits. The person who opens the book can become a legendary blacksmith. Effects: become Pagma's descendant. Conditions: none. The level and stats will change when used. A legendary item has been found. Reputation will rise by 500 across the continent. My body started trembling. Whoa, jackpot. It was a legendary item. My reputation rose by 500 across the continent just because I discovered it. It was an amazing harvest, given that it was difficult to raise reputation by 100 just in one city. Reputation is reputation, but I wondered if I had seen it wrongly and read the item description again. However, there was no change in the contents. Jackpot. I wasn't hallucinating. I was extremely excited and could hear my heart beating wildly. I thought it was just a skill book, but it was actually for a class change. Furthermore, it was legendary grade. This meant it was the strongest class in the world. Moreover, there is no condition to use. Tears flowed down from my eyes. During the past year, I had to pay the interest on my loan, my Satisfy account, and I also took a leave of absence from school. My friends left me one by one. The alumni of my school laughed at me. People thought I was lazy. My original plan was to sell the items I gained during the game and turn it into cash so that I could pay off my loan, my account, and my tuition. However, Satisfy wasn't such a fair world. It was hard to earn money and I could barely obtain equipment for myself, let alone ones I could sell. But now it was different. A thrill went through my body as I shivered. It is over. I can say farewell to this nightmarish life, a legendary class change item. If I register it as an auction item on the item trading site, it was clear that the transaction price would be worth tens of millions of won. No, it was an item that gave the best class among 2 billion users, so would it only be worth tens of millions of won? I could be sure that it was worth at least hundreds of millions of won. I might be able to get my hands on an astronomical amount that I never imagined. Puhahahat. Mother, father, this freeloader finally made it. Now it's time to leave the game and forget about finding employment. My parents can quit feeling ashamed of their son in front of the neighbors. Sehi, Opa finally did it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed every time you meet me on the street. When my friends want to come and play at my house, I don't have to refuse and make all sorts of excuses. And my friends, alumni, they can't ignore me anymore as a pathetic game loser. I will become a success with a game. I have taken a few steps ahead of you guys in the society. Puhahat. I paid 10 million won to purchase a capsule, and my loan interest rose by hundreds of thousands of won every month. Ahyung is still pretty. I imagined attending my high school alumni meeting for the first time in 2 years in a foreign car. The successful alumni wouldn't be able to ignore me anymore. Then I blushed as the face of my first love, Ahyung, came to mind. Okay, go and sell it, Quest. I didn't care about that right now. Obviously, while the reward was a weapon that belonged to the epic rating, it was nothing in comparison to the price of this book. My affinity with Earl Asher would fall and would probably end up with me not receiving any more quests from him. But there was no reason to be afraid in front of hundreds of millions of won. Log out, I confidently exclaimed. Then a notification window flashed in front of my eyes. You can't log out of the game here. Earl Asher has appeared. Dozens of knights jumped into the cave as I was struggling to understand. Then the familiar Earl Asher appeared. I panicked as he found me and his face distorted. Foolish traveler, you all have the same greed. The quest Earl Asher's secret request S has changed to Earl Asher's anger, SS. Earl Asher's anger. Difficulty level, SS. Earl Asher chose you due to your average abilities, your stupidity, and because you are easy to exploit. He entrusted you with the task of finding Pagma's rare book that he wasn't even sure existed. He put a watcher on you and came urgently as soon as he heard that you entered the northern end cave. Earl Asher has witnessed you become blinded by greed over Pagma's rare book and has no intention of forgiving you. He intends to kill you and take away Pagma's rare book. Affinity with Earl Asher has fallen by 100. Due to your actions, all of the fame you have built in Patreon has disappeared and you have now become infamous. The affinity of Patreon's residents has fallen by 40. They will look at you and call you a thief. Quest clear conditions, the deaths of Earl Asher and his escort knights. Clear reward, obtain the title Noble Killer. Noble Killer, intelligence 50. All nobles in the kingdom will despise and oppress you. Your jobs will be limited. The affinity of some commoners and royalty will rise. Quest failure, level 2. You will no longer be able to enter Patreon. Any Patreon soldiers will kill you on sight. Patreon was the starter city where I first created my character. I built up a considerable amount of reputation while completing quests in Patreon from level 1 to the present, and my affinity with the residents was at its maximum. All merchants gave me a 20% discount when buying goods, and the goods I sold were purchased at 15% above their value. There were residents who gave me hidden quests when I approached them, but all these achievements automatically flew away the moment this quest updated. This is shit, a curse naturally emerged. Earl Asher, no you bastard. This goddamn bastard forced me onto a quest where I wasn't sure if I could find the item or not. If Pagma's rare book was something that didn't exist, I would have struggled for months in vain. You are the one who lied in the first place, yet you want to make me notorious in Patreon. Filthy jerk. As their master was cursed at, the hot-headed knights immediately pulled out their swords. Earl Asher restrained them and spoke coldly to me. You had already decided to betray me before you knew you were deceived. Even so, you are still acting so proudly. Is it greedy to want a reasonable reward after the hardships of my journey? My betrayal wasn't cert. He sneered at my words. Didn't I already promise to give you a reward in return? We entered into a contract, and you have trespassed on my good faith out of greed. This wasn't something that I could handle with words. As I fell mute, Earl Asher's momentum increased as he continued to chatter. You are truly a poor man. The more I watched, the more I could feel it. But there are times when you can do extraordinary things, as I honestly hadn't expected you to find this cave that had disappeared from history. I will punish you for your ignorance, but as reward for your patience, I will kill you as painlessly as possible. This bastard, I wanted to stab my sword in Asher's mouth right now, but it was an impossible task. The man's level was 300, and was also a great magician who completed his third-class change. His escort knights had an average of level 180. On the other hand, I was only at level 73 and didn't even have a chance against the youngest knight who was serving as a bread shuttle. Bread shuttle usually used at school, where one student is picked on and are bullied to do the errands for people who are higher on the social ladder than the shuttles are. But look at the quest clear conditions. I had to kill them. Plus, even if I cleared the quest, wasn't the quest compensation garbage? My intelligence will be minus 50. Fuck, right now I have 30 intelligence, so won't I be an idiot if I'm at minus 50? And all of the kingdom's nobles would hate me, so where was my exit route? Why is there a quest like this? There was only one choice, just die. I would drop 2 levels, but I couldn't succeed anyway. Besides, what was the point of succeeding with such a nasty quest? I felt resigned. The pressure from the knights wasn't a joke. This means I would have lost 8 levels just from this quest. Asher, one day I will become high level and take revenge. Definitely. I stared at Asher and vowed revenge, then closed my eyes at the menacing swords in the knight's hands. Then suddenly I remembered Pagma's book in my hand. Wait, what about this? Would it remain in my inventory after I died if I put it in there before my death? This wasn't a general quest item, so I couldn't be assured of the situation. What was Asher's purpose in the first place? Pagma's rare book. The reason he wanted to kill me was to take it away. In order for the story to go smoothly, if he killed me, it was likely that Pagma's book would disappear from my inventory and fall into his hands. Shit, if I was going to lose Pagma's book anyway, I might as well use it instead of selling. A new option emerged. I could use Pagma's rare book. However, I hesitated. I hated production-related classes. Wasn't the point of a game to enjoy the thrill of battle? However, if I became a blacksmith, I would have to sweat as I hammered at iron in front of a fire. It might be necessary to carry pickaxes while searching for mines to collect the necessary materials. It was indeed labor. At that moment, a chill went down my spine. I was doing brickwork and shovel work at construction sites in real life, and now I needed to do labor in a game as well. Just imagining it made me feel terribly dizzy. Kuok, I wanted to remain as a warrior. It was my dream to swing my sword at enemies and someday become an army general. But now it was time to give up on that dream. An item worth hundreds of millions of one would be taken away by an NPC, by that bastard Asher. It's better to use it than to lose it to him. I tearfully opened Pagma's book. The shocked Asher hurriedly stretched out a hand and chanted a spell. It's too late, you jerk. I ridiculed him before falling silent as I checked the notification windows appearing one by one. You have become Pagma's descendant. Your level has dropped. You are now level 1. All skills and stats have been reset. I couldn't believe my eyes. Weren't class changes supposed to help you get stronger by strengthening your existing level, stats, and skills? Therefore, I couldn't understand why my level, stats, and skills were reset instead of maintained. What is this? As I was confused by the unknown situation, new notification windows emerged. Dexterity stat has opened. Blacksmith's craftsmanship skill has been created. Blacksmith's craftsmanship skill has been mastered. Blacksmith's appraisal skill has been created. Blacksmith's appraisal skill has been mastered. Blacksmith's patience has been created. Blacksmith's patience has been mastered. Blacksmith's disassembly skill has been created. Blacksmith's disassembly skill has been mastered. Blacksmith's repair skill has been created. Blacksmith's repair skill has been mastered. All blacksmith skills have been mastered to the level of the pinnacle, and the skills of the legendary blacksmith have been opened. The legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill has been created. The legendary blacksmith's discernment skill has been created. The legendary blacksmith's appraisal skill has been created. The legendary blacksmith's patience skill has been created. The legendary blacksmith's repair skill has been created. The legendary blacksmith's disassembly skill has been created. The legendary blacksmith's breath skill has been created. The legendary blacksmith's blessing skill has been created. The legendary blacksmith's creation skill has been created. Title: One who became a legend has been acquired. Composure stat has opened. Indomitable stat has opened. Dignity stat has opened. Insight stat has opened. In the case of dexterity, it was a basic stat possessed by all users with a production-related class. However, the composure, indomitable, dignity, and insight stats were all unfamiliar. Was this a good thing? Not good. I was desperate. There were 15 passive skills and 22 active skills that I learned as a warrior. However, I completely lost all my abilities as a warrior. Due to the effect of the class change, I had completely become a laborer. Furthermore, I was level 1. The levels that I barely built up over the past year had been completely reset and I needed to start over. I had to restart the damn level up grind from the beginning. Why is there a quest like this? Fuck email protected. Email protected. I combined several Korean characters together as a knight's sword rapidly headed towards me. You have been hit by a blow. You have died. The level 1's low stamina dropped to 0 with a single hit from a level 180 knight. Quest failed. You will no longer be able to enter Patreon. Any Patreon soldiers will kill you on sight. Your level has dropped by 2. You are now level 1. There is no registered residence. Do you want to resurrect at the nearest temple? I saw my level and lost it. Negative. My level is negative. I was certain that I had been cursed by the gods for some fault in a previous life. I barely got here after 3 months of hardship only to get this result. I didn't want to play the game. I chose to log out instead of resurrecting. Once I quit the game, I immediately connected to the internet and searched through all of the Satisfy-related forums in Korea to look for information about a negative level. But I couldn't get any information, so I wrote my question directly on the forum. Title: I am currently level 1. Contents: I have been doing a quest for 3 months and received a legendary old book. However, I failed and my level strangely dropped to 1. Why? Has this ever happened before? I pressed the OK button to post and completely emerged from the capsule. A quick glance in the mirror revealed someone who looked like an emaciated patient with an incurable disease. It was the aftermath of not sleeping for 3 months while doing the quest, and the only thing I received in return was a loss of hundreds of millions of won and a minus level. My 3 months of work have gone flying away. 3 months of hard work. Ha ha ha. I could have gone and taken some labor jobs, but I ended up shoveling air. No, it was a loss of time and level. I lost energy and flopped to the ground. I was sad, empty, grumpy, and resentful. All types of negative emotions were pouring in, giving me a tremendous sense of helplessness. If I were a weaker person, I was sure that I would have committed suicide. I need to take a shit. I had been connected to the game for a long time, so I headed to the bathroom after receiving a physiological signal. It was 3 in the morning. All my family members were sleeping. If I woke up my parents, then they might curse at me. I stealthily crossed the living room, quietly did my business in the bathroom, washed up, moved back to the kitchen, and took out a side dish from the fridge. I barely managed to find a spoon in the darkness and returned to my room with a bowl of rice. Oh, it's sausage fried rice, the taste of a meat processed product. As I ate delicious food and filled up my stomach, I relaxed and could think soberly. How did my level become minus? I thought about it before sitting in the capsule to check the question I posted on the internet. What? In the meantime, the number of views on my posts had gone over 10,000. The number of comments was more than 2,000. You don't tell me. I couldn't find the information, but was the minus level actually famous among users, and the users were excited because it gave tremendous benefits. My dream was destroyed when I checked the comments. Ixel's answer: if there is a minus level, a ghost will appear before me at night. Xguess answer: wow, I'm level 5. We are low-level comrades. Tutu's answer: did you find a legendary book as well? Kok, Inus, do you have an attention sickness? CM3's answer: he should be brought to a mental hospital. Take this post down. 7R14's answer: legendary book, minus level. These days, Kotang Inus, really some people. JK121's answer: wouldn't one be last place in the rankings? Kok Kakenus, I would quit the GAME Hangul. Kok Kyuk Inus. KKK's answer: something this unique that hasn't appeared yet. What nonsense. QKR8's answer: is it excessive drinking? GJTE's answer: wow, minus level. I pay homage to your imagination. You should be a fiction writer. Hangul Kodihud Enus, Hangul Kodihud Enus. There were 2,000 comments like these. I felt like an idiot. It seems that information about minus level hasn't been revealed at all. Am I the first person? Satisfy's system was configured to allow users to discover and develop themselves. There was no such thing as a customer service center like in other more traditional online games. Satisfy's 2 billion users had been developing the world during the past year by pioneering and exchanging information on their own. But in such a vast world, there was a lot of information that hadn't been revealed, such as the minus level that I was experiencing now. Swaa. It was raining outside the window. According to the weather forecast, it was going to rain all day. It wasn't easy to get a labor job if you went out looking today. I ate the last of the rice and logged into the game again. Lim Chialho was the core of the team of 33 scientists who built the virtual reality system and was the person who led the development of Satisfy by establishing the SA group. He had many titles: the one with the knowledge of a god, the creator of the virtual reality system, the person who changed the world, the father of Satisfy, the wealthiest person in the nation, one of the most influential figures in the world, a person who received requests for naturalization dozens of times a year from all over the world, the pride of South Korea, etc. His countless titles meant that he received the spotlight every time he attended international events. And his influence transcended the American president, making him the world's envy. In fact, his life wasn't as flashy as discussed in the media. He was the head of Satisfy's development team, as well as head of the SA group, so he slept less than 4 hours a day on average. But was he unhappy? No, it was something he wanted for himself. Lim Chialho was proud and enthusiastic about Satisfy, which had captured the hearts of 2 billion people. Lim Chialho was woken up by the sound of his phone ringing. He checked the time and saw that it was 2:50 a.m. It had only been 20 minutes since he went to sleep. The accumulated fatigue from a month's worth of late nights crushed Lim Chialho's thinking ability. His voice was rather sharp as he spoke into the phone. What is going on? What? An urgent voice was heard over the phone. Lim Chialho immediately woke up. I'm going immediately. He prepared to give me the report as soon as I arrive. Lim Chialho got dressed and entered the elevator, heading to the underground floor of his house. In the underground parking lot, limited edition cars from expensive brands were parked in order by type. He climbed into a sports car with the butterfly-style doors and drove to the company at full speed. What happened? Satisfy's operations office. Lim Chialho ran into it and asked without recovering his breathing. Yoon Nahi, the head of the operations team, bowed to Lim Chialho and adjusted her orange horn-rimmed glasses. It happened 5 minutes ago. How interesting. The excited Lim Chialho sat down. He turned his gaze to the huge monitor on the wall and the stopped video started playing. The main character of the video was a level 73 warrior. An Asian youth found a cave at the northern end of an island, held Pagma's rare book, and used it. The staff handed 2 documents to Lim Chialho as he watched the video. Lim Chialho read it and rubbed his chin. In reality, as well as in Satisfy, he is a normal person with no outstanding traits. After being exposed to Satisfy, he suffered from a lack of self-control, resulting in the lowest level of life. How did this person find the cave at the north end that was concealed by a complex algorithm? Does he have an exploration talent that he doesn't know about? According to the analysis from the development team's Morpheus supercomputer, the Northern Cave was supposed to be found by users in 1 year and 10 months. In other words, it meant that the appearance of the legendary book, Pagma's rare book, was originally supposed to be 1 year and 10 months later. One young man broke everyone's expectations and hastened the timing. The number of users who did their second-class advancement was less than 100, and he was now the sole legendary class in the game. Lim Chialho was greatly interested in the user who gave him a great surprise, but Yoon Nahi didn't think of the young man as anything special. It was merely a product of coincidence and obsession that he discovered the North End Cave. I see. The young man called Shin Youngwoo, whose player name was Grid, stayed in only one city for a year and accumulated more than 8,000 reputation in that city. His intelligence stat was also less than 50. This completed the conditions needed to receive Earl Asher's quest. He explored areas infested with monsters higher than level 200 for 3 months without giving up, even though he was less than level 80 and tasted death several times. The most impressive thing about him was his discovery the North End Cave. He found the quest item and was blinded by greed. By choosing to log out, he met the requirements for the linked quest to possess the legendary book. There are many ways to meet the activation requirements, but the most extreme one is logging out. Anyway, as Yoon Nahi said, this chain was the result of coincidence and a stubborn personality. However, the young man proved that coincidences overlapping several times could create a positive cloud. It also reminded him how valuable patience and effort was. Luck and persistent are also great abilities. Yoon Nahi asked a question to Lim Chialho, who was watching the young man on the monitor with sparkling eyes. How does the minus level work? That is also a cloud of luck. Huh, a scientist was talking about luck. Lim Chialho laughed and explained, as you know, users below level 10 get the beginner bonus, so their experience won't decrease even if they die. This means that they don't suffer from the level drop phenomenon, but in fact a hidden system exists. Level reduction due to quest failure will be enforced regardless of the beginner benefits. However, there is no way for a beginner to receive a quest that would cause a level decrease, so it was likely to remain a hidden system forever. Lim Chialho enjoyed the fragrance of the coffee that a staff member passed him and continued. The team predicted that if this quest followed the normal course, the one who received Earl Asher's secret request quest would be a minimum of level 350. If the user is over level 350, they have a high chance of clearing the Earl Asher's anger quest and becoming Pagma's descendant. In other words, they wouldn't be lacking in ability like that young man and wouldn't have failed the quest. Only this young man was able to find the hidden system through this quest. Yoon Nahi summarized it succinctly. Grid made an extreme choice during the quest because he was afraid of losing the hard-earned item. At this point, the penalty of falling to level 1 after becoming a legendary class was applied. Users under level 10 wouldn't experience a drop in experience even if they died due to the beginner bonus, but there were no exceptions to a failed quest's penalty. Grid was forced to lose 2 levels due to the quest failure, even though he was level 1, and as a result, he was now stuck at level 1. This was why Lim Chialho called it a cloud of luck. Then can a minus level gain experience in the normal way and earn stat points for every level gained? Lim Chialho nodded. Right. He is currently level 1 and will have to gain 2 levels to reach level 1, where he will then have 20 stat points. This means his base stats will be 20 points higher than a character of the same level. That's right. That young man received a benefit that wouldn't have been possible if he was a player capable of clearing Earl Asher's quest. He is a really lucky guy. The expressions of the employees grew serious. Yoon Nahi asked him, a legendary class has appeared 2 years sooner than expected. A legendary class is already very powerful, so if he has 20 more stat points than his level, won't the balance be broken? Lim Chialho showed her the papers listing Shin Youngwoo's information. This graph shows that his level was quite low in proportion to the amount of time he spent hunting. He was a foolish person who stayed in one city for a year without leaving to find adventures or a more pleasant environment. I don't think he has great talent for the game like the rankers. You don't have to worry, is it really okay? In the eyes of other users, it might be enough to make him look special. What can we do, even if it isn't okay? We have a policy of not directly interfering in the game, so think positively. Isn't it a good thing that an ordinary user, not a ranker, obtained it? Besides, Pagma's descendant is relatively weak in combat compared to the other legendary classes. Lim Chialho, who was watching the young man on the monitor, suddenly flinched and fell silent. He shook his head at Yoon Nahi's puzzled expression. No, it isn't a big deal. I will be going now. You have suffered a lot from the late nights of work. I will give you a bonus soon, so please suffer a bit more. The atmosphere of the employees became excited at the word bonus. Lim Chialho smiled and left the office. Why all of a sudden, only Yoon Nahi was silent among the raucous staff. She felt nervous as she thought about Lim Chialho's surprised look. On the other hand, Lim Chialho's expression subtly changed in the elevator as he muttered Shin Youngwoo's name. I lost my place of residence because I was expelled from Patreon. Therefore, I resurrected at a temple near my place of death. Oh, and by the way, it was actually a temple for the god of darkness, Yatin. Dark energy hung around the dark room, while robed black magicians wandered around with gloomy expressions. People were shouting and pounding their chests around an altar, but it was too creepy to watch. Kiaak, the sharp scream of a woman in pain, came from underground. Well, it is nothing compared to that notorious place. I had already finished my military service. If someone had been next to me, then they would have felt the general, oppressive atmosphere of a horror movie. I wasn't a female user, so I felt no fear at the Yatin Temple. SS status window. My voice was shaking, but I tried not to let it affect me. I ignored the surroundings as much as possible and concentrated on the status window in front of me. Name, grid. Level 1020. Class Pagma's Descendant. The probability of adding additional options when making items will increase. The probability of item enhancement will increase. All equipment items can be worn unconditionally. However, there is a penalty depending on the rating of the item. Title, one who became a legend. Abnormal conditions don't work well on you. You won't die when health is at the minimum. Easily acknowledged. Health, 1414 mana, 3-3. Strength, 1 stamina, 1 agility, 1 intelligence, 1 dexterity, 1. Composure, 1 indomitable, 1 dignity, 1 insight, 1. Stat points, 0. Weights, 3030, 520. The weight limit exceeds 200, so movement speed is reduced by 100. The body is heavy and cannot exert any power properly. The probability of receiving the weakened state has become really high. A flood of emotions filled my head. The minus level was something I couldn't understand, and the stats that didn't allow me to win a fight against even a rabbit caused anger. However, the special functions given by the title and profession overwhelmed me. The minus level isn't a bug. The numbers in parentheses beside the level indicated my current experience and the amount of experience required to reach the next level. The existence of this experience figure meant that I could level up. In the worst case, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to level up because I was bugged. I'm glad it isn't a bug. I still felt upset. Think about it, my level was originally over 70, but now I was lower than even new players who had just created their characters. I have to endure this. I braced myself. It might take time, but I could raise my level again. The reason for this positive thinking was due to the qualities of my profession and title. I didn't know anything about item creation, so I couldn't comment on the probability of adding additional options, but it was still good to have. The odds of enhancement will increase. In Satisfy, items could be enhanced up to +10. However, the price of the materials needed for enhancement was expensive. In addition, the higher the enhancement number and item rating, the lower the probability of the enhancement succeeding. In addition, if the enhancement was successful, the enhancement value would be +1. However, if it failed, it would be 3. The price for items with an enhancement of +6 would rise exponentially. I don't know how much the probability has risen, but can I feel hope for a large amount of money? Both of the class characteristics that I mentioned were quite attractive. However, my bigger interest was that all items could be worn unconditionally. This was an unreasonable merit. Depending on the penalties that were applied, this attribute could disrupt the balance of the game. Isn't this a fraudulent class attribute? Most of the equipment items in Satisfy had conditions of use attached to them. If the conditions weren't met, the item couldn't be worn. For that reason, every level had strong limitations, but that didn't apply to me due to the nature of my class. Really, I opened my inventory. Mammon's Greatsword. Rating Epics. Durability 88-204 attack power, 178-301 attack speed, 16. Additional water damage will be added to all critical attacks. This is the greatsword patronized by the guardian of Lake Pamian Mammon. Due to the influence of the lake, this sword has the strong aura of water. Conditions of use, level 65 or higher, more than 260 strength, more than 150 stamina. Weight, 1050. Mengel's Plate Armor. Rating Rares. Durability, 51-180 defense, 165 movement speed, 2. Strength +10. This is a work made by the blacksmith Mengel in the fortified city of Patreon. With it, the defense is improved and the weight lowered. The wearer of this work can feel Mengel's strong willpower that remained behind. Conditions of use, level 60 or higher, more than 180 strength. Weight, 1,203. My current stats didn't meet the conditions of use attached to Mammon's greatsword or Mengel's plate armor. In other words, a normal person wouldn't be able to wear both items, but I was the exception. Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped Mammon's greatsword. A penalty is applied because the item conditions aren't met. Attack power of Mammon's greatsword will decrease by 30. Only half of the option effects will be applied. The penalties will be reduced if your understanding of Mammon's greatsword increases. Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped Mengel's plate armor. A penalty is applied because the item conditions aren't met. Defense of Mengel's plate armors will decrease by 20. Only half of the option effects will be applied. The penalties will be reduced if your understanding of Mengel's plate armor increases. Amazing. Satisfy rarely had items with no usage conditions. I recalled a set of beginner items that were representative of having no conditions. I didn't remember it exactly, but in the case of the beginner's greatsword received at level 1, the attack power was 513 and the defense of the beginner's armor was 7. But now I could use a weapon capable of at least 124 to 210 attack power and 132 defense at level 1. Won't it be surprisingly easy to recover my level? The basic penalty system is that rare items have a drop of 20 in the basic abilities, while epic items have a 30 drop. Only half of the item effects are applied. The penalties were surprisingly small. Unique and legendary ranked items would be subjected to more penalties, but at this point, it was a sufficiently fraudulent ability. This is a legendary class, but what is understanding? Due to my excitement, I belatedly noticed the bit about understanding that appeared in the notification windows. Then I checked the detailed information. Item understanding. Pagma's descendant can understand the materials and principles of the item by using, disassembling, or repairing the equipment items. The higher the level of understanding, the more efficiently one can handle the items. If you have a 100 understanding, you can learn how to make that item. Ohu. The higher my level of understanding, the fewer penalties there would be. Then I will get the production method. Wow, ordinary production users had to pay a large amount of money or complete hard questions to get the production methods, but I could get it for free as long as I increased my understanding. The repair skill is available and my item durability is low, so I will try and repair it later. Then I looked at the title attributes. In combat, the one thing players had to be most cautious of was an abnormal status, due to its ability to often reverse the state of a battle. By the way, my title lowered the probability of being affected by abnormal statuses. It also said that I wouldn't die when my health was at the minimum, so I could be temporarily immortal. Easily acknowledged. Does that mean my affinity with NPCs can be easily increased? Pewhut. I was happy. I was so happy that I couldn't stop laughing. The class and title attributes alone gave me the feeling of being ahead of other regular users. I had become special. This felt like proper compensation for my 3 months of suffering. But I would have enjoyed a much greater pleasure if I could have sold the book for money. I missed out on the opportunity to get rid of my creditors and to drive a foreign car. I suddenly went from feeling good to feeling bad. In Asher, I pounded the floor with frustration and resentment. I poured all out types of profanities towards Asher. Gradually, my heart was soothed. It was due to an unfamiliar stat, so I decided to check it. Composure. The probability of being affected by an abnormal state is lowered. If affected by an abnormal condition, you will recover quickly. The higher the number, the higher the effect. Stat points can't be distributed to this stat. Indomitable. Has a certain probability of invalidating a portion of the incoming damage. The lower the health, the higher the probability. The higher the number, the higher the effect. Stat points can't be distributed to this stat. Dignity. Can't be pushed down by others. There is a rare chance of making the enemy submit to you. The higher the number, the higher the effect. Stat points can't be distributed to this stat. Insight. Discover the target, predict risks. The higher the number, the higher the probability. Stat points can't be distributed to this stat. Every stat had a great effect. By the way, how am I going to raise the number if I can't distribute points to it? The explanation seemed huge, but they might be stats without much practical use. The moment that I was about to open the skills window. I screamed with fear. Something had suddenly touched my back. I belatedly recalled that I was in a Yatan temple. What? I hurriedly turned around and reflexively wielded Mammon's greatsword. The man behind me dodged my attack and raised both hands. Hey, calm down. Do you want to kill a person? The one who spoke was a Caucasian-looking man who seemed to have an assassin-type class due to his light equipment and agile body. His finger poked my back. It might have been okay if it was a sword, but it was embarrassing to scream just because of a finger. What is it? The man shrugged. It is dreary. Shouldn't you apologize after trying to kill a person? His smile looked like a smirk. I disliked this type of person. This person is speaking so impolitely at our first meeting. Certainly, the man looked older than me. At first glance, he seemed to be in his mid-30s. However, my one-year experience was enough to let me know how deceptive appearances were. I once called someone brother, only to find out they were 7 years older than me. This bastard, he looked like he was in his 30s, but, cough, my fists trembled and I barely managed to calm myself as I remembered the shameful past. I'm sorry about that, but shouldn't you apologize for poking me without notice and surprising me? The man laughed and asked for a handshake. Young man, I called out to you. However, you were so engrossed in thinking that you didn't hear me. That is why I poked you. I'm sorry. I refused to shake hands with the man, so why did you call me? The man scratched his head and shrugged. As you know, the Yatin temple is filled with evil energy. Ordinary people will become afraid if they stay here for a while, but I observed you and you are fine despite all the time that passed. In addition, you can even manage to laugh alone. You actually have great abilities. Perhaps this is. As I got a hunch, I checked the name above the man's head. The man's eyes shone. My name is Doran. I am a shadow who secretly protects Earl Stein. 1 or 2 days after I had gone on vacation, the Earl's esteemed daughter was kidnapped. I tracked her and found out that she was trapped in the basement of this temple. Won't you lend me your strength? I will give you a remuneration for the request. I don't. I thought the man was a user, but he was actually an NPC. Due to the perfect artificial intelligence, the distinction between users and NPCs was ambiguous, and this mistake sometimes occurred. The name above his head was green, symbolizing an NPC. Then a notification window about a quest popped up. Rescue the Earl's esteemed daughter. Difficulty S. Irene, the only daughter of Earl Stein, is a beautiful and innocent virgin. The elders of Yatin had kidnapped Irene in order to sacrifice her for her virgin blood. Quest clear conditions. Rescue Irene within 1 hour after accepting the quest. Clear reward 3,000 gold, a low probability of becoming the Earl's son-in-law. Earl's son-in-law, nobility stat will open, all stats plus 20. You will be treated as a viscount after marrying the Earl's esteemed daughter. Power and honor will rise. You can advance into the social circle of the nobles. You will receive a monthly salary. This can be a shortcut to becoming a high-ranking official or lord. Quest failure level 2. Would you like to accept the quest? This was crazy. It was a completely unwelcome quest. Was it because I didn't like the rewards? That was impossible. This reward is really good. 3,000 gold was worth around 3,600,000 won when converted into real cash, which was close to 40 days of revenue for me if I worked without any rest. But the great thing was the title of Earl's son-in-law, all stats plus 20. I currently had 9 stats in total: strength, stamina, agility, intelligence, dexterity, composure, indomitable, dignity, and insight. If I added the nobility stat, that would equal 10 in total. If all of these stats were given 20 points, it would be a total of 200 stat points. Every time I gained a level, 10 stat points were obtained, so 200 stat points were worth 20 levels. It would also be wonderful to have a beautiful aristocratic lady as my bride. The road is open, but there was a reason why the rewards were so good. It was an S-grade quest. Earl Asher's Fury was an S-grade quest. At the time of the quest, I was level 79 but couldn't cope with the difficulty. I was killed many times during the quest and dropped down to level 73. In addition, the time spent was 3 months. I was currently level 1, so I had no means of clearly an S-grade quest with a time limit. Why would I accept a quest that would obviously fail? Furthermore, my level will fall by 2 if I fail. My body trembled with fear and anger at the thought of my level dropping to 3. But why on earth is it an S-grade quest again? S-grade quests were never common quests. Even the top-level rankers who were above level 200 could only count the number of times that they've received an S-grade quest on their left hands. However, I wasn't high-level user and was currently at level 1. I recalled what Doran said. As you know, the Yatin temple is filled with evil energy. Ordinary people will become afraid if they stay here for a while. But I observed you, and you are fine despite all the time that passed. In addition, you can even manage to laugh alone. You actually have great abilities. There were hints in these words. The quest seemed to be generated by staying in the Yatin temple for a certain period of time without falling into the fear state. My title and composure stat lowered my chances of falling under an abnormal condition. Was it good? Did I like it? Won't I be screwed if this is a forced quest? The attributes of this title are crazy, but it's like this game is trying to make me quit. I replied unhesitatingly, I can't do it. Ask someone else. The quest was refused. I refused the quest, but Doran didn't quit. You are the only unusual person, so please help me. A precious person's life is involved. Doran is desperate. Do you understand his sad circumstances and accept the quest? The concept of the notification window was lost. Did it think I was in a position to take care of others right now? I immediately swiped the window away and said, you are mistaken. I am weak and incompetent, so I won't be able to help you. It would be better for you to take care of it alone. The quest was refused. As you know, the believers of Yatin use powerful black magic. I can't rescue the young lady from them alone. Please don't turn away, lend me your strength. Doran hasn't given up. Would you like to accept the quest? No, first of all, I don't have the ability to do it. The quest was refused. You are too modest. Don't you know that the power to ignore their fear isn't common? Doran can only depend on you. Would you like to accept the quest? Sometimes there were quest NPCs who would persist like this. They had their own desperate situations. Yes, I could understand Doran's feelings. If Doran returned without rescuing his master's daughter, his head would go flying off. But what about me? What if I failed and my level dropped again? Why should I go through such terrible things because of him? I was more important than a complete stranger. The biggest problem was that I didn't have the ability to help him in the first place. Please help, I am begging you. Doran fell to his knees. I looked at him. This man, all the words I spoke to him were entering one ear and leaving the other. Or maybe he thought I was lying. It's probably the latter. Is it so great that I don't feel fear while staying in the Yatin temple? I haven't been here before, so I don't even know what I'm supposed to feel. I faced Doran head-on and explained with a more serious attitude, I'm really sorry, but I truly don't have the strength to help you. Don't waste your time on me, call the Earl and ask for his help. The quest was refused. Every hour is urgent. The young lady's life might be in danger while I go to ask the Earl for help. You are the only person I can rely on. This is a request. Doran is hoping for a helping hand. Would you like to accept the quest? The limits of patience. Ah, this is frustrating. Do you really need my help? I don't want to look at you anymore, so go away. Please give mercy for the sake of her life. What? No, damn. Yes, I should leave. I am going now. I once again refused the quest and turned away from Doran. This was a terrible quest that would cause my level to drop by 2 upon failure, so I wanted to avoid it. But unlike my thoughts, my feet didn't move quickly. I was 200 over the weight limit, so my movement speed was reduced by 100. Doran saw that I was moving as slow as a turtle and misunderstood my actions as he teared up. You act so intimidatingly, but you are actually conflicted. You really do want to help me. Stop feeling conflicted and help me. Doran feels hope again. Would you like to accept the quest? Bullshit, I won't help. The quest was refused. I ignored him and hastened my steps. But once again, my speed was slow. This only deepened Doran's misunderstanding. Maybe you're conflicted because your life is busy, but the life of a person is more important. This is a request. I can't. It isn't possible. Don't deceive yourself. In fact, you are suffering as well. You can't leave this place immediately, which is why there is such hesitation in your step. There is no hesitation. I'm not walking slowly. My baggage is heavy, that's all. Doran continued chasing after me, and my slow pace couldn't get rid of him. Would you like to accept the quest? Would you like to accept the quest? Would you like? What a stupid jerk. The notification windows kept popping up no matter how much I refused. I had to make a drastic decision. I can't carry on like this. Yes, I have to refuse, even if I develop a hostile relationship with him. He isn't an NPC I need to build up a relationship with, so it won't hurt if he is my enemy. I pulled out Mammon's greatsword and glared at Doran. I definitely can't help you. If you don't get away right now, I am prepared to hurt you. Doran grasped the atmosphere and took one step back. Then he slowly opened his mouth. I really wish you would help me. Doran is asking for the last time. Would you like to accept the quest? Swipe. How many times do I have to see this damn notification window? I won't help. Even if I can help, I don't want to. I won't help. My stress went over the threshold, and I could no longer suppress my anger. In the end, I yelled and swung Mammon's greatsword, expressing my intent not to talk to Doran anymore. Then, quajak kak. The sensation of hitting something was transmitted through my fingertips as a scream was heard at the same time. I turned my gaze to the side of the greatsword and saw what just occurred. A believer wearing the robe of Yatin had collapsed with Mammon's greatsword in his neck. An ominous chill went down my spine. I was aiming at the crazy guy, so why did the person next to him? As I stared at the dying believer, a new notification window popped up. Your relationship with the Yatin church has become hostile. You won't be able to receive Yatin's blessings. The followers of Yatin will try to kill you when they find you. A. Rescue the Earl's esteemed daughter. Difficulty S. Irene, the only daughter of Earl Steim, is a beautiful and innocent virgin. The elders of Yatin had kidnapped Irene in order to sacrifice her for her virgin blood. You can't tolerate the evil deeds of Yatin's followers. You must surely rescue Irene. Quest clear conditions. Rescue Irene within 1 hour after accepting the quest. Clear reward, 3,000 gold, a low probability of becoming the Earl's son-in-law. Earl's son-in-law, nobility stat will open, all stats plus 20. You will be treated as a viscount after marrying the Earl's esteemed daughter. Power and honor will rise. You can advance into the social circle of the nobles. You will receive a monthly salary. This can be a shortcut to becoming a high-ranking official or lord. Quest failure level 2. The quest has been accepted. Wow, due to my hostile relationship with the Yatin church, the rescue the Earl's esteemed daughter quest was forced upon me. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Some might say this was unlucky. No, it was more accurate to say that I had no luck. Failure once again. It will be level 3. At any rate, I had no luck. Perhaps I sold a country in my previous life. Who dares hurt Yatin's believers? Aren't you afraid of the curse of God Yatin? God Yatin is almighty. God Yatin has already noticed your sin. You won't be safe for the rest of your life. You will pay a heavy price for your blasphemy. The angry voices of the Yatin followers clamored around me. Their crazy eyes were filled with absolute hostility. Will I die now? The followers of Yatin were black magicians. Black magicians had strong curse abilities, so they were difficult to deal with. The black magicians are the problem right now. I was currently level 1 and my strength and stamina stats were only 1 point each. Mengel's plate armor added 5 strength for a total of 6 strength. When all of these stats were added up together, I totaled a measly 34 health. I might be able to punch a few of them before going to the netherworld. Can I get away? The failure of the quest was fixed anyway. I just wanted to preserve my life. No, I had to survive. If someone died 2 times in a day, they wouldn't be able to access the game for 12 hours. Okay, this was the only way. Log out. You can't log out of the game here. Fuck, I should have expected this. It was common knowledge that it was impossible to end the game while a timed quest was underway. There was a way to force it, but I didn't want to use it since I would get a huge penalty. After failing to log out, I looked for a way to escape. However, this was the stronghold of the enemy. I was being surrounded by a rapidly increasing number of followers. No matter how many calculations I made, there was just no way to escape. There was no hope when I was as slow as a tortoise. Break through to the basement at once. As I was planning out my actions, Doran shouted at me before pulling out 2 daggers and throwing them without delay. The hand gestures were so fast that it happened in an instant. Pepiok, Kuok. One of the daggers struck a person's eye while the other pierced another's heart. Doran narrowed the distance towards the pained believers and wielded his dagger. Open up. The believers couldn't even scream as their necks were sliced and they vanished into a flash of gray light. I couldn't resist admiring it. The lack of information meant I didn't know the exact levels of the Yatin believers, but temple NPCs were generally at least level 150 plus. These believers were likely to be the same. Doran handled them so easily that I couldn't even imagine his level. Is he perhaps a named NPC? My impression of Doran changed. Maybe I could clear this absurd quest if I depended on him. 3,000 gold. A huge 3,600,000 won was in front of me. The Earl's son-in-law. I imagined getting my hands on all stats plus 20 and a beautiful wife. I would become a lord with my own territory, where I could steal high taxes from the users and NPCs. If I become a landlord, I will be able to get revenue every month. Exciting, I began to cheer Doran on. Good, Doran fighting. I have admired you for a long time. For a long time, when have you ever seen? Ah, danger. Over there, you must take care of your body, be body. While Doran was surprised by my sudden change in attitude, he focused on dealing with the enemies in front of him. Gray lights appeared in succession. Really strong, Doran skillfully threw numerous hidden weapons as if they were merely extensions of his limbs. The number 1 person on the assassin ranking, Old Sword Demon, that I saw on a broadcast 2 months ago was like a young child next to Doran. Isn't he 3 times stronger than Asher? I must befriend him and ask him to assassinate Asher. The Yatin believers ignored me and attacked the threat Doran, but their efforts couldn't stop Doran's advance. Doran focused solely on those who were chanting spells, attacking them to stop their magic. The black magicians couldn't cast their magic, making them no threat. Amazing. You are really amazing. Doran, you are my god. I heard a magic spell being recited and cheered as a black magician's mouth was pierced by Doran's dagger. The best. By relying on the strength of the NPC, I really could complete this quest. Truly a fantastic quest. It seemed pathetic that I had been trying so hard to refuse the quest a few minutes ago. Are you waiting for me? How kind. Hee hee. Doran was looking around with a terrible expression. These guys have started to use their heads. I looked around like Doran and saw that the black magicians were chanting spells at the same time. Bless souls underground. Use your grudges and fears to ensnare the enemy. Those who feel fear will have their legs restrained. Their minds will be crushed and they will lose their willpower. Become a doll with a lost soul. The black magicians chanting the spell alone would be stopped by Doran before they finished. Therefore, the group shared the spell by chanting the sentences one by one. Those sentences would connect to form one spell and the magic would be cast. Be prepared. I grabbed Doran's collar and said, be prepared. You should do something. It is too late. Damn it, Kuo. A line of blood was drawn on Doran's face, and black energy rose like a mist to cover Doran. And no, I am finished if you die. I had boarded the same boat as Doran and Doran was the oarsman. I couldn't escape the quest failing if I was alone on this boat. Cough, I cursed and shouted towards Doran, who was coughing up blood. Fuck, if it was going to be like this, you shouldn't have made me feel expectant in the first place. At that moment, a green light flowed from the ring Doran was wearing and surrounded him. Then Doran's complexion was gradually restored. What? Doran attacked the surprised black magicians who were chanting new spells. This ring is special. It protects the wearer from curses and poisons, however. The protection isn't perfect. The damage is cumulative, so I need to avoid as much magic as possible. Yes, indeed. The great Doran is even wearing a small ring like this. The ring was clearly had an epic or higher rating. Was there a way to obtain it? As I was thinking, Doran started to slaughter the enemies again. He allowed a few magic spells to be cast, but eventually succeeded in creating a path. Doran started at the entrance of the staircase leading to the basement. Come on. Yep, unlike my vigorous reply, I chased Doran down the stairs at a slow pace. The black magicians pursued us with spells, but they were no threat because Doran threw daggers as soon as he heard chanting. Young lady, Doran and I arrived at the dark basement. Doran found a beautiful woman bound to the altar in the center of the basement and ran to her, but there was a crowd blocking him. There were a dozen black magicians. I laughed at them, these ridiculous bastards. They need more people than that to be our opponents. Now, Doran, get rid of them, of course. Doran nodded and wielded his daggers in front of him. Doran might be tired, but the number of opponents was too small. I was excited as I imagined the black magicians turning into gray light. The quest clear signal was right around the corner. 3,600,001 and the Earl's daughter, here I come, tatatang. There was an unexpected result. The hidden weapons that were thrown by Doran suddenly stopped and fell to the ground. Doran's advance was also stopped. Shield, defense magic couldn't be used by black magicians. It was only possible for black magicians who completed their second-class advancement. As I was baffled, a young woman walked out from among the black magicians. It was a woman who boasted the best beauty, a unique beauty that caused the beauty of the noble young lady to pale in comparison. Somehow she looked familiar. I checked her name and was shocked. Blood Witch, the Blood Witch, ID Yura, the Korean user who was ranked number 1 on the Black Magician ranking and ranked number 5 on the Unified rankings. She was a famous person who frequently appeared on TV because of her beautiful appearance and outstanding abilities. Why was she here? Yura looked towards me and stretched out a hand. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to take away the sacrifice. Ping. A red fire sword emerged from Yura's hand. Its momentum was fierce. Unlike a black magician who didn't have a lot of attack magic, she was well versed in it. I was intimidated as I saw the flames. Did I get this far only to die? Why the hell was she here? As despair filled my body, a notification window popped up. You have been hit by a blow. A legend doesn't die easily. You can resist all attacks for 5 seconds with the minimum amount of health. I had 1 health point remaining. I had temporarily forgotten about it, but the attribute of my title was activated, and I temporarily had an immortal body. Yura's face was perplexed as she saw that I survived, despite being hit by her magic. That was clearly a critical hit. Based on the equipment, you are only around level 80. So how are you fine after being hit by that attack? Yura asked while hiding herself behind the black magicians in preparation for Doran's counterattack. She always had a calm smile on TV, so I was probably the only one who had seen Yura's flustered expression. I ran forward and shouted to Doran quickly, "Let's finish it in 5 seconds. I'll use my body to block their attacks, so Doran must kill them. I believe in you, Doran, my god." The spells of all the black magicians, including Yura, were concentrated on me. This meant that Doran could strike freely. The best development. Yes, hit me. No matter how you hit, I won't die. Today would be the day where an ordinary user would stand up to a ranker. I narrowed the gap towards Yura as all types of curses and attack spells hit me, while Doran followed the path I made and dealt devastation to all the black magicians. Then Doran stepped on my back and jumped towards Yura. Yura blocked his attack despite being in a state of confusion. On the other hand, Doran's momentum rose. We can win, but was it because Doran stepped on my back? You have died. I wanted to reject this situation, but reality was cruel. A new notification window popped up as my vision turned gray. Quest failed. Your level has dropped by 2. You are now level 3. As you have died 2 times within 24 hours, you won't be able to connect to the game for 12 hours. It somehow turned out like this. I gazed towards Doran fighting. No, my last sight as I closed my eyes was that damned Blood Witch. The average level of black magician users was level 53. Out of the 120,000 classes in Satisfy, the black magicians had the lowest average level. The black magician class was a combat profession, but users of this class had very weak defense and insufficient attack power. However, Yura had been hunting alone without a party since she started, demonstrating unmatched control skills that harmonized with her magic. Her ability to select hunting grounds was also excellent. There was a good reason why Yura surpassed 2 billion users to rise to 5th place in the rankings. 3 hours ago, Yura had finally reached level 230, resulting in new wings being added to the list of her abilities. Now I can use defensive magic. Yura confirmed the grade spell that she acquired after much difficulty, Diamond Barrier. It was a spell to create a shield by materializing mana with a hardness comparable to that of a diamond. It was a defense-type magic that could be acquired with a black magician reached level 230. After completing all the conditions required to learn Diamond Barrier, Yura headed straight to the Yatin Temple. As always, she headed to a temple with fewer users. It was troublesome since it was a long distance, but it couldn't be helped. It would be annoying if she went to a place with a lot of users, due to her high popularity. It was amazing how many people recognized her, even when she concealed her face and ID. After running for 2 hours, Yura arrived at the Yaten temple and placed the prepared spell book on the altar. The moment she was about to learn new magic after professing her deep faith in God Yaten. A foolish group of enemies hostile to God Yaten has appeared inside the temple. Guardian of the temple. Difficulty S. There are foolish people who have entered in order to rescue the sacrifice to God Yaten. You must defend the dignity of God Yaten and punish the blasphemous intruders. Quest clear conditions, repel attackers, or defend the sacrifice for 1 hour. Clear reward, the title Guardian of Yaten's Temple. Guardian of Yaten's Temple, Faith plus 300, Health plus 1000, Intelligence plus 60. You are an example to other believers after defending the dignity of God Yaten. God Yaten will bless you more and the faithful will worship you. Quest failure level 2, Faith 250. Yura was surprised since she had only experienced an S-grade quest 3 times, despite being level 230. Then, a lot of noise was heard in the distance. Is this an auto-generated quest due to the advent of an intruder? I'm lucky I came to the temple at this time. Yura was very motivated. She greatly desired the Guardian of the Yaten's Temple title because it elevated all the important stats. First of all, Yura grasped the location of the sacrifice and then went to the place where the disturbance was happening. She witnessed an NPC in leather armor ruthlessly slaughtering the followers of Yaten, an NPC who has finished the 3rd class advancement. Indeed, an S-grade quest had a much higher level of difficulty. The NPC called Doran was a great threat to Yura. Even if I borrow the power of the believers, it will be a difficult quest to succeed. She received an S-grade quest after a long time, but unfortunately the chances of success seemed low. No, there is no point in guessing. Yura calmly dispersed her mana throughout the entire temple. This wasn't a normal use of mana for black magicians. In other words, it was to detect the enemy. While the detection skill was only available to those with a fine mana manipulation ability, it was but a simple matter for Yura. Including Doran, there are 2 people. Yura grasped the number of enemies and looked at the user following Doran. ID Grid. Looking at his equipment, he seemed to be a level 80 user. It was surprisingly low for the person who must have triggered the S-grade quest. The only one to be careful of was Doran. If so, this quest could be cleared. Yura meticulously observed the terrain of the temple while her enemies focused on fighting the believers. She made a judgment and went down to the basement where the sacrifice was located. The temple was too spacious and there was a lot of cover, so it was advantageous for Doran. She planned to use the hostage in the relatively small basement to limit Doran's movement and increase the hit rate of her magic. After a while, Doran and Grid finally entered the basement. Doran was already quite exhausted from dealing with all of the believers. These ridiculous bastards. They need more people than that to be our opponents. Now, Doran, get rid of them. The user Grid shouted and Doran nodded as he fired his hidden weapons in front of him. 3,600,001 and the Earl's daughter, here I come. Grid was confident about the quest succeeding. Yura felt sorry for him, but she also needed to clear her quest, so she acted without any hesitation. Tatatang, Yura defeated Doran's hidden weapons with the recently learned diamond barrier and turned her gaze to the astounded Grid. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to take away the sacrifice. Doran was strong. In order to focus on him, it was wiser to deal with the relatively weak Grid first. Yura summoned fire and attacked without any delay. Critical, the greatsword was a weapon that warriors specialized in. It was clear that Grid's class was that of a warrior. If he was a warrior around level 80, then no matter how good the equipment, his maximum health would be around 4,000. But Grid wasn't wearing any special equipment. He should have approximately 3,000 health. Furthermore, warriors were very vulnerable to magic. Yura calculated that she could deal with Grid in 1 hit by consuming 1/5 of her mana. It was a critical hit, so it was normal to think that Grid died. But surprisingly, Grid survived. How? Let's say that his luck was so high that he survived the critical hit. However, it was common sense for a character to become stunned after received 40 or more damage in a single attack. Grid was standing without being stunned as if 40 of his health hadn't been decreased. That was clearly a critical hit. Based on the equipment, you are only around level 80. So how are you fine after being hit by that attack? Yura was ranked 5th among the pool 2 billion users, and she was narrowing the gap between her and the 4th-ranked person. Her gaming skills were truly overwhelming. She knew that her magic damage calculations were never wrong. Her calculations had never been wrong while playing Satisfy so far. This was a new experience for her. That confusion it caused greatly affected her. Why is this happening? Is his level actually far higher than the equipment he is wearing? No, that isn't likely. A person who dares to wear low-level equipment during an S-grade quest. Did I overlook something? She tried to calmly analyze the situation, but Grid was approaching. Step. He was a warrior walking a very slow pace as if he wasn't in a hurry to narrow the gap towards the black magicians. It was an attitude that seemed to disregard Yura's fifth place ranking. Grid's behavior seemed to be saying to Yura, I am giving you enough time to chant a spell. Use your best magic. An obvious provocation, Yura, who had a strong self-esteem, was furious. As Grid wished, she started to chant the top-level attack magic. She was determined to turn him into ashes, along with Doran. Great god of the darkness, your humble servant calls you. Fill this place with darkness and plant fear in the enemy's hearts. Show your power to those who worship you. As magic power started to rise, the torches lighting up the basement started to go out. The torches actually weren't turned off, the magic just turned the flames black. Soon, the darkness swallowed up this area. A normal enemy would lose their vision and stop due to the added fear effect of this spell. In fact, Doran hesitated for a moment from where he was hunting the black magicians behind Grid, but Grid was approaching like it was nothing. He had a higher resistance than an NPC who had completed the third-class advancement. What is his identity? The ID was too strange. He wasn't a ranker, then how was he so strong? Her confusion grew and Yura couldn't easily recover. But the spell was fully completed. Dark storm, qua 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 quang. A silent storm formed in the darkness and struck Grid. The effect of the storm caused the pillars supporting the basement to wobble, while cracks appeared on the ground and walls. A mighty power that could topple the whole temple. It was the moment when a high-ranking dark attack magic was revealed. Quang. Grid's body, that was already damaged from the black magician's attacks, was overwhelmed by the storm. Yura believed that Grid would turn into a gray light, but Grid was still fine as he kept walking forward, penetrating through the storm without pause. On the other hand, Doran's body behind him was a rag, barely following Grid as a green light emerged from his ring. Even a third advancement NPC couldn't cope with the magic, so why was this user fine? You. What are you? Yura was a smart girl. She could see through anything with logic. In her 21 years of life, she had been praised by everyone she met for her beauty and intelligence. She used her innate insight on her work, earning her a reputation of a talented person who could be used everywhere. Satisfy was the path that she finally chose. Anyway, this brilliant Yura couldn't figure out the man called Grid. This is an impossibility in the current Satisfy. This overwhelming presence isn't an NPC but a human. Is he a bugged user? No, Satisfy is controlled by the world's leading supercomputer, Morpheus, so there are no bugs. There is clearly a rational way to get this strength. How did he gain such strength? It was the first time she encountered something beyond her common sense. She was baffled and very curious. At this moment, the person called Grid was deeply imprinted onto Yura's mind. On the other hand, Grid was coming closer to her with imposing footsteps. Yura couldn't easily give up, so she prepared to fight. Then Doran stepped on Grid's back, jumped up, and attacked her. Kang. Yura hurriedly blocked Doran's attack magic and turned her gaze towards Grid, expecting an attack only for her eyes to widen. The body of Grid, that had been fine just a moment ago, was covered with a gray light and was disappearing. Afterwards, Yura received big injuries as she struggled with Doran and barely managed to subdue him. She stared at the place where Grid disappeared, ignoring the system window that informed her of the success of the quest. Even if he were hit by Dark Storm, he wouldn't have died so suddenly. He must have been penalized and forcibly logged out. Why? Yura's expression gradually worsened as she thought about it. Did he yield the quest to me? She felt helpless and received Grid's sympathy. That day became the worst day to Yura, of when her sturdy pride was thoroughly shattered. Yuak Doran, that bastard. He forcibly gave me a quest I didn't want, only to kill his teammate. Fuck, thieves, robbers, and thugs, now I know why there are all these names. Doran, in the future this name itself will be a curse. It wasn't 4 o'clock in the morning yet. It was a day when my family could rest until late afternoon due to the heavy rain, but I couldn't access the game for 12 hours during such a golden holiday season. Level 3. The more I think about it, the worse I feel. Doran. I headed to the bathroom to cool off my head that was flush with anger. I soaked my face in cold water and listened to the gushing stream of water. I felt much better after washing my head for 2 days straight. Doran isn't to blame for the situation. Unlike my prediction, Doran was extremely strong and fought well. I was a bridesmaid and didn't have to do anything. Doran took care of all of the enemies by himself. I only had a chance to succeed in the quest due to Doran's power. Yes, Doran did really well. However, an unexpected situation occurred. The appearance of a ranker. Damn witch. Why had Yura appeared there? She was a black magician. The Aten Temple was an important base for black magicians, so it wasn't unusual for her to appear there at any time. Why did Yura interfere? I was an intruder in the temple and she was obliged to protect the temple. It was obvious that she would be hostile to me. That was understandable. The moment I accepted the quest, the black magicians in the temple had a separate quest to stop me. The real enemies are the users, not the NPCs. There is a reason why Doran was so strong. No wonder why the S-grade quest felt too easy, I concluded. After I died, Yura would have succeeded in the quest. Yura was strong and Doran was quite exhausted. It was really detestable. It was because of me that Yura received the quest in the first place, and the reason Doran was so tired was because I was weak. Yura just sat back and ate bread, the bread that I had put in her mouth. Bad person. A ranker over level 200 had snatched the quest of a minus level. I entered the capsule, connected to the internet, and then searched for Yura. Yura, I just typed it in and hundreds, no, thousands of related links filled the screen. I only checked the postings of highly popular blogs and large-scale communities and managed to get information about Yura. Contrary to her creepy nickname of the Blood Witch, she was well-loved and respected, as well as a target of envy. That is the modern world now. Satisfy was more colorful, thrilling, and dramatic than any movie, so the main characters of Satisfy enjoyed more popularity than movie stars. If someone watched TV these days, hundreds of channels were filled with Satisfy-related programs. They also achieved high ratings, so Satisfy profession news channels were created. Of course, it wasn't just limited to South Korea. Satisfy had more than 2 billion users. The broadcasting market wasn't just South Korea, but the world. As a result, the movie actors received less exposure than Satisfy's protagonists, the rankers. I am suffering because of the game, while she is living a fantastic life because of it. Enjoying her favorite game while being recognized by the world. I was incredibly envious. If I was Yura, I would have no disappointments in my life. A person like you had to take away a poor person's quest. She wasn't a witch, she was just a really wicked girl. Quadraduck, I opened up the hologram keyboard and started to comment on Yura-related posts one by one. Yura is garbage. She interfered in the quest of a low-level user. She's completely different from her appearance on TV. Her personality is rot. Yura isn't very pretty when you see her in real life. She got plastic surgery, a facelift. There is dirt on her nose and she always looks like she is chewing shit. Her smile is just for the TV. Why is Yura good? She is a bad person. How many people has she ruined? She also ruined my brother-in-law. A ranker interfered in a quest. Don't be fooled by the image created on TV. Hoo-hoo-hoo, QQ-cuck, I informed people about what I actually experienced with Yura. I felt great because I became a great journalist who spread the truth to the people deceived by false information. The terrible reality that I experienced a while ago was gradually fading from my mind. Tadadak. I continued posting comments. My 10 fingers tapped against the hologram keyboard that glowed in the darkness. A person tapping on the keyboard in the darkened room, someone who saw it might think it was beautiful and mysterious. Opa, have you finally gone crazy, writing malicious comments? No, it was a movement to reveal the truth. I jumped in surprise at the voice that was suddenly heard. I turned my gaze towards the source and saw Sehi staring at me from the door. You surprised me. I placed my hand on my chest while Sehi entered my room with folded arms. I was going to the toilet when I heard Opa giggling in your room. You were crazy about the game, so I thought you went crazy in reality. I was worried about Opa and decided to check on you. Are you crazy? Please say that you're not. Why are you speaking like that to your Opa? I'm not crazy. I'm glad you're not crazy yet. Erg, something smells. Take a look at your head, you should wash more. And get rid of that bowl of rice that you ate. No, why are you eating rice in your room in the first place? You should eat together with us. Bah, no. Sehi looked at the empty rice bowls and side dishes that I stacked up and started cleaning up. This girl, she is nice and pretty. It is good that she doesn't resemble me. I watched her approvingly. Sehi felt my gaze and turned around. Don't just sit there and watch. If you're not busy, shouldn't you help? No, go and wash up. I don't like that appearance. Leave it and I'll take care of it. Why are you getting up when it isn't even morning yet? Go back to sleep. I saw Opa laughing in a creepy manner, so my sleepiness has fled. Please go wash up. I want to see your face properly after a long time. Ah no, wash off that dirty and unpleasant scent. When Sehi was 1 year old, I was 9 years old. Was it right for my younger sister to act like this? If I knew this would happen, I would have washed up when I washed my head. I headed to the bathroom in an annoyed mood. I washed my head with soap and dried it with a towel, but why was my hair so stiff? It was laundry soap. I returned to my room with my stiff hair and smelled something different in my room. It was a rather refreshing scent. Did she spray perfume? Sehi was truly meticulous. The room had been cleaned and tidied up during the time I used to wash up. She was a very diligent girl, unlike me. She would be a nice bride. I saw Sehi sitting in the capsule and laying down on my bed. Connect to the internet if you want. Anyway, it wasn't like I could access the game. I easily yielded the capsule to my little sister. Sehi shrugged and unexpectedly sent me a look of disdain. Opa, are you a keyboard warrior? Keyboard warrior. What did that mean? When I looked up, Sehi got up and pointed her finger to the monitor floating in front of the capsule. Why are you spreading false rumors about a woman younger than you? Even if there is a reason, this behavior is too naughty. I'm really disappointed in Opa. Her voice sank. Sehi was sincerely angry. I belatedly realized my mistake and hurriedly checked the monitor. The damning list of comments that I made about Yura was still showing. Damn it, I should have turned off my internet window. Sehi this. How low? I tried to explain to Sehi, but she returned to her room and locked the door without giving me a chance to talk. The door wouldn't open, no matter how pathetically I acted. I realized that the last bit of good opinion my sister had towards me was completely lost. What is this? This is all due to that witch. I appealed to Sehi in front of her room. I didn't realize that I fell asleep there until I was woken up by my mother. My body wasn't trained at all. It hurts. I placed a cold patch on my body and fell asleep again. Then the next day, Hua. I opened my eyes and saw that it was 11 a.m. My parents went to work at dawn, and Sehi would be in school for 3 hours already. I slept only 6 hours. I can't oversleep because of my diligence. Why did God make me so diligent? I scratched my hips above my underwear while heading to the kitchen. I was hungry, but it was too annoying to cook. Forget it. I ignored the protesting cries of my stomach and headed to the living room. Then I lay on the sofa and turned on the TV. It was a Satisfy-related channel. Satisfy was even covered on the Housewives channel. The title of the program was How to Meet a Young Man Through Satisfy. It was a program that dealt with the process of making a character in Satisfy look as young and pretty as possible. PD Chinyined. It seemed to have pretty high viewership. I skipped past a man who didn't think he would live long after a phone call from his wife. I stopped at a program called Satisfy's Hot Issues. A cute female reporter was greeting an Asian youth around my age. There was a close-up of the young man's face. At the bottom of the screen, the ID, Cats, and level 203 appeared as subtitles. Cats is already level 200. Cats was a celebrity. He was notorious due to his arrogance, but he was always one of the top ranks in the warrior class. 3 months ago, he was level 170, but now he was already level 203. At that level, he would be at the top of the unified rankings. How did he get over 30 levels in 3 months? The reporter on screen was asking the same question as me. Cats, did you know that you are one of the biggest issues in Satisfy these days? Our producers were very surprised. In just 3 months, Cats has climbed up to the 53rd ranking. What is the secret to your rapid growth over such a short period of time? Cats swept a hand over his well-trimmed hair and smiled smugly. 3 months ago, I obtained an epic class. I accepted this interview today to reveal my epic class. Yes, the reporter was shocked, and I also stopped scratching at my groin. The news of an epic class was so shocking that the reporter couldn't respond to Cats. In the past year, only 2 epic class changes had appeared in Satisfy. Its value transcended the imagination. But Cats got his hands on a new epic class, the 3rd epic class. There was no information about the previous epic classes that appeared. The contents of the first class change book were confidential when circulated around the item trading sites, and no one knew who the owner was. 2nd epic class belonged to Agnes, who was ranked 7th on the unified rankings, but nobody knew what class he had. It was because most users, especially top rankers, were extremely reluctant to disclose their information. Information was power. There was a fierce competition to survive and satisfy. The information shared among large sites was actually quite limited. Most users kept their information to themselves. I would do the same. However, Cats was revealing his class himself. He was famous for liking colorful and prominent things. Anyway, this was a huge scoop. It was possible that the ratings record might be broken. I remained fixed on this channel. I focused on the screen while the reporter's eyes were shining with excitement. What class are you? The name of my epic class is Blood Warrior. Is it as special and terrible as the name implies? It wasn't special or terrifying. It was a very common and mundane name, a sloppy name for an epic class. But Cats seemed to like the childish name. The name isn't that great, but it is a very fantastic class. Let me tell you one important feature. Cats pulled out the sword hanging from his waist, emitting a tremendous aura. I would be able to pay off all of my debt if I just sold that sword. Look, Cats's eyes were tinged with red. At the same time, his sword started to wriggle. The camera zoomed in on Cat's sword. Hundreds, no thousands of blood vessels appeared on the blade and grew at a fast pace, completely covering the sword. Within a short time, Cats's sword was covered with red blood vessels and pulsated like a living heart. However, the sword's edge actually became sharper instead of disappearing. It was a very menacing appearance. On the other hand, it was also a bizarre and disgusting appearance. But Cats patted the wriggling red sword as if it were adorable. The reporter, whose face was pallid, continued the interview while ignoring the hideous sword. Is an epic class that much stronger than regular classes? That is a stupid question. Isn't this natural? Even if it was only a rare class, it exerts a special power over general classes. I can assure you of this. I will rise to the number 1 ranking sooner or later. I have that type of ability. Number 1 in the top 10 rankings that haven't changed in the past year. All 10 users protect their position and won't give it to anyone. This means that the top 10 rankers are extraordinary. Isn't it too much to declare that you can catch up to them just because of one class? Was the reporter stupid? The arrogant Cats was going to become upset again. As I expected, Cats started frowning. He looked at the reporter and declared, "You say that it is just because of one class. How funny. I have a natural talent. The class of Blood Warrior is just a means to effectively show my talent. Agnes got an epic class much sooner and could only reach 7th place in the rankings. I'll let everyone know that I am fundamentally different from Agnes. According to the rumors, Katz was the son of a leading Japanese conglomerate. This was why he was famous for his high pride. After scaring the reporter who spat the mocking remark, Katz took the microphone from her and declared, "Everybody listen up. This Katz will soon be first place in the unified rankings. The reason I announced my class today is to make the existing rankers aware of my strength and to make them tremble in fear. Kukuk, just wait, sooner or later, I will cast you all aside." Katz was about to return the microphone to the reporter when he suddenly stopped. Then he asked the reporter, "Did you say that this is a Korean broadcasting station?" The reporter nodded at the words. Katz smiled at her. "This worked out well. Tell this to Yura. Don't be so proud of being part of a country that has nothing except for SA Group. The era of Korean gaming experts is over. I will trample on her, the last pride of the Korean gamers, sooner or later. Ha ha ha." The reporter's eyes were tearful while her face distorted like she was smelling chicken poo. I clicked my tongue while watching Katz. The microphones for broadcasting stations in the game are limited and expensive items. Is he proud because of all his money, Mr. Natural Wealth? But Blood Warrior, I was envious. Drain health skills always showed great efficiency in past games. Furthermore, the combat skills that Katz boasted were powerful skills of an epic class. At first glance, Blood Warrior was a powerful class. It isn't more than me. Pagma's Descendant was a production class. Production classes usually didn't have any attack skills, so it was likely that Pagma's Descendant was the same. But that didn't mean I was weak in battle. Pagma's Descendant was a legendary class that allowed me to go against Yura. My status resistance was extremely high, and the immortal mode that lasted 5 seconds was a scam. It was possible to grow as a huge tanker. But was that all? All equipment could be worn without restrictions. It might be possible to cover the insufficient combat strength with the power of items. In addition, production classes are money factories. Why were there so many users who chose production classes over hunting? The reason was money. Pagma's Descendant was a legendary blacksmith class. It was a goose that laid golden eggs. If I make a good item and sell it, I might be able to escape from my debt. I believed it was a class that could make me hundreds of millions of won. I returned to my room and turned on the capsule. Then I went on the internet to find information about blacksmiths. There was a lot of unfamiliar jargon and knowledge to memorize, but I concentrated on studying as much as possible. How much time passed? While having another attack of hunger, I entered the living room when I heard a big fuss from the TV. The breaking news subtitle appeared on the TV screen. I just received breaking news. It is said that the Yatan Temple, located in the northern part of the Eternal Kingdom, has collapsed. It is surprising and unusual for a well-preserved temple to collapse overnight. What is the story behind it? Let's go to the scene. I am reporter Lee Kuman. The screen shifted from the studio to a familiar place. This place, a location, was illuminated on the TV. It was the Yatan Temple where he resurrected yesterday and met Doran. The huge temple, larger than the Capitol building, was surprisingly half collapsed. When I saw the scene, I recalled the dark storm caused by Yura. That magic, was it huge enough to destroy the temple? She's a really horrible girl to use such a fearsome spell on people. My fear of the witch I faced yesterday slowly amplified over time. If we accidentally met on the street by chance, I was afraid that I would pee my pants. Katz said he could beat her, bastard. You really don't know who you are talking about. She is already in a different dimension. A monster, the Mail reported, conveyed the news. At around 3:40 a.m. today, a user visited this place and witnessed an amazing sight. Korea's #1 ranker, who is 5th in the unified rankings, Yura, was fighting someone. Who did she fight that she had to use enough strength to destroy the temple? Was it a struggle with a top ranker? If so, why were they fighting in this place? Was there perhaps a hidden quest? There are many questions. Then let's listen to the testimony of an eyewitness. A boy who seemed to be a middle school student was caught on camera. The boy's ID and level were subtitled at the bottom. The boy spoke. Yesterday, I was here because of a quest. I was forced to flee to the temple while being chased by a monster. The believers who should have been present weren't there. However, a large commotion was coming from underground, so I went down to the basement. The boy stopped talking and asked the reporter, "Is there a mosaic over my face right now? It is time for me to go to school. If my mother catches me in the capsule, I'm dead." At almost the same time, the boy's face and ID were completely covered with a mosaic. The reporter nodded. Of course there is a mosaic. There is voice modulation as well. Please tell me with confidence. The stupid boy sighed with relief. Poor guy. His mum would kill him. His unhappiness would be my happiness. I felt better. The boy continued. I went down to the basement and saw Yura. I was captivated by her beauty. Mister, have you seen Yura? Really? She is even prettier than Kim Tae-hee, a complete goddess. People around the world are already aware of her beauty. We will put aside that story. What was happening in the basement? It was amazing. What specifically was so amazing? There were almost 20 black magicians constantly casting magic at a single person, but he didn't receive a single point of damage. Even the curses had no effect. He laughed like he didn't feel anything and moved towards Yura. Yura was nervous. The reporter was confused. The basic level of the Yatin Temple's NPCs is known to be 160. He was attacked by level 160 NPCs and received no damage. It was like he resisted all of it, really. Resisted dozens of spells. That is impossible, even for a top ranker. Is he ranked higher than Yura? The reporter's expression wasn't happy, but the boy didn't care and continued speaking. He isn't a top ranker. I have never seen the face before. Nevertheless, he defeated all of the black magicians and threatened Yura. Yura used Dark Storm. No, it seemed like she used every bit of magic she had. It was too strong that it even broke the temple, but that user was fine. Yura's expression was disturbed as she stared at him with an expression similar to fear. I'm a member of Yura's fan club, so I know that Yura isn't the type of person to look like that. I never imagined that Yura could make such an expression. The reported looked dubious but still showed great interest. So what happened in the end, and what was the man's ID? The boy shook his head. ID, well that. What was it? I can't remember. I was so entranced by Yura's beauty that I didn't observe him properly. Then I was killed by a falling pillar, so I don't know the result. I see. Who is the man who dealt with 20 black magicians in Yura? Despite not being a top ranker, I would like to know. This is reporter Lee Kuman. Unbelievable. The hand holding the remote control shook. My heart started thumping. The man in question on the news, it was me. This was an opportunity. Since this incident happened on TV, I would receive lots of requests for interviews and would be able to make a profit from shooting commercials. The screen switched back to the studio, with a panel filled with experts discuss the man in question me. I called the broadcasting station right away. Hello, this is BCC's Viewers Consultation Center. How can I help you? The man from the breaking news. Aren't you looking for him right now? The person who fought Yura. Yes, do you have a tip? The person is me. Yes, as part of the confirmation process, can you give me your Satisfy ID and some brief information? My ID is Grid. My class is Pagma's Descendant and my level is 3. Oh, Pagma's Descendant is a class obtained from a legendary class change book. Tutu. The station one-sidedly hung up and didn't pick up my call again. It seemed that my number had been registered as spam. Stupid person. You will regret missing out on the scoop of a lifetime. I wanted to try other stations, but decided to let it go. As I thought about it calmly, I was reluctant to leak information about the minus level and legendary class. It isn't the time yet, right? I focused on the TV screen. Then I saw a familiar figure on TV. Doran. It was really Doran. The present TV screen showed a large image of the ruins of the Yatin Temple, with a small box at the top where the experts were discussing. Doran was in the center of the big screen. He was too small so the cameraman didn't seem to see him, but I was able to recognize Doran. I pushed my face right in front of the TV and watched Doran quietly. He was barely crawling from the ruined temple, a woman held in his arms. The identity of the woman was the Earl's esteemed daughter that Doran had been looking for. The destruction of the temple caused great confusion among the believers, allowing Doran to somehow rescue her. The woman stood up and screamed something at Doran. She seemed to be crying. Then Doran handed something small to the woman. After a short time, he died and turned into a gray light. The woman shed tears and headed elsewhere while cherishing the item she received from Doran. Doran died. He wasn't a human but an NPC, a false life made by the system. However, it wasn't comfortable watching the death of an NPC I built a bond with. They had minds and a clear body temperature. Also the ring. I trembled as I recalled the effects of the ring that Doran had worn. When an NPC dies, all their equipment will disappear as well. That ring, if you were going to die anyway, you should have given it to me. I looked out the window where rain was still pouring down. I didn't feel well. In addition, I was hungry. After satisfying my hunger, I connected to the internet again to gather as much information about blacksmiths as possible. The time was 3:55 p.m. The 12-hour penalty was over. I had to log on to Satisfy. Log in. Going to the Mubade ruins, one must be level 130 or higher. Looking for those who want to hunt in the Grey Forest, a level 130 warrior is waiting for people higher than level 96. Recruiting people for the Guardian of the Forest raid, a level 190 archer, level 181 martial artist, and other top rankers will join. Your class and level don't matter. Anyone will do. When I accessed the game, I stood in a town square. I couldn't resurrect at the Yatin Temple due to being in a hostile relationship with the Yatin Church. Barren Village. It was the place I visited before proceeding with Asher's quest. I frowned as I recalled the past memories. I got turned around. The monsters near Barren Village were at least level 100. In addition, they were all ferocious monsters. The level of users here was at least the mid-80s, and they always needed a party when hunting. It was a dangerous place where users below level 120 couldn't leave the village alone. In the past, I wandered around here alone while searching for the northern end cave and died. At that time, the durability of some of my equipment was reduced to 0 and my boots and gauntlets shattered. I ended up resurrecting at this place. Maybe I was some stupid god in my past life. I probably dishonored Lady Luck in my past life. Then my memories were erased and I was banished to the human world. Since then, I lived an unlucky life. This is true. I can't be so unlucky unless I sinned directly against the goddess of luck. I placed my forehead on a wall and blamed my past life. I couldn't be here forever, so I recovered my spirit. I should go to another village. Right now, the urgent thing was to raise my level. I wanted to escape from the minus level as soon as possible. There was no reason to stay in a village where hunting was impossible. I found a horse-drawn carriage waiting for customers in a corner of the square and asked the coachman, "What is the safest village near here?" "Winston Village." "Many novice travelers visit that place. Do you need a driver to take you there? How much?" The coachman raised one finger. He was a crook. Carriages were means of transportation for the rich. They were tremendous luxuries for debt-ridden people like me. It was a luxury comparable to eating a whole marinated chicken for one meal, but there was nothing I could do. Right now, it was impossible for me to move to another village with my own power. If I left the village, I would only walk a little bit before dying. I handed over 1 silver while shedding tears. The coachman looked at me. "What are you doing?" "It is 10 gold. I made a surprised expression, as if I really didn't know. "Hyok, 10 gold. It is 10 gold, not 10 silver. This must be the first time you are taking a carriage. In the safe zone, the base fare for a carriage is set at 5 gold. In a monster-infested area such as this, there should be some profit for the high risk. This price is actually cheap. Winston is close to here, so it is only the basic fare. You are charging so much just for driving a carriage. Tusk. This is why I don't like novice travelers. Don't you know that all the monsters in the vicinity will attack as soon as they find humans?" "No, I know that there aren't any monsters fast enough to catch up to the speed of a carriage." The coachman flinched. My point had struck him. The coachman coughed and explained, "Obviously, the monsters have slow feet. But they know the terrain and have the instincts of natural hunters. They use these advantages to catch up. It was like selling drugs. Then you should be vigilant. Cough. Then I will accept 9 gold. Okay, the price bargaining had begun. The basic rule of bargaining was to cut it as much as possible. 10 silver. Excuse me. What? Why wasn't he saying anything? The response was different than expected. Wasn't it normal to say, 10 gold is too cheap. I will accept 8 gold. Then I would return with 20 silver. The coachman would offer 7 gold. Then 30 silver, 6 gold. This was my grand plan to complete the bargaining at around 2 gold. But the coachman just ignored me, making the plan become distorted. "Aren't you going to bargain? Who in the world would bargain with a crook like you? This useless bastard. I was kind enough to cut it to 9 gold, yet you offered 10 silver. You want me to bargain? Who is going to make a deal with a bastard like you? Isn't there the saying, the customers is king? I will sue you and make you unemployed. If you want to sue me, do it. Do you think the union will take your side? Get lost, you insane bastard." In Patreon, my bargaining was always successful because my reputation and affinity with the residents were at the maximum. Even if it didn't work, I just laughed it off. However, this response was entirely new to me. It was serious. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to ride the carriage. Currently, I only had 3 gold and 11 silver. The difficulty of the Asher quest was so terrible that I spent a lot of my money on potions. "Please, my sick mother is in Winston Village all alone. She will die soon. What a sad son I will be if I can't watch my mother's last moments. Please take pity on me and consider the bargain." I looked as miserable as possible and told a heartbreaking story, but the cold-hearted coachman just snorted. "You are obviously telling a lie. You didn't even plan to go to Winston Village in the beginning, so who would believe you now? Sheesh, you're smarter than you look. What, you cheap bastard." There was no chance of this succeeding. I ran away from the coachman, who chased me with a red face, and visited other carriages. But despite being as careful as possible, it was impossible to bargain it down to 3 gold. No matter what heartbreaking stories I used, the limit was 8 gold and 90 silver. I was frustrated by Satisfy's modern society. Why? Was it necessary to be stuck at level 3 while being isolated in the remote barren village? I can't do that. I had a means to obtain the money for the carriage. Just make items. If I made an item, I could gain some experience. If it had a normal rating, I could sell it to a store. I opened the skills window and confirmed the blacksmith craftsmanship skill. Blacksmith craftsmanship skill. LV Master. Produce equipment items that you know how to make. There is a certain probability of creating rare-rated items. There is a low probability of creating epic-rated items. There is a rare probability of creating unique-rated items. Due to the effect of mastering the skill, the attributes of all items are increased by 10. When rare-rated items are produced, all stats will permanently rise by +2. Reputation throughout the continent will rise by +30. When epic-rated items are produced, all stats will permanently rise by +4. Reputation throughout the continent will rise by +80. When unique-rated items are produced, all stats will permanently rise by +12. Reputation throughout the continent will rise by +300. This is absurd. According to the rankings, the first-place blacksmith only had intermediate-level blacksmith skills. Despite producing tens of thousands of items, by the time he reached level 110, he barely reached the intermediate level. Thus, he said that production skill levels are hard to raise. However, I basically mastered the blacksmith craftsmanship skill, which was beyond the advanced blacksmith technique and intermediate blacksmith technique. If the person ranked number 1 in the blacksmith rankings were aware of my presence, he would probably quit the game. When compared to him, I finally realized the greatness of a legendary class. I then confirmed the other, legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill. Legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill. LV1. Produce equipment items that you know how to make. You can create the production methods for a new item with the legendary blacksmith's creation skill. There is a certain probability of producing rare epic rated items. There is a rare probability of creating unique rated items. There is a very rare probability of creating legendary rated items. All stats of a production item will increase by 10. When rare rated items are produced, all stats will permanently rise by +2 and reputation throughout the continent will rise by +30. When epic rated items are produced, all stats will permanently rise by +4 and reputation throughout the continent will rise by +80. When unique rated items are produced, all stats will permanently rise by +12 and reputation throughout the continent will rise by +300. When legendary rated items are produced, all stats will permanently rise by +25 and reputation throughout the continent will rise by +1000. Something special will occur with every 5 legendary items created. Wow, the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill was only level 1. Nevertheless, it was far superior to the mastered blacksmith craftsmanship skill. I couldn't help admiring it. I was excited and immediately confirmed the legendary blacksmith's creation skill. Legendary blacksmith's creation skill. You can create 3 equipment item production methods every time the skill level of the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill goes up. Number of items that can be created at present, 3. When items are produced using this skill, the name of the creator is automatically placed on the item. Create an item. What is the method? The explanation wasn't easy to understand. Seeing was believing. I decided to try it out. I used the legendary blacksmith's creation skill without hesitation. What item do you want to create? The most important item was naturally a weapon. A weapon allowed quick hunting and was directly linked to high levels. Among the weapons, I thought the best one was a greatsword. Thick, big, beautiful. A big sword that could smash the enemy's armor was a man's romance. Up to this point, I never selected a weapon other than a greatsword in games. Then first, let's make a greatsword. Greatsword, have you decided? Yes. What materials would you like to use? Oh, that's right. I was creating a production method, so I needed to use the materials. Wasn't it natural to use special materials? I thought of the person asking for party members to go on the Guardian of the Forest boss raid. I heard that the Guardian of the Forest drops the best minerals so far. The name is... I recalled it and replied, blue orichalcum. Have you decided? Yes. Please design the item. A blank blueprint appeared in front of me. I was baffled. Design? How do I do that? I then knew what I should have done. Rather than visualize modern weapons such tanks and jet fighters, I needed to design a sword. Wasn't it just a matter of the shape? I thought hard and started drawing on the blueprint with my finger. A correction effect seemed to be applied as the picture perfectly displayed my thoughts. I have to make it cool. First, the length of the blade was 2 million and the width was 80 centimeters. The thickness was 8 centimeters. The length of the handle was set at 40 centimeters. This is the appearance of a greatsword that can be seen anywhere. The finished picture showed the limits of my impoverished imagination. I pondered for a moment before thinking of a good idea. I changed the shape of the blade to something curved like a scimitar and then extended the length of the blade to 3 million. Is this okay? I liked the finished picture. It was like I was looking at a large scimitar with a short handle. At the same time, it had the heavy weight of a greatsword. It is reminiscent of a shark's profile. The part of the blade is like a shark fin, and the end of the handle is a shark tail. I admired the finished work for a while. I have made something sophisticated and cool. It gave the impression of a swimming shark. If I held it, some people might have the mistaken impression that I was carrying a shark and be shocked. I didn't know I would be so good at designing. Once I make money and pay back the debt, I should change my major to design. I felt great satisfaction as I clicked on the OK button at the bottom of the blueprint. Have you decided? When you complete the blueprint, the number of available creations from the creation skill will decrease by 1. Yes. Once I replied, numbers and languages quickly covered the blueprint. Figures were being calculated. It seemed that the system was calculating the details that I lacked in my design. After a while, an improved and completed design appeared. A bunch of jargon and complicated numbers covered the blueprint. I could fully understand the jargon and numbers on the blueprint. I looked at the design contents and checked if there were any faults. It was amazing. I understood that contents of an item design that I had never even seen or studied. The class compensation effect. It was really great. I felt like an actual great blacksmith. As I was admiring it, a notification window popped up. Please describe the characteristics of the item. That's right. Finally, the most important part is left. I was excited. This is an outstanding weapon. The attack power is 1 million. No, it is more than 10 million and the weight is only 1. There is no level requirement. There is an option to absorb health with every attack, can cause meteors to fall. The enemy will unconditionally die from one hit. Of course, defense is ignored. Anyway, this weapon is enough to hunt a dragon alone. That isn't possible. The performance and options of an item can't be arbitrarily set. The performance and options are determined by taking into account the materials used, the design, and the description of the features. Too bad. I tried to make the explanation as good as possible. Was my vocabulary so lacking? I was horribly ashamed. In the first place, I only knew that blue orichalcum was light and durable. I didn't know the exact information, so I can't explain the merits. Then, suddenly, I felt like the back of my head was hit with a hammer. It was a belated epiphany, but if I was designing this with blue orichalcum as the material, wouldn't I need blue orichalcum to make the item? I'm screwed. A level 200 boss monster dropped the material, while I was only level 3. I could buy it from other people, but that wasn't easy because the supply was small and the price was huge. It meant the design I made could become obsolete. Cancel, skill cancel, clear everything. The completion of the blueprint has already destroyed one of the available creation skill users. Even if you cancel the skill now, the number of times it can be used won't be restored. Do you still want to cancel it? No, this was bad. It was a mistake in my thinking. It was a skill that should be used carefully after thorough investigation and thinking. Please name the item. Shit. Have you decided on, shit, what nonsense are you saying? Please wait, geez, what is this? I didn't worry about it for too long. Failure. Have you decided on failure? Yes. Yes, it was a failure that shouldn't have been created in the first place. I was saddened at the number of times I could use the skill decreasing, but a hologram of the items was listed in the drafts. Failure. Ratings unique legendary. Unique rating information. Durability 699 699. Attack power 733 1621. Defense 50. Agility plus 30. There is a low probability of blocking the enemy's attacks. There is a certain probability of activating the 5-joint attacks skill. There is a high probability of activating the cutting skill. There will be a fear effect if the enemy is more than 20 levels lower than the user. Attack power plus 20 in dark places. Legendary rating information. Durability 1090 1090. Attack power 874 1820. Defense 80. Agility plus 50. There is a low probability of blocking the enemy's attacks. There is a certain probability of activating the 5-joint attack skill. There is a high probability of activating the cutting skill. The skill bisect will be created. There will be a fear effect if the enemy is more than 20 levels lower than the user. Attack power plus 20 in dark places. It is designed by a legendary blacksmith. It is a greatsword, but its cutting ability is excellent because of its unique shape. It resembles the predator of the sea, a shark, and gives fear to the enemies. The small blades spiking from the sword will increase the defense. Blue orichalcum is used as a material. Its lightness means the attack speed doesn't fall. Due to the nature of the blue orichalcum, it becomes stronger in the dark. User restriction level 300 or higher, more than 5,000 strength. Advanced sword mastery level 8 or higher. Weight 550. Hiccup. Amazing. It was a master weapon, not a failure. A one-of-a-kind item in this world, and I was the one who created this item. I couldn't believe it. Isn't this huge? The words automatically emerged from my stunned mouth. Yes, I could be rich. If I went into more debt and bought blue orichalcum, I could make failure and put it on the trading site. Then the price of the item would skyrocket. Then I could pay all my debts and still have a lot of money left. Truly a legendary blacksmith. It was literally the goose that laid the golden egg. Then that feeling sank as I read the stats and options of the completed failure. I checked the usage conditions attached at the end. It needs level 300. 2 days ago, I heard that the level of the first-ranked person on the unified rankings was estimated to be around 250. Then 300. That wasn't the only problem. 5,000 strength. 10 stat points were gained with every level. Even if a person invested all of their points into strength for every level up, it would be almost impossible to have 5,000 strength at level 300, even with titles and equipment that raised their stats. There are classes that receive extra strength, but it isn't common. In the first place, who would be idiotic enough to invest all of their points in strength? Finally, there was the Advanced Sword Mastery level 8. Currently, the first-ranked blacksmith had intermediate level skills. I couldn't predict how long it would take for people to get Advanced Sword Master level 8. Even if I managed to make failure, nobody would be able to use it in the near future. This meant that selling it was impossible. My dream of making a fortune was shattered in an instant. As the name suggested, failure was a failure. Then that's it, there is no springtime in my life. Shit. I was frustrated but quickly corrected my mindset. Then I tried to deduce why such exorbitant usage conditions were attached to the item I created. It wasn't difficult to come to a conclusion. It was a mistake to try and make it unconditionally good. The development team of Satisfy had caught the hearts of the world, so they wouldn't be that easy. Failure wasn't an item that could be acquired randomly through hunting or a raid. It was a production item that could be produced indefinitely if there were enough materials. It was likely that the system placed restrictions on the game items in order to maintain the game balance. Those restrictions were in the usage conditions, an acceptable performance. Isn't this the most important thing about the creative skills? The creation skill had a limited number of uses. It had to be used with care. I decided to seal the creation skill. If I created and sold superior items that didn't destroy the balance, I would be able to earn a lot of money quickly and pay off my debt. However, I didn't want to rush it. I wanted to see it as the ultimate weapon to use for myself before encountering a difficult quest or a strong enemy. The creation skill is for me. If I am in a crisis situation, I can create an item that can break through the situation. As a simple example, if I encountered a boss monster capable of causing tremendous fire damage, I could create and build an item that greatly increased my fire resistance properties before the raid. If I didn't create items for sale, I didn't have to worry about the usage conditions. One of the biggest advantages of Pagma's Descendant was that there was no restriction on the items I could wear. If I created items with a fraudulent power like failure, I could show the highest power among existing items, even if the penalty was attached. After I cleared my mind, I checked how to make failure. The materials were also a problem. In order to produce failure, I needed a huge supply 15 blue orichalcum ore. Even the handle is made with blue orichalcum. It was a mistake to choose only blue orichalcum as the material. If I used other materials as well, the number of blue orichalcum ore required would be reduced. I saw failure's tremendous options, so I was filled with the desire to produce and use it right away. If I could get my hands on failure, I would be able to demonstrate a fearful combat power, but it was impossible to obtain blue orichalcum. Let's get rid of this vain regret. No, wait, can I participate in the Guardian of the Forest raid party? The person recruiting party members said that level was irrelevant. I remembered the Guardian of the Forest raid party and headed back to the center of the square. Then I walked up to the black man with the ID, Tobin. I would like to participate in the raid. If not now, I didn't know when I would be able to join a Guardian of the Forest raid party in the future. Please let me join the party. I would join the party, survive until the Guardian of the Forest died, and pick up all the blue orichalcum that dropped. It didn't matter if the other party members died. Anyway, my experience can't drop if I die. If I were really unlucky, then I might drop Mammon's greatsword or Mengel's plate armor, which made up my entire fortune. But if I took the risk, I might be able to obtain blue orichalcum. I expressed my strong emotions when I gazed at Tobin. Was I too brazen? Did I have any sense of shame? I looked up to see Tobin looking at me with a perplexed expression. What is your level? What? Didn't you say that level in class doesn't matter? I did say that at first, but... Unexpected party members arrived, so I am now looking for those who are over level 120, preferably those with divine magic or magician professions. As you may know, the Guardian of the Forest is a monster whose body is made of minerals, so physical attacks won't work on it. Tobin stared at my greatsword with an unconvinced look, a gaze that strongly conveyed that he didn't want to accept me into the party. Then this guy shouldn't have said that he would take any level or class. Should I give up? No, I couldn't give up when thinking about the blue orichalcum. I would join the party no matter what. Please accept me. I won't hold you back. What is your level? I was currently level 3, but due to Mammon's greatsword and Mengel's plate armor, my actual combat ability was above level 30. If I confessed that I was level 30, I would be kicked out straight away. 30, no minus, no plus 100, 30 minus plus 100, no. Just 100. I was currently level 3, but I would have been close to level 100 if it weren't for Asher's quest. Let's try it once. When I actually entered the party, I didn't intend to fight. Instead, I would follow like I was a dead mouse. If I'm careful, they won't notice that I deceived them about my level. Tobin had a worried expression on his face. Your weapon is a greatsword. Isn't it around level 65? Even if your item has an epic rating, claiming to be level 100, are you really level 100? Of course I am. My Mammon's greatsword has been strengthened to +5, so I can still use it. My face was still. I was just bluffing. I exploited the fact that items enhanced below +5 wouldn't have a change in appearance, so I lied that the +0 Mammon's greatsword was actually +5, but Tobin wasn't easy to pass. Even if Mammon's greatsword is +5, to still use it at level 100 is. In addition, your armor isn't as good as the equipment that level 100 users can wear. Besides, where are your boots, gauntlets, and accessories? It was accurate. Mengel's plate armor, which I was currently wearing, was only level 60. My helmet, boots, gauntlets, and accessories were all lost by the end of the 3 months quest, items that are like my blood. In the case of the boots and gauntlets, they were destroyed because I didn't manage the durability. I managed the durability of my helmet and accessories, but it was unfortunate that I dropped them when I died. As I recalled the hellish past, Tobin looked at me suspiciously. I said the only people who don't need armor and accessories are those with excellent control over their weapons, like me. In fact, I remove this armor whenever I hunt. I only arm myself with the greatsword on hunts. Control was a word that didn't apply to me, as I drank potions like I drank water whenever I hunted. When I watched the hunters on TV, I saw them exquisitely take advantage of the monsters' gaps, firing off powerful skills as they avoided the attacks of monsters. Meanwhile, I just took random potshots and drank potions whenever my health was low. That was my hunting method. But right now, I needed to bluff to enter the raid party. Therefore, I quoted the remark I heard about control. However, that was a big mistake. Tobin's body was fully armed with heavy armor and a shield. Ho, so people who wear armor aren't skilled. He was smiling, but his eyes were cold. He was seriously angry. The problem was that the other party members around were also filled with righteous indignation. You make it sound like wearing armor and accessories is a bad thing. Listen to him, he never wears armor. Those who wear armor and accessories aren't authentic. If we don't want to be ignored, we should take it off. I tried to calm down the angry people who were talking sarcastically. That's too much. I didn't mean anything bad, I was just explaining why I am less dependent on defense. Anyway, that means that I shouldn't be armed. Your level is lower than mine. A wild-looking, hairy middle-aged person interrupted with a shout. He was equipped with 2 shining axes, armor, and gorgeous ornaments, looking completely like a high-level user. He looked angrier than all the others. Grid, this is the first time I've seen you. Have you done any hunting at the hunting grounds around here? I know how powerful the monsters in this area are. You sure must be confident if you're bragging about hunting them without armor. The other party members nodded. Based on his words, he must be a newbie to this area. Have you ever seen someone called Grid? I've never seen him at a nearby hunting ground. How about you? Honestly, it sounds like crap. I think he is actually lower than level 100. Looking at him now, it seems like he died and dropped his items on a lone hunt. Maybe his intentions to enter the party are impure. He already has nothing to lose, so. The atmosphere was getting worse. Sharp people. What now? Should I give up on the party? As I was feeling confused, a blonde-haired man with his upper body revealed appeared and intervened. Everybody stopped. The party members became excited at the man's appearance. First place in the martial artist rankings, Regaz. The equipment items requirements are so severe that raising the level is difficult, yet he is already over level 180. His nickname is Tequan Master, Tequan Master. Is it true that a mob will melt when hit by his fists? Wow, he really came. I did well to join this party. Martial artists ignore defense to attack the weak point. Can't this technique inflict huge damage to the guardian of the forest? Regaz caught my eye and approached me. A greatsword is very slow and has wide movements, so it isn't easy to take evasive actions during battle. Therefore, it is amazing that you are hunting without wearing armor. Regaz was good-looking, slim, and had ideal muscles. Due to the nature of his class, he was popular with women because he didn't wear any tops. In fact, when I looked closer at him, I saw that he was, in fact, very handsome. I felt like a squid standing next to him. I instinctively hated handsome people, so I replied bluntly, "It isn't a big deal." "Ho, it isn't a big deal. My expectations about your skills have increased. I would love to directly see your amazing abilities." Regaz said to the others, "This guy will also join the party." Originally, it was a party that had no limits on class or level. Some of the party members are below level 90, so I don't think there's a problem in accepting one more level 100 user. People still responded poorly, so Regaz added, "As you know, only level 170 or higher users can hit the Guardian of the Forest properly. Nevertheless, the reason why I gathered as many people as possible, without a level limit, is that people are needed to mark the golems constantly summoned by the Guardian of the Forest. The Guardian of the Forest will be dealt with by my 17 guild members, including Tobin and Vantner. We want people to tie up the feet of the crystal golems while we focus on the Guardian of the Forest. I think that Grid's skills are sufficient for our wishes. He wants to join the party, so I don't know why we should refuse. I can understand you doubting his actions, but why do you doubt people beforehand? The remarks of a strong person were reputable. Once Regaz spoke, the party members had an atmosphere like they would accept me into the party, but they had impure intentions. Let's see how well his control is. Watch him fighting. We will see if he's a braggart or not. He said that he fights with his armor off. Then he can't wear his armor on this raid. I will watch him closely. A party filled with intense hostility. This wasn't a Guardian of the Forest raid party, but a Grid raid party. I can't join this party. If I joined the party now, I would have to fight in front of them. As a level 3 player, I would surely die quickly and not even see the Guardian of the Forest, let alone see the blue orichalcum. It would also come with extra embarrassment involved. It's okay, I won't join the party. I stepped back, causing the middle-aged man to laugh. Were you just bluffing? An attitude that ignored people. But I didn't get angry because his words were true. I replied coldly, it isn't a good idea to join a party with people who don't trust me. Originally, party members should be able to trust each other with their backs. However, everyone here doubted me. The party members were forced to accept my words. Well, that is true. Come to think of it, we were so excited that we drove him to the other end. I agree. I didn't know if it was the truth, so I should have just stayed silent. That's right. Actually, weren't we the ones who committed the sin? I feel bad now. I didn't hold on to the party members any longer and left this place. Regaz followed me. What is it? My attitude was cold, but Regaz just asked for a handshake with a gentle smile. I hope to see you again next time, greatsword warrior who doesn't use armor. As a person who walks along the path of a martial artist, I am very interested in you. I didn't doubt that he was interested in me. I didn't think it was a bluff as I gazed into his honest eyes. I shook hands with him and thought, why is he so naive? He was a good person. If I had a chance someday, I would make him a friend that I could borrow money from. Then I'll see you again. Take money from him later. No, I owed him. Therefore, I said goodbye to Regaz with a big smile, headed straight to the smithy. I only had 3 gold and 11 silver. I had to make items and sell them to people in order to earn enough to use the carriage. Once I saved up enough money, I could buy some blue orichalcum ore and make failure. However, saving money was as hard as plucking the stars from the night skies. The moment I set foot in the smithy, the effect of mastering blacksmith's craftsmanship skill is activated. Blacksmith NPCs with craftsmanship skill beyond the intermediate level will treat you in a friendly manner. Pagma's Descendant class effect is activated. Blacksmith NPCs with advanced level craftsmanship skills will recognize and worship you. This was a hidden feature. It meant I could readily obtain the desired production methods from blacksmiths. Wow, the Pagma's Descendant class, the most I experienced it, the more I liked it. At first, I disliked it because it was a production class. However, it truly was a legendary class. I joyfully entered the smithy and found a blacksmith sweating in front of a hearth. I want to make and sell the most profitable item with the greatest demand. What is that item? Please give me a recommendation. I smiled brightly. I am Pagma's Descendant, someone who has mastered the blacksmith's craftsmanship skill. Feel appreciation towards me, worship me, and hand over the appropriate crafting method. But the next development went against my expectations. Instead of the worshipping, the blacksmith gazed at me with cold eyes. Bah, a kid wants to talk about this subject. I don't want to talk to a rude and incompetent person like you, so get out. This was an ordinary NPC's attitude towards level 1 users. He didn't recognize me. An intermediate or advanced blacksmith would instantly recognize me, but the blacksmith here didn't know me. It meant that he was a low-level blacksmith who hadn't even reached the intermediate level. I met a lousy person. I wanted to go to another blacksmith, but this was the only smithy in the village. I expected this to be easy due to the notification window, but it was in vain. I forgot how unlucky I was. Damn it, it couldn't be helped. I hurriedly changed my attitude and respectfully spoke to the blacksmith. You were so passionate about your work that I was afraid to disturb your concentration. Therefore, I wanted to quickly get to the point. Did I sound rude? If so, please forgive me. I see. You have learned strange manners. The blacksmith looked at me with interest. I stood as politely as possible, like a man engaged in a service job. I am Grid. I would like to learn how to make items. The blacksmith snorted. Bah, do you think anyone can learn how to make items? A child like you should start from firewood. No, not even. If you sincerely want to learn how to make items from me, you should go to the backyard and obtain firewood. You should be thankful that I am letting you do this. How expected from a lowly blacksmith. Did you say something just now? No, I was the one feeling regret now. The only person I could depend on in this village was a lowly blacksmith. If I was kicked out from here without learning how to make items, I would have to save money while doing restaurant chores or working in the fields until I gathered enough for the carriage. I'll chop the firewood. How much do I need? The blacksmith gave me an old axe and said, as much as you can. Chop firewood. Difficulty ease. Blacksmith Smith has given you an errand to chop firewood. If you can finish this task well, Smith will look upon you in a more favorable light. Quest clear conditions, 500 pieces of firewood. Quest reward, affinity with Smith plus 10, experience plus 10, 20 bronze. Quest failure, affinity with Smith 10. Wow, it's a normal quest window this time. After starting Asher's quest, I only received S-grade or SS-grade quests, so receiving a normal quest felt like my mind was cleansed. I need 20 experience until my next level up. If I complete this quest, my experience bar will fill up by half. There was no change in the amount of experience needed to level up from 3 or 1. The amount of experience needed for minus levels seemed to be 20 points. Other words, at the minus level, I could raise my level just by doing these miscellaneous quests. First of all, I need to escape from the minus level. I thought positive thoughts and headed to the backyard with the axe. After checking the trees piled up on one side, I looked at the axe in my hand. It was an old axe. Could this old axe be used to chop firewood? Rather, I'm worried that the axe will be shattered upon hitting the tree. He might be angry if I break his axe, so I have to be careful. I decided to use the legendary blacksmith's appraisal skill on the old axe. Appraisal: the blacksmith who becomes a legend that appraises items with an excellent discerning eye. If a hidden feature exists in the target item, it will be found. Smith's old axe. Rating: normal. Durability: 6/6, attack power 4/7. An axe that the blacksmith Smith has used since he was young. It was well made and is very old, but still cuts well. The durability is weak, so there is a danger that it will be destroyed. Weight: 40. No hidden functions exist. It was an ordinary axe, save for the fact that it was very old. I felt relief rather than disappointment that the item didn't have a hidden function. I had gone through so many incidents lately that I missed ordinary things. You have grasped the materials that make up Smith's old axe, the production method, and the intentions of its creator. Your understanding of Smith's old axe is now at 100. You can use Smith's old axe perfectly. You have learned how to make an axe. I got 100 understanding straight away. It seemed that items with low ratings could reach the maximum understanding just by using appraisal on them. Indeed, it would be funny if a legendary blacksmith looked at a normal axe and couldn't understand its production method. There are no conditions of use, so I don't think an increased understanding is useful. The advantage is that the axe production method is gained. Penalty would occur if I equipped an item that I didn't meet the conditions of. The understanding of an item was just a skill that played a role in reducing the penalty. Smith's old axe was an item that didn't have a usage penalty, so there were no advantages to the 100 understanding, except for the addition of the production method. I didn't feel much inspiration, but I placed the axe to one side and set up a log. I thought about spitting into my hands and rubbing them together like the old man in historical dramas. There is no need for physical power when chopping firewood. I just need to go along the grain. It was knowledge I picked up from somewhere, but I didn't know exactly what it meant by following the grain. It was simply knowledge that couldn't be applied. However, there was no need to worry. Couldn't I just cut the piece of wood like I would cut a monster with my greatsword? It is like using swordsmanship on a tree. I picked up the axe I had put aside. The moment I was about to chop the log, a solid black line was drawn near the center of the log. What is this? Strange. I watched it for a moment before putting the axe down, watching the black line disappear like it was a lie. I picked up the axe again. The black line soon reappeared. It felt like the axe was telling me to hit the black line. This is the effect of 100 understanding. It was a possible interpretation, but I couldn't be sure. I avoided the black line and hit the middle of the log with the axe. Biak. Although I struck down with all my might, the axe failed and stopped halfway through the log. Chopping it in one go had failed. A notification window popped up stating that the durability of the axe had decreased by 1. This humiliation. I couldn't even chop firewood. I was useless here as well. I felt frustrated as I barely managed to pull out the axe stuck in the log. Then I threw the half-split piece of wood to the side and picked up a new log. This time, I gazed at the black line and swung the axe. T-tock. The moment the axe touched the solid line, a light sound was made and an exhilarating feeling could be felt. The log was split in half without any resistance. Oh, I was forced to admire the effect of understanding the item, finally realizing the importance of understanding. This is what it meant by handling the item perfectly. The benefit of increasing item understanding isn't just reducing the penalties or learning how to make the item. There was an expression about treating items as another limb. If I raised a sword's understanding to 100, I could use that sword like it was my own limb. Item understanding could be thought to have the same type of concept as weapons mastery. If I raised the understanding of items I created to 100. Invincible. I had played the game for over a year, but now there was the possibility of entering the rankings. Okay, earn money quickly and pay off my debt. Then I will become a ranker with the power of items. Once I became a ranker, I would receive a staggering amount of requests from various media. I could become a rich person just from the TV performance fees. It came with bonus popularity and fame. No one could ignore me anymore, and I would be able to gain the heart of my first love, Ahyung. My motivation shot upwards. Hey, hat hat hap, t-talk, 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 t-tatadak. I didn't rest as I chopped firewood for 2 hours. I couldn't stop because the feeling of success was so thrilling, but the pleasure only lasted for a while. As my level was 3, my poor stamina quickly ran out. My sense of hunger came quickly after. I started getting tired at around the 150th piece of firewood. My breathing became arduous and pained. Should I take a break and rest? No, I wouldn't. The 3 months I spent on Asher's quest was exceptionally painful and difficult, but I pressed on without giving up. I had experienced such a thing, so I couldn't take a break while chopping firewood. This exhaustion was nothing compared to everything I experienced before. This isn't hard work. Don't rest. Finish quickly and proceed to the next quest. I will level up and make money. I grit my teeth and kept on chopping the firewood. Once I finished my 280th piece of firewood, my hunger became worse and I started to become dizzy. However, I didn't stop. I wouldn't be me if I gave up at this point. Since childhood, I had never been good at anything. I wasn't smart, wasn't handsome, and my personality wasn't good. I wasn't even good at sports or exercising. I didn't have a special talent in a single field. I had no abilities, felt severe jealousy towards others, and made excuses. I couldn't deny that I was a bad representation of the human race. However, the reason I was able to build amicable relationships in high school was through my persistence. I wasn't very smart. I needed to study several times more than others just to maintain a normal grade. My personality was bad. I often put on a charade that was just as good as the politicians. I wasn't good at exercising. During PE, I was able to play soccer with others because I tried diligently. Anyway, persistence was my strong point. Level, money. I was caught by this obsession and didn't stop moving my axe. I had just chopped the 460th piece of firewood when suddenly, a notification window popped up. Persistence stat has been opened. Surprisingly, it was a new stat. I immediately checked the stat. Persistence. You never give up even in the face of a difficult task. You won't get tired easily. The possession's weight limit has increased. The feeling of satiation will last for a long time. The higher the number, the higher the effect. Stat points can't be distributed to this stat. Every time 10 points are gained in this stat, the indomitable stat will increase by 1 point. Wow, I wouldn't tire easily, my weight limit would increase, and satiety would last for a long time. It was truly fantastic. Furthermore, my indomitable stat would go up by 1 with every 10 points in persistence. I have to be persistent to raise this stat. I felt some doubt as I returned to chopping the firewood. I showed a lot more persistence when completing Asher's quest. Why wasn't the persistence stat created until now? I could only think of it as the difference between a normal rank class and a legendary rank class. It might be the same actions and same effort, but the stat growth rate of a legendary class is higher than a normal class. Once I discovered the new benefits of the legendary class, I forgot all of my fatigue and started to chop the firewood with more determination. T-talk, T-talk. As the number of firewood increased, I developed the knack of hitting the firewood. Despite hitting along the grain, the durability of the axe decreased by 1 point every 200 pieces of firewood. However, at a certain point, it no longer decreased and the speed of my chopping accelerated. By the time I finished 1,000 pieces of firewood, I had 4 points in the persistence stat. You haven't consumed food in a long time, so all stats have dropped by half. It is easier to become affected by an abnormal state. If you continue to starve, your health will gradually decline. It was a close call. I was lying breathless on the ground. Pant, pant. My knees were weak and my arms were heavy. My whole body was screaming in pain, making it hard to move. Despite the compensation from the persistence stat, my 3-level stamina was still poor. I had chopped firewood for only 6 hours, but I was exhausted. I ate the bread and water that I took out of my inventory and looked towards the east where the gray forest was located. The raid party should have arrived at the guardian of the forest by now. It is good that I didn't join the party. I would have been disgraced if I joined. With my 3-level stamina, I wouldn't even have been able to follow the movement speed of the other party members. How embarrassing would it have been if I died from exhaustion, not by a monster? I shook my head as I recalled my premature attempt to join the party. When I think about it, I don't even know the drop rate of blue orichalcum. My thinking was too simple when I tried to join the party. I should think and act more carefully. It felt like I had a small amount of mental growth. After a while, I barely recovered and returned to Smith's smithy. I finished chopping the firewood. I did as much as possible and managed to obtain 1,000 pieces. What? Smith burst out, Puhahahat. A newbie like you chopped 1,000 pieces of firewood in 6 hours. You aren't just a newbie, but a liar as well. Are you trying to deceive me? He laughed like it was funny and glared at me. Is this person bipolar? I pointed towards Smith's backyard. Isn't it too much to lie that I chopped 1,000 firewood in 6 hours? If you don't believe me, why don't you go and check it directly? You don't have to tell me that. If you cheat me, I'll kick you out of here straight away. I followed Smith towards the backyard. After a few moments, Smith's mouth dropped open as he saw the 1,000 firewood piled up on one side. How is this possible? How can someone like you cut 1,000 pieces of firewood so quickly? They're all so perfect. No, the amount of time isn't the problem. You don't have the stamina to chop 1,000 pieces of firewood. Tell me honestly, where did all this firewood come from? Did it come from Van's carpenter's store? Or did you buy it from the woodcutter who lives in the mountains? Foolish guy, I asked you to chop the firewood yourself. What? Why are you framing someone? These are my own logs of firewood. Ridiculous, it can't be. Was this person senile? Why didn't he believe me? I picked up the axe. Smith flinched and stepped back as he saw it in my hands. I set up a log. T-talk. My woodcutting technique had reached the peak after chopping 1,000 logs of firewood. As soon as the axe met the wood, a clear sound was heard. It was a thrilling sound that rang through the smithy. Smith marveled at the sound and then looked surprised when he saw the log split neatly in two. After staring blankly, he nodded and opened his mouth. I thought you were an ordinary newbie, but you've actually worked for a long time in woodworking. No, then you're a woodcutter. No, I reached out a hand towards Smith, who was talking nonsense. First, give me the compensation. Yes, the work is better than I expected, so I will give you more compensation than I promised. Doubt could still be seen in Smith's eyes, but he pulled out 40 coins. At that moment, the quest completion notification window stated that I received 15 experience points. The way that Smith gazed at me also changed considerably. Before, he had looked at me like a cockroach, and now I was like a mud on the streets. I was proud. I had felt helpless in the successive S and SS grade quests, so completing a normal quest after a long time gave me a sense of accomplishment. As I was bathing in the afterglow, Smith gave me a pickaxe. If you climb the mountain, there will be a mine. Gather iron ore from there. How much? As much as possible. Mine iron ore. Difficulty ease. Blacksmith Smith is suspicious of you. He keeps looking and looking, but Smith can't understand why you are better at chopping firewood than him. Smith has greatly increased the difficulty of the task in order to assess you properly. Quest clear conditions, 80 pieces of iron ore. Quest reward, affinity with Smith plus 30, experience plus 55, 20 bronze. Quest failure, affinity with Smith 30, 55 experience. If I cleared the quest, I would go up 3 levels at once and finally get rid of the minus level. I was happy. No, wait. Other people start at level 1, while I'm glad about reaching level 0. I felt strange as I accepted the quest. I'm going now. I placed strength in the hand holding the pickaxe. I had a huge passive skill that was understanding items. If I took advantage of this, the mining job would be done without difficulty. I left the smithy without delay. As I headed to a small mountain in the back of the village, I asked a child passing by, "Kid, do any monsters emerge on that mountain?" Was he 8 years old? The kid with the runny nose shrugged and replied, "Are you really asking that question? How can there be monsters on a mountain attached to the village? My dad says that the Lord's soldiers patrol this area for our safety, so you don't have to be a shivering coward, traveler." See coward, me? The spiteful expression and nasty tone. A nasty kid who provoked the urge to punish him. As I prepared to rub my fist on the child's head, I saw a big man, probably the child's father, approaching. The man looked between me and the boy with a disapproving expression. "Boy, why are you hanging around that traveler? He looks stupid, so don't associate with him." Yes, I only replied to him because he looked so pathetic and frustrated. My son had to go through a lot of trouble. By the way, how did a traveler like that come to our village? Our village isn't a place that lazy people can enter. That's right. But he asked me a question and I didn't want to be rude. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. Then let's go to eat. Your mother is waiting. Yes, father. The father and kid walked away. Damn it, now I was being ignored by a kid. It is too much. The NPC's attitude towards me was disturbing. During the level 110 beginner days, the NPCs didn't show a favorable opinion towards users, but they still taught us and helped us grow. However, they unconditionally ignored me now that I was a minus level. They felt irritated just making eye contact with me. My reputation might have increased by 500 in exchange for discovering Pagma's rare book, as well as the dignity stat after changing classes, but the minus level itself seemed to have the worst affinity with NPCs. Then Doran was a really nice person. I preferred an NPC like Doran, who mistook me for a high level. He forced me to accept the quest, but at least he didn't ignore me. When I think of Doran, I'm reminded of Doran's ring. I still mourned the thought of the loss of Doran's ring. I gazed at the sky for a moment and soothed my mind. I checked my status window before moving to the mountains. Name, grid. Level 3, 1520. Class Pagma's descendant. The probability of adding additional options when making items will increase. The probability of item enhancement will increase. All equipment items can be worn unconditionally. However, there is a penalty depending on the rating of the item. Title, one who became a legend. Abnormal conditions don't work well on you. You won't die when health is at the minimum. Easily acknowledged. Health, 34 mana, 3. Strength, 1 plus 5 stamina, 1 agility, 1 intelligence, 1. Dexterity, 1 persistence, 4. Composure, 1 indomitable, 1 dignity, 1 insight, 1. Stat points, 0. Weight, 3075, 200. The weight limit exceeds 200, so movement speed is reduced by 100. The body is heavy and cannot exert any power properly. The probability of receiving the weakened state has become really high. It will take a while to climb the mountain with this slow pace. My pace was too slow, despite accelerating at full speed. I wanted to leave all of the items at the warehouse, but there was nothing free in this world. In order to use the warehouse, I had to pay a considerable amount of money. I can't afford to spend my money on a warehouse when I am desperately needing a carriage. Money was money, but there was also the expectation that the act of enduring the slow pace would have an impact on my persistence stat. Okay, let's just go. I headed towards the mountain at a slow pace. The distance between the smithy and the mountain wasn't far. Would it take around 30 minutes with the average speed of an adult male, but my movement speed fell by a huge 100. It took me 1 hour to arrive at the base of the mountain. Phew, I was tired, despite walking even more slowly than others. It was amazing how creatures like turtles and slugs could live with their slow movement speed. After 3 hours, pant, I was barely able to climb to the middle of the mountain. The mountain path was well constructed and the slope wasn't steep, but it took me this long to arrive at the end of the path. It was now dark. I just need to go a little further. The light from the entrance of the mine wasn't far away, but it wasn't easy to reach. My poor stamina was already depleted. Shit. I didn't want to delay arriving at my destination. I barely suppressed my desire to rest and struggled to move on. One step, another step. Each step was filled with a heavy weight. It felt like I was walking in deep water while wearing thick cotton clothes. But I went forward. The moment I arrived at the mine, your persistence has risen, as I expected. I laughed as I looked at my rising stat. It felt like I recovered from my tired spirit instantly. While I couldn't raise these stats through leveling up, the ones that grew through certain behaviors gave me a tremendous sense of accomplishment and pleasure, like a drug. It seemed like I would never be able to stop grinding stats for the rest of my life. I entered the mine and literally sat down with joy. I took a break and consumed bread and water, then my stamina slowly recovered. Then shall I start? Appraisal. After judging that I had rested enough, I took out the pickaxe and used the legendary blacksmith's appraisal skill, Smith's Pickaxe. Rating normal. Durability 1919, attack power 7-9. A pickaxe used by the blacksmith, Smith. It was used by Smith to build up his skills. Weight 40. A hidden function doesn't exist. You have grasped the materials that make up Smith's pickaxe, the production method, and the intentions of its creator. Your understanding of Smith's pickaxe is now at 100. You can use Smith's pickaxe perfectly. You have learned how to make a pickaxe. I received a great stimulus after reading the description of the pickaxe. That old man mined 120 iron ores in one day. I received a quest to mine 80 iron ores. There was no time limit. Yes, it would take a few days to gather the 80 iron ores needed to complete the quest, but I couldn't relax after finding out that Smith obtained 120 iron ores in one day. I am going to obtain 200 pieces in one day and then make that old man recognize me. I looked around the mine with the pickaxe in my hand. Red dots glittered all over the walls. I am supposed to hit those spots. As I moved to one red dot, the miners resting on the side discovered me. Hey newbie, why are you holding a pickaxe in your hand? Surely you aren't trying to mine. I am what? Puhahat. The miners laughed. Some of them rolled across the floor with tears in their eyes. Another person frowned and said, cut it out. A newbie like you can swing all day and not even obtain a single iron ore. The others agreed. You should be glad if you don't break your wrist. You're saying this because we are worried, so just go home. New, bye, yes, laugh now. I didn't respond to them. I would show them with my actions. Kang, iron ore has been acquired. The iron ore emerged after I hit the red dot 3 or 4 times. The miners were amazed at the sight. Ah no, how can he do it so easily? Hey, it's just a coincidence. Kang, iron ore has been acquired. Wow, what that guy? Why is he so good when he looks so incompetent? Fools, that isn't his skill. The pickaxe is special. One of the whispering miners approached me before reaching out and saying, that pickaxe, can I try it? Did they think I was mining using the power of an item because they couldn't recognize my skills? I wanted to see the expressions of the miners change when they realized that my pickaxe was ordinary, so I handed the pickaxe to the miner. Look carefully. I'll prove that this pickaxe isn't an ordinary one. The miner declared and wielded the pickaxe with confidence. Kakang, kang, pant. It's just an ordinary pickaxe, the miner said awkwardly after repeating the swing of the pickaxe many times and only obtaining 1 iron ore. The miners who saw it were agitated. Then he is good at mining. We shouldn't judge people by their appearance. Anyway, it's time for us to leave. Let's head down. The miners ignored me and left the mine. They didn't apologize for their mistake and or acknowledge my skills. Anyway, I started the full-scale mining work. Iron ore has been acquired. It's really easy. The 100 understanding corrected my pickaxe swinging posture and accurately pinpointed the position I needed to hit. It felt like I could gather 200-300 iron ores. But that confidence only lasted a short moment. I became exhausted after a while. The act of hitting a wall in a semi-enclosed space consumed more stamina than chopping firewood. Pant, this damned. My breathing worsened when I obtained the 26th iron ore. My waist and arms started twitching. My level 3 body was screaming at me to take a break, but I couldn't rest. It was because my desire to raise my level quickly was greater than my desire to rest. After adjusting my breathing, I straightened my posture and swung the pickaxe again. Kakang. By the time I extracted the 41st iron ore, the sensations from my wrist and waist started to disappear. Sweat poured like rain down my body. My legs weakened by I persisted in swinging the pickaxe. I couldn't see the sky when I raised my head, only the stifling ceiling. I wanted to rest, but I wanted to earn money by learning how to make items quickly. My hands trembled as I moved my pickaxe. Cacking kajajak, pant, pant. Ah, I'm dying. Once it was the 59th piece of iron ore, my vision became blurry from fatigue. My muscles screamed. My shaking hands couldn't hold the pickaxe tightly. I soothed my hunger with bread and water and persisted. This was my limit. Right now I wanted to throw the pickaxe in my hand away, but I actually gripped the pickaxe tighter. I won't give up because of this. My job is labor. Yura at. Kakang. I was debt-ridden because of the game. I was a loser in reality. One day I heard from a friend that my high school alumni ignored me and ridiculed me. It was bitter because I knew that the friend who delivered the news had acted the same as the alumni. My friends from the army and university. I hadn't been in touch with them for a long time. I was contacted 4 months ago by an army buddy. He was working for a multi-level pyramid scheme company and was willing to offer me a job. It was easy to see who disregarded me. I didn't bother speaking to them to change their opinion. If I told them that I was crazy about a game, they would just look at me like I was pathetic. I was so embarrassed about my pathetic self that I couldn't go to the second reunion. However, it was the only way to meet my first love, Ahyung, so I attended an alumni meeting when I was on vacation from the army. There was nothing pleasing about what happened. I was only able to forget about reality and find stability when I logged into Satisfy, but that was a while ago. Now Satisfy was no different from the real world. Even the NPCs were ignoring me. This wasn't the real world. I needed to grow as quickly as possible. I would raise my level, earn money, and escape my debt. Then I would become a ranker. Then, like cats not long ago, I would be interviewed on TV. I was Pagma's descendant, the epic classes that made 2 billion users astonished. They were nothing in front of the legendary class. I will show the world. Kaang, iron ore has been acquired. I must succeed. Due to the debt, I was doing labor work every day. Then I would tell all those who ignored me. I wouldn't ignore the abuse again. In fact, you lot weren't that great either. My pickaxe moved again. My persistent stats steadily grew. As I became more and more familiar with the mining technique, the speed that the durability decreased slowed. Before I knew it, the bright morning sun shone. The miners who came to work were amazed to see me. Did that guy work all night? Unlike how he looks, he has enormous stamina. No, how is his mental state still fine? What an amazing guy. Hyok, look at the amount of iron ore. Has he broken Smith's record? Aish, how can he break Smith's record? I honestly admit that he is doing well, but hey, hasn't his mining skill improved overnight? During that day, I fell into a critical state several times and minimized the amount of time spent mining. I experienced dangerous situations and almost died several times while mining, but was able to pass the crisis and got 170 iron ore by lunchtime. Despite it being less than my target of 200 iron ores, I couldn't continue any longer because my water ran out. Stagger. The miners watched as I left the mine with barely any strength left. This person, great, I have to admit it. I apologize for what I said yesterday and for ignoring you. Please forgive me for my rudeness. You will surely be a great miner. No, with this great spirit, you will succeed in whatever you want to do. The miners who ignored me yesterday now acknowledged me. Being acknowledged by someone, it was a valuable experience that I only had a few times in my life. I was proud, even if the other people were NPCs. I descended the mountain with lighter steps. Overnight, my persistent stat had risen to 16 points. My stamina also rose, so I was able to descend the mountain without becoming tired. I dragged the heavy sack of iron ores towards the smithy. It felt like the gazes of the villages had significantly changed. The miners had spread my story through the village. I'm sorry for yesterday, miner. The kid from yesterday had a complete 180-degree change in attitude as he apologized to me. His father also smiled at me. My level was still minus. However, the attitude of the miners and people who ignored me suddenly changed in a day. It seemed that the easily acknowledged characteristic of my title was applied. I feel good. The world of Satisfy, which had grown similar to reality after I became a minus level, now felt like a haven again. I smiled and gave the boy a light pat. Shortly afterwards, I arrived at the smithy. He already heard. Smith had a stunned expression as I handed him the bag containing 170 iron ore. How is it? Can you still call me a newbie? Haha. Smith checked the number and condition of the iron ores, then shook his head with a thrilled expression. No, you're a great person, not a newbie. You have great talent and will grow to be a great person by overcoming any hardships. Smith asked me for a handshake. I willingly shook hands with Smith. Smith smiled warmly and continued, you were very good. You also broke my mining record, which no one else has done. I will give you twice the promised reward. There was a notification information me of the quest's success. Then the rewards started coming in. Reputation in Barren Village has increased by 200. 1. Affinity with Smith has risen to 60. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. You are now level 1. Your stats, which were fixed to a minimum due to the minus level penalty, have been restored to their normal state. The basic stats of Pagma's descendant have been applied. Finally, this is the start. You are now level 1. Your stats, which were fixed to a minimum due to the minus level penalty, have been restored to their normal state. The basic stats of Pagma's descendant have been applied. These were phrases that made my heart pound in anticipation. Dugun Dugun, my heart was beating so fast, it found like the sound was coming up to my ears. I was extremely excited and hurriedly opened the status window. Name, grid. Level 145, 100. Class Pagma's descendant. The probability of adding additional options when making items will increase. The probability of item enhancement will increase. All equipment items can be worn unconditionally. However, there will be a penalty depending on the rating of the item. Title, one who became a legend. Abnormal conditions don't work well on you. You won't die when health is at the minimum. Easily acknowledged. Health, 280 mana, 75. Strength, 20 plus 5 stamina, 18 agility, 12 intelligence, 25. Dexterity, 50 persistence, 16. Composure, 10 indomitable, 11 dignity, 10 insight, 10. Stat points, 40. Weights, 3030, 820. The weight limit exceeds 200, so movement speed is reduced by 100. The body is heavy and cannot exert any power properly. The probability of receiving the weakened state has become really high. A dream? Was it a dream? I didn't panic. If I were in reality, I would have pinched myself. However, I just calmly logged out of the game. I lay in the capsule in my room and stared for a few moments. I was sleeping without knowing it. This was a good possibility because I didn't have the capsule switched to sleep mode. I went to the bathroom to resolve my bodily needs, poured cold water over my head, and returned to the capsule. I logged in again. Just like in my dream, I was standing in the smithy. Was it not a dream? No, I shouldn't anticipate anything. If an unlucky person like me started expecting things, the wounds on my heart would also grow. I opened the status window without any inspiration and literally froze. An amazing jackpot. There were no changes to the contents of the status window. It wasn't a dream. My heart started beating quickly again. Wow, the basic stats of a level 1 character were 6 strength, 7 stamina, 4 agility, and 5 intelligence. In other words, the total number of stats for a level 1 character was 22 points. However, the basic stats of Pagma's descendant added up to 165 points in total. In addition, there were the 16 points in persistence that I grew as well as 1 point in indomitable, making a huge total of 182 points. Using simple calculations, my stats were higher than level 15 users, which meant that I had an overwhelming advantage. I realized the greatness of a legendary profession. Besides, these are just the basic stats, but I paid attention to the extra 40 stat points I had. Why was I given stat points? Stat points were increased by 10 points every time someone gained a level, so I should have 0 points at level 1. Therefore, I pondered upon the reason why I was given 40 points. There were many theories, but there was only one hypothesis that was persuasive. Perhaps, are stat points obtained every time you level up, even at the minus level. I was level 3 and leveled up 4 times in order to reach level 1. This was the only reason I could think of for the 40 stat points. I rubbed my eyes, but the 40 stat points didn't disappear. I was so thrilled that I started shaking. My experience in the minus level wasn't in vain. All of my struggles were meaningful. Maybe I wasn't as unlucky as I thought was. Cuck, cuck. Was there a language in this world that could express this joy? I could only laugh. Pew-ha-ha-ha-ha. The sound of my laughter was proportional to my joy. The people in the smithy left as I laughed so loudly that my belly hurt. However, I just couldn't stop. After a while, Puha, Smith stared at me as I laughed through the pain and raised his thumb. This is a hero's excited laugh. You are such an outstanding figure that I don't know how I mistook your identity yesterday. My vision was lacking. I am ashamed and embarrassed. I laughed like a madman, but he still saw me as a hero. This meant that Smith's affinity with me was at the maximum. While it was true that I had escaped from the minus level, raised my affinity with 2 quests, and earned a reputation in Barren Village of over 200, Smith's attitude towards me was still overly flattering. Even if my title has the attribute of being easily acknowledged, I met Smith's eyes, causing him to lower his gaze. This was the attitude of a student in the presence of his master. Is this the effect of the dignity stat? It's only at 10 points at the moment, but is it already having an effect? It was possible, considering that Smith's level wasn't very high. It might be different with high-ranking NPCs. However, dignity seems to have an effect on normal NPCs, even with the number of points in it isn't high. I never imagined that his attitude would change so much in a day. It was an excitement beyond my current excitement. First, let's calm down. Let's calm down and try to figure out how the stat points work. I worried about it for a moment. Over the past few days, hadn't I acted in an impromptu manner without thinking deeply? Now that the situation was getting better, I needed to be more cautious. It felt like numerous threads were tangled in front of me that could be ruined with my rash behavior. I already have a lot of stats at level 1, so there is absolutely no reason to distribute my stat points hastily. I thought about the most important thing to me right now. It was money. Yes, money. I needed to make enough money in order to pay for the carriage to move between villages. Smith flinched as I suddenly shouted. I cut straight to the point. Didn't I say it when I first visited your smithy? I want to make and sell high-demand items that will make me as much profit as possible. What is the most appropriate item? Smith pointed to a place where arrows were displayed. This one, an arrow. Unlike other equipment, arrows were consumables, so the price of it was naturally cheaper. No matter how profitable it was, if the sale price was low, it meant that I had to sell a lot of volume. My spirit deflated. Smith read my expression and explained, this isn't an ordinary arrow. It is a special arrow made by mixing a small amount of Jaffa with steel, allowing it to ignore some of the enemy's defense and cause damage. Ignore defense. For archers who participated in the Guardian of the Forest raids, these arrows were essential. No, even if it were for players not participating in the raid, the demand would be high considering there were many golems living in the Grey Forest. Jaffa. Smith saw that I was interested and brought out a light purple mineral from the warehouse. Jaffa is a mineral with a low oxygen content, making it easy to smelt, and is remarkably superior to iron. Its weakness is its durability and strength, making it unsuitable to create weapons with Jaffa. However, when mixed with steel, the durability increases and the penetration power is maximized. It is normal for cavalry troops to be armed with Jaffa-tipped spears. It must be expensive. It is 2 gold per kilogram. Even top-tier iron ore is just cheap stone in front of Jaffa. Expensive? Then how can you produce dozens of Jaffa arrows? No, it isn't expensive. Only a small amount of Jaffa is needed to create the arrow. The production cost of a single Jaffa arrow is 3 silver, but the sales price is fixed at 6 silver. It is double the profit. In addition, this village has a high demand for Jaffa arrows. How about it? Do you want to learn how to make it? If this were yesterday, I would have nodded since I could gain a quick understanding through the appraisal skill. But I wasn't the same. After receiving a recommendation for a suitable item, I needed to learn how to make it myself. Show me the arrow for a moment. Smith handed me the arrow and I used the appraisal skill, Jaffa arrow. Rating normal. Attack power 2026. An arrow made by mixing a small amount of Jaffa with steel. Due to the effect of combining Jaffa with steel, it has extremely high penetration and ignores some of the enemy's defense. Weight 0.1. A hidden function doesn't exist. You have grasped the Jaffa arrow's material composition, production method, and intentions of its creator. Your understanding of the Jaffa arrow is now at 89. You will be able to use the Jaffa arrow skillfully. Unfortunately, I couldn't reach 100 understanding after using appraisal on the Jaffa arrow. Therefore, the production method wasn't added. This arrow. Smith looked at me staring at the arrow and asked again, do you want to learn how to make the Jaffa arrow? If I use the item disassembly skill, I might be able to raise the remaining 11. But 1 arrow is 6 silver. I would need to pay 6 silver if I wanted to disassemble it. I couldn't afford that type of luxury. It isn't too bad to learn how to make it on my own. I nodded in agreement. I will learn how to make it. Smith was happy. I thought so. First, shall we learn how to smelt the mineral? Smith began with the structure of the old furnace commonly used by all blacksmiths in Satisfy, explaining in detail the elements necessary for the smelting process and the principles behind the process. Blacksmith jargon and chemical terms sometimes popped up, but I didn't feel confused. While Satisfy pursued realism, it was still a game, so the barrier wasn't set high in order to allow more people to enjoy it. The blacksmith knowledge required by Satisfy was as easy to understand as the other classes. In addition, I came prepared. I had been unable to connect after receiving a penalty for dying twice in one day, so I used the spare time to research blacksmithing. Smith's lecture wasn't much different from the smelting method I read about. Thus, it was easier to understand. I realized the effect of preparation and review. It was fortunate that one of my friends from middle school had taught me the preparation and review method, but that guy wasn't able to escape the second place ranking all through high school. He was a pitiful guy who maintained his second rank in high school, never being able to cross the wall of a classmate who claimed to only study in class. On the day the results of the second semester final examinations were released, I was able to understand the feelings of my friend who stood on the rooftop and yelled, "Why did a genius have to be born in the same year as me?" There were many talented people that I could never catch up to, no matter how hard I tried. But now things are different. I got a legendary class. This time I would be the outstanding person. I would achieve as much as possible. I smiled as Smith finished the lecture. Is it difficult to understand with just words? If so, then I will demonstrate it for you. Smith poured in a certain ratio of iron, coke, and limestone before starting the blast furnace. The fuel coke, not the drink. As Smith's face and upper body became soaked with sweat, He controlled the hot wind coming from the bottom of the furnace and started burning the coke. At this point, the iron ore was gradually turned into molten iron due to Smith's reduction interactions. The limestone reacted by separating the iron and into impurities to form slag. Smith alternated between filtering out the slag and maintaining the heat. The black debris gradually disappeared through holes at the bottom of the furnace, while the molten iron became increasingly orange. When the iron solidified, it would become pig iron. Pig iron was very hard and brittle because it contained a lot of carbon. It wasn't suitable for the crafting of weapons. In order to make it suitable for weaponsmithing, it was necessary to reduce the carbon content through a process called steelmaking. Smith, who was quietly immersed in his task, asked, "Do you understand what smelting is now?" I nodded, and Smith sent me a satisfied expression. "Now that you've seen it, Jaffa is easy to smelt. The Jaffa ores have fewer impurities and a lower melting point, making it easier to refine than iron ore. The ratio of Jaffa to coke to limestone is 1224. Mineral smelting. Difficulty ease. Mineral smelting is the basis of production. Smith gives this job to you, who is dreaming of becoming a blacksmith. Quest clear conditions, succeed in smelting the Jaffa ore. Quest reward, affinity with Smith plus 30, experience plus 80, 300 G of smelted Jaffa. Quest failure, it isn't easy to perfectly smelt minerals in the beginning. Smith will understand if you fail. There was no reason to refuse. I accepted the quest. Smith prepared the furnace for me and added, "Don't be bothered if you fail. It might have looked easy as you watched me smelt it, but in reality, it's actually quite hard." I placed the ingredients in the furnace and put my feet on the bellows. At that moment, a translucent arrow appeared and pointed to one side of the bellows. Is this the class compensation effect? I placed my foot exactly where the arrow pointed. The arrow pointed in another direction, where I aimed the bellows at. The arrow repeatedly blinked, giving me the appropriate tempo. In the end, I managed to heat up the furnace in 5 minutes, unlike Smith, who barely managed it in 10 minutes. Then a notification window popped up. You can sense the temperature due to the rapid changes in ambient temperature. 30 degrees, 31 degrees, 31.5 degrees, 32. The strange yet unwelcome voice was heard in my mind. Pagma's descendant is sensitive to changes in temperature. If there is a furnace in the vicinity, you can accurately measure the temperature inside the furnace. I placed my hand over the furnace. 700 degrees, 720 degrees, 740. The constantly rising temperature was displayed in the continuously updating notification window, 1000 degrees. Iron ore was said to be suitable for smelting between temperatures of 1150 to 1250 degrees Celsius, but Jaffa was suitable at around 950 to 1000 degrees. As soon as the notification window read 1000 degrees, I no longer needed to put effort into increasing the temperature. The Jaffa slowly melted down. Compared to iron ore, Jaffa had a lower concentration of impurities, so its orange glow was strong from the beginning. I immersed myself in filtering out the impurities. The translucent arrow told me the direction to move the metal pipes, so I was able to do it more quickly and accurately than Smith. Smith, who was concerned about whether I was doing well or not, became shocked as he checked my work. Heok, cough, cough, cough. Smith was so surprised that he had trouble breathing. After a while, Smith barely regained stability and asked me in a trembling voice, "How are you so skilled at smelting?" His complexion was so pale that I was worried the old man might fall down. "Do you have experience smelting? This wasn't your first time." "It is my first time smelting." Smith looked like he saw a ghost. It is really ridiculous. This is a talent that can't be represented. A person with no experience is better than his teacher. It's like I'm dreaming. Are you the reincarnation of Pagma? The term reincarnation of Pagma was the common term of praise for especially talented blacksmiths. It was usually the best praise. Any blacksmith would explode with joy if they heard that they were Pagma's reincarnation. However, I was different. I'm not a reincarnation, but a descendant. In the meantime, the high-purity molten Jaffa was completed. Quest success. Smith smiled warmly and said, "Absolutely wonderful. You are a great friend. Affinity with Smith has risen by 30. Experience has risen by 80. Your level has risen. Good, level 2. There was no greater joy than an easy level up. At one time, I was level 80. Now I was delighted at just reaching level 2. I was very worried about what would happen when my level reached the double digits. Bring it here." Smith poured the molten Jaffa into the molten iron, mixing the two metals at a ratio of 112. Of course, this meant that for every single part of Jaffa, there were 12 parts of iron. Smith placed the mixture in the furnace and started to heat it up again. He didn't forget to mix it together. He mixed it a total of 6 times before finishing the process by pouring the molten solution into a mold that he had prepared. We would have to wait 40 minutes for the molten solution to harden inside the mold. Meanwhile, Smith handed me some Jaffa that had already been completed. "This is the first time you've smelted metal, so I will give this to you as a memento. 3. One piece of Jaffa weighed around 700 grams to 1 kilogram. 300 grams of Jaffa were worth 1 gold, so it was a considerable reward for an E-grade quest. Smith, this person is really great. I was liking this blacksmith more and more. Smith approached with a big hammer and started hitting the mold that the molten solution was poured into. In the mold, the hardened molten iron appeared in the shape of a thick wire. Smith picked up the wire and placed it to one side, where there was another, smaller mold. He placed the wire on the mold and started hammering. After that was done, he used a grindstone to sharpen the edge. After some careful work, a typical arrowhead with a sharp end was completed. Although it was thick and heavy, the end was very sharp and could penetrate armor with no difficulty. The completed Jaffa arrowhead was then secured to a pre-created arrow shaft. I watched the whole process from beginning to end, then a new notification window popped up. Your understanding of the Jaffa arrow is now at 100. You will be able to use the Jaffa arrow perfectly. You have learned how to make the Jaffa arrow. Smith asked me, how is it? Can you make it? Yes, Smith laughed heartily, answering without hesitation. What great confidence. Like any weapon, particularly in arrows, balance is important. You need to balance the feathers, the arrowhead, and the shaft. If the arrows are even a little bit out of balance, they won't be able to fly as far as they can possibly go. It is very delicate work. Even so, can you really make it? Despite only watching the production process once, I can do it. Ho, then I will trust you again. Create a Jaffa arrow. Difficulty D. The process of mixing two metals is never easy. It requires delicacy to make an arrow. For this reason, it is hard for novice blacksmiths to create a Jaffa arrow, but Smith trusts you and leaves you with the expensive materials. Quest clear conditions, produce 100 Jaffa arrows. Quest reward, affinity with Smith max, experience plus 350 Jaffa arrows. Quest failure, Smith's disappointment. If the client is disappointed, you won't be assigned any new missions for a period of time. I appreciate the courtesy, but I will make the shafts myself. I returned the 100 arrow shafts, but Smith couldn't understand my actions. Why bother? If it is because you feel burdened, there is no need to worry. Tusk, so this was why he was just a beginner blacksmith. No, I can't. Oh, so you will use this opportunity to learn how to make the shafts properly. Smith shrugged and gave me some sturdy branches and good quality feathers. I was so focused on the smelting and making of the arrowhead that I didn't tell you how to make the shaft. I'll teach you how to make the shaft now. There were limits to how much a beginner blacksmith could teach me. I told him I would take care of it and pulled out a thick booklet from my inventory. The title was List of Items Production Methods. When I opened the book, I saw that 4 things were listed in the table of contents. They were the production methods of an axe, a pickaxe, the Jaffa arrow, and failure. It might be empty and simple now, but there will a day when this List of Items Production Methods book will be filled up. I opened the page on how to make a Jaffa arrow and read it. The method of making the shaft was described in detail, complete with pictures and text. I read it and read it again for a while before closing the book. Okay, I can do it. I was a little tense since it was my first time making an item. No, I was more excited than tense. I started making the arrow shaft. First of all, I straightened the branches into a straight line. The badly bent branches were lightly seared and then straightened. I cut the branches to a regular length and cut the top a U-shaped groove where the arrow would be placed against the bowstring of the shaft. Then I finished by pasting on feathers. 1, 2, 3. As the number of completed shafts increased, my proficiency steadily grew. It was a great effect as it combined my high dexterity that enabled delicate work with the correction effect of my class. Smith once again felt admiration as he watched. This isn't the workmanship of a novice. You figured out the production method just by looking at the finished shaft. You truly have the eyes of a craftsman. The dexterity and accuracy are also excellent. I was able to finish 100 shafts without difficulty before I started making the arrowheads. I melted iron ore and Jaffa together, mixing them in the right proportions. Then I poured the molten iron into the mold. Then after 40 minutes, I pounded it into the shape of a wire. I poured a bucket of water on the wire. Cheek. A loud sound was heard as the scorching wire cooled rapidly. Quenching. This process increased the hardness and strength of the metal. Smith seemed disappointed for the first time. You even know about quenching? Yes, I have studied various production methods. I'm a person who is always prepared. I don't know what you studied, but is this the limit of self-study? Why are you using quenching when making the arrowhead? I'm not sure if you know, but if you quench the metal, it becomes harder and less durable. The moment the arrow strikes the enemy, instead of piercing the enemy, the arrowhead might break in the enemy's armor. That was right, but I had a special plan. I'll also use tempering. Tempering involved reheating the quenched metal and then gradually lowering it in order to decrease the metal's brittleness. It was adding a flourish to the production method, which could strengthen the metal in the end. However, it would take a lot of time to do all of this. It was labor that I didn't like. Smith frowned as he felt the same way. Do you intend to make the arrows all night? I don't know why you would spend so much time making the arrows. Those who buy arrows consider them as a one-off consumable, so why are you so devoted to making the consumable item? Why? The reason for increasing the amount of labor was simple. I replied while reheating the quenched wire and hammering at it. If I make it a bit better, I can sell it for a more expensive price. Smith understood once he heard my words and no longer interfered. I made the arrowheads by repeatedly quenching, forging, and tempering. How much time passed by? I was tired and sore, but the heat from the smithy was even more painful. My awkward hammering skills steadily improved over time. Your persistence has risen. Your dexterity has risen. My growing stats really made everything feel worthwhile. I was willing to do anything to raise my stats. Damn it, it was labor in the game, but it was also fun. I will become addicted to labor one day. Would a day come when I enjoyed labor in reality as well? It was a big deal. I might end up with osteoporosis in my later years of life. T-tang, T-tang. I complained but still immersed myself in the actions. The wire was slowly converted into an arrowhead as my hammering and my skills became more sophisticated. I took short breaths. My arms were numb and my skin was hot, but I endured it. My concentration increased as my stamina fell. The legendary blacksmith's patience skill has been activated. Concentration, stamina, and defense will rise to the extremes for 1 hour. Suddenly, the weariness in my body disappeared and I felt refreshed. This was similar to the vigor I felt whenever I ate cereal with milk. I alternated between the hammer and metals, producing the arrowheads. The effect of my increased concentration was noticeable in the arrowheads. It might have been because I made it myself, but the arrowheads were really beautiful. I was happy. Sweating in front of the fire gave me a sense of fulfillment. This isn't mere labor. Rather, it is akin to art. In reality, I had no talent, so I felt no pleasure no matter what I did. I had to work my guts off just to fall behind. But now I had talent. It was a talent that could only be shown in Satisfy, but it was enough. T-tang, T-tang, a harmony with the hammer. It was a moment when I felt stability and contentment. The legendary blacksmith's breath has increased the effectiveness of your production items. Legendary blacksmith's breath. LV1. When you're concentrating on making an item, the will of Pagma's descendant will fill the production item. All stats of a production item will increase by 5. There is a rare chance of giving special features to your production items. Then 100 arrows were completed. Special Jaffa arrow. Rating epics. Attack power 3542. An arrow made by a craftsman with great skill and potential, but lacking in experience and reputation. Due to the effect of combining Jaffa with steel, it has extremely high penetration and ignores some of the enemy's defense. Has a certain chance of ignoring the enemy's defense. Weight 0.1. An epic rated item was produced, so all stats have permanently risen by +4 and reputation throughout the continent has risen by +80. Quest success. Affinity with Smith has risen to the maximum. Experience has risen by 300. Your level has risen. There was no time to rejoice over the quest's success and my level up. Epic rated arrow. Weren't arrows unconditionally a normal rating? I've never heard of an epic rated arrow. I was filled with an indescribable sense of emptiness. Epic rated consumables. An epic rating appeared when I created arrows. If it was a costly item like a sword or armor, then I would have made a big profit. But arrows were cheap and considered consumables, so the profit of an epic rated arrow was limited. I was overcome with bad emotions. Damn it. He should have told me to make either sword or armor. I started to hate Smith, who recommended the Jaffa arrow. When I looked at the arrow I made, the short feeling of admiration turned into anger. You haven't gone through an apprenticeship, yet you are already making something so great. Deal arrows. This is the first time that I've considered an arrow to be beautiful. You are definitely Pagma's reincarnation. Ah, you must be tired of my surprise by now. You are great, amazing, wonderful. I regained my spirit at Smith's words. Yes, the first item I made had an epic rating. I didn't even fail. This fact was enough for me to rejoice and be thankful. As a result of making the epic rated items, all of my stats increased by 4 and my reputation increased. In addition, the performance of the arrows was amazing. Were there any existing arrows whose attack power exceeded 40? Plus, there was a special option. One arrow is better than a level 20 hand weapon. Arrows were less profitable than other equipment items due to their nature, but this great performance meant that I would definitely get some money. I was a little confused because something bigger than I planned emerged. I had the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill. Due to the effect, the abilities of all my items increased by 10. In others' words, the basic attack power of a Jaffa arrow was 2026, but the ones I created would be 2228. From a buyer's point of view, they would rather buy the Jaffa arrows from me rather than the general Jaffa arrows, but they would be reluctant to pay more. Why? It didn't make sense to pay more money just for a slight increase in attack power, so I used quenching, forging, and tempering as a way to maximize the effects of my skill. I expected that a fairly good arrow would emerge from a 10 increase in performance plus a more elaborate production process. Then the finished arrows had a better performance than my expectations due to the breath skill. I made Jaffa arrows that had 15 more attack power than existing Jaffa arrows, and it also had the option of completely ignoring the enemy's defense. A high-level user would purchase the Jaffa arrows I made, no matter how expensive they were. It was well worth it. Puhahaha. The superior stats and skills possessed by Pagma's descendant. The 40 stat points obtained through the minus levels. My stats also increased from making epic-rated items. Finally, the arrows that could be sold at an expensive price. I could be certain that today was the best day of my life. It is better than my birthday. Besides, there was only my little sister who remembered my birthday. It was annoying to hear on my birthday things like, "Are you sitting alone at home again?" or "Don't you have any friends?" This year, I should say those words on my sister's birthday. Therefore, it was natural to be 100 times happier today compared to my embarrassing and lonely birthdays. Smith watched me laughing like a madman and handed over the 100 completed Jaffa arrows. "I originally promised you half of this, but I can't take such wonderful things. I want you to take all of them. The effect of maximum affinity. Wasn't this a beautiful favor?" My heart thumped. Smith seemed just like my grandfather, so I couldn't help embracing him. "You have shown me great kindness. It was a short meeting, but I will never forget you." Tears dripped from Smith's eyes as he hugged me. "Are you leaving already? That's too bad. We might meet again someday if we're lucky." "I don't want you to leave." Smith glanced at me with a flushed face. Like a male peacock opening its colorful tail feathers to seduce a female, he tried to attract me using hammers, tongs, and the solid muscles of his upper body. This man, he had the smell of a widower, so he must have been alone for a long time. Maybe he was so lonely that he became gay after his affinity towards me reached the maximum. No, he might have been gay from the beginning. His dignity decreased in front of his affection. I straightened and let go. "Then I'm going now." I grabbed the 100 epic arrows and hurriedly moved away. However, due to the 100 reduction in movement speed, I couldn't leave the blacksmith quickly. Smith approached me and hugged me from behind. "I can see that you also don't want to separate from me. You are thinking of me in that passionate heart of yours. I'm reluctant to give up this affection. I won't forget you until the day I lay in my coffin. No, I will think of you, even in my coffin, this damn person. Stop speaking such terrible words." Just like with Doran, the excess weight caused a misunderstanding again. I barely got away from Smith, made a vow to sell my arrows, find a warehouse, and move to another village as soon as possible. The lead party of the Tzedakah Guild moved along the main road and barely managed to finish the Guardian of the Forest raid after 3 days. Kurururung, the Guardian of the Forest, who was covered with minerals, fell down with a thunderous boom. Some party members were frightened by the sound and fell down, making them unable to resist the attacks of the golems. Help me. Those who fell into a panic couldn't feel the pleasure of a successful raid. The face of Jishuka, the leader of the party, didn't look good as she searched through the remains of the Guardian of the Forest. "Idiots, what were you paying attention to?" Jishuka had already thoroughly lectured the party members about the precautions and strategies before confronting the Guardian of the Forest. But that hard work was for nothing, as nobody followed it save for a few of her guild members. Therefore, it was frustrating for her. I'd rather die than live with the judgment and learning ability of a monkey. The guild's reputation would become worse because of the party members' deaths. Despite her disapproval, she was the genius who saved the lives of her party members with every pull of her bowstring. The first-ranked person on the Archer rankings. A total of 75 people were killed. There were 4 guild members among the list of deceased. Unlike the other fools who died from stupidity, they were killed in battle against the Guardian of the Forest. But it is over. It was a really tough battle. The Guardian of the Forest was armed with superior defense, high health, and AoE skills that kept the party's main members occupied. Meanwhile, it constantly summoned golems that put pressure on the other party members. Without the overwhelming actions of Jishuka and Rigaz, the raid would have 100 failed. Jishuka checked the items dropped by the Guardian of the Forest and was unable to hide her disappointment. The other party members also sighed. They had fought against the Guardian of the Forest and the golems for 2 days, and when the Guardian was finally defeated, they were disturbed by new golems. The loot was tacky compared to such suffering. 30 iron ores, 7 orichalcum ores, and 1 blue orichalcum ore. Rigaz shrugged. The amethyst shield didn't emerge again this time. The Tzedakah Guild constantly challenged the Guardian of the Forest raid once every 2 weeks in order to get the amethyst shield, but the drop rate was the worst. The difficulty of an S-grade quest is beyond one's imagination. Even though they were the same S-grade quests, the difference between a single quest and linked quests was like the difference between heaven and earth. Vantner picked up the blue orichalcum and said, "Fortunately, we received this. Blue orichalcum." Orichalcum is a mineral born with the power of moonlight and the Guardian of the Forest. It is impossible to erode the Guardian of the Forest's magic power, but it has the best hardness and strength among all minerals. It is lightweight and becomes much stronger in the darkness. Advanced blacksmith skills are required to smelt it. Weight 3. The value couldn't be determined at the present time, but it would become an expensive commodity once an advanced blacksmith appeared. Jishuka was filled with disappointment as she returned to the village with her exhausted party members. The party members who died had resurrected and were waiting in the square. Tobin converted the value of the minerals into money by dividing it according to the market price, then distributed it to the party members. They barely avoided a deficit. There were no complaints from the guild members, but the general users complained about the small compensation. But what could they do? This was the result. Jishuka disbanded the party and gathered the guild members. Then she spoke with a serious expression. This is already the fourth raid without any success. Rumors are spreading among the general users that there is no value in participating in the Guardian of the Forest raid. In the next raid, the level of the participating users will be even lower. This is difficult. The Tzedakah Guild was composed of the top rankers, but their reputation was low, which was why they were a small guild. The 17 members of the Tzedakah Guild had been together before Satisfy, since the days of the LTS game. It was impossible for them to challenge the Guardian of the Forest raid with their strength alone. Therefore, they attracted general users, but that wouldn't continue to work. Tobin, the level 172 paladin and the guild's chief of staff, nodded. I need the amethyst shield for a linked quest, but it can't be helped. For the time being, we have to give up on the Guardian of the Forest raid and try to strengthen the guild's power. Vantner, the second-ranked person on the Guardian Knight rankings, wasn't armed with a shield despite choosing a defensive class. He instead chose to wield twin axes. That's right. It's useless in this state, so we can't be impatient. Let's leave the Guardian of the Forest raid for a while and increase our quality. When she looked at the faces of the guild members, they all seemed to have the same opinion. Only Rigaz's eyes were shining like lanterns. He was clearly thinking, anything is good as long as I can fight. Jishuka thought about it and declared, we will give up on the raid for the next 3 months. In the meantime, we will improve our level and equipment. If we gain 15 levels in the next 3 months, can't we kill that guy? Rigaz, you should gain 20 levels. Jishuka laughed brightly. Her half-moon eyes were sexy, however, they were considered horrifying to the guild members. Their leader was scary. If they didn't fulfill the goal, they really would experience hell. The guild members, who knew better than anyone how fierce Jishuka was, gulped, and Rigaz cried out in a trembling voice, let's go train. Thus, the Tzedakah Guild discreetly dispersed. Jishuka headed to the guild warehouse alone. South American's unique beauty and curvy body attracted the attention of males. She was a famous ranker, so the crowd around her increased, but she ignored them. Jishuka left the blue orichalcum in the warehouse and headed to the auction house without worrying about being followed or not. The blue orichalcum was an item that could be sold at a later date, but not now. For the moment, the iron ore and orichalcum would sell for the best price. Jishuka registered the minerals before looking through the auction house. Show me the list of Jaffa arrows. A transparent screen appeared in front of Jishuka. The list of Jaffa arrows currently registered at the auction house appeared on the screen. The immediate purchase price for the Jaffa arrows was 6 silver. It was an incredibly expensive price for 1 arrow, but she couldn't see any other arrows after using it. Jishuka swept up all the arrows on the list. She didn't care about money. She invested the money obtained from being a top ranker and pinpointed exactly where she should use it. What is this? Jishuka confirmed the bid price for the Jaffa arrows at the bottom of the list and frowned. It was the only one without an immediate purchase price set. There was also a total of 99 bids, with the top bid at 18 silver. Jishuka wondered why some madman would bid 3 times the price of a Jaffa arrow, but then she noticed that the name of the arrows was purple, not white. Did I see it incorrectly? She blinked, but it was still purple. She hurriedly checked the details. Special Jaffa arrow. Rating epics. Attack power 3542. An arrow made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but lacking in experience and reputation. Due to the effect of combining Jaffa with steel, it has extremely high penetration and ignores some of the enemy's defense. Has a certain chance of ignoring the enemy's defense. Weight 0.1. Jishuka's eyes widened. If she didn't know that people were paying attention to her, she would have screamed wildly. Unbelievable. Jishuka was surprised beyond amazement. She had played Satisfy all day for the past 6 months and had adventured with all types of people. She collected as much information as possible by using money and her guild members. Nevertheless, she never imagined that an epic-rated arrow would ever exist. She was convinced that arrows were unconditionally normal-rated items. She went to famous blacksmiths with various materials and asked them to make arrows, but all of the arrows born from their hands were normal-rated. She had never heard of or ever witnessed a higher-rated arrow. Until this moment, epic arrows, not rare, appeared in front of her. In addition, the performance was fraudulent. Jishuka bid on it right away. The bid price was a huge 35 silver. It was difficult to judge if the arrows were worth it considering they were consumables, but she needed to consider its scarcity. She also believed it could be used as a secret weapon when meeting a strong opponent. Who is the person who made this? She thought of 2 people first. The first and second ranked blacksmiths, Panmir and Steng. However, they didn't fit the explanation that the blacksmith lacks skill and reputation because both of them had a high reputation. A blacksmith who surpasses them is hiding. It was probably a blacksmith who put a lot into their skill level, but their character level was low as a result and as such didn't enter the top rankings. The explanation of great skill and potential strongly enticed her. If I find them, Jishuka canceled the registration of the black iron and orichalcum. She planned to use the best minerals as bait for the blacksmith who made the epic-rated arrows. Contact all the users in the top 100 blacksmith rankings and measure their skill level. Make a short list of those whose skill levels are high compared to their character level. Jishuka's command appeared in the guild chat window and upset the guild members. What are you suddenly saying? Contacting blacksmiths out of nowhere. We need to level up. Jishuka dismissed the opposition. Shut up. There is a greatly skilled person hiding. If we find them and make them join the guild, the guardian of the forest raid won't be a problem. Are they that skilled? This blacksmith is better than Panmure and Steng. The performance of the items they produce is likely to exceed the existing items. So far, they haven't surfaced, so no one is aware of this blacksmith, but that is no longer the case. All guilds on the continent will be frantically trying to find the blacksmith. We can't lose them. Find them. Find the blacksmith before anyone else, if Master says so. This blacksmith must be huge. Okay, let's find them. As a rule, the Tzedaka Guild didn't accept new guild members. They were a small number of elites who only recognized and relied on each other since the LTS days. Their small number was a constraint, and the growth of their guild was slow, but no one complained. They couldn't occupy castles like large guilds, but anyone would fear their power. They might not have as much reputation as large guilds, but they displayed their authority with their force. The Tzedaka Guild members occupied the top 3 rankings of each class in the 6 months since starting Satisfy, so they were confident and proud. The 17 members whose strength would make them the top in their country. It was the first time they were interested in another person since the LTS days. Someone raised the bid price again. Jishuka received the notification that her bid on the special Jaffa arrows failed and didn't hesitate to bid again. The first epic-rated arrows. The bidding price skyrocketed. There was an uproar in Satisfy. Famous guilds were in motion to find the mysterious blacksmith. In various media and the internet, the epic-rated arrows appeared as a hot issue. Who was the craftsman with great skills and potential, but lacking experience and reputation? Many people were searching for the blacksmith's whereabouts. It is a harder path than others. I always did my best. Nonetheless, there is a better blacksmith than me. Panmure had only experienced making an epic-rated item twice. He had the title of the first epic-rated item maker. However, there was no mention of craftsman in his epic item description. Who was the person given the title of craftsman, which wasn't even allowed for the number 1 ranking blacksmith? T-Tang. Panmure was spurred by a sense of competitiveness towards the unknown blacksmith. Meanwhile, Shin Youngwoo, the person who was receiving everyone's attention, was eating cup noodles at a convenience store before going to work. What a jerk, charging 1,001 for a cup of noodles. Does he want people like me to starve to death? Sigh, people really can't live without acting dirty. I grumbled as I ate. 5:03 a.m. It might be Sunday, but the Office of Labor was always busy. The days when students came on a daily basis to find work had disappeared. These days, young people turned away from labor jobs. Foreign workers had long taken over, making the future of South Korea seem bleak. I have a headache. I still hadn't adapted to the smell of cigarettes and alcohol early in the morning. I want to finish the work quickly so I can go home and rest. As I sat there, a young man in a construction worker's uniform cried out, looking for 4 workers for the Shinwoo Building's construction site. Construction site workers did things like clean, move bricks and wood, and shovel sand. The physical labor was harsh, and I would eat a lot of dirt, but I had done it often. Therefore, I didn't hesitate to raise my hand. Here, over here. Cough. An alcohol drinker or heavy smoker punched me in the belly. I was pushed into a corner and missed the chance to be employed by the construction site. Those guys are heartless. You should send the pitiful young people first. While I was complaining with irritation, a middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt spoke. I need 3 tilers with strength. You should have experience. A tiles assistant would follow the main tiler and assist in the transfer of materials such as tiles, cement, and sand. It was annoying to carry the tiles if I met a bad tiler, and I had to be careful not to break the tiles, but it was decent work. I raised my hand. Here, I have carried tiles more than 10 times. I was once again pushed back into a corner by the older men and lost the chance to be hired because there were 3 people more experienced than me. Anyone else? Here, I do. There were several companies looking for laborers, but I wasn't hired due to the continuous interference. You will regret not seeing my value. The older men in the workforce were hindering me. It seemed that they didn't like me snatching away their spots. Who could come here because they like it? Don't you think I want to work part-time like other young people? I'm making a living just like you. Let me get something as well. The mere sight of them was enough to make me angry, like seeing a barking dog. However, my opponents were adults, so I couldn't say anything bad and sat down again. Q-cuck. The chief, who had been reading his newspaper on his desk, looked at me. Was he around his early 30s? He was a person who inherited this office from his father. For every 10 times I came here looking for a job, I'd gone home 3 times in vain. The chief was watching me when another person arrived, who can do electric pulling work. No experience is needed. I will pay 110,001 a day, so come quickly. It was 20,001 more than the usual pay. However, I didn't move. Of course, there was a reason for offering more money. I can't forget how awful it was. I'd tried electrical cable pulling only once. It was just pulling a huge electrical cable, so it was a very simple task. However, it consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. I couldn't let the cable hit my wrist. Moreover, the cables were very thick and the weight was heavy. It was just pulling, but I would get blisters on my hands even while wearing gloves, and I would suffer from muscle aches for at least 2 days. It was an oasis in winter. I still remembered the nightmare from last winter. The other men present looked into the distance, whistled, or went out to smoke. No one, the man asked again with an awkward expression. Then one of the middle-aged men pointed towards me. This young man can do it very well. Really, he is very active and has amazing stamina. Hasn't he done a lot of electrical cable pulling? An expert. These insane humans. I glared at them to stop, but the other men continued to recommend me. Then the person offering the job pointed to me. Excuse me, young man, shall we go together? You look very good. If I followed the atmosphere, today I would enter hell. I glanced towards the chief, but he just smiled. In the end, I raised my phone to my ear like I had received an incoming call. Yes, this is Shin Youngwoo. Ah, there was a spot. Yes, right away. De-deeriring. The default S Corporation's ringtone was heard from the phone at my ear. In the end, the other workers there laughed until tears emerged from their eyes. The employer also laughed. Then let's go. Who would call me this early in the morning? Moreover, I barely ever received phone calls. So how did I receive a call at this exact timing? Then I belatedly saw the caller ID and hurriedly picked up the phone. It was an unforgettable voice. Hello, this is Mother's Heart is Happy Financial Services. Customer Shin Youngwoo, you do know that the deadline is tomorrow, right? Already, if you have forgotten, does that mean there is no money? Oh, of course not. Yes, I understand. I will have the amount ready for tomorrow. The call ended. I'd played games and ignored reality, forgetting that I was a debtor. I had to work hard to pay off the interest. It would be hard work, not easy work, that would get me out of this position. Excuse me, will you really pay 110,001? Yes, is it really true? Of course. You will never go hungry when working for me. I eventually left towards hell. That evening, oh Opa, see, he stammered when she saw my exhausted self return home. I couldn't even take my shoes off before collapsing. Shit. The words were true, but doing all that labor only to receive cream bread. There wasn't even milk. What type of people would give cream bread and no milk? I have to play the game. Arrows, sold. I couldn't remember anything after that. It was because I fell asleep. When I woke up, I felt like I had been crushed by steel. My body was throbbing all over, and I barely managed to check the time. It was 5:02 a.m. This was serious. It was late when I took into consideration the distance between my house and the labor office. I hurried to change into my work clothes while worrying about getting a good job. If I arrived late, then something like yesterday might happen again. I'm going. After I paid the interest for the loan, I would only have 9,221 in my hands. I needed to make money to pay the fee for the game in a week. As I put on my shoes without washing up, my mother approached and patted my shoulder. Come eat breakfast. I can't. I'm already late, I replied hurriedly. Youngwoo, my mother suddenly said my name in a serious voice. I cowered reflexively. It was obvious that her nagging would begin. My mother knew about my debts. She wondered why I was addicted to games and was saddened by my absence from school. She mourned that I had debts and was living in this situation. However, when I looked back, my mother's eyes were calm and welcoming. Come eat, she said. I have to go to the office quickly. At that moment, the door opened and my father appeared. My father sat at the table, opened the newspaper and said quietly, take a break today. A break? What are you saying? Cough, cough. My father just coughed and looked at the newspapers. My mother whispered in my ears, you came back really exhausted yesterday. Your father was worried since he carried you to your bedroom. Oh, we're your mother and father. We don't want to see our son suffer. Didn't you suffer yesterday? You should rest for today. Mother. I was touched by the fact that my parents were still looking after me despite all the disappointment I'd caused them in the past year. At that time, Sehi exited her room with a yawn and handed me something. It was a pain relief patch, pasted on. Didn't you go through a lot of trouble yesterday? Sehi. Ah, what a beautiful family. I cried out as I embraced my mother and Sehi. What? Who are you hugging? Oh, Opa's hug is good. Ah no, isn't it bad? Sehi grumbled quietly as she hugged me back while my mother quietly stroked my head. After that, I took off my work clothes and sat at the table, feeling the taste of beef rib soup for the first time in months. Father, then can you pay off my debt? Biak. My father, who was eating quietly, gazed at me and threw his spoon. I shrieked as it hit me in the forehead, while my mother clicked her tongue and handed my father a new spoon. Haven't I already told you? We want you to be self-reliant. You are already 26 years old. You should be responsible for your own actions. The atmosphere had been so full of harmony that I never imagined a spoon would fly over. As I rubbed my forehead, my father handed me an envelope. He said, "I will give you an allowance for today. You're resting today because of us, so I can't let you make a loss." Father, I was touched. My usually blunt father was taking care of me today. I would gladly accept the allowance. Then, I grasped the number of bills in the envelope with my sharp fingertips, but the number seemed a little small. When I looked inside the envelope, I saw 7 bills. Feeling disappointed, I spoke carefully. "Father, the minimum payment for labor these days is at least 9. My father looked at me regretfully. "Oh, really? I'm sorry, but that is all the cash I have on me right now. Be satisfied with that." He was telling me not to ask for the missing amount later. I had forgotten, but my father was quite restrained when it came to spending money. If he bought a chicken, he thought that the family should eat it over 3 meals. I was forced to surrender at receiving an allowance of 70,000 won. At least he gave it in the first place. After breakfast, my parents immediately headed towards the vegetable store that they ran. The two of them normally left at 5 a.m., so they were quite late today. They are late because of breakfast with their son. I suddenly felt that tsunami of emotions again as tears filled my eyes. It was the first time my stomach felt so full in a while. I sat on the couch and dozed off before waking up because of Sehi. Sehi had changed into her school uniform and looked like a neat schoolgirl. She was my sister, but I had to admit that she was beautiful. "What? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm glad to see you. You grew up well." What are you saying all of a sudden?" Sehi flushed red before hitting my forearm. "What? Did I do something wrong? But what is this cool feeling?" I felt some relief in the area that Sehi had hit. It was like a massage. "Ah, good. Hit me more, keep hitting. Kayak, pervert, slap." Why did she slap me all of a sudden? I placed a hand on my tingling cheek as Sehi shouted, "I've filled up the tub with hot water. Then your body will feel better." This perverted opa. Yes. She was someone who got angry at me but always took care of me. But why am I a pervert? Sehi headed to school while I soaked in the hot water. My fatigue is going away. Then after a few moments, I exited the bathroom and paid the loan interest through a direct account transfer. It was hard to bear seeing the money from my blood and sweat disappear before my eyes. This world is hell. I needed stability. So I hurriedly entered the capsule and connected to Satisfy. How much have the arrows sold for? Login. Jiang. The capsule's door closed and my field of view slowly turned black. Then the familiar system voice and music entered my eyes, then my vision brightened again. The air is good. I appeared in a place which reminded me of a charming village in medieval Europe and immediately stated a command status window. Name, grid. Level 375 500. Class Pagma's Descendant. The probability of adding additional options when making items will increase. The probability of item enhancement will increase. All equipment items can be worn unconditionally. However, there is a penalty depending on the rating of the item. Title, one who became a legend. Abnormal conditions don't work well for you. You won't die when health is at the minimum. Easily acknowledged. Health, 336 mana, 87. Strength, 24 plus 5 stamina, 22 agility, 16 intelligence, 29. Dexterity, 55 persistence, 21. Composure, 14 indomitable, 16 dignity, 14 insight, 14. Stat points, 60. Weight, 3095, 1000. The weight limit exceeds 200, so movement speed is reduced by 100. The body is heavy and cannot exert any power properly. The probability of receiving the weakened state has become really high. Level 3. Is that really the case? My stats had increased by making an epic rated item. Considering the 60 stat points which I hadn't used yet, I was actually around level 26. If I equipped Mammon's greatsword and Mengel's plate armor, I could demonstrate the combat power of a level 50. Is this the feeling of superiority that only a special person can feel? Hut. In a square filled with people, I forgot the harshness of reality as I talked excitedly to myself. Then with one hand on my hip, I laughed like the protagonist of a movie. The women passing by sent me dirty looks and gossiped with each other. What is with that person? Striking such a strange pose and laughing while talking to himself. Is he on an ego trip? Perhaps he has the prince disease. He is ugly. He probably doesn't have a lover. Normally I would be unhappy, but right now I was so thrilled that I didn't care about the gazes of others. I ignored what they were saying and checked the experience of my various skills. Legendary Blacksmith's Craftsmanship Skill, LV 13.7. Legendary Blacksmith's Breath, LV 12. I thought it would take longer for the experience of these skills to rise. I headed to the auction house with a light heart. As usual, the auction house was bustling with people. I wonder what the winning bid is. The price for one Jaffa arrow was 6 silver. However, the Jaffa arrows I'd made had an epic rating. I expected the price to be 3-4 times higher. In the case of general equipment items, it was reasonable to calculate that rare-rated items would be 3 times more expensive than normal items, while epic items would be 7 times more expensive than normal items. However, I soon became worried. Would even a rich user want to spend so much money buying arrows? In the first place, consumables were cheap compared to equipment items. Yes, don't expect too much. I opened the auction window while thinking that I would be satisfied if they sold for double the price. Then, Kiok, after confirming the bidding price of the Jaffa arrows, I couldn't shut my mouth. Meanwhile, I could hear the voices of the women looking at me. Isn't he that person laughing to himself in the square? Oh my, what is he doing now? His mouth has fallen open. Kairak, his saliva is dripping. Nasty, ugly. He must have no lover. Arg, I tried to shut my mouth, but it wasn't easy. Special Jaffa arrow, 99 pieces. Bid price 72 silver per piece. It sold for 12 times the price of ordinary Jaffa arrows. I touched the inventory with trembling hands, then I took out the calculator, which was a default item provided to all users. 99.72 equal 7,128. 100 silver was 1 gold. 7,128 silver meant 71 gold and 28 silver. For reference, 100 gold was worth around 120,001 in cash. Didn't I create 100 arrows in around a day? It was approximately a day in game time. If I calculated it in real time, I'd earned around 84,001 in less than 6 hours. Ha, ha ha ha. Was thrilled. Uncontrollable laughter emerged from my mouth. Pew ha ha ha. That person has finally gone mad. Ugly. He definitely doesn't have a lover. His mother must be the only female contact in his phone. Cough, do their words have to be so sharp? No, I wouldn't be shaken by these females. Talk in your hearts. At this moment, I could still smile even while hearing such shameful words. I can see a definite way. Debt, I will pay it back in the game. There was no need to go find labor jobs. It was more profitable to make money from the items I create in the game. Indeed, Pagma's descendant was definitely a goose that lay golden eggs. I formed a fist and shivered, while the auctioneer at the counter handed me gold and silver coins. However, why was the amount of money lacking? Why are you only giving me 60 gold and 59 silver? The auction house manager smiled at my question. The commission fee was 8 for normal rated items and 10 for rare rated items. Compared to that, the sales commission for epic rated items was too expensive. How much is the commission fee for unique or legendary rated items? Suddenly, the auction house and mother's heart is happy seemed to overlap. Exploitation was the same in reality and in Satisfy. Shit, I will become a successful person who exploits the weak. I would produce legendary items which weren't possible for anyone else except Pagma's descendant. The 2 billion users in Satisfy would be overwhelmed. But that is a story for the distant future. Tears flowed as I thought about the 15 commission. This was because the day before, I hadn't been able to open a stall because I'd needed to go work, so I had decided to use the auction house. Once I got the money, I thought about whether I should take the carriage to Winston Village or not. I can stay here and make a lot of money with the Jaffa arrows, so do I really need to move villages? I was trying to move villages because I wanted to find a suitable hunting ground. However, I didn't need to cling to hunting and leveling up when I could make a profit by making items. It would be good to just stay here and make items all the time. However, there was one thing I had to consider. It was the fact that Smith was gay. If I stay here alone with him, just imagining it was terrible. I wasn't in a hurry to hunt now, but I would be more comfortable living in a village suitable for my level. In the end, I decided to move to Winston as planned and headed towards the carriages. Just like last time, I started negotiating the price while armed with the saddest stories. My ailing sister is waiting for me in Winston Village. Oh no, then I will leave 1 hour early. Climb into my carriage, but right now I only have 7 gold. Oh, I thought you were a customer with a reservation. I'm sorry, my first bargaining attempt failed. My grandmother died the day before I was born, and her death anniversary is today. I needed to go to Winston Village right now, but I only have 7 gold and 50 silver. I want to help you because of your high reputation and your situation, but it is too much of a loss to visit Winston Village for 7 gold and 50 silver. I'm sorry, my second bargaining attempt failed. It was the same as humans constantly stepping on other humans. You should give me a choco pie. These people. You should realize that we are all the same. In the end, I failed to negotiate the price I wanted, but I got on the carriage that was the cheapest. Let's depart for Winston. It should be a quick and safe trip, considering the money I paid. And be friendly. You should show full hospitality. Traveling always made people excited. The bumpy carriage ride and the unfriendly attitude of the coachman were bad, but my mood was good. The carriage departed in the afternoon and arrived at Winston Village on the morning of the next day. Winston Village was unusually large for its name. 4 times larger and more active than Barren Village, Winston Village was comparable to the fortified city of Patreon. As I paid the coachman 8 gold and 90 silver, I asked for proper customer service from him. I have one question. Ask me. I will tell you what I can. Why isn't Winston called a city? Originally, it was a village smaller than Barren. However, there are many places suitable for beginner and intermediate level travelers nearby. As these places became famous, the number of visitors gradually increased. There is a rumor that it will be upgraded to a city in the near future if this trend continues. I heard that Earl Steim's heir will be sent as the new lord. It will be called a city by then. But I don't know exactly when that will be. Earl Steim, where have I heard that name before? I was having a hard time remembering since I'd experienced so many things at all once. Well, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Now, shall I begin? I headed to the warehouse administration. After I informed the manager of the registration number and password to my warehouse, the administrator extended his hand. It meant to give him a tip. Damn it, I have to pay just to use the warehouse. I handed over 30 silver with trembling hands. The administrator checked the amount and started to chant a spell while drawing a small circle with a magic wand. Then a small warehouse was summoned before me using space and teleport magic. The warehouse was empty. I had sold all my Japtum in order to buy potions for Asher's 3-month quest. Since its early days, I had played Satisfy for 1 year, but there was only dust in my warehouse now. In reality and in the game, I opened my inventory with frustration. Mammon's Greatsword. Rating Epics. Durability 88-204 attack power, 178-301 attack speed, 16. Additional water damage will be added to all critical attacks. This is the greatsword patronized by the guardian of Lake Pamian Mammon. Due to the influence of the lake, this sword has the strong aura of water. Conditions of use, level 65 or higher, more than 260 strength, more than 150 stamina. Weight, 1050. Mengel's plate armor. Rating rares. Durability 51-180 defense, 165 movement speed, 2. Strength plus 10. This is a work made by the blacksmith Mengel in the fortified city of Patreon. The defense is improved and the weight lowered. The wearer of this work can feel Mengel's strong willpower that remained behind. Conditions of use, level 60 or higher, more than 180 strength. Weight, 1203. Intermediate potion, 34. This is a potion which has been formulated with 5 or more herbs, restores 1,500 health. The cooldown time is 20 seconds. Weight, 306. Advanced potion, 27. This is a potion that has been formulated with 10 or more herbs, restores 4,000 health. The cooldown time is 20 seconds. Weight, 324. Intermediate strength potion, 2. It is a potion prepared by blending a small amount of ogre's blood with different types of herbs. Increases your strength by 50 points for 5 minutes. There is no cooldown time. Weight, 62. Intermediate agility potion, 3. It is a potion prepared by blending a small amount of harpy's blood with different types of herbs. Increases your agility by 50 points for 5 minutes. There is no cooldown time. Weight, 90. Special Jaffa Arrow 1. Rating Epics. Attack power 35-42. An arrow made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but lacks experience and reputation. Due to the effect of combining Jaffa with steel, it has extremely high penetration and ignores some of the enemy's defense. Has a certain chance of ignoring the enemy's defense. Weight, 0.1. Jaffa 3. A metal obtained from smelting Jaffa ore. The hardness of the ore has such a weak strength that it is impossible to produce a powerful item with it. However, the properties will change when mixed with steel. Weight, 60. I wanted to ignore this reality, but this was the full contents of my inventory. So I tried to put Mammon's Greatsword and Mengel's plate armor into my inventory to reduce my possession's weight. I haven't appraised Mammon's Greatsword or Mengel's plate armor yet. The legendary blacksmith's appraisal skill revealed the hidden function of items. It was possible to use the appraisal skill on Mammon's Greatsword or Mengel's plate armor, causing my understanding to rise. I didn't hesitate to use appraisal on the 2 items. A hidden function doesn't exist. You have grasped the materials that make up Mammon's Greatsword, the production method, and the intentions of its creator. Your understanding of Mammon's Greatsword is now at 33. A hidden function doesn't exist. You have grasped the materials that make up Mengel's plate armor, the production method, and the intentions of its creator. Your understanding of Mengel's plate armor is now at 65. My current stats meant I didn't meet the conditions to use Mammon's Greatsword and Mengel's plate armor. Due to the resulting penalty, Mammon's Greatsword had a 30 drop in attack power, while Mengel's plate armor had a 20 drop in defense. However, my understanding had now risen dramatically. Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped Mammon's Greatsword. A penalty is applied because the item conditions aren't met. Attack power of Mammon's Greatsword will decrease by 20. Only half of the option effects will be applied. Your understanding of Mammon's greatsword is high, so the penalties are reduced. Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped Mengel's plate armor. A penalty is applied because the item conditions aren't met. Mengel's plate armor's defense will decrease by 8. Only half of the option effects will be applied. Your understanding of Mengel's plate armor is high, so the penalties are reduced. Ho. As the understanding increased, the penalty decreased. Mammon's greatsword now had 143-240 attack, and Mengel's plate armor had 152 defense. The options were still only half applied, but it was pleasing just having the penalties reduced. However, I wasn't unconditionally happy. I had a 100 understanding with the axe and pickaxe, but my understanding of Mammon's greatsword and Mengel's plate armor was too low. It was honestly disappointing. I would have preferred if it went up higher. Well, I didn't need to be too hasty. I could raise understanding by disassembling, repairing, and using the items so it would be resolved over time. Let's try repairing it. Mammon's greatsword and Mengel's plate armor both had low durability currently. I could use the legendary blacksmith's repair skill to improve the understanding of these two items. Then, a repair tool is needed. A separate repair tool is needed. What is a repair tool? Fuck my money. During my days as a warrior, I didn't have the repair skill, so I always had to repair items at an NPC blacksmith. Therefore, I didn't know something like a repair tool was needed. It's no wonder why the repairs were so expensive. I could postpone repairing the items until next time. However, this was a warehouse which I had wasted 30 silver to open. If I closed the warehouse and went to buy the repair tool, 30 silver would fly away. Ultimately, I shook off my fury and left Mammon's greatsword and Mengel's plate armor in the warehouse anyway. The equipment storage fee was 10 silver per item. This was a terrifying expenditure. The world is a thief, spending 30 silver to open the warehouse and then 10 silver to place an item inside it. Mother's heart is happy. The auction house and the warehouse administrators, they were all crooks in my eyes. My 50 silver. 50 silver was 601 in cash. That was enough to buy 200 milliliters of milk, which could relieve my thirst and make my bones sturdy at the same time. I stored the two items which weighed a considerable amount. Kuak, my hands shook. After glaring at the warehouse administrator who politely said farewell to me, I headed towards the square. There was a wide range of people in the square, from newbies who had just created their characters to users wearing level 100 equipment. People were moving around in order to adapt to the virtual reality. There were people looking for a party, buying or selling goods, sharing quests, beggars, couples, and people who simply enjoyed the landscape. All types of people were seen. I stood still and observed them. The beginner users were mainly using East Street, while the average level users were mainly using South Street. The West and North Streets were favored by everyone, regardless of level. East Street contained NPCs who gave beginner quests and led to the most suitable hunting grounds for them. Meanwhile, the South had the suitable quests and hunting grounds for average level users. The West and North were areas which covered all levels, or basically, the area crowded with stores. The blacksmith is likely to be in the West or North. As I came to this conclusion while observing the people, a notification window popped up. Insight has increased by 1. The insight stat could be used to detect objects or predict risks. However, I hadn't seen its performance yet, so I didn't know if this stat was really useful. Well, any increase is good. I didn't feel much inspiration as I explored West Street and East Street. However, I then found a blacksmith on East Street. The exterior of the building was huge. It was a 2-story building, making it incomparable to the small smithy in Barren Village. Unlike Smith, who worked alone in Barren Village, this smithy seemed like it would have dozens of blacksmiths working together. The leader of dozens of blacksmiths should be at least an intermediate-level blacksmith. If so, he would recognize me and treat me favorably. Unlike Barren Village, I would learn how to make items in a good environment. I entered the smithy excitedly while imagining the energetic sound of hammering and the hot heat. However, the smithy I entered seemed bleak. I couldn't hear any hammering sounds, and there were no indications of any people about. What? I looked around in a confused manner and saw a pot-bellied man sleeping in a corner with an empty alcohol bottle beside him. I didn't know if he was sleeping or dead, so I approached him quietly and shook him awake. Hey. What? Fortunately, he wasn't dead. The pot-bellied man made an expression of annoyance and opened his eyes. Then he turned towards me and asked, "What did you come here for?" "I want to learn how to make the best-selling item in this village. Can I get your help?" The elderly man looked at me with a ridiculing expression. This place ended a long time ago. After the Miro company bought the blacksmith stores and commercial areas, they bulk sell items at a low price, so the customers turned away from this place. Yet you came here to learn how to make items. Are you sure you want to perish with me? Right at that moment, the smithy door opened and a group of rough-looking people rushed in. "Hey, old man, you still haven't decided. Will you hand this building over to us? Won't you be able to buy alcohol every day until you die then?" What was it this time? I felt like I was caught up in another troublesome incident. "Hey, old man, you still haven't decided. Will you hand this building over to us? Then won't you be able to buy alcohol every day until you die?" The men who entered the smithy were rough-looking and their physique was good. They reminded me of the employees from Mother's Heart is Happy. They took a heavy-handed attitude as they handed a sheet of paper to the elderly blacksmith. "What's this?" It was a contract to sell this building and the land to the Miro Company. I instinctively realized it. If I analyze this based on my recent successes and troubles, it's likely that I'll get involved in a stupid quest as I stand here. That absolutely couldn't be allowed to happen. The urgent thing right now was to earn money by making items. There's no time to waste on unwanted quests. I admired my brain's quick thinking and moved to avoid this situation. But how many things ever went according to my will? I only managed to move a few steps before I was caught by the gangsters. "Hey, where did this newbie come from? You trying to sneak into our business like a rat?" They started to question me in an intimidating manner. "Did you come to steal the contents of our contract? Are you a spy? Did the Scanner Company send you? Why did I get caught up in the contents of that piece of paper?" This was really some useless curiosity. I should have just stayed in the rear and avoided looking at them. I shrugged as if to say, "Spy me? What are you talking about? It isn't like that, so don't worry about me. I just want to go my own way." But they continued to act tough. Gulp. Damn. My saliva dried up and sweat beaded up on my forehead. I remembered my low-level days in Satisfy. Was it due to the fearful memories of being a bread shuttle, or being threatened by teenage gangster NPCs in the back alleys? Or maybe it was because they resembled the employees from Mother's Heart is Happy Financial Services. I reflexively shrank back from the group. I couldn't cope with this. I should behave. Violent NPCs didn't fear the law. It was entirely possible to be severely injured or killed if I even so much as touched these guys. Of course, I could report the NPCs to the guards, but their fists were closer than the law was. It might be possible if I was stronger or quick enough to flee from this building. However, that wasn't the case, so it was better to avoid irritating them. Judging by their appearance and atmosphere, they aren't back alley bullies. They don't just smoke cigarettes and use bread shuttles. The Miro Company was the second largest business company in the Eternal Kingdom. They wouldn't give jobs to losers. These assholes were all gangsters. Based on their equipment, they're at least level 35. Gangsters over level 35. How many people have they hurt and frightened in order to level up? I couldn't imagine all the sins that these people had committed. There are 5 of them. In contrast, I am only level 3. While my stats are superior compared to those of my level, they're all still around level 20. Not only that, I am alone as well. To make matters worse, I was unarmed. I would only lose if I got into a fight with them. Yes, let's act prudently and discard my pride. As soon as I organized my thoughts, I smiled as brightly as possible and explained, "I'm not here to spy on you. I am just a customer passing by, so you don't have to be so vigilant." Hehe, acting subservient to NPCs. I felt no shame. The hand of the man holding my shoulder loosened slightly. "Customer at this smithy." "Yes, a customer of this smithy." The grip of the man's hand on my shoulder strengthened again. "Ouch, it hurts." I frowned due to the pain. Curse words almost popped out of my mouth, but I remained patient. Instead of scolding him, I tried my best to maintain my smile. Why? Otherwise, I might get hit. There was an old saying that you couldn't spit when there was a smile on the other person's face. The gangsters eyed me with suspicion. The street operated by the Miro Company has a large number of weapons stores, so why would you come to a smithy like this? Isn't this strange? There might be many weapons stores, but this is the only smithy. I don't want to buy a weapon, but instead find a blacksmith for production-related work. Therefore, it was inevitable that I came here. I had no idea this smithy was troubled since I am new to Winston. I could debut as a lead actor right away and would be the perfect candidate for the new actor award at the end-of-year ceremonies. My appearance and tone were subservient. I continued to smile and the suspicious gangster released me. "I somehow feel like hitting you, but you're a blacksmith as well." Indeed. You're so weak that you can't be a spy." "Okay, get out of here. Don't think about coming here again." Did he want to hit me? Did I look poor and weak? These scum thought they could make fun of me just because of how I looked. The fury in my heart boiled over. However, be patient. I was able to keep the smile until the last minute as I quickly headed out of the smithy. Then the old blacksmith's angry voice was heard behind me. "Yes, there's nothing to be gained from dragging this dirty work out too long. It is better to avoid such things. I'm too tired now." As I paused for a moment, the old man blinked his bloodshot eyes. It was to stop the tears from falling down. "Give me that contract. I'll sign it as you wish." Really? Oh, good thinking, old man. It took a long time, but you have finally made a wise decision." The gangsters cheered at the old man's words. Like a festival, the one who seemed to be the leader handed the contract to the old man. "All you have to do is sign, then you can take it easy." The old man gazed at the contract and hesitated for a moment before reaching towards the contract with trembling hands. At that moment, tears fell from the old man's eyes. This is the end of my 7-generation family business. I won't be able to face my ancestors after death." The sight of the sad and depressed old man was unbearable. But the gangsters mocked him instead of comforting him. You abruptly stopped blacksmithing, so isn't it natural for the customers to turn away? And old man, didn't you have a child? Your only son died, so you turned to the bottles. You don't have a successor, so once you die, your family line will naturally be cut off. You were defending something that had no value. Didn't your debts just increase? Pathetic, truly pathetic. You don't mention my son with that vulgar mouth. Why the hell are you so loud? Do you want to be scolded like last time? The gangster called Johnson threatened to hit the old man. I was angry when I saw Johnson. Isn't that an old man? Not only did he speak rudely to the old man, but threatening to beat him up. At that moment, a gangster called, spoke, look, the contract should be completed today. Then the one called Praga jumped in like an excited foal. No, I'm mad. Didn't we have to wait a few months for the old man to accept while that old man refused? Think about how much we suffered because of him. The gangster called Neil continued, I agree. Fuck, we couldn't even properly handle an old man. We received less pay on the scheduled date because of this. Then the silent leader, Vale, smiled coldly and said, that's right, you must compensate us for the damages we received. Vale slapped the old man's cheek and said, hey old man, once you receive the money for selling this smithy, half of it will be used to pay off your debt, while the other half will be handed to us. Isn't it obvious to compensate us for the damages you caused? You dog bastards. The old man Khan angrily replied to Vale, hey, you don't have a wife or son to feed, so why do you need a large amount of money? You should help the poor young people like me. My insides were boiling with anger. I don't respect senior citizens much, but when I used public transportation such as the bus or subway, I never yielded my seat to the elderly. I paid the same taxes, so I also had the right to enjoy the seat. No matter how burdensome their gazes were, I never gave way. But I didn't insult or tease the elderly unlike these gangsters. I was really angry. Young pups treating grandmothers and grandfathers like this. It is terrible, so. Should I help the old man despite my low level? No, I don't have a sense of justice. Why should I help others? I couldn't think of any benefits. In my childhood, I was disgusted by superheroes instead of admiring them like everyone else. Why are they getting hurt trying to save others? Are they crazy? I couldn't understand the heroes who sacrificed themselves to defeat the villain. My young self cringed as I watched their unconditional sacrifice. So when the neighborhood kids played as heroes, I acted as the villain. Once I became the villain, I enjoyed the pleasure I got from harassing my friends who played the role of heroes. I showed sense by pretending to die at the end of the game, meaning the other children didn't feel any resentment. When I think about it, I have been like this since childhood. Yes, from the beginning, I closed my eyes whenever I saw injustice. So I turned away from the old man who was being humiliated and about to lose the business that had been in his family for 7 generations. Sure, some regrets remained. The situation has become like this, so it is impossible to make items in this smithy. If I want to move villages, I have to pay for that scamming expensive carriage again. Do I really have to move villages once more? No, there is no need to. I will just hunt and raise my level until the new owner of this smithy starts work. Wait, don't I need equipment to hunt? This damn thing, I stored my sword and armor in the warehouse. My 50 silver, my stress levels weren't a joke. My stomach hurt when I thought about all the money that was flying away. Why was my life so twisted? I'm getting a stomach ache. I should leave here as soon as possible. But strangely, my feet didn't move. That old man. Is this okay? Really? Fuck, maybe it was because I witnessed the dirty work. No matter how much I dreamed about a life that was far from good, I still had the basic fundamentals of a human. It was too much for my conscience to ignore the old man surrounded by gangsters. No, why risk myself for someone else? Am I stupid? I was fully aware that I should turn a blind eye to this. So why was I hesitating? When did I become nosy? This behavior isn't like me. I've always closed my eyes to injustice. The moment I braced myself to leave the smithy, your anger levels are at their peak after witnessing gangsters commit wrongdoings towards a blacksmith. The quest Blacksmith's Rage has been created. Blacksmith's Rage. Difficulty B. As Pagma's descendant, you have inherited Pagma's will as well as his techniques. You have Pagma's humanitarian ideology of using blacksmithing to benefit other people. You can never forgive the Miro Company and its minions who oppressed the old and powerless blacksmith. Help the blacksmith Khan, who had fallen for the tricks of the Miro Company and lost his customers. Quest clear conditions, get rid of the Miro Company's minions, and destroy the smithy transfer contract. Clear reward, Blacksmith Khan's alcoholic symptoms will improve. Affinity with Khan will reach the maximum. Khan was originally an excellent blacksmith, but after his business was ruined due to the tricks of the Miro Company and he was subjected to severe stress, an alcohol dependency was created. He is currently an incompetent old man, but if he improves from his alcoholism, he will surely regain his status as a great blacksmith. At that time, he will figure out your identity and help you greatly. Quest acceptance reward, the skill Blacksmith's Rage is created. Quest failure, a few days later, Khan will die and all quests related to him will be permanently destroyed. A. The blacksmith's ideology. Is this a parody of humanitarianism? the motto of the legendary blacksmith Pagma. Is there a hidden class that will appear after eating only garlic for 100 days? No, now wasn't the time to joke around. This situation is a quest. It was as I expected, a ruined smithy and blacksmith. The sudden appearance of gangsters was the precursor to the beginning of a new quest. Would you like to accept the quest? There were 5 enemies. Their level was estimated to be 35 or higher. On the other hand, I was alone and only level 3. I was also unharmed because I left my sword and armor in the warehouse. Should I refuse the quest? No, I accept. There was no reason for me to refuse this quest. Even though I was level 3, my stats made me equivalent to a level 20. I also had the skill Legendary Blacksmith's Patience. It was a tremendous skill that increased my concentration, stamina, and defense to the peak for an hour. But was that all? I had the passive skill that allowed me to become invincible for 5 seconds if my health was at the minimum. In fact, I'm not without a weapon. I opened my inventory. I took out one arrow that I had left behind as a souvenir. Special Jaffa Arrow. Rating Epics. Attack Power 3542. An arrow made by a craftsman with great skill and potential, but lacking in experience and reputation. Due to the effect of combining Jaffa with steel, it has extremely high penetration and ignores some of the enemy's defense. Has a certain chance of ignoring the enemy's defense. Weight 0.1. Arrows were consumables, but that was only when fired by a bow. If I hold it and use it as a dagger, it won't be a consumable. In fact, there were many cases when arrows were retrieved and reused. It was said that most arrows could be reused except when it was too damaged by the target, but I didn't know because I had no experience shooting the bow. I smiled with satisfaction and examined the gangsters closely. They were holding threatening weapons like axes, swords, and maces while wearing leather armor. The heavens are helping me. It might be different if they were wearing iron armor. However, I could cause serious damage if I stabbed the leather armor several times with the Jaffa arrow. This arrow is something I made with my heart. Its value couldn't be compared with normal arrows. I might have the attack power of a level 20, but I trust this arrow. Due to the option to ignore defense, I will be able to fill up the offensive gap. There is also the countless combat experiences I have accumulated in my days as a warrior. My stats that were higher than my level, a suitable weapon, a fraudulent skill, and combat senses acquired from past experience. I believed that these 4 elements were enough to clear the quest. It is a very low possibility. Would I willingly accept a quest that was more likely to fail than succeed? It was obvious. First, there was no penalty if the quest failed. The NPC Khan would die and all quests associated with him permanently destroyed, but it wasn't something I should be afraid of since I didn't know what the quests were. Secondly, I was rewarded just by accepting the quest. The quest has been accepted. Due to the quest acceptance, the skill Blacksmith's Rage has been acquired. The quest acceptance reward was different from the quest clear reward. It was a skill I received just by accepting the quest. Who would resist such a quest? I immediately opened the skills window to check the new skill, Blacksmith's Raid. LV1. Increases attack power by 10 and attack speed by 30 for 20 seconds. Skill mana cost 50. Skill cooldown time 60 seconds. Amazing. Production-related classes such as blacksmiths were said to not be able to learn combat skills. However, now I have learned a combat buff just by accepting a blacksmith-related quest. Furthermore, its performance was enormous. Isn't this a lot better than the combat buff skills I learned as a warrior? The warrior buff skill that I used raised my attack power by 20 for a certain duration, and the cooldown time was 3 minutes. The buff I just learned increased by attack power and attack speed, and the cooldown time was 1 minute. Isn't this a windfall? Qcuck. Oh, is this the hidden quest that I've heard about? However, isn't the quest difficulty too low for a hidden quest? Maybe this. It is likely to be a linked quest. The quests owned by Blacksmith Khan are probably linked quests. This is a real hit. As soon as I realized the importance of Blacksmith Khan, I had an obligation to do my best to clear the quest. I decided to approach the gangsters. This guy? The gangsters tilted their heads as I came back instead of leaving. I pointed the arrow towards them. Then I explained to them the biggest reason why I accepted this quest. You crossed the line. I'm also indifferent to elderly people, but not as much as you. You don't have to feel respect towards elderly people, but shouldn't you maintain the minimum of courtesies? You should take care of your education, you bastards. I can't forgive you. I wasn't trying to imitate the apostle of justice. I just didn't like people like these. Blame the fact that you look like Mother's Heart is happy employees. As I stepped closer, the gangsters started to grab their weapons. You bastard. This brat dares say such things to us. Hey, no, did something suddenly happen to this brat? Hey, you, do you want to go to hell? Huh, this bastard didn't appreciate the fact that we let you go. Indeed, lawless NPCs were fearsome. They instantly showed an intention to kill me. They were truly people who had committed numerous evils. They are too formidable, but there was no reason to avoid them due to fear. Right now, these people weren't the objects of fear. They are targets that must be defeated to clear the quest. The ambition of a warrior was boiling inside of me. I snorted with derision towards the gangsters and raised my hand. Stop your useless talking and come on. The gangsters reacted immediately. This crazy bastard. Get him. Hold on to him for me. No, kill him. Just kill him. The red-faced gangsters rushed towards me. There were a total of 5 opponents. In a wide open space, I would be surrounded and die instantly. I had identified the terrain of the smithy ahead of time and headed for the stairs leading towards the second floor. The staircase was wide enough for 2 adult men to stand side by side. I stood in the middle of it with the arrow. Anyone who wants to be stung should come up here. The gangsters flinched when I took the geographical advantage, then belatedly confirmed the identity of the weapon in my hand. What is that? An arrow. Puhahaha. Do you want to deal with us with that arrow? Where is your bow? Hey, did you drop it on your mother's skirt, newbie? Anyway, a blacksmith can't use a bow. They don't handle weapons very well, so it is no wonder he needs to swing an arrow. He is seriously young. These guys were belittling me. Among them, Johnson had the most vicious nature, so he rushed forward first. I will cut this blacksmith up like a bear. I faced Johnson, who had charged forward ignorantly like a wild boar and used the skill I had just learned. Blacksmith's Rage. Blacksmith's Rage has been activated. Your attack power and attack speed will increase significantly for 20 seconds. At the top of the screen, a message with 20 seconds popped up. It was a notification window that showed the duration of the skill. I confirmed that the skill was successfully cast and quickly thrust out my arm. Papat. It was quicker than Johnson could swing his axe. My arrow pierced his chest twice. Large weapons had the advantage of high damage and durability, but they had a fatal disadvantage of slow attack speed. On the other hand, my attack was quick due to the weightless arrow. In addition, I used Blacksmith's Rage and was able to overwhelm Johnson with speed. Critical. The effect of the special Jaffa arrow is activated, meaning the enemy's defense is completely ignored. Key, Hyok. It was only 2 attacks, but the full power was unleashed. One hit was a critical strike, while the other one ignored the defense due to the optional effect of the special Jaffa arrow. At this moment, I was sure that luck was following me. I never imagined that an arrow could deal damage like this. How? Johnson had a disbelieving expression on his face as the arrow pierced the leather armor. Then he coughed up blood and rolled down the stairs. He turned into a gray light and several messages popped up before my eyes. You have defeated Winston's outlaw, Johnson. Reputation in Winston Village has increased by 60. Your relationship with the Winston Outlaws has become hostile. The Winston Outlaws will try to kill you when they find you. 4,300 experience has been acquired. Your level has risen. 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 Wow. I expected the gangster to be at least level 35. As if to prove my guess right, I gained 5 levels just from Johnson's death. I defeated a level 35 enemy in just 2 hits. I couldn't believe it myself. Even if it was a critical hit and the enemy's defense was ignored, I never expected to do it in only 2 hits. These guys, do they have less health compared to their appearance? It was a good explanation. Considering their aggressive tendencies, it was likely that the gangsters had focused their stats on strength. Okay, I felt more hope that I could clear this quest. Status window. Name grid. Level 8 125, 1400. Class Pagma's Descendant. The probability of adding additional options when making items will increase. The probability of item enhancement will increase. All equipment items can be worn unconditionally. However, there is a penalty depending on the rating of the item. Title: One Who Became a Legend. Abnormal conditions don't work well on you. You won't die when health is at the minimum. Easily acknowledged. Health: 316 mana, 87. Strength: 24 stamina, 22 agility, 16 intelligence, 29. Dexterity: 55 persistence, 21. Composure: 14 indomitable, 16 dignity, 14 insight, 14. Stat points: 110. Weight: 842, 1000. I gained 5 more levels, so now I had 110 stat points. This is the right timing to distribute my stat points. I didn't hesitate to invest all my stat points in strength and agility. You have invested 50 points in strength. Is this correct? Yes. Once the points are invested, it can't be reversed. Do you want to proceed? Yes. You have invested 60 points in agility. Is this correct? Yes. The warning statements popped up and my strength and agility greatly increased. The other gangsters were surprised to see their companions suddenly die and couldn't climb the stairs. What is that guy? How did he handle Johnson so easily? Johnson wasn't vigilant and allowed himself to be stabbed in the heart twice. Still, isn't that bastard's weapon just an arrow? It wasn't shot from a bow, but a hand-wielded arrow broke through leather armor and did such damage. Nonsense. It is impossible. This blacksmith must be so strong that he doesn't depend on weapons. Maybe he isn't a blacksmith in the first place. He is a warrior, I'm sure of this. What does that? Maybe he just looks weak. Don't just pay attention to the outward appearance. The gangsters watched me carefully. Blacksmith's rage only lasted 10 more seconds, so I provoked them. What are you doing? Aren't you attacking? Isn't it 4 of you against 1 of me? You third-rate, hulking gangster scum. Third-rate. What is this jerk seeing? Praga, wait. Despite the calls from his companions, the gangster called Praga fell for the taunt and rushed. This time the weapon was a huge mace. The attack speed was very slow, just like Johnson who used the axe. Quajajak. He ran up the staircase and the mace aimed for my face. I avoided it as much as possible and pushed the arrow forward. Papapat. My increased agility was immediately effective. This time I was able to strike the arrow 3 times before the enemy could attack once. Praga was stabbed 3 times in the chest and retreated. Damn it. Hey, are you okay? Cuke, it isn't enough to kill me. I guess it was just a coincidence that he took care of Johnson in 2 hits. The attack power seems weaker than I expected. Little by little, the gangsters started to identify my strength. Then Vale explained to his men, the thing we need to watch out for now is his attack speed. He is overwhelmingly faster than us because we use large weapons, so fighting one-on-one is definitely a disadvantage. Then what? What should we do? It is simple. Vale winked and they stood as a group in front of the staircase. Then he spoke to me, who was standing alone on the staircase. I won't go up to grab you. You can't stay up there forever. Won't you eventually have to come down, then I will kill you. Hiak. They were quite smart. If they were monsters, they would move without thinking. My plan to take advantage of the terrain was all in vain. There are 4 people remaining. One of them is seriously injured, but he can still fight. Damn, no matter what method I think of, it is too dangerous to deal with them all at once. How can I clear this quest? I could be satisfied with the fact that I acquired a new skill through this quest. I was curious about the linked quests and rewards that would be received from Blacksmith Khan, but should I take the risk? It's wiser to forcibly quit the quest by running away instead of dying, but my eyes looked somewhere else. I flinched the moment I met the eyes of the old man standing in the corner. Khan. Was it due to the expectations, hope, and gratitude in the eyes of the old man looking at me? It was like he was looking at a hero. Don't gaze at me with such eyes. I'm not a hero. I tried to ignore the old man's gaze. Then I stopped just before logging out. Just accepting the quest gave me a new skill. I am 100% certain that this is a hidden quest. The rewards of the linked quests received from that old man must be beyond imagination. Isn't it stupid to give up on a rare quest that I might not encounter again? Yes, I should try it. I headed down the stairs. I was immediately besieged by the gangsters waiting for me. My defense is close to 0. My health is also small. If I allow these guys to attack, I will be killed in 2 or 3 hits, even if they aren't fatal wounds. The important thing isn't to fight as quickly as possible. Carefully, I concentrated as much as possible, confirmed the cooldown time of Blacksmith's Rage was over, and used the skill again. Blacksmith's Rage. Blacksmith's Rage has been activated. Your attack power and attack speed will increase significantly for 20 seconds. Okay. Next, Legendary Blacksmith's Patience. Nothing happens. The skill didn't activate. I was confused and hurriedly opened the skill window. Then I read the detailed explanation of the Legendary Blacksmith's Patience skill. Legendary Blacksmith's Patience. Vitality, defense, and dexterity will rise by 200 for 1 hour. This skill doesn't consume mana. This skill can't be used intentionally. It was naturally be triggered if you continue to persevere. This damn thing. A conditional activation skill. I should have read the skill description. It is like not reading the fine print. As one of the factors that I believed in disappeared, the gangsters narrowed the distance with their weapons. Hey, are you ready to go to hell? I will make you pay for hurting and killing my companions. I was screwed. Go to hell. Johnson's enemy, Buyuang. The explosive sound of the surrounding enemies attacking me was enough to cause pain and sweat to flow down. Quang Quajak. These were attacks with the power to break a wall with 1 blow. I was able to avoid the attacks a few times due to the slow speed and simple trajectory, but I wondered how long I could maintain this concentration. Then the enemies started to use their heads, attack at the same time. Different weapons simultaneously struck out from every direction. You have received 150 damage. You have received 163 damage. My health gauge reached the bottom with just 2 hits and had only 23 health left. Crazy. They weren't even critical hits. I pulled out a potion from my inventory and drank it. It was an intermediate health potion that restored 1,500 health at once. My health is considerably less than 1,500, but an intermediate potion is the lowest grade potion I have. It would have been nice if I had an inferior potion. The potion reuse time was 20 seconds, so I had to defend myself from attacks for at least 20 seconds. But now the enemies had started systematically linking their strikes. It became harder. We have been fighting together for 10 years. No matter what you try, you will eventually go to hell. I moved to the side in order to avoid the big sword that would take off my head, then an attack aimed for my knees, as if they had predicted my movements. My battle senses, developed from my days as a warrior, let out a warning. This was unavoidable. Cuck, I aimed the arrow downwards. Kang. The special Jaffa arrow accurately hit the mace in an attempt to shift the orbit. But an arrow was a very lightweight weapon. It was impossible for a light weapon to shift the orbit of the large mace that weighed several kilograms. Quajak, Kuak. The mace hit half of my knee, dealing a critical blow. You have received 200 damage. Your left leg is severely damaged. Movement speed has decreased by 40. The ability to control your body has decreased. As I groaned on the floor, a strike of lightning could be heard above me. If I stayed still, my skull would be caved in. Hup, I endured the pain and rolled back. Kak. The floor where I had been lying just a few seconds ago was smashed to pieces. I stared at the enemies and made a decision. I will act luxuriously today. I steeled my heart, pulling out the intermediate strength potion and intermediate agility potion. The price for one was 10 gold. 10 gold was 12,001. I'm sorry, but it can't be helped. I closed my eyes and poured 20 gold, in other words, 24,001, down my throat. Gulp, gulp. I shed tears as the buff potion was swallowed. Ah, this potion is more expensive than the sweet and sour pork set. I prepared the buff potions for moments of crisis during Earl Asher's quest, but I felt such regret that I never used them. Now they were being used to complete a B-grade quest, not a boss monster. You have taken the intermediate strength potion. Strength will increase by 50 for 5 minutes. You have taken the intermediate agility potion. Agility will increase by 50 for 5 minutes. There was a flood of attacks from 2 directions as the notification windows popped up. Son of a bitch. Don't think that we can't touch you while you are eating. I was able to avoid the 2 attacks due to my sharp rise in agility, then I gripped the arrow and fought back. But 2 attacks came from different directions and I was forced to give up. Pant are really horrible. I would have died if it wasn't for the intermediate agility potion. It felt like my heart would burst from the extreme tension, and the gangsters were filled with rage once their attacks were over. This rotten bastard. How long will you run away? Where is your momentum from your first attack? What a shameful brat, fight fair. The 4 of them were ganging up on my lone self, yet they were complaining about fighting fairly. Hey, you fuckers have no conscience. Let's do it 1 against 1. Won't we still win in a 1-on-1 fight? Then bring it on. Bullshit. Don't you know that being able to fight in groups is a virtue? Ch Wararuk. The flail stretched out like a whip. Tatatang. I hit it with the arrow and barely managed to spin my body. I felt a hot pain as a greatsword scratched my side. You have received 30 damage. Fortunately, I succeeded in avoiding it. Once the crisis passed, I tried to continue the conversation to buy time for my potion reuse time to end. Hey guys, let's talk about it honestly. Shouldn't you know by now that I'm not a pushover? The gangsters didn't want to admit it, but they didn't refute my words. I made a suggestion, hand over the contract, and then no one will die anymore. What? The gangsters were furious. Don't play games. You think you can get out of here alive after killing Johnson? Don't worry about the contract. You must die here. What? Is it hard to come forward? Won't you regret it? You guys really can leave here alive if you hand over the contract. Stop talking nonsense. A guy who broke his leg is spouting these words. From the very beginning, we could leave here alive. You are the only one who will die here. Will that really happen? During the conversation, the reuse time for my potions had reset. I turned away from the gangsters and sneakily drank the potion. At the same time, my health and the wound on my leg recovered. Now, the gangsters thought I was still seriously injured. I used that to sneak attack one of them. And no, they couldn't respond properly because they thought my leg was still injured. I pierced one person accurately with the arrow. Critical. The effect of the special Jaffa arrow is activated, meaning the enemy's defense is completely ignored. Kiok, you have defeated Winston's outlaw, Neil. Reputation in Winston Village has increased by 60. 4,300 experience has been acquired. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Good. The gangster stabbed in the belly couldn't even scream properly as he turned into gray light. The eyes of the gangsters shook as they lost another companion. You bastard, how did your legs suddenly become better? Don't tell me you drank a potion. Didn't you see me drinking it? You stupid bastard. You should fight with your own body. Bullshit, can you really say that? You are gangsters trying to bully an innocent citizen. You, kill that brat as soon as possible. He is like a cockroach, so keep attacking until he is dead. Isn't he just a druggie? I will crush him. The extremely angry Vale commanded his men. The you will die formation. It was the worst naming sense. In any case, the villains received Vale's command and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Quang, chukak, bam. The murder techniques that didn't consider defense ran rampant. Even if my arrow was aimed at their hearts, they didn't try to defend or avoid. They kept attacking and attacking. Cuck, even if my arrow stabbed them, they didn't stop attacking. I instantly found myself on the defensive. You have received 203 damage. You have received 180 damage. Ch Wararuk Buyuang. Quang, like a snake persistently following me on a blocked path, the greatsword with a wide range of attack gave me a big crisis. Even if I avoided the mace, my balance would become off because the mace would break the ground or walls. There were 13 seconds left on my potion reuse time and my health was at the bottom. This is my limit. I can't endure anymore. Unless the legendary blacksmith's patience skill activated and my defense and health were strengthened, there was no way to overcome this crisis. The end, the moment I was about to give up on the quest. I suddenly had a thought. Why am I depending on potions and skills? Was I a warrior? No, I was Pagma's descendant. Where am I right now? A smithy. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of this earlier? I noticed the various weapons and armor displayed all over the room. A number of things popped into my head. Khan, the elder blacksmith standing in the corner, responded instantly to my call. Speak. I asked him, do you want to keep this smithy? I liked the cool answer. Hey, what are you doing now? Why are you chatting with that old man instead of fighting? Are you thinking of some trick? Quang. The gangsters didn't stop the offensive. I avoided the attack and threw my arrow at the largest of them. Swiek, the quickly thrown special Jaffa arrow. Whether he sensed the crisis or if he was confident, Praga changed his attitude and started defending. Critical, a critical appeared the moment the arrow struck the mace, and its heavy power made Praga instantly back up. However, the other two gangsters didn't care and struck. I turned around and ran away from them. Qhahaha, stupid person, you threw away your weapon. The gangsters saw me running away unarmed and chased after me. Praga overcame the crisis of the flying arrow and sighed with relief. I never looked back at them. I ran forward with all my strength. Then I ran up the stairs and reached the second floor. There was a brilliantly shining full-plate armor and a super-large greatsword that was 3 million in length. I shouted toward Khan on the ground floor. Khan, lend me this equipment. But I will give them back at the end of the fight. If you want to keep your smithy, give me permission. Taking away the items without the owner's consent would label me a criminal. I waited for Khan's permission, but he paused in a frustrating manner. Not just anyone can use that equipment. It is better to lend you the leather armor and blacksmith hammer over here. That is the ideal equipment for you. No, just lend this to me. But that battle gear. Kihahaha, I've finally caught you. Die. Without realizing it, the enemies had neared me. Khan finally realized the urgency of the situation and nodded. Why, yes. If you can use it, then feel free to. Good, you should have said it sooner. Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped Daneslave Reproduction. A penalty is applied because the item conditions aren't met. Attack power of Daneslave Reproduction will decrease by 20. Only half of the option effects will be applied. The penalties will be reduced if your understanding of Daneslave Reproduction increases. Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped Valhalla. A penalty is applied because the item conditions aren't met. Defensive Valhalla will decrease by 20. Only half of the option effects will be applied. The penalties will be reduced if your understanding of Valhalla increases. I felt like a mountain after equipping the gold armor. With the giant sword in my hand, I felt brave enough to even cut at a dragon. The gangsters were swinging their weapons. There was no need for evasion. Quajajak. The enemy's damage has been neutralized. The enemy's attacks had a good momentum, but they couldn't even deal a small scratch to my armor. My body didn't feel any slight fluctuations. Rather, the weapons of the gangsters were damaged. What is this? The gangsters lived in the lawless world, so their warning instincts were unsurpassed. At this moment, the gangsters felt despair. This is ridiculous. I grinned in a devilish manner at the confused gangsters. Have you heard of the item effect? Drugs, skill. I didn't need to rely on such things from the beginning. There were all types of battle gear piled up in the smithy, and as Pagma's descendant, I could use all of it. Clink. I grabbed the handle of the greatsword with both hands and tightened my waist as much as possible before lifting it up with all of my strength. I didn't need to use any techniques. I used just the momentum of the greatsword to wreak havoc to anything in its path. Siokok. There was a refreshing feeling in my chest as the sword cut through the enemies. With one strike, the bodies of the gangsters turned into gray light. You have defeated Winston's outlaw, Praga. Reputation in Winston Village has increased by 60. 4,300 experience has been acquired. You have defeated Winston's outlaw, Reputation in Winston Village has increased by 60. 4,300 experience has been acquired. You have defeated Winston's outlaw, Vale. Reputation in Winston Village has increased by 100. 6,600 experience has been acquired. Your level has risen. 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 Quest success. Affinity with Khan has risen to the maximum. The tremendous rewarding sentences that kept appearing. I didn't take the time to enjoy the pleasure. This weapon and armor. I immediately used the legendary blacksmith's appraisal skill. The blacksmith who becomes a legend that appraises items with an excellent discerning eye. If a hidden feature exists in the target item, it will be found. Daneslave Reproduction. Writing unique. Durability 500 attack power 451 635 attack speed 8. Additional damage equal to 10 of the target's current defense will be dealt. The greater the number of enemies, the greater the damage. The skill Golden Flash has been generated, a work created by Albertino, the first human to receive the nickname of craftsman before Pagma's era. he attempted to reproduce the mythical weapon, Daneslave. While far lacking compared to the original Daneslave, he succeeded in restoring some of its features, making it a masterpiece of its own. It was acclaimed as a masterpiece of human history by the founder of the Eternal Kingdom and King of the North, Loran. The legendary blacksmith Pagma is said to have received great inspiration from Albertino's work. User restriction, level 250 or higher, more than 1,800 strength, advanced sword mastery, weight 1,580. A hidden function doesn't exist. You still don't have enough knowledge and experience to understand the material, the production method, and the intentions of the maker of Daneslave reproduction. You have no understanding of Daneslave reproduction. Valhalla. Writing unique. Durability 701 defense, 872 movement speed, 520 increase in health recovery. If health falls below 10, a shield will be generated for 5 seconds that will absorb 3,000 damage. Increases defense by 10 against cutting and stabbing attacks. Magic resistance plus 180. A work created by Albertino, the first human to receive the nickname of craftsman before Pagma's era. He aimed to create a walking fortress. It was acclaimed as a masterpiece of human history by the founder of the Eternal Kingdom and King of the North, Loran. The legendary blacksmith Pagma is said to have received great inspiration from Albertino's work. User restrictions, level 250 or higher, more than 800 strength, more than 1,000 stamina. Advanced heavy armor mastery, weight 1,712. A hidden function doesn't exist. You still don't have enough knowledge and experience to understand the materials, the production method, and the intentions of the maker of Valhalla. You have no understanding of Valhalla. See cough. W. What were these amazing things? How did such amazing items show up in the smith of a village like this? As the two items shocked me speechless, Khan came up to me and firmly grasped my shoulders. Then he asked me in a trembling voice, How can you use Daneslave in Valhalla? I couldn't afford to answer Khan's question right now. Rather, I was the one with questions. Khan, why are such great items in a place like this? Where did you get this? How surprising. Khan freaked out after listening to my question. I was surprised because it seemed like Khan's eyes were going to pop out. Wow, this guy isn't a frog, so how can his eyes pop out like this? Khan's eyes popped out of their sockets as he shook me. Do you really know the value of these things? Isn't it great just by looking at it? The creator is the great Albertino. You figured out who the maker is. Perhaps you are. Khan's face and neck turned red. Then he wobbled like he would collapse. What? Why is he in this state? Is it high blood pressure? Did I save him only for him to die of high blood pressure? No, I can't let that happen. Hey, old man, calm down. You have to be careful. Foam, hey. Old man, hey, what is this? Don't die. I succeeded the quest, right? Then why are you dying? If you have another quest, then give it to me. No, wait. If Khan died, then what would happen to Daneslave and Valhalla? Hey, old man, are you well? Damn, you have to live. You must live. After returning Daneslave and Valhalla to their original locations, I carried the old man to the clinic. The remote village of Winston. However, as the road was built and transportation developed, the village started to develop rapidly. There were hunting grounds of various levels everywhere, and Winston overflowed with high-quality specialty products and unique quests. These factors meant that its development was endless. Nowadays, many people came and went. In a survey of new users that a broadcasting station conducted, it was in the top 10 of New Village where I want to start. People envied the residents of Winston after seeing the ever-evolving Winston. The land prices in Winston had increased by as much as 20 times, so it was expected that the residents would be rich. This was only an illusion for those who didn't know the truth. The reality was quite different. The lives of the Winston residents weren't better than ever. This was due to the Miro Company. The Miro Company had dominated the northern area of the Eternal Kingdom since a long time ago. Valmont, the leader of the Miro Company, predicted the potential of Winston more quickly than anyone else. When it was still a remote village, he bought the land and commercial areas of Winston at a cheap price from the residents. Therefore, most of Winston's land and commercial areas were dominated by the Miro Company. It hadn't officially been promoted to a city yet, but many of Winston's signboards had the name Miro on it. On the other hand, the residents lost their jobs and suffered from poverty. The Miro Company's monopoly of Winston. It was a big jackpot for the Miro Company. It was possible to accumulate a huge amount of wealth. The Lord wouldn't do anything due to the higher taxes and bribes. Indeed, people must have insight. The owner of the Miro Company, Valmont, was happy every day. Most of the profit from the village entered his pockets, so he enjoyed numerous luxuries. However, there was one thing that was reigning on Valmont's mood: the existence of the smithy. According to the decree of the king, cities and villages could only legally have one smithy. It was one of the government's extreme measures to prevent local powers from building massive weapons and strengthening their military capabilities. Thus, there was one smithy in Winston, and the owner of that smithy was a blacksmith called Khan, not the Miro Company. A business that was steady and gained a large amount of money as a weapons business was rare. The Miro Company offered Khan an astronomical amount to sell the smithy, but he refused, saying it had been in his family for 7 generations. It was no use even if Valmont used intimidation. Valmont had a headache. It was too regretful to give up on the smithy, so he thought hard and came up with an ingenious scheme to put pressure on Khan. Buy large quantities of quality weapons and farm equipment from the Taji blacksmiths, then sell it to the Winston residents and travelers at a cheap price. The profit, there is no need to worry about that. Sell it cheaply. Due to Valmont's order, Khan's blacksmith store lost its competitiveness. The residents and travelers of Winston no longer went to Khan's smithy. The weapons sold at the Miro Company were slightly lower in quality than those sold at Khan's smithy, but they were more diverse and cheaper, causing people to buy from the Miro Company. In addition, Valmont planned one more thing. It was a plan to trick Khan by hiring an imposter. If you increase the scale of the smith, it will instill more confidence in the customers and business will be well again. I will lend you the money at a low interest rate, so invest your money and grow the scale of the smithy. Show the people of Winston and the Miro Company that you will be successful. Khan foolishly believed the scammer. It was because the scammer was a longtime friend of Khan's. Without imagining that his friend had been bribed by Valmont, Khan borrowed money without checking the contract. As a result, the debt snowballed into an amount that he couldn't afford. Valmont loved the feeling of watching Khan collapse. Hoo, that smithy will be mine in the near future. The last thing Valmont did was hire a group of gangsters, and he waited, believing that the smithy would soon be handed over to him. But was Khan as stubborn as a bull? When he saw that Khan never let go of the smithy despite being cornered, an even greater rage boiled up inside Valmont. Where are they? I told those gangsters to be firmly prepared if they didn't handle it this time. He seriously warned them, so they were motivated to work harder. This time, the smithy would enter his hands. What? They're missing? Yes, that's right. Those damn bastards. Chachcheng. Valmont overturned the table filled with delicacies at the unexpected report. Then he asked his closest subordinate, Rabbit, who recommended those gangsters. Beale, bring him here right now. After a few moments, Valmont quietly asked the trembling Beale, weren't you the ones who recommended those gangsters? You said I could believe in them. Then what is this? Not only have they not come back with Khan's smithy in the promised time period, but now they have run away. I even paid them an advance up front. How will you take responsibility for this? I am really sorry. They are the most notorious people in the neighborhood, so I recommended. I don't need your apology. Give it to me. Huh? What? Beale asked because he couldn't understand Valmont's meaning. Valmont was frustrated with Beale's confusion and spoke bluntly. You must be stupid if you don't understand while working for a merchant company. Money, give me money. You are responsible for the advance given to them as well as compensation for the failed commission. Why yes, I don't have that much money. Please give me one more chance. Beale grabbed Valmont's clothing and begged, but Valmont was relentless. If you don't have money, then create it. Otherwise, I will sell you to the slave market. Then I will be compensated to some extent. Master. Please remove this guy. Beale had been with Valmont for 10 years. He always worked hard like a dog, but Valmont didn't tolerate even a single mistake. It was a cruel decision, but he didn't care about morals. Proud and cruel. Rabbit didn't like this about Valmont's nature, but he could earn big money if he worked under Valmont, so Rabbit never betrayed him. After Beale was dragged out, Rabbit was left alone with Valmont and opened his mouth. It is hard to believe that the gangsters hired by Beale would run away. They live here in Winston. They can't throw away their homes easily just for a little bit of money. If they didn't run away, then what is it? Were they hit by the old man? For now, it is most appropriate to think so. Until this morning, they visited Khan's smithy as normal. However, they were missing after that. It is certain that something happened in the smithy. Valmont asked after hearing the explanation. Where is Khan? He has also disappeared. This is ridiculous. What on earth happened in that smithy? We are investigating, so you will know soon. It was frustrating because he didn't know the exact circumstances. Valmont and Rabbit were coming up with various assumptions and guesses. I found Khan's location. An informant entered and reported. Around 2 hours ago, there was a witness who saw a strange young man carrying Khan on his back. Strange young man. He must be the culprit in this incident. Rabbit, I will leave the business of the smithy to you from now on. Take care of anyone who gets in your way. Yes, according to someone's evaluation of his personality, Valmont had talent as a merchant, but he was harsh and violent. How was he able to grow the Miro Company to this extent? This was because he had Rabbit. Rabbit was a resourceful and skilled person who could cover Valmont's deficiencies. He suppressed his emotions and made calm judgments to produce the best results. Now Rabbit was about to have an encounter with Grid, Lululala. I naturally hummed a song, and as soon as I got out of the capsule, I sat on the toilet seat, Lululululu. I then headed to the kitchen and drank cold water, la 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 la. I killed a few gangsters and got to level 21. Isn't this a really big jackpot? Why is my luck so good these days? Hidden quests weren't easily obtained. This was the first time in my 1 year of playing Satisfy. Among the billions of people currently playing Satisfy, only a handful would have obtained a hidden quest. Many things had gone well since I became Pagma's descendant. It really was an incredible class. There was a reason for my misfortune. It was a divine revelation after years of enduring misfortune. Ahahahat, what type of quest would Blacksmith Khan give me? And the reward? Maybe the enormous reward would be a unique item that I could use for a while. If so, I can become a billionaire. Q-ha-ha-ha. The performance of Dainsleif in Valhalla was almost the same as the unique rated failure that I designed. However, since the usage conditions were very normal, it was possible to have an astronomical value when dealing with users. They are items that remind me of why failure is a failure. Albertino was a great blacksmith. He was probably the blacksmith who gave inspiration to Pagma. Such a great person wasn't a legendary blacksmith, while I stumbled across the legendary blacksmith class during a quest. Well, this is the world. I once again felt gratitude towards the legendary class that I obtained, HRMM. I gazed at my watch with a yawn and saw that it had been 2 hours since I left the capsule. 8 hours have passed in the world of Satisfy. Won't Khan wake up soon? According to the doctor, Khan's health was severe to excessive drinking and stress. But if I followed the quest story, Khan would overcome the alcoholism and his health would be restored. So I didn't have to worry about it. I connected to Satisfy. Log in. My vision darkened before giving way to a warm light as I opened both eyes. This is the clinic. The last place I logged out of was the clinic where Khan was hospitalized. I immediately went to find the doctor called Simon. What is the old man's status? Simon smiled kindly. I thought it was dangerous because of the sudden increase in blood pressure in his weakened state. However, his condition is better than expected. He can soon be discharged from the hospital. God has blessed him. I'm glad to hear that. He will be healthier if he stays away from drinking in the future. I headed to Khan's room with Simon. After a while, Khan smiled as he saw me. Oh, welcome. I owe a lot to you. I responded with a smile. Those in difficult circumstances should help each other. Now you can leave the hospital. You just need to pay for the treatment fee. Why wasn't Khan answering? I couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Then Khan's words were like a lightning bolt from the clear sky. I'm sorry. I currently don't. This. It was like a lightning bolt struck my mind. Don't tell me you won't pay the bill. It isn't that I won't pay, but I can't. I don't have the money. I wanted to leave this old man alone, but then I wouldn't be able to get the quest. Damn it, my bad luck was waiting. Luck is truly the worst. I had to pay 1 gold for Khan's treatment cost. I was afraid to calculate how much I had spent today. Khan's smithy. As soon as Khan arrived at his smithy, he turned to me and bowed 90 degrees, expressing his sincere gratitude. Fortunately, he had a conscience. He thanked the person who paid 1 gold for his medical bill. Khan started crying. Unlike young people, elderly people really had a lot of tears. Old man, I grabbed Khan's rough hand. It was a common action that the main character of dramas would do. Isn't it natural to help a neighbor in trouble? This was nothing, old man. There is no need to feel sorry. I don't need anything in return for my help. Such unrealistic words would be spoken. But I wasn't a protagonist of a drama. I was a loser of the cruel, relentless modern society that was close to the natural laws of the Serengeti. I want a reward. If you really appreciate it, give me something. Come on. Yes, that's right. Of course, I have to pay you back. Your grace was too big. I don't know what type of reward to give you. I just noticed, was this old man really simple? Didn't he notice the words I use? I stayed focused. I couldn't think about anything else. Old man, you were almost robbed of this smithy by those gangsters. If you keep drinking, your health will worsen and you will eventually die. That's right. When you collapsed from high blood pressure, you could have died. Didn't you live because I took you to the clinic and paid for your treatment fee? Yes. Then aren't I the savior of your life? Yes, I spoke logically. To the savior of your life, you should give me a precious treasure equivalent to your life. Khan stopped crying and looked very sorry. A precious treasure equivalent to my life. I don't have such a thing. What should I do? Don't look so sad. I'm very nice, so I don't want treasures that are equivalent to your life. Over there. I pointed to the 2nd floor with my finger. If you give me Dainsleif and Valhalla, that is enough of a reward. My heart was beating excitedly. It was because I was filled with expectation at receiving the items as a gift. But this was me. The world never went my way so easily. They are the heirlooms that have been passed down in my family for many generations. It is a treasure that my life can't be compared to. I will give my life to you, but I can't give you those items. It was a flat refusal. If he wasn't going to give it, why bother being so earnest? As a frown appeared on my face, Khan coughed with shame and explained. These are treasures that my ancestor, Albertino, dedicated his soul to. The treasures of his soul can't be handled by his descendant. I am obliged to keep these heirlooms until the day I die. But there's an exception. Khan was Albertino's descendant. He couldn't fake his blood. Did that mean he would display advanced blacksmith skills once his alcohol addiction was healed? And what was the exception? What is the exception? Khan's gaze became serious. There is something I want to ask you. How were you able to use the treasures? And how did you know its value at a glance? Khan explained. Dainsleif and Valhalla are unlucky battle gear. Their performance transcends imagination, but due to the usage requirements, it has been hundreds of years since an owner showed up. No hero could use them. It's been like that for the past few centuries. Due to that, they have disappeared in the history records. Now no one knows about their existence. Khan and I went upstairs. We stood facing Dainsleif and Valhalla. Khan touched them and beckoned. I am sad since I want the world to know the value of Dainsleif and Valhalla. So I placed it in this prominent place. But in order to fully understand such an extremely good work, the person needs the same level of insight as the creator. Despite having displayed it for decades, no one has understood its value. Khan faced me, then you showed up here. The long story began. There is a legend that is passed down in my family. Around 130 years ago, a man called Pagma came here. He found Dainsleif and Valhalla accumulated dust in a corner of the store. He saw it at first glance. The value of Dainsleif and Valhalla. Khan's eyes flashed. Pagma admired the work of Dainsleif and Valhalla. It is said that he showed off his swordsmanship wearing Dainsleif, which has never been used by any hero. The beauty of it was unbelievable, and the swordsmanship seemed to pierce the sky, creating lightning. I was amazed. An absurd but exciting fairy tale. Did he read the interest in my eyes? Khan became more immersed in the story. My ancestor, who witnessed the swordsmanship, fell to his knees in front of Pagma and begged, "Please take Dainsleif and Valhalla. That would be what my ancestor wanted." Oh, it became bigger, so did Pagma agree? No. If Pagma agreed, then Dainsleif and Valhalla wouldn't be here right now. This was Pagma's reply. These works are filled with Albertino's soul. I will refuse because they are so powerful. They shouldn't be wasted on a small bull like myself. Pagma was obstinate, and my ancestor finally had to give up. I really didn't understand the man called Pagma. No, why would he refuse something that was free? I would accept and sell them. Pagma must have been a really rich person, so he wasn't greedy. My story continued while I was thinking this. Pagma said this before he left here. There are currently no heroes who can handle this armor. However, when the time comes, many heroes will emerge and all of them will be qualified to become masters of that armor. I interpreted Pagma's words. The many heroes he spoke of referred to the users. The growth of users was fast and infinite. There would soon be rankers who could use Dainsleif and Valhalla. I don't want the items to be taken by them. I asked Khan straight away. So what is the reason for the lengthy explanation? Khan replied without hesitation. I want to know your identity. Do you think I am one of the heroes that Pagma talked about? That's right. Didn't I say there was an exception? If you can prove that you are the hero Pagma talked about, I am willing to give you Dainsleif and Valhalla. There were strong expectations in Khan's eyes. I couldn't know. The link with an ancient quest was approaching. I responded lightly, the heroes that Pagma mentioned. I'm probably different from them. Disappointment passed over Khan's face. This person had an urgent nature. Should I have some fun? To be honest, I'm more similar to Pagma than to those heroes. You are like Pagma. What does that? No way. Are you? Khan belatedly realized that while the heroes that Pagma mentioned could use Dainsleif and Valhalla, would they be able to recognize their value? It would be impossible to understand their value unless the person was a blacksmith on the same level as Albertino. However, I recognized their value. That meant. That's right, you see, I am Pagma's descendant. I proudly revealed my identity. I'm the one who can understand Dainsleif and Valhalla better than anyone else, and I can even use them freely. Give me a chance to obtain them. Oh, Khan was extremely excited. It was natural for him to be excited. Just like his ancestor who faced Pagma 130 years ago, he now had the opportunity to be the one facing Pagma's descendant. I understand. If you are Pagma's descendant, I will definitely hand over the heirlooms to you. But is there any way you can prove that you are Pagma's descendant? The quest Pagma's Descendant has been created. Pagma's Descendant. Difficulty Class Quest. You have certainly been given Pagma's blacksmith skills, but do you know exactly who Pagma is? Can you proudly and confidently carry out his will? Who is Pagma? If he were simply a blacksmith with good skills, his legend wouldn't be scattered across the continent. First, start with the clue of the swordsmanship that pierced the sky and follow Pagma's legend. If you can collect all of the legends, you will truly understand Pagma and be the successor to his will. At that moment, a new legend will be born. There is no time limit for this class quest. If you accept the class quest of a legendary class, you can't change your class again. The legendary class quest has the power to transform Satisfy's world according to the result. Class quest clear conditions. Complete all linked quests successfully. Class quest clear reward unknown. First class quest, Pagma's swordsmanship. It was said that the force of Pagma's swordsmanship pierced the sky. This may be a clue to Pagma's swordsmanship, which wasn't described in Pagma's rare book. First class quest clear condition, learn Pagma's swordsmanship. First class quest clear reward, Dainsleif reproduction. Quest is in progress. I should have guessed due to being able to wear all equipment, but Pagma wasn't just a blacksmith. Then what? Is Pagma's descendant a class that isn't limited to just a blacksmith? What will I look like after completing all quests, a blacksmith and a warrior? Or maybe more, I couldn't anticipate it yet. Perhaps a new legend would be born. Good, I will look for Pagma's swordsmanship right now. I was about to leave the smithy with strong footsteps when I suddenly stopped. Where should I go? In addition, I am currently only level 21. Should I really leave on an adventure without making a plan? The ultimate goal of the class quest was to collect all of Pagma's legends scattered throughout the continent. In other words, didn't I need a level capable of venturing across the continent? It was impossible. This is a quest where I will need to take my time and proceed slowly. I want to finish the quest right now, but it can't be helped. My excitement became dull. Khan saw my disappointment and handed me a drink. It is late at night, so why don't you have a drink? There are many things I want to talk to you about. I want to talk about Pagma, the blacksmith techniques, and the future of the smithy. Excuse me, shouldn't you stop drinking? Cough, cough, I took the bottle from Khan's hand. Then I found all the other alcohol bottles hidden around the smithy. I will confiscate all of them. A class quest that I wouldn't know the reward until it was completed. Someday I would finally clear it, but I couldn't be rewarded if the client was dead. I had an obligation to make sure that Khan stopped drinking. Today I am happy, so just one bottle. You can't, I said firmly and placed all the bottles in my inventory. Okay. If I sell all of this liquor, I can get 2 gold. As I was pleased with the thought of earning money, the door of the smithy opened. A slim man entered. He looked at me while adjusting his glasses, then turned and greeted Khan politely. Are you Khan? It is nice to meet you. I am Rabbit, an employee of the Miro Company. Miro Company, the one who hired those gangsters. Doesn't he look too gentle? I watched silently. The nervous Khan warily watched the person called Rabbit. Rabbit opened his mouth with a mild expression. You owe 600 gold to the Miro Company, but according to what I heard, you don't have the ability to pay off your debt. So you want me to hand you the smithy? Rabbit smiled. I want to give you an opportunity because I have a high opinion of your ability. Opportunity. Yes, Khan's blacksmithing skills are excellent, so I want to buy those skills. How about it? The Miro Company will take ownership of this smithy, but we will transfer the operating rights to you. I promise a high salary. The Miro Company was compromising. They would own the smithy, but they would let Khan run it. In other words, the Miro Company will be the dog above me. Haha, you speak such rough words. And if I refuse, Rabbit's expression showed that he didn't understand. You refuse? Why? Aren't these conditions good compared to before? I'm not afraid of losing a job. I don't want to hand over this smithy, which has been in my family for generations. HRMM, indeed. The glasses-wearing Rabbit talked to himself while touching his chin. Then should I use armed force? No, it is a shame to use such a savage method. Can I sue the blacksmith for not paying his debt? No, there are several steps and it will take too long. Khan is stubborn, so what is the best way to persuade him? Mutter, mutter. He was an unusual person who revealed his surface thoughts by speaking them aloud. He soon came up with an idea. Khan, I would like to see if you qualify to keep this smithy. How about it? Compete with the blacksmith the Miro Company will hire. If you make something better than our blacksmith and win, I will admit that you are qualified to be the owner of the smithy. I will also reimburse your debt. But if you lose the game, you must admit that you aren't qualified and hand the smithy over to us. How about it? The conditions seemed good at first glance, but I thought that Khan should reject it. It was obvious that the opponent would be someone more skilled than Khan. In order for Khan to overcome this crisis, he had to inform the Lord that he was unfairly tricked by the Miro Company and seek legal help. But Khan enthusiastically accepted Rabbit's proposal. I understand. Oh, good choice. Khan attached some conditions, however. I can't exert my old skills due to drinking and not working for a while. Is it possible for my successor to participate in the game instead of me? Rabbit's expression stiffened. I heard that you didn't have a successor. You are misinformed. Over there, he is my successor. Ho, I see. He looks too incompetent to be your successor. You want him to participate in the game. Are you certain? Do I look like I am someone who will joke around? What was going on? Why was Khan pointing at me? The quest, item production game with the Miro Company, has been created. What is this? Khan must be crazy. He didn't ask my permission and just arbitrarily gave me a quest. Wasn't this too presumptuous? No, hey Khan. As I was about to express my resentment towards Khan, the quest window popped up. Item production game with the Miro Company. Difficulty A. The Miro Company has asked Khan to compete in a blacksmith game, but Khan is in the worst condition. Khan decided that it was too hard for him to participate in the tournament, passing it on to you. Quest clear conditions. Win in the game against the Miro Company. Quest clear reward plus 500 reputation in Winston. The affinity with the Winston residents will rise. 600 gold prize. Quest failure. Reputation in Winston will fall to a minimum. Khan's smithy will belong to the Miro Company. Would you like to accept the quest? I canceled my curses towards Khan. Look at the quest success rewards. 600 gold. A huge 600 gold. How much was 600 gold in cash? 100 gold was 120,001. 720,001. 720,000 won was a huge amount that could only be earned by doing labor tasks all day without resting for 8 days. What was the failure penalty compared to the tremendous success rewards? There was still some damage, but Khan would be the one receiving most of it. I never thought there would be a day when this honey-like quest would come to me. Why would I refuse? I accept the quest. The quest has been accepted. Rabbit asked with a surprised expression. Ho, is your successor not avoiding it? He is surprisingly confident. What is so surprising? Look at my brave face. I clearly look confident, right? Hut, that can either be good or poisonous. Okay, I will pass on the place and date that the game will take place in the near future. Then farewell until that day. Then Rabbit left. Khan knelt in front of me. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Doing this without consulting you. But it couldn't be helped. I want to keep this smithy. I pulled Khan up, then I embraced him tightly. Why are you sorry? Don't be bothered. Is there a need to be sorry considering our relationship? I will help you, so don't worry. QQ Kuhahaha, Winston, blessed land, you are so lovely. The item production game with the Miro Company. This quest was at a ranked difficulty. In other words, it was classified as a high difficulty quest. Common sense stated that it was impossible for a level 21 user to clear in a grade quest. Was I going to fail this quest? Why did I accept such a hard quest? It was natural. I accepted the quest because I thought I could clear it. If this quest were related to combat or adventuring, I wouldn't have much confidence. No, I would have turned down the quest in the first place. I wouldn't be able to clear it at my current level, even if I was a legendary class. But the item production game with the Miro Company required crafting an item to win, a quest that would succeed if I made an item better than the blacksmith hired by the Miro Company. I am the legendary blacksmith who has produced an epic arrow. I can win, even if the Miro Company hires an advanced level blacksmith. Qkuk, this is the quest for me. No, it's an event. As moonlight seeped in through the window, I smiled and spoke a splendid monologue like a character from a manhwa. Khan returned from picking up the item making tools in the warehouse and trembled at the sight of me. Did you eat something bad at dinner? You look sick. Are you okay? Do you need medicine? No, I will bring you to the doctor right now. Where do I look sick? Khan didn't seem to have a sense of aesthetics. Tusk, a blacksmith is a type of artist. The works made by Khan were obviously inferior in appearance and performance. As I felt certain of this, Khan brought out a beautiful sword and helmet. These are the pieces I made. What do you think? Isn't it okay? I was famous for making really beautiful pieces during my prime. My aesthetic sense has always been admired by artists. Haha. This old man, was he reading my thoughts? As I gazed at the sword and helmet, Khan laid out various production tools. As you can see, the tools are properly stocked. There are various metals, ores, and logs of wood piled up in the warehouses. There are a lot of materials, but I haven't done any business in the past months. But the result is good. You can use these materials during your training. Khan smiled bitterly, so I couldn't help asking him a question. The Miro Company tried to put you into debt and hired gangsters to interfere in your sales. They also threatened and assaulted you. Why didn't you ask for help from the Lord or guards? Why stay quiet? Khan sighed. I have filed a complaint with the guard captain several times and appealed to the Lord. I wanted the guards to protect me and for the Lord to stop this injustice, but they didn't even look at me. My requests were ignored. I guess it was the work of the Miro Company. Right, the Miro Company is one of the largest and richest companies in the north. The Lord and guards have already received bribes from the Miro Company. It isn't just me. Many other Winston residents were hurt by the Miro Company and thrown onto the streets, but the Lord didn't lift a single finger to help them. In the end, money was the best. Once again, I realized the greatness of money and vowed that I would be rich. By the way, doesn't Winston belong to Earlstein? That's right. Why don't you and the residents go to Earlstein and accuse Winston's lord? Then Earlstein will punish. No, you don't think that the hands of the Miro Company have reached Earlstein. Khan shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. We've tried many times to meet Earlstein, however, the Lord noticed, and prevented us from leaving Winston every time. Even if we raise an appeal, it won't be passed on to Earlstein. The Lord wouldn't go so far to stop us if the Earl is on his side. There isn't anyone monitoring this place. The inspectors have been bought by the Lord a long time ago. Yes, in the end, money was the best. I accepted it and stood up. Then I lit the furnace and comforted Khan. Don't worry, now you have me. I will give the people of the Miro Company a flat nose. Do you trust me? Can you trust me and leave this part to me? Of course I trust you. Pagma's descendant can win no matter what blacksmith is your opponent. Grid, you really are dependable. If my son was alive, he would be a similar age to you. That child would have been a good young man like you. Sob, Khan was an old man with a lot of tears, but that didn't seem to be the main issue. It meant he was a man with a lot of scars. Poor man. What? Why was I feeling such sentiment? Strangely, my mind weakened when I saw Khan. Was Pagma's ideology implanted in me without knowing after I became his descendant? Khan has a great affinity with me, but I don't know why I'm feeling like this. I saw Khan slyly looking for a drink and sat down next to him. Old man, watch my work all night, then you will soon forget about your drinking. You will be filled with the desire to be a blacksmith again. Is that so? Ack, what was this? Why did I smile gently when I looked at the old man? As I started into the fire of the furnace, I remembered an old memory I had forgot. When I was in elementary school, I was able to feel great happiness when I visited my grandfather's house during the holidays. I always felt better due to the warm love I received from my grandfather and grandmother. I see. Khan's atmosphere and way of talking resembled my grandfather. Have a cup of tea. It is tea made of boiled lunnol leaves, and the fragrance is very good. Well, it isn't bad. I would rather receive money, but, what did you say? The noise is so loud that I can't hear you. You can't hear me. I can't hear what you are saying. Indeed, you're skilled, Kang. The moment of sharing tea and hammering iron with a person I liked. My heart grew heavy. This was the first time I felt a precious moment in Satisfy. But you, how come your hammering form is like that? Was I mistaken because my expectations were too great? No, it's not like that. It should look like this. No, you have to narrow your elbows a bit more. Are you really the descendant of Pagma? Tell me honestly. Why you're not a scam artist, are you? Are you someone from the Miro company? I was crazy to accept Rabbit's offer. This old man, be quiet, can you see my skills so quickly? Just leave me alone a little bit. Why are you taking the hammer? I judged your skills too quickly. This is too strange. Pagma's descendant should have mastered this. Or a fraud, a crook. You. Annoying, T-tang. The night deepened, but I didn't rest. I was in my peak condition. I should use this to improve my technical skills. I improved my skills throughout the night, and Khan no longer called me a scammer. Then the next day, the training began in earnest. Khan saw my work and forgot about drinking, revealing his 60 years' experience as a blacksmith. He helped me using the skills and knowledge that he accumulated. The thing to consider when making armor isn't durability. The first thing is to design armor that will allow the wearer to move freely. I examined armor and made it. The strength and weaknesses aren't aligned properly. Why is only this part calibrated? You need to focus. You aren't a 3-year-old child, so why are you becoming so distracted? I was scolded. Amazing. Why is it so different as soon as you start concentrating? Your talent is endless. Then I was praised after the scolding. There are some stupid seeds who stop when they think it is good enough. Their logic is that they are pushed for time, so they might as well take forging out of the question. But they are mistaken. Forging is not a minor task. If forging is omitted, the meaning of quenching and tempering will fade. If you're lacking in time, then you should omit quenching instead of forging. There were deep teachings. I agree with you. In the first place, does it make sense to skip processes just because of lacking time? Then an imperfect item will be made. No matter how much time it takes, I will try to make perfect things. A respectable craftsman, as expected of Pagma's descendant, having such noble ideas at a young age. It isn't a big deal. I just want to make perfect stuff to sell at a more expensive. Modesty is also a great virtue in a young man. You are respectable. Grid, it is the luck of a lifetime that I met you. He misunderstood my comments. Either way, it was a happy time. I woke up before the alarm clock rang. I looked through the curtain and saw that outside was still dark. I checked the time. It is only 4 a.m. It was too early. I could afford to close my eyes for at least 30 more minutes. My usual self would grumble about waking up early before going back to bed. But today was different. It is a refreshing morning. I felt good. The day before, I spent 2 nights of Satisfy time and polished my blacksmithing skills. I created 3 pieces of armor and 2 swords, with 2 of the items having a rare rating. My concentration and sophistication improved, greatly increasing the speed of production. Khan really helped a lot. He was different from Smith in Barren Village. Khan still hasn't returned to his peak condition, but the difference between a low-level blacksmith and advanced-level blacksmith is like the difference between the sky and the earth. I wanted to see Khan. I would be taught by him while making items. Growth was another attraction of leveling up. I wanted to see him as soon as I woke up in the morning. Am I overdoing it? Sniff. Let's go shower. I headed straight to the bathroom. After a refreshing wash in hot water, I exited to see my mother preparing breakfast. Good morning. Youngwoo, you rested yesterday. Has your fatigue improved? Why are you awake so early? This is the power of beef rib soup. It is the effect of eating something good. My physical condition great. So I should eat some grilled eel. Why does a person with no girlfriend need to eat eel? The words were spoken by my father, who was reading his newspaper in the room. I puffed up. Are you ignoring me because I don't have a girlfriend? There are many places where it will have an effect. No, who says I don't have a girlfriend? What? Ho 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 ho. My mother grabbed her belly and started to laugh. She laughed so much that tears appeared. What? I felt like I was being ignored as I saw my mother's reaction. I felt bad and questioned my mother. Mother, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing when I said that I could have a girlfriend? My mother couldn't stop laughing. Ho 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 ho. It's funny when a kid who's lived for 26 years and never got a girlfriend speaks so proudly. You are my child, but you are really amazing. My BLEHURTS. Ho 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 ho. This was obviously ignorance. Was there another son in the world who would be so ignorantly ignored by his mother? As I wobbled away in shock, my father backed my mother up instead of scolding her. Son, please make sure to have a girlfriend by next year. Shouldn't you be prepared? No, think about other things first. Shouldn't you pay off your debt first? What type of woman would want to date you when you are like this? No matter how confident you are, it isn't easy. Do you think a meager man like you can instill confidence in your lover? Just give up on having a girlfriend for a while. This was also obviously ignorance. This was a morning where I felt better than ever. My heart, which was in the best condition, crumbled at my parents' words. Both of you are too much. There is a reason why I haven't had a girlfriend yet. My debt isn't a problem. You two are the ones who made me like this. I poured out the words that I had buried in my heart. I don't have a lover because of mother and father. If you two had made me like a movie star, I would be able to get a girlfriend. Damn it. The two of you made me ugly, so the girls don't care about me. Gosh, are you blaming us for being born this way? Look at your sister. She came out from the same belly as you, but she is so beautiful. Did you know that you were also born beautiful like Sehi? People aren't all about appearance. It is also about personality. Tusk, the more I look, the more pathetic you are. Eek. I was being humiliated like this in the morning. Serious doubts revolved around my head. Was I adopted as a child? Maybe my parents aren't actually my parents. My parents said I was a beautiful baby, but are they really my parents? Am I just a kid they picked up? The two people who raised me for 26 years weren't actually my parents. Then what about my real parents? Where were my parents? No, what was I doing now? It was almost time to go work. I couldn't afford to play around like this. I calmed down. Then I sat down at the table and turned to my father, changing the topic. Father, how is grandfather these days? Is he healthy as always? Why are you suddenly asking about your grandfather? There is an old NPC blacksmith in the game, and he reminded me of grandfather. So I suddenly remembered grandfather. Would he become angry again after hearing about the game? No, maybe he would beat me up. You just suddenly thought about him. My father said in a flat voice. Then you should come along with I go to visit your grandfather next month. Do you know how sorry you should be for not visiting your grandfather for 1 year? My family had been visiting my grandparents' house every holiday since 7 years ago. 7 years ago, my grandmother died, and it was an attempt to soothe my grandfather's loneliness. Mother and father tried to persuade my grandfather to stay with us, but he firmly rejected. Perhaps he thought he would be a burden. I had been loved by my grandfather since I was young, so I visited him every year until last year. I never once visited after starting Satisfy. I wanted to play the game instead of taking time off to travel to my grandfather's house. I was an unfilial bastard. Was my grandfather currently lonely, just like Khan? I was worried because I was able to get a glimpse through Khan about how lonely old men could act. In the future, I should try and visit my grandfather as frequently as possible. I ate well. After a while, I finished breakfast and immediately headed towards my workplace. The people who already arrived filled the office with tobacco smoke. The cigarette smoke was causing me to get a headache. Why do they like smoking when cigarettes are a waste of effort and money? If I had the money spent on buying cigarettes, let's endure it a little longer. Once the item manufacturing was in full swing, I would no longer have to go back here. I could make a large amount of money by making and selling items. From then on, Satisfy will become my job. I could lie in my capsule all day and not have to listen to my parents nagging. But for that to happen, I needed to win against the Miro company. I can use Khan's smithy as a base. I must win the game and protect Khan's smithy. The Miro company's Winston branch. Valmont wasn't feeling good. It was because he felt disappointed with his most trusted subordinate, Rabbit. Why did you do such an annoying thing? A production game over the smithy. Valmont couldn't understand Rabbit's intentions. If Khan can't pay me back, it is natural to use the smithy as collateral, and Khan doesn't have the ability to pay off the debt. In other words, the smithy is sure to enter my hand. It is only a matter of time, whether it is slow or fast. I wanted to speed that up, which is why I let you handle the matter. But have you forgotten your mission? Bam! Valmont threw the apple he was chewing against the wall. The pieces of apple splattered against Rabbit's face. Rabbit quietly took out his handkerchief and wiped his dirty face. Valmont huffed as he saw Rabbit's dignified manner and shouted, "Why are you giving Khan hope by making a useless bet? Why? You opened up the opportunity that he might be able to keep the smithy. Have you been bribed by Khan?" Rabbit was a person he had trusted more than anyone before today. It was a simple example that revealed Valmont's character, who didn't trust people well. Rabbit explained calmly, "Right now, our main base is in Winston. But unfortunately, the Winston residents have recognized the Miro Company as their enemy. Considering the long-term perspective of the Miro Company's business development, it is best to be friendly with the Winston residents. They have to care about the Miro Company in order to help develop it. But the Miro Company has taken their property. It won't be easy to appease them. The company took their property. Bah, sophistry. The value of their land was shit. I paid for and bought them legally. They also welcomed it. Now they regret it as the land develops and the prices rise. Truly treacherous guys. They wouldn't be so alarmed right now if you used some of the profits from the land to benefit them. Then they would have appreciated it and contributed to the development of the Miro Company in the long term. In other words, I am the bad one. Bah, the residents of Winston are still criticizing all the work I have done. You, Valmont looked at Rabbit in a menacing manner. Don't try to teach me. Do I look like a child to you? You just have to do what I tell you to. And what is with this bullshit? Get to the point. Why did you make such a lousy bet with Khan? This is the limit of Valmont. It will be difficult to grow the Miro Company any further. The reason why the Miro Company could grow this big was because Valmont, when he was still young, had listened to Rabbit's advice and operated the business. But now Valmont was filled with arrogance and egotism, and he didn't listen to Rabbit's advice anymore. Once this business finishes, I need to leave. Rabbit made his decision and decided to explain his intentions to Valmont. Khan's position in Winston is very high. There are many people who consider him the hero who resists the Miro Company. In these circumstances, if the Miro Company takes Khan's smithy in a nasty manner, the anger of the residents will go out of control and will likely lead to a rebellion. The residents will work as a group to hinder the Miro Company, ultimately dealing harm to it. Valmont started to listen. Rabbit continued the explanation. I am confident that I can reform the company's image through this game. Why did they give a chance to Khan when they can just take his smithy? The residents will start feeling this suspicion. Then I will advertise that we recognized Khan's skill and want to give him a chance. This suggests that the Miro Company can be a friend rather than an enemy. Then the population's perception of the company will change drastically. They will think that the Miro Company doesn't only move for money, that is also cares for people. So we will gain loyal customers. Yes, HRMM. If you hire an excellent blacksmith, then we can win, right, of course. In addition, the opponent isn't Khan. According to my research, he is a young man whose reputation is so poor that it is doubtful he is even a blacksmith. Okay, hire the best blacksmith. Don't worry about the money. Valmont was insufficient in many ways, but a positive was that he was quick to make decisions. If he had no positive aspects, how could he become the master of a giant company in the first place? Rabbit smiled with satisfaction. I have already found a person. No matter how bad Khan's condition was, he wasn't stupid enough to entrust it to an unskilled person. So Rabbit wanted to watch out for the young man called Grid. But when Rabbit met Grid, he saw that Grid had no experience. It was a person he couldn't feel alert against. Rabbit was convinced that if he chose a suitable blacksmith, they wouldn't lose the game. I can't be careless, but Rabbit had a cautious nature. He tried to get the best results every time, so he would be vigilant this time. He was going to hire the best blacksmith. Khan, I heard the rumor, but you aren't drinking. Kang. It happened when I was working hard raising my blacksmith skills in the smithy. Khan's friend arrived and started talking. Not drinking, what are you saying? No, if you're sober, then why are you hanging out with this unimpressive newbie every day? Tusk. At first glance, he looks like someone who is ignorant of the world. I was referred to as an unimpressive newbie by this damn bastard. This damn bastard had been talking ever since he entered the smithy. Old man, if you stop drinking because of this person. I place strength in the hand holding my hammer, a rapidly rising killing instinct. Khan noticed that the hammer in my hand was shaking and hurriedly told his friend. Hey, shut up, you're mistaken. Mistaken? Yes, mistaken. That young man might have a garbage-like appearance, but you shouldn't judge a person from their outer appearance. That young man is actually a big person. Garbage-like appearance. Did Khan always think like that about me? I felt betrayed. Quang. I seethed with anger and hammered the steel with more strength. Then I suddenly looked at myself. I had leveled up from the gangsters, but I was still only level 21. Since both my armor and weapon were left in the warehouse, I was just wearing beginner clothes. The criteria that an NPC used to judge users was their level, equipment, and reputation. I didn't have any equipment, my level was low, and my reputation was low, so I naturally looked like crap to the NPCs. What about the reputation I gained when I killed the gangsters? As I had some doubts, I listened to Khan and his friend's conversation. You don't believe it. Don't be deceived by his appearance and watch his techniques closely. That isn't the normal skill for a blacksmith, isn't it? And this is a secret, but this young man took care of Vale's gang alone. Yuha, what nonsense are you talking? Yes, I admit that his blacksmithing technique is great now that I've seen it with my own eyes. That young man seems moderately good, unlike his appearance, but taking care of Vale's gang alone. Aren't they the fiercest outlaws in Winston? It's impossible. How could a blacksmith take them out alone? I saw it directly. Have you seen any of Vale's gang on the street today? Aren't they missing? It was all done by this young man. Hoo, this friend should really drink less. If this is true, shouldn't his reputation have already spread? Khan clicked his tongue. Think about it. If rumors spread that this young man defeated Vale, the Miro Company wouldn't leave him alone, so why bother spreading it? There are no rumors because I was the only witness. Therefore, his reputation is still unknown. Well, you were the one who witnessed it. Is that young man so great? Hut, now that I'm looking closely, doesn't he seem rather dignified? I see. There were no rumors that I defeated Vale's group, so the effect of my reputation hadn't spread yet. Khan, are you here? At that moment, a group of people entered the smithy. They were holding flyers in their hands. A middle-aged person showed Khan the flyer and asked, is this true? Khan verified the contents of the flyer and nodded. That's right. The people were agitated. What was this about? I was intrigued, so I moved closer and examined the details of the flyer. Ohu, the Miro company will compete with Blacksmith Khan in an item production game. The reason that we chose to do this is because we respect Khan as a human and admire his blacksmith skills. If the Miro company loses to Khan in this game, our company will help Khan keep his smithy by paying off his debt. On the other hand, the smithy will get transferred to us if we win, but we will leave the operating rights to Khan. A coexistence with the residents of Winston is our ultimate goal. The date of the game will be announced in the near future, so please pay attention to it. These words were printed on the flyers that the people were carrying. I could feel that the day of the competition was steadily approaching. I'm not even the slightest bit nervous. No matter how skilled the blacksmith hired by the Miro company is, I am Pagma's descendant. As Pagma's descendant, I had the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill. Even if the Miro company hired a blacksmith, it was highly probably that I would produce a higher-rated item. Was the blacksmith's skill so common? Even the most renowned NPC blacksmith was likely to just be at the advanced level. The opponent I would face was likely to be an advanced-level blacksmith. As Pagma's descendant, I could easily defeat an advanced-level blacksmith. The people were agitated. It is easy for the Miro company to take Khan's smithy, but they didn't just forcibly take the smithy and instead asked for a fair game. They are giving Khan a job. According to their claim, they genuinely respect Khan. That's right. Even if they win the game, they will allow Khan to operate the smithy. Then is the rumor that the Miro company plans to create jobs for the residents true. This seems to be the case. Maybe the Miro company isn't as bad as we thought. They really are trying to coexist with us. It sounded really plausible when listening to the people talking. The Miro company. They hired gangsters to threaten Khan, so I thought they were bad guys, but they are actually decent. Then why were the gangsters so arrogant? Was there an error in the command system? My vague hostility towards the Miro company disappeared. The Miro company gave me a quest that will allow me to receive 600 gold. There is no need to think badly of them. Yes, most of the people present, as well as myself, developed a slight liking towards the Miro company. However, Khan was different. That's it. This is why the Miro company asked for the game. That rabbit, he isn't an ordinary man. The indignant Khan grabbed the flyer. Chwak, he ripped it. Then he reproached the people. You forgot about all your humiliation and suffering just from seeing this piece of paper. The Miro company is a villain who knew about Winston's development beforehand and used the information to monopolize our land. You were deprived of everything, becoming poor and hungry. What has the Miro company done for us since then? Many people sympathized with Khan. That's right. The Miro company is the enemy. Are we going to commit another mistake by being deceived by their tricks? Don't be nice to them. We will be stabbed in the back, then fall to hell. The affinity between the Winston residents and the Miro company was bad. Their grudge against the company was quite deep. Excuse me. In the midst of the rage, someone held up his hand. Everyone's eyes concentrated on the man. A user. NPCs had a green name above their heads, but the name of this man was white. It meant he was a normal user who hadn't done any bad deeds. Khan asked him, "Young man, you aren't a resident of this village. My name is Hura. I am an ordinary visitor who came to Winston for the first time. I see. Hura, what question do you have? Yes, you might feel uncomfortable, but can you let me speak? Speak." The NPCs were acting favorable towards a person they met for the first time. Unlike me, Hura seemed to be a high-level traveler, or a traveler with a high reputation on the continent. According to the rumors I heard when I came here to Winston, the Miro company, who knew about Winston's development plan, approached you and bought land and commercial areas from those who didn't know about the development plan. Right after that, Winston made great strides in its development, and the Miro company received great benefits. Is this correct? That's right. Were you forced to sell the land to the Miro company? No. Then are the Miro company's actions towards you truly unscrupulous? Weren't you blinded by money when you sold your land and stores to the Miro company? Weren't you trying to move your homes with the money you earned? But you didn't want to leave after belatedly realized that Winston was going to be developed, and the situation turned out like this. Ultimately, the ones you should blame aren't the Miro company. It is your own ignorance and self-interest. What are you saying? You are clearly the Miro company's crony. The atmosphere abruptly changed, but Hura didn't back down. A company is formed to build wealth. The act of taking advantage of information to form a monopoly is natural for them. Many of you hate them, but there is no need to be enemies. Did they actually do anything wrong? This bastard is talking until the end. Should we shut his mouth? The residents didn't like the Miro company being defended. There were some people so enraged that they wanted to beat Hura up, but Hura wasn't afraid. I'm not hired by the Miro company. The reason I'm saying these words is for you. Everyone, don't try to fight with the Miro company, but coexist with them. That is the much wiser choice. The angry people listening to Hura's words calmed down. It was evidence that Hura was persuading them. Then Khan spoke. This young man is meddling in other people's business. What is your intention behind giving such advice? Khan didn't hide his suspicions. He was convinced that Huroi was sent by the Miro Company. Isn't it obvious? He must have a compelling reason to speak up like this. I was certain that Huroi had received a quest from the Miro Company. If people were persuaded, his quest would be successful. Most people have already been persuaded. I absolutely can't allow this to happen. I should interfere. It was irrelevant to me if the Miro Company was an enemy or not, so why was I bothered? The reason, the misfortune of others is my happiness. I don't want to see him clear his quest in front of me. I will make him fail. Yes, it was a simple reason. I wanted to make Huroi fail the quest. The moment I was about to come out to disrupt Huroi, Khan restrained me. Leave it to me. Khan sent me a thankful look before approaching Huroi. Then he nodded. Your words are right. It would be good for our future to coexist with a large company. What was he saying? Buzz buzz. The people were disturbed once Khan, who was more resentful of the Miro Company than anyone else, supported Huroi's claim. Naturally, all eyes and ears focused on Khan. Then Khan spoke. If Winston didn't belong to Erlstein, we would have chosen to coexist with the Miro Company as you advised. The words were meaningful. Huroi was puzzled. If it didn't belong to Erlstein. Yes, the important thing is that this village belongs to Erlstein. I don't know where you come from, but there is a local statute called the Rights of the People. It is a law that Erlstein himself imposed because he treasures the people. This is one of the provisions of this statute. The residents of Erlstein's territory have the right to be informed more quickly than anyone else about their area of residence. Khan explained the meaning of this provision, how you heard about how it is the pioneering age of the North. The North has a bad climate and many monsters. At this moment, numerous pioneers are struggling. What happens when a new land is pioneered? By default, it will have a large impact on the nearby cities and villages. Khan nodded with satisfaction at Huroi's words. Yes, that's right. Then what is responsible for Winston's current development? The roads were improved and transportation supplemented. Why were the roads improved and the transportation supplemented? It is because a new land was pioneered not far from here. Winston will be the bridge between this new land and the capital. Do you understand? The North is changing every moment. The people of the North might be damaged by the sudden changes. Khan cut to the chase. This is the reason for the stipulation that Erlstein's residents have the right to be informed about their area of residence sooner than anyone else. It is so that people can be prepared for the sudden changes. We can minimize the damage or maximize the profits. Huroi figured out the point of this explanation. Winston's residents were supposed to benefit from the development, not the Miro Company. You suffered a loss, and this is contrary to Erlstein's will. You have the duty to fight against the Miro Company's tyranny, as well as the Winston Lord who gave them the information instead of the Winston residents. Is my interpretation correct? That's right. We must not compromise with the Miro Company. It isn't for our benefit alone. As his people, we also don't want to betray Erlstein's will. We must accuse Winston's Lord and the Miro Company, who are going against Erlstein's will. Indeed, a perfect justification. The people cried out with excitement at Khan's words. They cheered. Everyone was united in their determination to confront the Miro Company. Huroi exclaimed in a loud voice. The evil deeds of Winston's Lord and the Miro Company must be reported to Erlstein, but you are under the Lord's supervision and can't raise an appeal with Erlstein. Leave it to me. I will do my duty and inform Erlstein of the happenings in Winston. For Winston, for you, for the honor of Erlstein, I will accuse Winston's Lord. It was clear. Huroi had just received a quest from Khan, but wasn't it strange? Usually, an NPC gave a user a quest. The user would passively receive the quest. However, this didn't give the impressive of a passive quest. Rather, it felt like Huroi induced Khan to give him the quest. No way. I hurried after Huroi, who had left the smithy. Huroi looked at me with an extremely cynical expression. It was inconsistent with his enthusiastic appearance in the smithy, so I thought I had the wrong person for a moment. Weren't you a folding screen in the corner? What do you want with me? I am busy. Folding screen in the corner. Ah, that's right. I look like a complete beginner right now. Unless the person had a very good nature, it was common for ordinary users to be reluctant to deal with beginners. Beginners didn't know anything, so they were always asking questions, sometimes even begging. I immediately cut to the chase so that Huroi wouldn't ignore me and leave. Didn't you come to this place because you received a quest from the Miro Company? Your original plan was to convince the Winston residents to work with the Miro Company. But what is this development? Ho. Huroi showed an interested response. You inferred that I have a quest from my actions. Are you not a beginner? Well, I just aimed for the larger benefit. Share the quest information. The player, Huroi, wants to share the quest information. Would you like to accept? I accepted and Huroi's quest information appeared. For the residents of Winston. Difficulty A. Winston's residents have been greatly damaged by the selfish Lord and the Miro Company. Originally, you were commissioned by the Miro Company. However, you couldn't turn away from the poor residents, so you betrayed the Miro Company. Now you must avoid the pursuit of the Miro Company and head for Frontier, the capital of Erlstein's territory. Be sure to arrive at Frontier and tell Earl Stein of everything that is happening in Winston. Quest clear conditions, an audience with Earl Stein. Quest reward the title Apostle of Justice. The affinity with the Winston residents will rise to the peak. Reputation in Winston will rise to the peak. Earl Stein's gift, Apostle of Justice, the courage stat will be opened. All stats plus 10. The skill Unbreakable Justice will be generated. Quest failure level 1. Affinity with the Winston residents will decline. You can't enter Winston until the Winston Lord is changed. What is this enormous compensation? Having the greatest reputation and affinity in a village meant that the user could buy goods cheaply and receive hidden quests. In addition, a gift from a senior nobleman would be at least an epic-rated item. Furthermore, the new stat and skill that were generated from the title were so rare that their value couldn't be converted into money. It was definitely a hidden quest. It was even better than the hidden quest I received. My stomach hurts. My jealousy caused dizziness, and it felt like my insides were burning. I was frustrated while Hiroi smiled at me complacently. Isn't it amazing? This is a hidden quest. I'm happy since this is the first time I've seen one. How annoying, but I didn't show it because of my pride. HMPH, this is amazing. Hidden quests are no big deal. Shit, it isn't amazing. I don't feel envious of any of those rewards. I'm not envious. Is that so? Yes, I'm not envious. So stop boasting about it and tell me what you did. If I'm not mistaken, you induced the NPC to give you the quest. Right? Hiroi shrugged. You noticed quickly. Well, a lot of people know about it, so the information will spread soon. There is no value in keeping it secret, and I received a hidden quest, so I will tell you. Then I was told something shocking. The degree of freedom in Satisfy is infinite. I received the quest by taking advantage of that freedom. I don't wait until NPCs give me quests. I try to speak words that will make the NPC give me the quest. Here is a simple example. If I say I am quick and diligent when it comes to deliveries in front of a restaurant owner, it is highly likely that the restaurant owner will give me a delivery-related quest. Amazing. I didn't know that until now. Has anyone else received a quest like this? If so, those who don't know how to play the game have received damages. Don't be discouraged. Unless you are an early player who has been playing Satisfy for a year, most users wouldn't have enough understanding of quests to apply this concept. Except for the early users, most people will be passive towards quests like you. You haven't received any large damages. Only a small number of early users have benefited from it. Well, this information has already started to appear on various sites, so soon everyone will know about it. Hey, why are you pale all of a sudden? Why are you sweating? I am one. I have been playing Satisfy for 1 year since it opened. What? PFF, puhahaha. Hira grabbed his belly. He laughed until tears fell, then raised his thumb as he barely managed to stop. That is one of the funniest jokes I have ever heard. Isn't this a good gag? Are you perhaps a comedian in real life? Do you want to be friends? Get lost, it wasn't a joke. I really was an early user who had been playing Satisfy for 1 year. I even took a leave of absence from school to play Satisfy. But I had no idea about such a tip. Did I ever obtain my own know-how while playing Satisfy for a year? No, I relied on the mundane information that anyone could get from websites. My understanding of Satisfy was so low, I couldn't believe I was an early user. I am pathetic. I am very ashamed of myself. Tears flowed down from my eyes. Damned, log out, hey, why are you acting like this? Hira was baffled after I left so suddenly. What is with that person? Hira was stunned when the person called Grid suddenly logged out. He was an Asian user and had a good sense of humor, so it would have been nice if they could be friends. He chuckled when he thought about it again. Grid declared himself an early user while not even knowing about how to induce a quest. Why did he feel the need to impersonate an early user? He truly has an unusual personality. Then shall I go? Hiroi thought it was just a passing relationship. After meeting Grid, Hiroi didn't feel anything special. It was just a funny story that he dismissed lightly. But the two men were already approaching the whirlwind of destiny. Let's do the quest. It was the very first time Hiroi had received a hidden quest since he first started Satisfy almost a year ago. He had been playing Satisfy since the day it opened, but he never had such great luck. The skill called Unbreakable Justice isn't known, so its effectiveness can't be determined. However, I've heard about the courage state in rumors. Every time the courage stat increases by 10 points, attack power and defense will permanently increase. Hira trembled. If I succeed in this quest and receive the Apostle of Justice title, I can grow using the courage stat. Then I can become a ranker. Hiroi was currently level 127. Compared to the average level of users, it was very high, and he was treated as a high-level user wherever he went. But it wasn't so high considering that he was an early user. He was only level 127 despite playing 18 out of 24 hours a day for 1 year because of his class. Hiroi's class wasn't a combat or production class, it was an orator. An orator's weapon was talking. Combat classes and production classes could raise their levels relatively easy by hunting or making items. However, an orator only competed with words, so it had a weak combat ability and couldn't make any items. The reason Hyurei managed to reach this level was due to always receiving quests from NPCs through talking, but that method had now reached its limit. The higher the level, the higher the difficulty of the quest and the less experience that was gained. While other people were hunting monsters or selling items, he was going back and forth carrying out unprofitable quests. Thus, Hyurei desperately needed to gain experience through hunting. However, the weapons that an orator could use were extremely limited. Their health was the lowest of all classes, while their basic combat stats and skills were poor. It was a cycle he couldn't escape from. It was hard for him to even catch a monster 15 levels lower than him. One of his flagship skills, Spiteful Tongue, was a powerful skill that causes all stats of the target to decline. But it wasn't easy to use in a life and death fight, as obviously there were limits to its use. The fatal weakness of my class is that my combat strength is weak. I can overcome this weakness with the courage stat. He had to succeed in this quest in order to earn the Apostle of Justice title and gain the courage stat. After reaffirming his determination, he arrived at the street in front of the western gate. The gate was relatively quiet. It was because the Lord of Winston strictly monitored and managed the residents, so the residents couldn't leave Winston. Even now, there were no residents of Winston going through the gate, only travelers. Hyurei approached the soldiers guarding the gate and greeted them before presenting his ID card. As a simple traveler who wasn't a resident of Winston, he could easily pass through the gate. But strangely, the soldiers didn't let Hyurei out. Hyurei noticed the danger as the soldiers blocked the gates. The Miro Company already aware of my betrayal. It was serious. If he delayed, he would be caught by the Miro Company and fail the quest. This was the biggest opportunity he received in 1 year, so he couldn't miss it. What reason do you have for stopping me? Surely there wasn't a mistake. Hyurei tried to talk with the soldiers. He intended to persuade or deceive the soldiers by using his weapon, his eloquence. But the soldiers kept their mouths shut and didn't speak a single word to Hyurei. They blatantly avoided conversing with him. This is ominous. Hyurei decided that he should leave this place at once. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice behind him. No matter what you say, the soldiers won't respond. I told the soldiers not to react no matter what you say until they receive a signal from me. Hyurei was so surprised it felt like his heart stopped. It was due to the sudden appearance of Rabbit, a top employee of the Miro Company, and commissioned Hyurei to persuade the Winston inhabitants. Hyurei tried to conceal his confusion and greeted Rabbit. Aren't you Mr. Rabbit? Shouldn't you be busy doing business in your office? I had a headache, so I went out for some fresh air. Haha, relaxation is important. You can't work efficiently if you are in a bad condition. Rabbit, why did you instruct the soldiers not to talk to me? Are you trying to take away the joy I get from talking to other people? I feel really sad. Rabbit grinned at Hyurei and said, Mr. Hyurei, you have an obligation to instigate the residents of Winston, according to your contract with me. It is natural to visit me after fulfilling the contract, but you didn't do anything and are trying to leave Winston, so I don't know how to take this. Hyurei calmly explained, in order for my words to serve as a weapon, there must be a small gap in the minds of the opponent. I have to wait for the right time to incite the people. This isn't a problem that can be solved by hurrying, as I have to wait until the right time comes. The scenery near Winston is famous, so I wanted to see it while waiting. I am leaving Winston. It is just a misunderstanding. Rabbit made a surprised expression and said, Is that so? I misunderstood your intentions. As an orator, Hyurei had a passive skill called Persuasion and the Persuasive Power stat. Both his persuasion level and persuasive power stat were currently very high, so he could move NPCs according to his will if he used it well. Yes, it is a misunderstanding. So Rabbit, can you direct the soldiers to let me pass through the gate? Hyurei was sure that he succeeded after seeing Rabbit's response. However, he was mistaken. Rabbit was an NPC with very high intelligence. He had a lot of experience from growing the Miro Company to be one of the best in the north. It meant that Hyurei wasn't at a level to manipulate him yet. Rabbit made a sorry expression. I thought that Mr. Hyurei's eloquence was very good, so I believed that you could easily incite the residents. But now you look incompetent. I admit that I misunderstood your abilities. This morning, the Miro Company distributed flyers across the village as scheduled. There will be a big gap in the minds of the residents who read the flyers. They will be wavering and confused. Now is the right time for you to enter and dazzle them with your words, making their hearts lean towards the Miro Company. But you lack the ability to read this mood. Otherwise, you must have betrayed me. Cuck, Rabbit's eyes were like a hawk's. The sharp gaze penetrated Hyurei and provided enormous pressure. Hyurei realized it. Rabbit, did you predict my betrayal in advance? You expected me to try to escape by misleading the soldiers, so you gave the soldiers instructions not to talk to me. Rabbit shook his head. I have met and managed many people, so I never believed in anyone from the beginning. Rather than anticipating your betrayal, I just made assumptions that you might betray me and prepared for the worst. Now come over here. You will be locked up for a while. Instead of persuading the residents, you have joined them. Therefore, I can't let you go and meet Earl Stein. Rabbit gestured and the soldiers ran towards Hura. This is the end. I can't escape from this place with my battle skills. I will clearly be trapped and fail the quest. No, I can't give up. He might never have another chance at a hidden quest. It was an opportunity that must never be missed. Forget about acting rashly. Let's log out and get rid of the immediate crisis. I need to think carefully about how to handle this crisis. Hura made a swift judgment and tried to log out. In the case of a quest in a specific place, it was impossible to log out during the quest. However, this was the center of a village. There were users curiously watching the situation. This was a public place, so Hura believed he could log out. Log out? You can't shut down the game here. What? Hura was astonished. It was due to an unexpected notification window. Stop your futile resistance. After failing to log out, Hura was captured and tied up by the soldiers. Rabbit said cynically, log out. It is a mysterious spell that takes your immortal bodies to an unknown place. Don't you know that we have the power to neutralize it? NPCs were clearly aware of the difference between users and themselves, so Rabbit intended to keep Hura alive. Hura would resurrect somewhere else if he was killed, so it was better to imprison him. Rabbit directed the soldiers, lock him in the castle's dungeon. Tell the Lord that he should be watched closely for a while. This, the first quest he received in a year, only for him to fail. Hura was in hell. As he felt despair, a notification window flashed before him. The quest for the residents of Winston A has changed to Wait. Difficulty S. Having played into the hands of Rabbit, you have failed the commission to report the Winston Lord and Miro Company's evil deeds to Earl Stein. Fortunately, hope still remains. Winston Castle's dungeon is known to be impossible to escape from. In the dark, cold, and unsanitary dungeon, you must somehow survive until the end. If you can endure the cold and hunger, the Apostle of Justice will surely come and rescue you. Quest clear conditions: don't log out for 50 hours in real time. This is an extremely dangerous quest. For the elderly and those with a weak health, please give up on this quest. Would you like to accept the quest? What type of quest is this? The unfamiliar information window that popped up caused Hura to feel confused and tense. I can't log out for 50 hours in real time, not satisfies time. What is this absurd condition? This was because the capsule's safety system didn't allow access for more than 20 hours. After connecting to Satisfy for 20 hours, the users would be forced to log out, and they couldn't connect again for 6 hours. In other words, the SA group that manufactured and distributed Satisfy's capsules strongly warned of the danger of connecting to Satisfy for more than 20 hours. Yet there was a quest to stay connected for 50 hours. It was also one where he was stuck in a dungeon waiting. 50 hours in reality is equal to 8 days and 8 hours in Satisfy. Will my spirit be able to endure staying in prison for that whole time without doing anything? This really was a dangerous quest. It was a quest where he might go crazy without being mentally prepared, but it was also an opportunity. This wasn't a grade hidden quest. It is upgraded to an S-grade quest. This is an opportunity that I absolutely can't miss. Hura decided to accept the quest, but before that, he decided to think about it. Did he have any unavoidable schedule in reality? No, he had no schedules recently. Did he have any family who would be concerned and forcefully shut down the capsule? No, he was single right now. Was the front door locked? He had stayed home for 4 days without going anywhere. In the meantime, his front door had been firmly locked. When was the last time he went to the toilet and ate? 3 hours ago. In any case, if he converted the capsule to the sleep state, his body would be able to endure for 3 days without eating or drinking. Did he have a history of problems when connecting to the capsule for a long time? No, his health was second to none. Okay, my body is at its peak physical health. I shall challenge it once. The SA group made this quest, so they won't let the user die. Hura made a firm decision to accept the quest. I won't give up the quest. This is the last warning. Are you really sure you want to proceed with the quest? Yes, the quest has been accepted. Wait. Difficulty S. Having played into the hands of Rabbit, you have failed the commission to report the Winston Lord and Miro Company's evil deeds to Earl Stein. Fortunately, hope still remains. Winston Castle's dungeon is known to be impossible to escape from. In the dark, cold, and unsanitary dungeon, you must somehow survive until the end. If you can endure the cold and hunger, the Apostle of Justice will surely come and rescue you. Quest clear conditions: don't log out for 50 hours in real time. This is an extremely dangerous quest. For the elderly and those with a weak health, please give up on this quest. From the moment you accept the quest, the system will thoroughly manage and supervise your brain waves and health status in real time. If a critical level of anomalies is detected, the system will force you to log out. If you are forcibly logged out, the SA group will send executives and medical staff to your home to prepare for the worst. Even if you complete the quest and log out successfully, the SA group will send executives and medical staff to visit you and check your status. You need to endure 200 hours of Satisfy time to complete the quest. In the worst case, because you are connected to virtual reality for a long time, you can confuse reality with virtual reality. Please don't let go of your tension until the last moment and show a strong mentality. Quest Clear Reward, a second class called Apostle of Justice's Partner. Title, One Who Overcomes Hardships. Apostle of Justice's Partner, the Courage stat will be opened. If you are with the Apostle of Justice, all stats will increase by 20. The skill Unbreakable Justice will be generated. The skill Sacrifice for Justice will be generated. One Who Overcomes Hardships, the Indomitable stat will be opened. The skill Strong Will will be generated. Quest Failure, there is no penalty. From now on, the capsule will switch to sleep mode. It is impossible to shut off the power of the capsule from the outside. If there are any external shocks or attempts to shut off the capsule, an employee of SA will be sent to your residence to protect the capsule. We applaud your challenge. Good luck. It feels like I'm a VIP customer. That was the impression Huroi got after checking the emerging information windows. Don't worry anymore. My spirit can endure for 200 hours. Huroi's remaining worries were completely dispelled because he trusted the thorough management and supervision of the SA group. He firmed up his heart. I'll be waiting, Apostle of Justice. If he saves me and helps me clear the quest, I will be loyal to him, even if he is an NPC. Huroi pledged to meet with the unknown Apostle of Justice as he was imprisoned in Winston Castle's dungeon. 1133 p.m. Lim Chialho, the head of Satisfy's development team and of the SA group, was working all night. Satisfy was a game with over 2 billion users, so there were always countless variables. Satisfy's overall flow, whether small or large, depended on what each of the 2 billion users were doing. The system was impossible to maintain if errors kept occurring. Lim Chialho was always enthusiastic about building a complete system. I can't allow even a single error. He had unmatched concentration whenever he focused on his work and only heard his ringtone after 40 seconds or more. It was a call from the operations team. What's going on? Quest B408 has been triggered. Please authorize the convening of an emergency meeting. Lim Chialho's mind revolved and then recalled the information about B408. B408. It was a codename for S-grade hidden quests that needed special conditions to be fulfilled. The compensation for quest B408 is a second class. The user who cleared B408 would be able to obtain another class. In Satisfy, they might be the first user to have 2 classes. But the more rewarding the quest was, the more difficult it would be. In particular, the content of quest B408 was very unique, as the user had to be trapped in an enclosed space for 200 hours of Satisfy time. It had a direct impact on the real world, since the user who performed the quest was at a great risk of suffering serious psychological damage. One of the reasons why the clause the SA group has permission to view users' personal information was created was due to quests like B408. I give permission, I will go as well. Lim Chialho immediately stopped working and headed towards the conference room. He arrived in the meeting room and looked at the documents. It contained information about the user who triggered the quest. Amazing, a Mongolian person. Originally, Mongolia was the world's 10th richest country when it came to resources, but lacked the technology to find and use those resources. But after breaking away from communism, the Mongolian government established diplomatic ties with many countries and actively attracted foreign direct investment (FDI). Since then, numerous governments and companies advanced into Mongolia, including both the Korean government and Korean companies. They called Mongolia the land of opportunity and made investments. There was a huge inflow of foreign capital into Mongolia. However, once Mongolia's regime changed in the 2010s, the FDIs started to slow down due to the rapid change in policy. After many years, the regime changed once again, and the Mongolian officials tried to induce the FDIs again, but many had already lost confidence in Mongolia. In the end, the Mongolian government's plans didn't proceed as planned, and Mongolia remained a developing country until the 2030s. But despite this, the nomadic temperament of Mongolia didn't change. The vast majority of the Mongol people couldn't adapt to the new benefits and still wanted to wander the grasslands. As a result, Mongolia became one of the countries with the smallest number of Satisfy members. According to statistics, more than 60 of the total population of developed countries were Satisfy players. In addition, Satisfy-related businesses created a lot of jobs, but in Mongolia, only 3 of the population played Satisfy. For the Mongols who loved wandering the grasslands, the act of being trapped in a small capsule was unacceptable. 3 of the population is a miracle. The 25-year-old with the name of a Lunbatter, which was hard to pronounce, was a level 127 orator. Lim Chialho was already surprised to see a level 127 orator, a class that was weak in combat, but he couldn't believe that the user was a Mongolian. Quest-based leveling. By utilizing the characteristics of an orator, he could obtain relatively difficult quests, an effective way to play. As Lim Chialho read the documents, the executives who had been sleeping at home rushed in for the emergency meeting. Some of them gave off the scent of alcohol. Lim Chialho paid attention to Yoon Sangmin. Director Yoon Sangmin was obsessive about cleanliness, so this was the first time Lim Chialho saw him with scruffy hair. I thought you of all people would comb your hair, even in the midst of a war. Is Director Yoon's weakness sleeping? The other board members had the same thought and laughed. We finally found Director Yoon's weakness. Haha, that's right. I was suspicious that you might have been a robot that wouldn't bleed from its wounds. Fortunately, you are human. The atmosphere lightened those few words from Lim Chialho. The laughing executives completely woke up from their sleepy or tipsy state. You made me a scapegoat. Yoon Sangmin's face reddened as he beckoned to Yoon Nahi. It seems like all the executives are gathered. Have the Mongol branch president and officers come together? Yes. I will connect to them immediately. A 3D image appeared in the center of the huge round table. It was the appearance of the branch managers and executives of the SA Group's Mongolian branch. They greeted Lim Chialho. Lim Chialho proceeded with the meeting. The agenda of this meeting is to secure the safety of the Mongolian user who triggered Quest B408, called a Lunbatter. I will entrust this to Branch Manager Park. SA Group's Mongolian branch manager, Park Yoonhyuk, had already completed the preparations as soon as he heard that the Quest B408 was triggered by a Mongolian user. I've tracked the IP address of a Lunbatter, who is connected to Satisfy, and have confirmed that the address in the member information matches his current residence. If a situation occurs, the Mongolian government will cooperate by dispatching medical personnel and police officers. Finally, during the quest, the security team members will observe a Lunbatter in real time. Quick and efficient actions. Lim Chialho nodded with satisfaction. The branch manager, Park Yoonhyuk, gave his opinion. The Mongolian branch sees this quest as an opportunity and aims to use it as a foothold into the market here. I will leak some of the quest information to the media. This will be the first user who might have two classes in Satisfy, and the fact that it is a Mongolian user will be widely reported throughout the media around the world. This is natural PR, and the Mongolians will see one of their own becoming a global star through Satisfy, increasing their interest in the game. Oh, that is a good idea. Once they have interest, the number of people who want to experience Satisfy will increase. The major media companies in each country, especially the Mongolian media companies, will definitely jump on the news. If the press builds a Lunbatter into a huge person, the Mongolian pride will be triggered and the PR effect will be maximized. Most of the executives were favorable towards this idea. However, a small number of them didn't like it. Is there any guarantee that a Lunbatter will succeed in the quest? What will happen if we make the whole world pay attention to this quest, only for it to fail? Yoon Sangmin, who just finished brushing his hair, shook his head. It doesn't matter if the quest is successful or not. Even if it fails, the fact that he is the first user to acquire an S-grade hidden quest will make a Lunbatter stand out. Still, it would be preferred if the quest were successful. Unless there is a problem with a Lunbatter's personality and he logs out, it should be a success. Team leader Yoon Nahi, have you analyzed the chances of a Lunbatter's quest succeeding? Yes. Once Yoon Nahi replied, her team members handed the executives a new piece of paper. The Mongolian branch executives also received the document through email. After a while, the executives read the contents of the paper and frowned. What is this? The probability of success is only 9. Director Yoon Sangmin was shocked. What is this? Yoon Sangmin couldn't accept this response. Doesn't Quest B408 involve being rescued by a hidden NPC? A Lunbatter's health condition is also very good. If we protect a Lunbatter on the outside, it is unlikely for him to log out. If a Lunbatter doesn't log out, he will be rescued by the hidden NPC and will clear the quest. So why is the success rate so low? I've predicted at least an 80 success rate. Well, the moment that Yoon Nahi tried to explain, Q-ha-ha-ha-ha, the silent Lim Chialho suddenly burst out laughing. Everyone looked at Lim Chialho in shock. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Lim Chialho clicked his tongue and stated, your nature is too frantic. Shouldn't you read the document first before asking the question? The executives read the document carefully at Lim Chialho's words and were shocked at its contents. Yoon Sangmin nervously crumbled up the piece of paper and muttered again, this person. The normal scenario for Quest B408 was like this. A user with high reputation would build up affinity to the maximum with the Winston residents. In the process of building affinity, the user would learn about the wickedness of Winston's lord and the Miro company. At this time, the user would be assimilated with the Winston residents and sincerely resent the Miro company and the lord. The residents of Winston would detect this and give the user a quest called For the Residents of Winston. Once the user accepted the quest, the story would begin in earnest. The user would try to meet Earl Steim, but they couldn't go against the powers of Winston's lord and the Miro company. The user would be caught and eventually imprisoned in the dungeon. At this point, the quest would change from For the Residents of Winston to Wait. If the user were to accept this quest, the mysterious Apostle of Justice, NPC, who would be hiding in Winston due to special circumstances, would rescue the user after 200 hours. In this case, the user would establish a relationship with the mysterious apostle of justice and find out their identity. Then the user would go on a journey to help the mysterious NPC. Once the user performed all the linked quests, they would receive rewards beyond imagination. However, a variable meant that the quest didn't flow along the scheduled scenario. The variable was that a Lunbatter shared the quest information with another user. The planned, mysterious apostle of justice, NPC, became obsolete, and the related quests to the NPC also disappeared. The news that a Lunbatter was confined in the dungeon after failing the quest would be passed on to the user whom he shared the quest information with, not the mysterious apostle of justice. But that user turned out to be Grid. Exactly 12 days ago, the Korean user who obtained a legendary class by chance. Right, it was Shin Youngwoo. He has a legendary class, yet he's only level 21. How can he play the game like this? Amazing. His ability to not level up is truly amazing. It's a wonder that he gained the class quest. Yoon Sangmin didn't like Shin Youngwoo. Shin Youngwoo's game history confirmed that he was a young man with no talent at playing the game. Taking the legendary class, wasn't it like a swine obtaining a pearl? Yoon Sangmin thought it was a waste of a legendary class. Director Yoon Sangmin was sure of it. Poison, this person is a deadly poison to satisfy. Before he does more harm, we have to stop his account forever. But director Yoon Sangmin didn't have the authority to manage user accounts. He had no choice but to keep his thoughts to himself. Yoon Sangmin inwardly cursed Shin Youngwoo, then he asked Yoon Nahi with a serious face. By the way, why does the quest only have a 9 chance of succeeding? There is a 9 chance of this person rescuing a Lunbatter. Nonsense. Isn't it more likely to be a 0 chance? The other executives agreed. This figure is obviously wrong. That's right. I'm sure that the supercomputer Morpheus is infected with a virus. This quest was a failure. There was no way that a level 21 user could rescue a Lunbatter. The aggressive publicity campaign was finished. Everyone thought so and was sad. But in the midst of this, only Lim Chialho was happy, the protagonist of 3 big events in succession. Since becoming a legendary class, he made epic rated arrows and received the class quest, so I am somehow feeling expectant towards this young man. To put it bluntly, it was an incompetence so beyond common sense that it was difficult to predict. Shin Youngwoo was fun to watch because he caused many variables. Lim Chialho was happy, regardless of the quest results. The other executives, including Park Yoon-hyuk and Yoon Sangmin, were upset. I met Khan earlier than Hyure. I protected Khan's smithy and paid for his medical treatment. I was a great benefactor to Khan. On the other hand, who was Hyure? He only spoke a few words to Khan. Then why? Why did Khan give him the huge for the residents of Winston quest? Meanwhile, I received a quest that would only give me 600 gold. Isn't it normal to give me all the quests? If Khan was an NPC who knew how to repay favors, he would have passed all his quests to me, but he was an ungrateful NPC. Khan should repay the favor. No, is he crazy? Anyway, I need to think about the contents of the story. If I want NPCs to listen to me, do I have to act better in the future? The more I thought about it, the worse I felt. For the residents of Winston was a massive quest that would control Winston's fate. It was natural for Khan to give it to the person he trusted most, but his choice was Hyure. It meant I was worse than someone Khan had never met before. Why is a dog who rolled out from nowhere more credible than me? I was at a street stall near my house. I lamented about my life while pouring a shot of bitter shochu into my mouth. Shochu is a Japanese alcoholic drink. My limit was originally 1.5 bottles of shochu, but I was so disappointed in Khan and jealous of the jerk that I drank too much. I emptied my 3rd bottle of shochu. My heart still wasn't soothed and I felt like crying. The more I thought about it, the more hateful Khan was. I truly believed that we had become sincere friends during the time I spent with him, but Khan thought differently. Khan didn't believe in me. Why didn't he trust me, giving a good quest to that other guy instead? Why? Damn. Anyway, tomorrow it would start raining for 3 days. I didn't need to worry about going to work during that time. I called out for the stall owner in a loud voice. Ajima. The middle-aged woman cutting the sundi was surprised by my call and flinched. I was able to notice that the woman's eyes shook slightly as she met my gaze. Is my charm maximized by the lonely aura that I am emitting? The loneliness in my eyes was like a blizzard on Mount Everest. Looking at those quivering eyes, the middle-aged woman seemed to be confused about being attracted to a young man around her son's age. I am such a sinful man. I felt sorry to the middle-aged woman, but I had no interest in her, especially if the other person was a married woman. I can't break apart a family. I cut to the chase so that the woman wouldn't have any expectations. 1 more bottle of shochu. Can I also get a refill of the fish soup? Don't forget to put a piece of radish in the fish soup as a service. Kwang. The middle-aged woman plugged the knives she was holding into the chopping block. Then she pointed at me and shouted, "You are really too much. I don't care about the 3 bottles of shochu, but I already said that I won't refill the fish soup after the 9th time. Furthermore, you ask for a service every time. The total value is more than the alcohol you're drinking." How can a young man have no shame? You are very inhospitable. At the very least, you should serve your customers fish soup. This world is once again causing me great disappointment. Yes, just like Khan. What are you saying? I can't afford to give you any more free refills. The owner was stubborn. My plan to fill my stomach with fish soup was in vain. It is time to say goodbye and return to cruel reality. I gave up asking for more refills and stood up. I placed the money for the drinks on the table, said goodbye to the owner, and left the stall. As I walked on in a lonely mood, an angry voice was heard from behind me. Hey, young man, you are lacking 1,001. Give me 1,001. Ah, I counted the money wrongly due to being drunk. Then let's try. This is a chance to save 1,001. In the past, I never felt like saving money, but now I was debt-ridden, so the spirit of saving was unavoidable. As the number of conservative young people grew, the future of South Korea would become brighter. For the sake of my spirit of saving and Korea's future, I needed to avoid paying this 1,001. No matter how drunk I am, I can't run away. I was caught on security camera and will probably be brought to the police station. Wouldn't it be shameful to be placed behind bars over 1,001? I turned around and handed a 1,001 bill to the middle-aged woman. If I was a common person of this modern society, I would have run away without paying this 1,001. But I returned to pay the 1,001. Isn't it wonderful? Don't most people act like this, that you aren't aware of the world? Do you know how many immoral people there are these days? People like me are rare. Are really, I understand. I understand already, so you should go home. You are drunk. Yuha, Ajima, do you know how bleak my heart is? You should pack some fish soup for a young man who is nice enough to pay the 1,001 in this chilly weather. The middle-aged woman returned to her stall without saying anything else. I waited for her to come out again with fish soup, but she didn't return after 5, then 10 minutes. Haha, once again I have been betrayed. Both NPCs and people betray my faith. Yes, this was a bitter world. I went back home while realizing that I was alone in this world. You should contact me if you are returning late. Do you know what time it is now? It was 1 in the morning. As soon as I returned home, I was disturbed by Sehi, who was watching TV in the living room. Have you been drinking until now? Oppa doesn't have a girlfriend or friends. Then why? Don't tell me you were drinking alone. Aren't you embarrassed? Hey, you have school tomorrow, so why aren't you asleep yet? I was worried when a person who only spends time at work or in his capsule suddenly disappears. No, it is strange. Hey, are you concerned about me? So you waited up to this time? What? Who was waiting? I was just watching a fun TV program and couldn't go sleep. Then why are you so mad? Your face is red as well. What did I do wrong? W whose face is red. That is ridiculous. I'm going to sleep now. Quang. Sehi turned and entered her room. Phew, teenage girls are really difficult. Sehi's loud voice had broken my drunken haze. I once again became mad about missing out on the For the Residents of Winston quest. Damn, I'm going to sleep quickly. Then Sehi left her room again. She approached me and started nagging. You should brush your teeth and scrub your feet. You are drunk, so don't take a shower. Well, I never expected you to take a shower because you're not the type to shower every day. Aren't you sleeping? I am going to drink some water before sleeping. Then go and drink water. Good night. Sehi headed towards the kitchen while I went into the bathroom. I'm not a child who needs to brush their teeth more than once a day. In rare cases, I did it 3 times a day. I stopped trying to place toothpaste on my toothbrush. I drank so much that my eyes kept closing. I won't die if I don't brush for a day. In the end, I just washed my hands and left the bathroom. Then I went straight to my room. Sehi sounded like she was screaming outside my room, but I didn't worry about it and went to sleep. The day was over. As soon as I opened my eyes the next morning, I connected to Satisfy and headed into the smithy. Khan was waiting for me, and I immediately complained to him. Why did you leave such a task to a stranger like Hura? Am I worse than him? Huh, you should have left it to me. Khan looked like he didn't know what I was talking about before making a belated expression of understanding. Are you talking about the mission to tell Earl Stein about Winston? Yes. Hoo-hoo. Khan gave a hearty laugh and explained. You are definitely a great young man. Despite your young age, you have great abilities and a sense of justice and sacrifice. Huh, what was he saying? Aren't you willing to take a big risk for the residents of Winston that you have no ties with? That wasn't what I intended. You don't have to say anything. You are too modest. Khan misjudged me and turned me into an incredibly good guy. I had nothing to say, then Khan placed a hand on my shoulder. I know that you are worried for Winston's residents, but how can I put you at risk? You are already precious to me, just like a son. I can't ask you to do something so dangerous. Khan's eyes were warm. The Miro Company knows that you are close to me, so there will be a thorough surveillance. The Miro Company won't stay still if they see you make any movements to leave Winston. I won't be able to stand the grief if you get hurt by them. Khan sincerely cherished me. My heart thumped. I felt bad for misunderstanding Khan. Khan, I didn't know your heart and thought you didn't trust me. How can that be? I trust you more than anyone else. Isn't that why I'm leaving the fate of the smithy to you? I listened to him. I had no reason to doubt Khan in the first place. I felt ashamed while Khan spoke in a spirited tone. You have to focus on the game. Show the Miro Company. The date is decided. That's right. It is in 2 days. We have to hone your skills. Let's surprise everyone by polishing the legendary blacksmith skills that you have inherited. Okay, my motivation shot upwards. I understand. I will win the game. Good spirit. I might not have the techniques, but the experience I've accumulated in my life will be a great help to you. I will do my best to help. From that day on, Khan and I raised my training. I repeated the production techniques, causing my skills to become more proficient and polished. I thoroughly learned about efficient movements and reduced any unnecessary movements. My probability of making rare and epic items increased slightly. A rare rated item was produced, so all stats have permanently risen by +2, and reputation throughout the continent has risen by +30. An epic rated item was produced, so all stats have permanently risen by +4 and reputation throughout the continent has risen by +80. Your persistence has risen. Your dexterity has risen. It was also fun to raise my persistence and dexterity stats, but there was one drawback. It was the limitation in the materials. Khan was totally broke and I was saving money, so I couldn't obtain premium production materials. I only used the materials piled up in Khan's warehouse, but most of the materials were inferior. Khan couldn't get good ingredients because he was impeded by the Miro company. Therefore, I couldn't produce high-performance items. The higher the level and performance of the items produced, the faster the experience of my production skill would rise. Items with a low-level limit and low performance, even if they had a rare rating, meant my experience gain rate was slow and the value was cheap. Rare items should be sold to the stores, but I can sell the epic rated items to the users. Usable iron sword. Rating epics. Durability 1919 attack power, 3540 attack speed, +2. A sword made by a craftsman with great skill and potential but lacking in experience and reputation. It is easy to use because it has a perfect balance of length and weight. The user can attack a little faster. The fact that this type of sword was made with meager materials is amazing. User restriction, level 12 or higher, more than 30 strength. Beginner sword mastery, unexpectedly comfortable rat leather armor. Rating epics. Durability 2424 defense, 22 movement speed, +3. An armor made of rat leather by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but lacks experience and reputation. It is designed and created so that the wearer won't be inconvenienced when moving. The wearer can move a little faster. The fact that this type of armor was made with meager materials is amazing. User restriction, level 13 or higher. Beginner leather armor mastery. The names are crude but Level 12 or 13 users would find hunting much easier if they wore this armor and weapon. They were items that low-level users could possess if they had enough gold. Legendary Blacksmith's Craftsmanship Skill, LV 112.7. Legendary Blacksmith's Breath LV 18.9. When I made the Jaffa arrow before, my experience increased by 3.7 and 2. Instantly. Certainly I was disappointed that the experience of my production skills was slowly rising, but I didn't care much. Regardless, my skills experience and production experience were rising, so I was satisfied. I wasn't mistaken. The legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill is still only level 1, but I am now able to craft more items than I could before. My production speed and degree of completeness have improved. If the skill level of the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill and my dexterity stat rose, my production ability would become even better. But realistically, it is impossible to raise the skill level of the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill anytime soon. Right now, the best thing I can do is to raise my dexterity stat. The higher my dexterity, the higher the completeness of the item. I decided to invest my stat points into dexterity for a more solid victory. Status window, name, grid. Level 21 5350, 16,700. Class Pagma's Descendant. The probability of adding additional options when making items will increase. The probability of item enhancement will increase. All equipment items can be worn unconditionally. However, there is a penalty depending on the rating of the item. Title, one who became a legend. Abnormal conditions don't work well on you. You won't die when health is at the minimum. Easily acknowledged. Health, 936 mana, 177. Strength, 104 stamina, 52 agility, 96 intelligence, 59. Dexterity, 99 persistence, 60. Composure, 44 indomitable, 50 dignity, 44 insight, 44. Stat points, 130. Weight, 842 3080. If I invest all my stat points in dexterity, will my production skill rise significantly? Obviously, there would be a huge effect. But if I concentrate too much on only one stat, I will regret it later. I had to think carefully. I put a lot of points into strength and agility the other day, so I don't have to raise them anymore. I am currently lacking stamina, so wouldn't it be nice to raise it? When dealing with strong enemies like the gangsters, it is better to have high vitality and defense. I decided to start distributing my stat points. You have invested 60 points in stamina. Is this correct? Yes. Once the points are invested, it can't be reversed. Do you want to proceed? Yes. You have invested 70 points in dexterity. Is this correct? Okay. Once the points are invested, it can't be reversed. Do you want to proceed? Stop asking me and just do it. Status window. Name grid. Level 21 5350, 16,700. Class Pagma's Descendant. The probability of adding additional options when making items will increase. The probability of item enhancement will increase. All equipment items can be worn unconditionally. However, there is a penalty depending on the rating of the item. Title: One Who Became a Legend. Abnormal conditions don't work well on you. You won't die when health is at the minimum. Easily acknowledged. Health: 1,536, 1,536 mana, 177, 177. Strength: 104 stamina, 112 agility, 96 intelligence, 59. Dexterity: 169 persistence, 60. Composure: 44 indomitable, 50 dignity, 44 insight, 44. Stat points: 0. Weight: 842, 3,080. QQ. I shook with joy. Anybody would be shocked if they could see my status window. How could a level 21 character have such stats? If I simply calculated the sum of all my stats, I was already beyond level 75. Strength, stamina, agility, and intelligence. If I only calculated these basic stats, it was close to level 40. Now that I see it, isn't a production class great for stats? The benefit of raising all stats every time a higher grade item was made was common to all production-related classes, not just blacksmiths. Those who took advantage of this could overcome the disadvantage of production-based jobs. Their insufficient combat skills could be supplemented with high stats. Of course, a large amount of labor was needed. I accept that labor is my life. My body is meant for labor. I will show you the power of labor. I swallowed bread and immersed myself in item production again. I didn't lose any concentration until the day of the competition. As my character grew, I felt the same mental growth. A rare rated item was produced, so all stats have permanently risen by +2, and reputation throughout the continent has risen by +30. Qhahaha. I felt a pleasure that had never been felt when hunting and doing quests as a warrior. What? Am I dreaming right now? How have you improved your skills in such a short time? Khan was shocked. I couldn't reply that my rapid growth is from raising my dexterity stats, so I just said, I'm not your average genius. Khan was thrilled. Yes, I forgot that you are Pagma's descendant. I have a relationship with a legend who was born again. I will have no regrets after dying. Good, shall I try harder? In reality, it was raining continuously. So I always connected to Satisfy except when it was time to sleep. Thus, my growth was steady until the day of the competition. Currently, there were 3 epic classes in Satisfy, but except for the most recently appeared, Blood Warrior, there were no details about the others. The identity of the first epic class user was unknown, while the second one was said to be obtained by Agnes, 7th in the unified rankings. The Satisfy users wondered about the identity of the 2 classes that were being kept strictly confidential. The related forums and broadcasters were engaged in a constant debate about the epic classes. But unless the relevant parties disclosed the information, it was only speculation. What type of class were the other 2 epic classes? Were they as impressive as the Blood Warrior that Katz got his hands on? Perhaps even more than that, the Eternal Kingdom. A Caro dungeon that was near Frontier Earlsteim's capital. There are too many monsters here. I barely managed to come all the way here. A beautiful blonde girl cried out. She looked like a fairytale princess, causing male users to approach her. A Caro dungeon is a place where even high-level users can't hunt alone. Would you like to join our party? Our skills are very good. No, you should join our party. We are very familiar with this dungeon and have acquired various know-hows. Our hunting speed is unmatched. You will definitely be satisfied if you join. No, come to our party. We will give you a lot of items. Satisfy's character wasn't perfect fiction. When a character was created, it actually reflected the user's real appearance. Only the skin tone and additional features such as hairstyle, tattoos, scars, and height could be changed a little bit. In other words, a beautiful person in Satisfy was generally beautiful in reality. That's why the men favored beautiful girls over anything else. A rare beauty, my ideal type. Hearts burst from their eyes as they looked at the girl. They seemed accustomed to competing over girls. Do you really want me to join the party? If so, try to hunt the monsters in front of me. I want to join a strong party. I will judge if your skills are strong and then join the party that I want. What is this? She isn't that special. I agree. I would be thankful not to have a useless person join the party. The female users talked badly about the girl. However, the male users became more attracted to the girl as their motivation shot up. Oh, be sure to keep that promise. Heat wave, fire sword, beautiful girl, I will prove my strength. Swirling frenzy, bah idiots, can you do this? Steel skin, 1 point break. Your skills don't back up your bragging. Thunderbolt. The male users ran towards the monsters and fired off their skills. Quararung Kung Quang Quagic. Strong skills such as a swirling storm, thunderbolts, and flames emerged, causing the walls of the dungeon to shake. Fearsome monsters saw the strange scene and ran away. The blonde girl, who was the cause of the confusion, watched the skills being cast. That wind magic isn't lacking compared to other magicians in the kingdom. It was indeed worthwhile to come here. She used her unusually high insight stat and skill observation to detect the swirling frenzy skill and whispered skill duplication. You have successfully duplicated Swirling Frenzy LV3. The skill Swirling Frenzy LV3 is available to use once. You can keep it permanently until it is used. Swirling Frenzy LV3 creates a vortex that deals 1,532,380 damage per second for 5 seconds. The agility of the target caught in the vortex will decrease by 80. Skill mana cost, 700. Skill cooldown time, 300 seconds. The blonde girl's name was Euphemina. Her class was Duplicator. As a duplicator, she used skill observation and skill duplication to instantly analyze and copy a skill used by the target. Whatever skill she copied, she could use it only once whenever she wanted. There were disadvantages such as, the usage frequency of skill duplication is limited to 3 times a day. However, it was still a fraudulent skill despite the disadvantages. I can get pyro with this. Euphemina left the men showing off their skills at the dungeon behind. Then she moved quickly and arrived at Kessin Canyon. I found it. After finding a small cave at the end of the canyon, Euphemina read the contents of the quest once again in order to prepare her mind before entering. Traitor of the Red Knights. Difficulty S. Harrow, a former colleague of Asmawful, has committed a terrible betrayal. Asmawful was wounded and vowed to take revenge on Pyro. However, Asmawful has become seriously ill afterward. In the end, Asmawful was forced to give up on his own revenge and asked you to get revenge for him. Quest clear conditions: defeat Pyro, who is hiding in Kessin Canyon. Quest clear reward: title Agent of Revenge. Agent of Revenge. The cruelty stat will be opened. Attack power plus 100. Skill Murderous Impulse will be generated. Quest failure level 2. Asmawful's confidence will decline. Euphemina, who is currently level 190, had one experience with clearing an S-grade quest once in the past. Therefore, she knew the terrible difficulty of an S-grade quest more than anyone else. Pyro, the strongest knight of the Saharan Empire. Asmawful had already explained how powerful Pyro was. His swordsmanship had reached the peak, and when he used his ultimate technique, fated to perish, death was inevitable. Euphemina couldn't overcome her tension and nervously gulped. She had taken 63 days to prepare for this quest, but she was still afraid. I believe it. I can do it. Skill window. Euphemina basically only possessed 9 skills. It was an unbelievably poor skill tree for a level 190 user. However, her skill window now had a total of 50 skills listed. In addition, they were all top-class skills. These were the skills that Euphemina prepared to clear the quest. She traveled all over the continent during the past 62 days, searching for top-ranked players. Then she duplicated their skills. Only for today, let's begin. Euphemina cleared her mind and entered the cave. She was going to face Pyro, who was more powerful than a boss monster, alone. Pride, no, it was proper confidence. She was the first epic class in Satisfy. A fraudulent class that could duplicate other people's skills, the Duplicator. This was the identity of the first epic class that appeared in Satisfy. Someone sent by Asmawful. A voice in the darkness was heard from the depths of the cave. Then a notification window popped up. The Eternal Hermit Pyro has appeared. You are overwhelmed by Pyro's killing intent and the fear effect has been applied. The trap that Pyro installed is activated. Siu-siu-siu-siu-siuk, cha-cha-cha-ching. From the land where Euphemina was standing, sharp spikes reminiscent of shark teeth rose and arrows flew from the walls on both sides. At the same time, Pyro appeared in front of them. Euphemina hastily used one of the skills that she had prepared. Tartan. Tartan was currently the strongest defensive skill known to be available only to Bump, the first-ranked Guardian Knight. Kiwu, a huge steel giant, appeared out of thin air and then embraced Euphemia's small, delicate body. All the arrows and spears didn't reach Euphemia's body as they were obstructed by the giant, but Pyro's flashy blow was enough to pierce the giant. Immediately before the sword was about to reach Euphemia's heart, counter barrier. The strongest assault knight, Mired's skill was reproduced by Euphemina. Puak, cough. As soon as Pyro's sword came into contact with Euphemina, Pyro coughed up blood and flew backward in the air. Damage that Euphemina should have received was reflected back on Pyro due to counter barrier. How dare you? The brilliant Pyro turned in the air, not caring about his wound. However, Euphemina didn't stay still. swirling frenzy, quack 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 quang. Before Pyro could reach the ground, a fierce storm covered him. Pyro had no place to lean on, so his body couldn't resist being swept away by the storm. However, Euphemina was well aware that he wouldn't die. She didn't miss this opportunity. Scorching heat wave, tyrant's majesty, mace of light, spear of darkness, prelude to destruction. Euphemina had dozens of top-level skills that she had prepared for 63 days. The strong attacks of different properties shattered the cave, burying Pyro in the debris. Have I succeeded? No, there would be a quest clear prompt. Euphemia's intelligence stat was very high. She even prepared advanced mana potions. But nonetheless, she had a shortage of mana due to using so many top-level skills in succession. I have to wait for the potion reuse time. Pyro was still alive. She didn't know when a strong counterattack would come from the pile of stones. Until then, she had to make up for her low mana. Euphemina decided to use flying magic to maintain as much distance as possible from Pyro. As she rose into the sky, Pyro crawled out from the remnants of the cave. He was relatively unscathed, despite the skill bombardment that would have killed an army of hundreds. Female, I recognize your strength and will do my best. Talk, Pyro jumped. Ping, ping. Pyro jumped into the air in bursts as if he was stepping on an invisible staircase. He instantly narrowed the distance towards Euphemina. I'll give you an inevitable death. A red light emerged from Pyro's sword. It was the forerunner to the skill that Asmophel mentioned, fated to perish. Once the skill was activated, Euphemia wouldn't be able to avoid death. It meant that her 63 days of hardship would be for nothing. Pahat, the distance between Pyro and Euphemina was so close that they could hear each other's breathing. The reuse time for Euphemia's potions was almost over. Euphemina drank a mana potion and used the spells she prepared to stop fated to perish. Nightmare projection. The sword rushing towards Euphemina stopped. Euphemina gazed at Pyro and gulped. Hororung, the red sword, which should have sliced Euphemina, cut the empty space dozens of times. It showed he had properly fallen into a hallucination. Now Pyro was fighting against the most fearful nightmare in the world. You have come to me, Asmophel, but there was a variable. You have reached your physical and mental limits after using an excessive amount of force during a short period of time. Your skills can't be used for a while. All stats have fallen by 50. What? No way. My quest's success was in sight. It seemed that she had used too many top-level skills in a short amount of time, causing her physical and mental stress. It was her first experience and she couldn't deal with it because she never thought this could happen. As she was confused, Pyro was slowly escaping from his hallucinatory state. This can't continue. The physical abilities of a duplicator were minimal. Once her skills were blocked, she had no way to fight against Pyro. There was only one choice remaining. Give up the quest? Her 63 days of effort ended in vain. The quest had already failed and the situation would be worse if she died here. Euphemina swallowed back her tears and left this place. Shortly afterward, Pyro woke up from his hallucination and realized that Euphemina was gone. Wicked female, I will surely repay today's disgrace. Quest failed. Your level has dropped by 2. You are now level 188. Asmophel's confidence in you has fallen. Euphemina was frustrated at the notification windows that emerged after she barely escaped from Pyro. She tried her best for more than 2 months, but all her efforts returned such a horrible outcome, so her disappointment was undeniably huge. It was a chance to get a new title after a long time. The more titles, the better. It was because the effects overlapped, but gaining titles wasn't easy. Most titles were obtained through quests, but quests which gave titles were rare. Despite being a top ranker, Euphemina only had 2 titles. Euphemina couldn't suppress her disappointment. As she was filled with anger, a messenger from the Miro company came to her. Will you take a job, Miss Irina? Due to the nature of a duplicator, Euphemina had multiple identities. Among them, Irina was the name she used when she copied an advanced NPC blacksmith and crafted an epic-rated item. Since they came with this name, is it a blacksmith-related quest? Euphemia's guess was correct. The quest, Item Production Game with the Miro Company, has been created. Item Production Game. Difficulty unknown. The world doesn't know your true identity. The Miro Company has approached you after hearing about your good blacksmith skills. They want you to participate in an item-making game held in Winston. The opponent is the successor of the reputable blacksmith, Khan, who was once famous in the north. The successor is a variable who can't be measured. Quest clear conditions, win the item production game. Quest clear reward, 1,500 gold. Title, competitor. Competitor, fighting spirit stat will be opened. Good luck stat will be opened. Skill, rolling dice will be generated. Quest failure, your relationship with the Miro company will become the worst. Would you like to accept the quest? A title-giving quest. She had been frustrated at missing the chance to get a new title, only to receive a quest with a title reward. It was also a title that opened the good luck stat. The good luck stat, I want to have it. The good luck stat was very famous. The higher the good luck, the higher the probability of receiving beneficial effects in Satisfy. It started with finding money on the road to finding hidden quests and treasures. As the name suggested, it gave good luck to the user, so many people really wanted it. Naturally, this included Euphemina. I also wonder what the rolling dice skill is. Doesn't it sound interesting? The biggest disadvantage of being a duplicator was that there were fewer types of skills available. Therefore, Euphemia had a huge desire to possess skills. The reward is also 1,500 gold. Should I accept? The rewards were excellent. For Euphemia, this quest was an inevitable temptation. She had just failed a quest, so she felt like earning some profits back with this quest. But she shouldn't be in a hurry to accept the quest. The difficulty is unknown. Euphemia made a hypothesis. Khan's successor must be a blacksmith character whose level isn't open to the public. Is that why the difficulty isn't determined? The hypothesis was plausible. Well, I don't have to worry too much. Does the difficulty of a production game matter in the first place? No blacksmith skills existed that Euphemia couldn't duplicate. If she participated in the production game, she could copy the opponent's blacksmith skill and play with the same skill level. In other words, it was a game where she would compete with luck. When competing with the same skill level, the luckier person would create a higher rated item and victory would be decided accordingly. If I am lucky, I can easily clear the quest. On the other hand, I might fail if I am unlucky. It was a quest where she couldn't be certain of success. The risk was big. However, she coveted the rewards. Euphemia decided to accept the quest. The game, please leave it to me. The game was established to be between Grid and Euphemia. If the world knew the identities of Grid and Euphemia, their competition would be the hottest issue in the world. A confrontation between an epic class and a legendary class, the attention would have been enormous. Unfortunately, the world still didn't know the identities of the two people. Such a significant battle spread secretly. Winston's Central Square. It was originally crowded, but even more people were gathered today. The item-making game between blacksmiths would occur here. I hope that Grid can win and protect Khan's smithy. That smithy is the last pride that we have left. That's right. If the smithy falls into the hands of the Miro Company, our place in Winston will completely disappear. Grid, have strength. You absolutely can't lose. The hearts of the Winston residents gathered together. They prayed that Grid would win the game. However, the users' attitudes were different. The result of the game had nothing to do with them. An item production game. There isn't anything else interesting, so why don't we watch for a while? I don't have anything else to do. If it isn't fun, then we can just go. Somebody win, the winner will be on this side. As a result, most users just thought of the game as slightly interesting. Hey, isn't it funny when you think about it? Blacksmiths making items, why are so many people going to watch it? Yes, it's tedious to watch a blacksmith make items not interesting. The item created will be epic at the most, so I'm not even interested in the result. Whereas an epic rated item, it's good if they could even make a rare rated item. I heard rumors that no famous blacksmiths are participating. What? Then what is the goal? Why should we care about the results? Hey, this is a waste of time, so let's just go hunting. Anyway, who cares about who owns the smithy? The users mocked the game as trivial and turned away. After a while, once the participants of the game were revealed, the male users no longer thought of leaving. Now, let me introduce the main characters of this match. From the Miro Company arena, and Khan's successor Grid. Oh, the eyes of the male users widened as they saw the blonde girl climbing onto the stage and they started cheering. Wow, really pretty. Is this love at first sight? My ideal type. Blonde girl was wearing a hat. However, she showed off a beauty that couldn't be hidden, even with her face not completely exposed. Her mouth was especially attractive. The male users who weren't interested in the result of the game originally became her avid supporters the moment they saw her. Irina, I will cheer for you. Irina, please win. Irina, Irina, Irina. The male fan club formed in an instant. Irina, or Euphemia, shrugged as she watched their sky-piercing cheers and waved her hand gracefully. She smiled softly, making her seem like a goddess to the men. It was reminiscent of the reaction of soldiers towards the visit of girl group idols. Grid sucked in a deep breath at the sight. Is it my turn next? Grid expected the cheers of female users, but their reaction was much different than expected. What is that guy doing? I feel bad. The bread that I ate a while ago feels like it's coming back up. He looks really horrible. The reactions from the female users were the worst. None of the women supported him, but the residents of Winston shouted towards the frustrated Grid. Grid, you have us. We are cheering for you. We believe in you. Be sure to win. Khan's successor, show off your skills. Grid's victory. Grid's victory. Grid's victory. Grid trembled. If you're supporting me, why are your gazes directed towards her? NPC males were wolves as well. Among the residents of Winston, the men forgot that the blonde girl was an enemy and couldn't keep their eyes off her. Even Khan, these bastards, I am now aware of your real state. A blonde girl who was so seductive that she even attracted elderly NPCs. Grid felt resentful towards her as he turned into a squid just from standing next to her. I will surely win. Then I'll enjoy seeing that pretty face distort. Euphemia was amazed by Grid's declaration. This was a man she was meeting as an enemy, but how could he ignore her beauty? Euphemia had a proud nature. Taste my beauty properly. Euphemia lifted the brim of the hat she used to hide her identity. Her beautiful face was clearly revealed. Grid was forced to admire it. Looking at her like this, she is really pretty. Isn't she comparable to that wicked witch, Yura? If Yura was an elegant and mature woman, Euphemina was a youthful and refreshing girl. Their atmosphere was quite different, but they were similar in that both of them had a transcendent beauty. Is she a human or a doll? Grid made a stupid expression and was unable to keep his eyes off of Euphemina. There was no man in the world who could go against her beauty. Euphemina had huge pride in her looks. She continued to speak to Grid in order to perfectly capture her victory. Grid, there is no need to be hostile towards me. Haven't we just met? Perhaps we will see each other again. In the future, we might develop a good relationship, so don't be upset and let's get along. She had half-moon eyes and a slyly flirting voice. There was no man who wouldn't be into her when she acted like this, but Grid just snorted. What? Develop a good relationship? Don't say such horrible things, kid. Euphemia's face turned red. Horrible. Why wouldn't you develop a good relationship with me? In addition, kid, yes, I don't want to develop a good relationship with a fox like you. Kid, have you even graduated from high school? I have no interest in a little person like you. I'm not a lolicon, shit. Do you think that I am such a slimy bastard? It might be your intention to keep me from concentrating on the game, but I won't fall for it. Grid was firm. He had an ideal type. Her height should be at least 168 centimeters, and her chest should be a D cup. Euphemina was definitely pretty, but she was far from Grid's ideal type. Her natural height was 160 centimeters. Her chest was only a B cup. No matter how good her face was, there was no reason for Grid to fall for her. Kid, fox, what is with this person? Euphemina stared blankly as she listened to Grid's ridicule before suddenly shaking. The sense of shame she never experienced before made her extremely angry. More than anything else, I am 20 years old. That's right. Euphemina wasn't a young girl. She looked younger than her age, but she was already an adult. Being called a kid was touching on Euphemia's sore spot since she had a complex about her height. I will disgrace you in front of all these people. Euphemina decided as she was filled with anger. She smiled coldly. Then she glanced at Grid and asked, since you don't realize my charm, are you gay? Okay, I will make you feel bitter about Mother Nature making you gay. Let's see who will make the better item, but I'm going to win. What, gay? I am gay. What the hell are you saying, this unlucky brat? I'm not gay, Grid shouted indignantly. Euphemina heard another shock as she heard the word unlucky. She never imagined the day would come when she would hear this from a man. You unlucky me. A trash-like man will never be able to match me. Grid was the one who insulted her first. From Euphemia's point of view, Grid seemed like a madman. Euphemina couldn't cope with the shame and tearfully shouted, I want to say goodbye to you as quickly as possible. Start the game now. Okay, let's get started. I don't care about this one-sided cheering. I will make you fail today. The host didn't announce the start of the game, but Grid already placed iron ore inside the burning furnace. Euphemina experienced making items in the past, so she also started smelting the metal. Wararuk. A huge momentum rose from the two angry people. The temperature of the furnace rose rapidly. The host shouted, the two people have started the game. I will notify the crowd. This time, the theme is to make a dagger. The one who produces the better quality dagger within the time limit will be the victor. Daggers were items that could be made relatively quickly. It was good to spend a long time to create a real masterpiece, but skilled blacksmiths could complete a good dagger in 2 hours. The time limit of this game was 3 hours. Arena, fight. The number of users continued to increase as they heard the turmoil, causing Euphemia's fans to multiply as rapidly as a cancer cell. The cheers of the Winston residents were completely buried by their shouts, so Grid seemed to be fighting alone behind enemy lines. One-sided cheering, but Grid actually became more excited. A weed would grow stronger once it was trampled on. I will win, then I will make all of you shut up. Grid completed the smelting and started the process of making the dagger. T-tang, T-tang. Euphemina became nervous as he started to tap the steel with his hammer. It was because she hadn't finished smelting yet. Fast. The difference in our skills is too large. It was inevitable. In the first place was Euphemina a blacksmith. I shouldn't be hasty. It isn't good to be too urgent. Euphemina calmly focused on the process of smelting. Grid had repeated the quenching and forging process several times by the time she finished smelting. Then she pulled out a hammer from her inventory. She had bought this hammer for a lot of money in order for this quest to be successful. Blessed Blacksmith Hammer. Rating Epics. Durability 299-300, attack power, 50-70 odds of making a rare rated item, plus 15 odds of making an epic rated item, plus 5. A hammer user by a prestigious blacksmith. It will assist the user in creating higher rated items. User restriction level 150 or higher, more than 100 strength. Intermediate blacksmith skill. You can't equip it because you don't meet the item usage conditions. Euphemina had enough strength and her level was high enough to use the blessed blacksmith hammer, but she wasn't a blacksmith, so she didn't have the intermediate blacksmith skill. However, that story would change once she duplicated Grid's blacksmith skill. Euphemina faced Grid, who was concentrating on making a dagger, and used skill observation. Euphemina smiled with satisfaction. If we both have the same blacksmith skill, it is likely that the person with a better production tool will win. The hammer Grid was using was old and shabby, much worse than Euphemia's hammer. Euphemia was confident of her victory, but the moment she thought that, she was shocked as she saw the notification window that popped up. The level of skill observation is too low. You can't analyze the skill of the target. What? Currently, Euphemia's skill observation was level 7. Her skill wouldn't fail, even if she observed a third advancement NPC. Above all, her skill was only level 5 when she analyzed and copied the skill of an advanced level blacksmith. However, Grid's blacksmith skill was impossible to observe with the level 7 skill observation. Surely Grid's blacksmith skill wasn't at the advanced level. It can't be skill observation. Skill observation. The level of skill observation is too low. You can't analyze the skill of the target. The level of skill observation is too low. You can't analyze the skill of the target. No matter how many times she used skill observation, the same notification windows repeatedly appeared. This must be a bug. Skill observation. The level of skill observation is too low. You can't analyze the skill of the target. She used the skill until her mana was low, but her face was pale as she failed to complete the analysis. Unbelievable. Euphemia had to admit it. This stupid man actually had the skills of an advanced blacksmith. Is he a craftsman? That absolutely can't be. The first-ranked person on the blacksmith rankings was only at the intermediate level, yet Grid, who she'd never heard of, had skills beyond a ranker. It was impossible. Craftsmen were rare even among NPC blacksmiths. Yes, he is a blacksmith, not a craftsman, but why would my skill fail to analyze if he is a blacksmith? Don't tell me. Euphemia made a hypothesis. Grid wasn't an ordinary blacksmith. She couldn't rule out the possibility that this stupid man might have a hidden class like herself. I don't want to believe it, but it is reasonable. Otherwise, I can't explain why skill observation can't analyze this man's skill. In addition to blacksmiths, the rankings of all production classes were currently at the intermediate level. Even the most famous NPCs only had advanced level skills, and craftsman NPCs were extremely rare. If Grid was an ordinary user, it was impossible for him to master the craftsmanship skills. Euphemia was forced to believe that Grid wasn't an ordinary blacksmith. Rather, he had a blacksmith-related class above the epic rating. It isn't a rare class. I can replicate the skills of a rare class since I have an epic class. The minimum must be an epic class. But except for me, the only other epic classes are Agnes and Cats. Surely that guy doesn't have a unique class. When did a unique class emerge? It was really the worst-case scenario. She had been thinking too lightly when she accepted a quest with an unknown level of difficulty. Completely outrageous. I never expected to compete with a unique class. Euphemia fell into a confused state. What should I do? I can't do anything like this and will fail the quest. She couldn't even start making an item because she didn't have the blacksmith skill. She knew how to make it, but the end result would be absolutely rubbish without the assistance of the blacksmith skills. Should I give up? Again, she faced a situation where she had to give up another quest after, Agent of Revenge. Euphemia thought this was truly the worst. Grid belatedly discovered that she wasn't doing anything and mocked her. What? Are you completely frozen? Are you jealous of my skills, kid? Oh, anger formed on Euphemia's face again. I can't be defeated by a lowly man like this. If things continued like this, Grid would win. She needed to find a blacksmith and duplicate their blacksmith skills. But where can I find a blacksmith? Euphemia had a good idea and suddenly glanced at the audience. Rabbit was aware of the strange turn of events and approached her. Is there a problem? Euphemia whispered into Rabbit's ears. Who is Grid's mentor? Call that person up on stage as well. Then make him help Grid with the dagger production. It was an absurd demand. Rabbit's eyes narrowed. Why? I can't understand your intentions. Euphemia explained with an embarrassed expression. I can't say any more because it is a personal matter, but please listen to my request. It will increase my chances of winning. HRMM, it would increase her chances of winning. Rabbit wasn't easily convinced. But what could he do? The game had already begun. There would be a lot of accusations if he tried to change the competition now. In the first place, I have no substitute. In the end, Rabbit was forced to listen to Euphemia's demands. I will try. Rabbit spoke to the host who yelled towards the audience. Mr. Khan, come up on stage. Irina stated that she wants you to add your strength to Grid. What? A truly shocking proclamation. Confusion appeared on Grid's face as there was an uproar. What? Irina wants to compete 2 against 1. That guy called Grid must be very bad. Therefore, Irina felt pity and called Grid's mentor to the stage. Is she saying that they have to join forces for this to be a proper competition? Wow, that is truly great confidence. She's a wonderful woman. The crowd misunderstood and became more firmly entrenched on Euphemia's side. She was worshipped as a benevolent and confident queen. On the other hand, Grid's pride was dented and his hostility towards Euphemia became stronger. This chick dares do this. Khan walked over to the agitated Grid and said, calm down. This is a great opportunity for us. Let's fight her together as she demanded. Grid puffed up. What, do you really think I will lose to her? How can that be? I believe that you can win over anyone. Aren't you Pagma's descendant? Then why are you following her demands? I respect you as a blacksmith. I would like to have the honor to work with you. In addition, my blacksmith's heart wants to help instead of just watching. Grid, this is a request. I won't hold you back, so please give me this opportunity to protect my smithy with you. Grid couldn't refuse after hearing Khan's words. As long as we're together, we will succeed. Let's crush that girl in front of all these people. Yes, the two people teamed up. In particular, Khan was overjoyed at being able to work with Grid in front of so many people. I will demonstrate the best skills as your assistant. Give me a command. He was definitely a blacksmith. As Khan prepared to help Grid, Euphemina activated skill observation. You have successfully analyzed Advanced Blacksmith's Craftsmanship, LV2. It was as planned. Euphemina smiled as an analysis of Khan's blacksmith skill appeared. Skill duplication. You have successfully duplicated Advanced Blacksmith's Craftsmanship, LV2. The skill Advanced Blacksmith's Craftsmanship, LV2, is available to use once. You can keep it permanently until it is used. In the first place, the result of the blacksmith game depended on chance. Even if Grid had superior blacksmith skills, it didn't mean he would unconditionally make a high-rated item. In addition, Euphemina had the blessed blacksmith hammer. There is still a chance. Euphemina became engrossed in the production of the dagger. It had been 2 hours since the item production game started. It was around the time that the crowd was losing interest. While Euphemina had already finished the blade and had moved on to the hilt, I hadn't even finished the outline of the blade yet. I continued to temper the iron. T-tang, T-tang. The legendary blacksmith's patience skill has been activated. Concentration, stamina, and defense will rise to the extremes for 1 hour. A notification window popped up as I was concentrating. At the same time, I was able to exert an aura of sharp concentrating, making my hammer strikes more powerful and elaborate. Kayang, the sound of cheering was completely diminished. I forgot that this was Winston's central square that contained thousands of people. Even Khan's helping presence became blurred. It was quiet. The only thing that existed in this world was the iron. T-tang, T-tang. The hammer and I weren't separate entities. We were fully fused. There was no resistance in the movements of the hammer. It followed my will as if it was part of my body. T-tang. The metal made a clear sound as it was shaped like a blade. Then a notification window flashed. The legendary blacksmith's breath has increased the effectiveness of your production items. My spirit cleared and the calm world suddenly changed. Arena, arena, arena. Khan, fighting. I believe in Grid. The crowd cheered, the birds chirped on the fence, the second hand of the clock tower ticked, and the hammering of arena were all types of noises that could be heard from the other side of the stage. My consciousness was dissatisfied as I returned from my own world. It was like reality was intruding. I wanted to remain there a little bit longer. Too bad. It was the first time since the creation of the Jaffa Arrow that I became so immersed in the production process. If I could remain in that world a little more, I thought I could create a better work. As I felt regret, Khan's trembling voice was heard. I never thought iron could be so beautiful. Now I had finished the blade. Then I saw it. It was flawlessly sophisticated, more beautiful than any artwork. The eyes of a legendary blacksmith shouted. This work was more outstanding than the special Jaffa arrows. Gee, great. Amazing. To think I am able to enjoy the glory of helping with this work. I think that I was born to become a blacksmith just for this day, Khan excitedly exclaimed, but I remained calm. It was because I couldn't ruin the remaining processes. Inventory. I took out a minotaur horn from my inventory. It was why I spent a huge amount of 10 gold before the match. I would make a sheath and hilt with this horn. The sheath could be used as a defensive tool depending on the situation, so it was better to have a proper weight and rigidity. The hilt had to be relatively soft to minimize the fatigue of the user. The minotaur's horn was robust and durable, but it was surprisingly soft. It had the texture of brass casting. In other words, it was suitable to be used for the sheath and hilt. Suk. First, the sheath was designed based on the size of the blade, while the length, width, and shape of the hilt were based on an adult male's hand. It was completely practical. The minotaur's horn had an artistic pattern on it, so they showed an artistry without me having to do anything. After finishing the design, I was focused on the production when I heard a tremendous cry from the stands. Irina had completed the dagger one step ahead of me. The host checked her dagger and was impressed. This is a really great work. Making this in less than 3 hours, I can only admire this wonderful work. Now, what type of work was created that could cause such surprise? Don't look alone, show it to us. The crowd was in an uproar as they were curious about the finished work. After the host confirmed that their curiosity reached the peak, he focused the crowd's attention on the display board installed at the back of the stage. Okay, check it out. On the display board, Irina's dagger appeared. It was very sharp yet had a great balance. It was a superior dagger that would be able to exert an exceptional attack power. The handle was made of brass casting with a beautiful pattern engraved on it, making it a beautiful ornament as well. Oh, the dagger resembles the owner. I have never seen such a pretty dagger. I want to see. That is a secondary matter. The performance is extraordinary just looking at it. I really want it. The crowd was enthusiastic. Now it wasn't just the men showing a favorable opinion towards Irina, but the female users as well. The detailed information of the dagger appeared. Dagger of Bewitchment. Rating Epics. Durability 60-60 attack power, 122-127 attack speed, +8. There is a certain probability of bewitching the enemy. The durability will be quickly consumed when blocking an attack. A dagger produced using the delicate skills and superior aesthetics of an excellent blacksmith. The lethal beauty can sometimes steal other people's hearts. The sharp blade has a high attack power, but the drawback is that it lacks robustness. User restriction level 100 or higher, more than 200 agility, more than 30 strength, intermediate dagger mastery. The disadvantage was its durability, but this was a truly excellent dagger. The attack power was incomparable to a common dagger. It also had the bewitchment option. Bewitchment was a powerful skill that turned a target into a non-resistant state for 3 seconds. It was appropriate as an assassin's weapon. The users were convinced. The result is clear. Irina definitely won this game. Even the Winston residents felt desperate. Ah, that woman is a great blacksmith. Grid is a blacksmith recognized by Khan, but is it possible for him to create something better? Rabbit and the other Miro company officials looked convinced that victory was in their grasp, but I didn't shake. Khan was the same. Khan laughed. That girl has tremendous skills for her young age. They are excited right now, but it won't be like that in the future. Isn't that right? The sheath and hilt were finished. I nodded as they were combined with the blade. Of course, I represent the ugly people of the world. I will never stop, Khan frowned. Represent the ugly people. What does that mean? You are fighting on behalf of the smithy. Oh, excuse me, I forgot. Now shall we go and keep the smithy? The dagger was completed. I was thrilled to see the information about the dagger and showed my dagger to the host. The host didn't even look at my dagger properly as he spoke to the crowd. This team spent a lot more time than Irina, despite having 2 people. He can't hide the fact that the result of this game is too obvious. Ha ha ha. Yes, it is shameful for 2 men to go against a woman, but it has come to an end, the crowd agreed. I scoffed at all of them. Look at my work and be careful not to have heart attacks from shock. At that moment, soldiers armed with swords and spears climbed onto the stage. Then they confiscated my dagger. What? As I was confused, a heavily armed knight shouted, I have received information that you are working with a criminal called Hure, arrested 8 days ago for trying to harm Winston. You'll have to be questioned about this. Hure. Was he talking about Hure who received for the residents of Winston quest? He was captured and failed the quest. That useless bastard. No, why am I associated with him? I resisted. What are you saying? I don't know that person. Let me go. The knight pulled out his sword at my defiance and warned me. I suggest that you don't resist. Yes, if I did something, this bastard really would kill me. A sword was pointed at my neck. I was unarmed and forced to follow as the soldiers dragged me down the stage. Khan called out, What are you doing? Why are you unfairly framing a person? The knights and soldiers ignored Khan. Khan eventually ran to where the Miro officials were sitting. Then he shouted to someone, Valmont, you cowardly wretch, you know that you won't win the game, so you are trying to finish it in this manner. You aren't afraid of the Winston residents. However, Khan's shouting was useless. The middle-aged man didn't respond as if he was just hearing an annoying dog's barks. Thus I was brought by the armed forces to the castle. This is impossible. Rabbit had spent 20 years as a merchant. In the meantime, he had handled numerous excellent products. That's why he was astonished the moment he checked the dagger made by Grid. This isn't an ordinary item. Irina's dagger can't be compared to it. We lost. I didn't think he would have that much skill. Valmont, sitting beside him, muttered in an angry voice, We lost. Valmont also noticed it right away when he saw Grid's dagger. His eyes were as good as Rabbit's when it came to seeing spectacular items. Rabbit bowed, I'm sorry, I should have been more vigilant. Valmont forgave him for failing this time. There was no choice, it isn't your fault. You hired an amazing blacksmith, but the opponent was too strong. It is different from his appearance. Valmont had declared their victory when he first saw Grid. He guessed Grid was just a lowly blacksmith, but the result was clear and simple. This failure couldn't be blamed on Rabbit. Grid was just an amazing person. He disguised himself as a trash person so that he could make his opponent underestimate him. He really isn't stupid. This competition needs to be properly handled. How can I accept this result? Valmont wanted the smithy. It wasn't acceptable for a merchant to give up on the profit from the smithy because of a game. Rabbit tried to persuade him, but we have already publicly announced this. If we don't accept the result, the public sentiment will be irreversible. Valmont raised his voice. You are speaking nonsense. I will absolutely never give up the smithy. Rabbit could no longer stop Valmont. How could he be so confident in this bad situation? There must be something. Then Valmont smiled wickedly. In the first place, the crowd doesn't know the result yet. Unlike us, they don't have the discerning eye to see that it is a great item. Unless the details are checked, it is impossible to know that Grid's dagger is far superior to Irina's dagger. Sir Philipson was the knight of Baron Lowe, the Lord of Winston, and he was here as Valmont's escort. It clearly showed how great Valmont's current position in Winston was. Valmont gave an order to Philipson. Arrest him right away on charges of being the friend of Hure, who was caught recently. You must confiscate the dagger that he made. This information of that dagger must not be disclosed to the public. I understand. Then Philipson's soldiers intruded on the stage. They quickly seized the dagger and arrested Grid. A disgraceful person, trying to beat me like this. Valmont chuckled as he watched Grid being arrested before speaking to the silent rabbit. How is it? He is arrested before the result came out, so there is no concern about losing public sentiment. That's right, Valmont's actions were understandable from the point of view of the leader of the Miro company. If it were the usual rabbit, he would have done the same thing as Valmont, but now he didn't feel comfortable. That youth called Grid. Grid created such a great work in just 3 hours. A blacksmith of that degree might truly be the best on the continent, becoming the best in his field at such a young age. He truly was an unparalleled genius. He has tremendous growth potential. If I could cooperate with that young man, I will be able to accumulate an unmatched wealth. Rabbit was a person who only moved for profit. His merchant's instincts meant he showed a profound interest in Grid. On the other hand, Euphemina was still on the stage. It is clear who the victor is. She thought she had an incredibly high chance to win after making the Dagger of Bewitchment. The Dagger of Bewitchment was an outstanding work. However, she soon realized that she was mistaken. The work that Grid made was far superior to her own at first sight. Euphemina knew she would lose and fail the quest the moment the information appeared on the display board. But at that moment, Grid was arrested. It was really exquisite timing. It is disgusting, but Euphemina descended the stage, walked over to Rabbit and said the development was strange and the actual result might be different, but the crowd is convinced of my victory. Even though the game has been stopped, the crowd thinks I won. Isn't that alone sufficient to achieve the Miro company's aim? So I want the reward. Rabbit nodded and said, it is as you said, I will keep the promise. Quest success, 1,500 gold has been acquired. Title competitor has been acquired. Fighting spirit stat will be opened. Good luck stat will be opened. The skill rolling dice will be generated. Euphemia's expression brightened as she received the rewards. She checked the newly create stats and skills. Fighting spirit. The lower the health, the greater the attack power and mental state. The higher the number, the higher the effect. Stat points can't be distributed to this stat. Good luck. The likelihood of lucky phenomenon will increase. The higher the number, the higher the effect. Stat points can't be distributed to this stat. Rolling dice. Roll a dice and a phenomenon will occur, depending on the number that is rolled. If the target is yourself or an ally, there will be a beneficial effect if the number 4 or higher is rolled. There will be a harmful effect if the number rolled is 3 or lower. If the target is an enemy, there will be a beneficial effect if the number 3 or lower is rolled. There will be a harmful effect if the number rolled is 4 or higher. Isn't this a completely random skill? Fighting spirit and good luck. The effects of the two stats were so great that she forgot about the painful Agent of Revenge quest for a moment. But the rolling dice skill was ambiguous. It would be nice if the good numbers were rolled when she used the skill, but what if the numbers were bad? That would lead to a terrible situation. However, if I increase my good luck stat, the probability of a beneficial number being rolled will rise. I'll be able to use it someday once my good luck stat is higher. Euphemina thought positively and prepared to say goodbye to Rabbit, but she hesitated and asked, by the way, why was that person captured? He was witnessed conversing with an enemy of Winston. They suspect he is an accomplice, right? Oh, Grid had randomly ridiculed her. If possible, she wanted to beat him, but then he had been arrested. It was really lucky, but then she felt regret. I wanted to know his identity. If he really was a unique class, it would be beneficial in many ways to get to know him. No, I don't want to see him again. Isn't his nature too horrible? I will just get more wrinkles if I get close to him. Euphemina shook off the lingering regret and was about to leave, but then Rabbit called out to her, you aren't a blacksmith, are you? Euphemina panicked and stuttered with confusion. What are you suddenly saying? Didn't I make the dagger? How can I create something like that unless I'm a blacksmith? I noticed that Iria wasn't your real name. In addition, I don't believe you are a blacksmith with those white, fine, delicate hands. Due to the nature of the class, blacksmiths had scorched hands that were full of calluses, but Euphemina looked completely different from a blacksmith. In addition, the way you handled the bellows was very crude. Even a beginner blacksmith would be more skilled. I noticed it more after you brought Khan to the stage, and then confirmed that you moved exactly like Khan. Perhaps you are capable of duplicating the techniques of others. Euphemina could try to refute Rabbit's criticism, but she remained silent. She noticed that it was the prelude to a new quest. So, what are you trying to say? Rabbit cut to the chase. Will you help me? Go and rescue Grid. Why? Isn't he your enemy? Rabbit shrugged. There is no eternity in front of money. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Euphemina required a detailed explanation. Rabbit led her to an unfamiliar alley. He thoroughly checked that there was no one around and opened his mouth. The Miro company is greedy for the maximum benefit from Winston, making it a ticking time bomb. It wouldn't be strange if Earl Stein received accusations against the Miro Company at any moment. In other words, there is a dark cloud in the Miro Company's future. It is time for me to leave it. Rabbit's eyes shone. As soon as I saw Grid's skills, I realized where my new job would be. Khan's Smithy. I'll take a job at Khan's Smithy. Then I will form a team with Grid. I will distribute Grid's works using my network of contacts and my business skills. If I assist Grid well, I believe that Grid and I alone can generate a revenue that is equal to a small or medium business company. That much. Euphemia's eyes also shone. One user had the potential to generate top-level profits. It was indeed amazing. Who is the current first-place merchant? Euphemia searched through her memories and recalled the person. That's right, Bega. He became first place 3 months ago. But I heard the scale of his company is so small that he isn't able to make a profit compared to the NPC merchants. In other words, the first-ranked merchant couldn't even operate a small company properly at the moment. However, Grid was able to generate the revenue of a small company just by making items. I know he doesn't have a regular class, but to think it is to this extent. Rabbit explained his plan to Euphemia. These are the prerequisites to get a job at the Khan Smithy. First of all, the fall of the Miro Company and Winston's Lord. Secondly, make over my image. Finally, the most important thing is to rescue Grid. If I can save Grid and cause the downfall of the Miro Company and Winston's Lord at the same time, I will be able to appeal myself to Grid and the residents. So you need my help? Yes, I have been watching your abilities. They will be sufficient. Quest Help Rabbit's job-seeking plan has been created. Help Rabbit's job-seeking plan. Difficulty S. Rabbit is uncertain about the future of the Miro Company. He predicts that the Miro Company will soon fall, but he would rather break it with his own hands so that he will get a new image. Help Rabbit rescue Grid and cause the downfall of the Miro Company and Winston's Lord. Quest Clear Conditions. Rescue Grid trapped in the dungeon of Winston Castle. The fall of the Miro Company and Winston's Lord. Quest Clear Reward, 5,000 gold. Affinity with Rabbit and the Winston residents will rise to the peak. Quest Failure Level 2. Rabbit's Death. All quests associated with Rabbit will be permanently destroyed. Would you like to accept the quest? I can't believe it. Euphemia was speechless as she confirmed the quest. Quests that gave titles or S-grade quests weren't easy to find, but these type of quests were happening in succession after being linked with Grid. At the very least, this proved that Grid was an incredibly huge person in Winston. Grid, it is true that his nature is bad, but he has great abilities and presence. I think it would be wise to build up a relationship through this matter. Euphemia decided to accept the quest. Okay, I'll do it. The quest has been accepted. Just because a man wanted to switch jobs, the leader of a huge company and the lord of a territory were in trouble. The residents of Winston gathered in Khan's Smithy. The rumor that Huroi was caught while leaving Winston is true. Then the Lord already knows what we entrusted to Huroi, right? It is a big deal. The surveillance will tighten and a second Huroi won't appear. We can't do anything now. Winston won't be able to escape from the grasp of the Miro Company. The residents were agitated. Usually Khan would be soothing them, but he wasn't in the position to take care of others right now. Grid. Huroi was arrested for trying to reach Earl Stein. Unless the Miro Company and Winston's Lord were idiots, they wouldn't let him out of prison for the rest of his life. Considering how close Grid was to the Winston residents, including Khan, it was likely that Grid would suffer a similar fate to Huroi. I can't let Grid rot in jail for the rest of his life. I must save him. Khan made a decision and shouted, "We can't close our eyes to this injustice. We have to protect our future with our own hands. Grab our weapons. We will drive the Lord and the Miro Company out of Winston." The residents freaked out. Are you suggesting a rebellion? A rebellion. It is the Lord who is causing the rebellion. We are the people of Earl Stein. We'll go against the demons who joined hands to go against Earl Stein's will. The residents were reminded that they had justification to go against the Lord. Their morale started rising. Okay, I will follow Khan. It is impossible to drive out the Lord with our strength, but with our indignation, we will let the world know that something is wrong in Winston. Then Earl Stein will eventually hear the news about Winston. We have to fight for Grid, who is locked up because of us. I am going to fight. The residents decided to change Winston's fate with their own strength. Khan opened the door of the warehouse and checked it. The warehouse was full of battle gear, the very same items that Grid produced while practicing for the game. The performance wasn't excellent due to the limitations of the materials, but they were better than farming equipment. The residents were excited as they armed themselves under Khan's command. Head towards the Miro Company right now. Yes, grab Valmont. Khan restrained them. If we attack the Miro Company, the news of our uprising will be delivered quickly to the Lord and then the castle will be heavily defended. Then we should go to the castle first. Correct. We must enter the castle before news of our rebellion is passed on to the Lord. The Lord is taken as a hostage. The soldiers won't be able to move and we can easily dismiss the Miro Company. A man came forward and said, "The architect who designed the castle is my great-grandfather, so I have a blueprint of the castle in my home. We can grasp the secret passages through the blueprint, allowing us to easily infiltrate the castle. Oh, they saw hope. The residents weren't helpless. They were confident they could drive out the Lord and Miro company, but it only lasted for a moment. Yingyurang, the windows of the blacksmith's second floor were shattered, and soldiers armed with bows entered. Drop your weapons if you don't want to die. The smithy's second floor was occupied by dozens of archers in an instant, all aiming their bows at the residents on the first floor. The residents were terrified as Valmont entered the smithy. He laughed loudly. Hey, I just came to take over the smithy, only to earn the chance for a big merit. Ha ha ha. The fat on his chin wobbled as he laughed. Khan cried out to the laughing Valmont. You framed Grid and had him arrested so that the result of the game wouldn't be revealed. Valmont shrugged. The result of the game is undetermined. That's ridiculous. It was the Miro company's complete victory. Didn't you see the work of the blacksmith we hired? Even if the details of the dagger that you and Grid made were disclosed, you wouldn't be able to beat her work. Ask the crowd, everybody would agree. The Miro company won the game, so the proper owner of this smithy is the Miro company. You definitely noticed that Grid's work was much better than your blacksmith's, so you hastily arrested Grid in fear of being defeated in the game. Valmont ridiculed him. If you want to blame someone, shouldn't you blame the eyes of the public? Anyway, throw away your weapon if you don't want to be immediately executed for causing a rebellion. Who would listen to the commands of a merchant? Ho, is it a problem that I'm a merchant? Then follow the command of Sir Philipson, not me. Sir Philipson, those people are armed, so doesn't that constitute as a rebellion? You should pacify them. Philipson, standing next to Valmont, nodded. He waved his hand and the soldiers occupying the second floor pulled back their bows. Surrender all your weapons, and Khan, I will arrest you as the ringleader of the rebellion. The residents were furious. Dirty bastard. Are you a knight? Valmont's dog. I don't have to listen to your commands. Philipson glanced at the soldiers on the second floor. Arrows poured down. Puak, Kuak, Hiik. One of the residents fell down after hit by an arrow. Khan shook at the sight. Vicious bastards. The next attack will aim at your heads. Drop your weapons if you don't want to die. Even though they were all holding weapons, ordinary people didn't have a chance against trained soldiers. If they fought, they would just die a meaningless death. Oh, Yingyurang. Their weapons fell weakly to the ground. Their determination fell, and the helpless people lay down on the ground in fear. Valmont watched the crying people and laughed. Ha 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 ha, you fools. In the end, dogs like you will resist uselessly. Clearly understand this. You are meant to be ruled. All you need to do is unconditionally obey. Don't think about rebelling again. Valmont gave an order to Philipson. Confiscate everything in this smithy, and arrested the ringleader of the rebellion, Khan. Yes. The soldiers moved in an orderly fashion. Valmont approached Philipson and whispered, Sir Philipson, the Lord will clearly give a great reward to us who stopped the rebellion before any damage was done. Why don't we have a drink tonight to celebrate? I will prepare beauties and delicacies. It is appreciated. We can play tonight, but you don't need to prepare separate beauties. Philipson's greedy gaze was fixed on one side. Valmont followed his gaze and saw some elderly people and women standing on one side. Among the females, there was one around 15 years old. When she was an adult, she would be a great beauty. Valmont frowned and spoke to himself, wanting a young girl. You are worse than me, huh? What did you say just now? I'm sorry, but I didn't hear it. No, nothing. You didn't hear anything. I was just talking to myself. While Valmont and Philipson were filled with anticipation at the Lord's reward, the residents were desperate as they saw Khan being dragged. What do we do now? What should we do? This is the end. There is no one else to rely on in Winston. I should have left when I could. Now I can't leave this place. Khan was the last remaining source of hope for the Winston residents. Now he was being dragged to the dungeon, so the residents lost hope. A savior was needed. Winston Castle's dungeon. How many days had passed? Light never entered, and Huroi felt despair as he remained trapped in the darkness. Now he couldn't tell as this was reality or virtual reality. Where is this? Why am I doing this? How can I get out of this hell? He would rather die. Meanwhile, in reality, Huroi's EEG was showing severe instability. The atmosphere of the SA Mongolian branch was very heavy. The EEG is too unstable. We can't guarantee a Lunbatter's health. If we don't forcefully log him out right now, he might need to be locked up in a mental hospital. The experts advised to give up on this quest. However, the Mongolian branch director Park Yunhyuk's thoughts were different. A Lunbatter has endured 48 hours and 10 minutes. It has reached up to here, so it isn't about PR anymore. We can't waste the effort of a Lunbatter. There is only 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining. Until then, we will watch a Lunbatter until the end. It meant he wouldn't allow the forced logout. The faces of the executives turned white. Satisfied deserves criticism for the existence of a quest that puts the user at risk. If we don't take responsibility for the safety of the user, the company will take a bit hit. The whole world will think Satisfy is dangerous and service will be disrupted. Park Yunhyuk didn't back down from the executives. My decision has been made. If anything goes wrong, I will take all responsibility. I will do my best to avoid damaging the company. No, why would you go so far? The current situation isn't that encouraging. The probability of Grid rescuing Huroi is only 9. Furthermore, Grid was arrested as Huroi's accomplice. Rather than rescuing Huroi, Grid will be stuck in the same dungeon. Isn't it a wise decision to force him to log out since the quest will fail anyway? Park Yoon-hyuk's thoughts were different. Isn't it a positive thing that Grid was arrested? They are now close to each other in the dungeon. The executives were shocked. Grid is a legendary class, but he is low-leveled. Furthermore, his items and weapons have been seized. How will he get out of the dungeon and rescue Huroi with just his body? It has already been decided, so don't say anything more. Park Yoon-hyuk dismissed them and focused on the monitor again. The first monitor had 48 hours stated on it. That was 192 hours stuck in the game, so Huroi was starting to panic. On the second monitor, the soldiers had just brought Grid into Winston Castle. Obviously, the situation is desperate. Huroi can't be rescued with Grid's strength, but something seems like it will happen. After the wait quest had been triggered, Park Yoon-hyuk watched Grid all the time. Grid was greedy, his tone was rude, and his behavior wasn't prudent. He was a figure far from the apostle of justice in the movies, but nevertheless, Park Yoon-hyuk gained more confidence as he watched. Grid always tried hard. He stood in front of a furnace for several hours and repeated hammering. He designed and made different items using the same materials. He moved his body and mind without any rest. He grumbled all day, but his actions were totally different. Then he produced an amazing work in the item production game. A user created the first. Even if Grid had the fraudulent legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill, it was still too much to produce such an item so quickly. He might not have talent, but his spirit is exceptional. It would be nice to believe in him. Heroes in movies never gave up, no matter what hardships they suffered, and the hero should win in the end. Perhaps Grid deserved to be a hero too, Park Yoon-hyuk thought. These damn F-curs. I was arrested before the quest succeeded and dragged to Winston Castle. It had already been an hour since I was trapped in an interrogation room. Several people witnessed you talking to Huroi in front of Khan's smithy. Did you already know that Huroi was planning to contact Earl Stein? So what if I knew? It was a resident of Winston who entrusted Huroi to contact Earl Stein. Since you are close to the residents, don't you know who that person is? So what if I know, then aren't you one of them? No, are you stupid? I don't think you know what position you're in. If you continue to be so carefree, you will regret it. I talked back to the knight who was trying to intimidate me. Shut up, you rotten bastard. Are you a comedian now? I want you to lose your heads immediately. I have no connection with Huroi, so let me out right now. I knew that I could be tortured and locked up in prison or killed, but I was the incarnation of anger after losing my 720,000 won. How many bowls of mackerel is 720,000 won? I was so angry that I spat curses at the knights. You ridiculous jerk. I will remember all of this, ugly. One day I will return to squeeze 600 gold out of you, so release me now. Look at this guy. He keeps talking nonsense. The youngest knight pulled out his sword. I flinched, but soon changed my attitude. Kill me, you motherfucker. This rascal isn't scared until the end. The knight couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward. I closed my eyes and accepted death. Why, in this situation, it was better to die. If I die, I will be resurrected in the square. I can't stay stuck here. It is better to die and resurrect, even if it means losing experience. I was concerned about Khan. In the worst-case scenario, I wasn't the presumed winner, so the Miro company would obtain the smithy. If so, Khan would die. The class quest I received would naturally be destroyed. Kill me quickly, you son of a beach. I couldn't log out here. I had to die, resurrect, and meet Khan. Then a quick-witted middle-aged knight came forward and stopped the hasty young knight. Hey Leo, calm down. Aren't you aware of it? He has an immortal body. Killing him will just release him into the field. Damn it, this plan failed. I kept provoking the young knight, hoping he would lose his temper. Hey, you aren't going to kill me. You can't kill me. Are you scared? What type of knight are you? You pathetic bastard, can't you eat chili? You will die a bachelor. If you die, you will become a ghost. A ghost who peeps at girls taking a bath. Why you? The young knight called. Leo's hands shook as he held his sword. It wouldn't be strange if he stabbed me right away, but Leo refrained from attacking me. He bit his lips so hard that blood emerged. It would work if I insulted him a bit more. Oof. I tried to provoke Leo further, but somebody shut me up. These rotten, lousy bastards. I glared at the middle-aged knight who gagged me. You have no intention of admitting to the crime you are accused of. You also have no intention of telling us who commissioned Huroi. Oof. If you want me to answer, then take off the gag. The middle-aged knight nodded as he interpreted my answer. You really won't answer. If so, I have no choice but to imprison you. But if you tell me who commissioned Huroi, you might be treated differently. I didn't want to get stuck in prison. The imprisonment wouldn't just last a few days. Until I was released, I would continue to be imprisoned, no matter how much I disconnected and reconnected. I can tell them. If Khan gets arrested, I can find a way to rescue him. Khan was invaluable to me in Satisfy in reality since he was a precious friend. He might be an NPC, but he was a friend. But a friend was just a friend. No matter how important a friend was, my life was more important. I decided to give Khan up. Oof, I will tell you who commissioned Huroi, so release me. The middle-aged knight nodded as he interpreted my answer. What a great guy. You have no intention of selling out your friend, even when you will be locked up in prison. You might be weak, but your sense of justice is admirable. Oof, oof, ooh, oop. What was he saying? I will tell you who commissioned Hure if you release this gag. The middle-aged knight nodded as he arbitrarily interpreted my reply and ordered the soldiers. Imprison him. Put him in solitary confinement. Solitary. I couldn't do anything if I was stuck in prison, but solitary confinement as well. I would be trapped alone without any other prisoners. Oof, ooh, off. I panicked and struggled to get rid of the gag. However, the knights ignored my calls. In the end, I was dragged underneath the castle. Damn, what the hell is going on? I have to be imprisoned forever. And what happened with Khan's smithy? Khan absolutely can't die. No, that stupid Hure, why did you fail your quest and damage me? It happened while I was being dragged by the soldiers. The quest, Apostle of Justice, has been created. Apostle of Justice. Difficulty S. Hure, who was trying to inform Earl Stein about the happenings in Winston, failed his mission and was caught. He has been locked in solitary confinement for a long time. You are the only one who knows Hure's circumstances, so you are the only one who can help. Rescue Hure for the sake of justice. Quest clear conditions after being trapped in the deepest dungeon. Rescue Hure within 7 hours. Quest reward, the title, Apostle of Justice. Affinity with the Winston residents will rise to the peak. Reputation in Winston will rise to the peak. Create a linked quest with Hure. Apostle of Justice, the courage stat will be opened. All stats plus 10. The skill Unbreakable Justice will be generated. Quest failure level 2. The title Coward will be generated. Coward affinity with NPCs will decline. The probability of acquiring quests will decline. You will be despised by NPCs with a positive inclination. The contents of the reward are familiar. Ah, this was the same compensation when Hure shared the information for the residents of Winston with me. A linked quest with Hure was generated. I am greedy for a new title. I have no intention of accepting the quest. I was going to be stuck in solitary confinement, yet I was expected to rescue Hure. In addition, it had to be within 7 hours. It was an unconditional quest failure. What fool would be stupid enough to accept this quest? The penalty if I fail the quest. I have goosebumps. My level would drop and I would receive the Coward title. It is a junk title. The Coward title was just as bad as Noble Killer. I could never accept this quest, but you can't refuse this quest. Quest is in progress. Why me? Oof, oh, I was going nuts. I couldn't help cursing despite the gag in my mouth, almost choking me. I drooled and coughed through the gag in my mouth, causing the soldiers escorting me to hit me on the back. This bastard, can't you be quiet? Bah, solitary confinement is scary. Stupid guy, you should have talked when the knights gave you a chance. Why are you pretending to be cool when you're just afraid? Oof, oof, I thought it wasn't fair. It was frustrating to see the soldiers misunderstand and talk so arbitrarily. Ouch, I was brought deep underground and pushed by the soldiers into the solitary confinement cell. But they didn't release my gag. The soldiers talked amongst themselves. Hey, should we release the gag? Leo told me to only release it at meals. Apparently he has quite a mouth, so Leo will be tempted to kill him if his mouth is free. I see. What was this? Oof, oof, release the gag. The soldiers looked at me with terrified expressions. Wow, he is so desperate to talk that saliva is dripping down. If we keep him gagged all day, his blood pressure might rise. This is really a punishment for him. Oof. Oof, then release this rope. The rope was pressing against my body, making it difficult to move my fingers. Quang, the soldiers ignored me and walked away. They really are leaving. My body was tied up and my mouth gagged. Would I be trapped in this smelly place forever? Furthermore, time was running out. The Hure rescue quest would fail even if I just stood still. What about my level? And why did I have to get the Coward title? I had to be called a coward because I couldn't rescue Hure. Oof. Oof, I started shouting again. Please help me, but there was no answer. My moaning echoed in the deep and dismal basement. Time passed with nothing happening. At the top of the screen, there was a window showing that I had 4 hours left in my quest time limit. I had been trapped in jail for 3 hours already. Shit, this rot. Somehow, both good luck and bad luck followed me recently. All that luck was a precursor to my misfortune today. I forgot how unlucky I am and wasn't vigilant. I was someone who had never found a 10-1 coin on the side of the road in my 26 years of life. Then I managed to obtain a legendary class. I want to hit Lady Luck. Just as I was cursing at Lady Luck, Grid, I heard a woman's voice from upstairs. This voice, it was familiar. Where had I heard it recently? Ah, Irina. Her voice was as pretty as her face. This damn unfair world. Why was one person born with so many advantages? No, now wasn't the time to lament at the world. Why is that kid here? No, it doesn't even need questioning. A very surprising person had come, but she was my only hope. I had to accept her help. I started shouting. Oof, 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 here, I am here. No matter how I shouted, it was hard to make a loud noise with the gag. Irina was still looking for me upstairs. Grid, where are you? Where is this man? Oof, a hoarse cry emerged from my mouth, but Irina couldn't find me easily. At the top of the screen, the quest display window was pointed at 2 hours. In the next 2 hours, I had to escape and rescue Hure. What could I do? Damn it, I don't know, I had to do something. Oof, oof, grid. Ah, finally. Irina, who came downstairs, barely heard my voice and ran. Ah, that unlucky girl seemed like an angel at this moment. My appreciation towards Irina rose significantly as she confirmed the situation through the bars and said, I'll save you, not just that. I'll give you this dagger. Oof, oof. Irina held a sheath made of a minotaur horn. It was the dagger I made when I competed with her. Irina's personality was as angelic as her looks, a really good girl. As I was feeling thrilled, she spoke. I have a condition instead. Indeed, it was rare for a girl to be pretty and have a good heart. Oof, oof, this damn girl. Setting a condition in a situation like this. If she came to rescue me, shouldn't she rescue me? Irina interpreted my expression and laughed. You will listen to any conditions, so talk quickly. It's good that you are so straightforward. You will make an orb for me that contains as much magic as possible. At a minimum, the orb should have the same performance as this dagger. You can do it with your blacksmith skills, right? Orb, I had never created one before. Was an orb a magic item? Why is she asking me, not a magician? No, now wasn't the time to think about that. I nodded. Irina made a satisfied expression. Okay. The other condition is that you can never call me kid in the future. My name is Euphemina. Just call me Euphemina. Understood. Did she drink alcohol during the day? Earlier she was Irina and now she was Euphemina. Did she forget her name? Or was it a pseudonym in the first place? Anyway, this was good. I nodded again and Irina, no, Euphemina took out a key and opened the prison door. Then she released the gag in my mouth. Puek, I finally felt alive again. I wiped the saliva around my mouth and asked Euphemina to release my tied-up body. What is happening? Why did you come here to save me? Euphemina threw the dagger towards me. Isn't it better to talk once we escape? As she finished talking, there was the sound of dozens of soldiers rushing down the stairs. I was dismayed. Hey, kid. No, Euphemina, what is this? Didn't you manage to come here because you took care of the soldiers? There are a lot of soldiers. I took care of over 100 soldiers, but there are still people remaining. You'll have a hard time escaping. PFFF. I let out a laugh at Euphemia's ridiculous words. Euphemina glared at me. Why are you laughing? I'm laughing because you said you took care of over 100 soldiers. How can a blacksmith fight so well? Yes, you should bluff more moderately. I'm not a blacksmith. Euphemina faced me. Her deep blue eyes were as beautiful as any jewel, although she was still a kid. Well, if she ate a lot of rice and her breasts grew bigger, then I might be attracted. Where are you looking? Euphemina covered her breasts and asked with a frown. I'm not interested in small breasts, so don't worry about it. You aren't a blacksmith. What do you mean? I really dislike people like you. Euphemina grumbled, but still explained. I have a special class. My class is a duplicator. I was able to pretend to be a blacksmith by duplicating Khan's blacksmith skill. You are like me, right? You're not an ordinary blacksmith. Duplicator. It was the first time I'd heard of this class. Perhaps. A rare class. Euphemina cried out indignantly. It isn't a rare class, it's an epic class. Hyok. One of Satisfy's 3 epic classes belonged to this kid. There was no reason for her to bluff in this situation, so if this was true, didn't you thoroughly hide your identity? Then why bother revealing it to me? And why in this situation? I am saying it now because of this situation. Don't you have a hidden class as well? I know everything. So don't pretend to be an ordinary blacksmith and fight with all your abilities. Otherwise you'll be killed here. I was already planning on that. I nodded with a convinced expression and held the dagger. Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped the ideal dagger. This is an item you created. Your understanding is 100. In the case of items made by you, a penalty will be applied if you don't meet the item usage requirements, even if you have full understanding. Attack power of the ideal dagger will decrease by 20. Only half of the option effects will be applied. Ideal dagger. Writing unique. Durability 168, 168, attack power 242, 264, attack speed plus 11. There is a rare chance of instantaneously killing the target. Agility plus 20. The skill Wind Blast is generated. The skill Quick Movements is generated. A dagger created by a craftsman with great skills and potential but lacks experience and reputation. It was made with the renowned blacksmith Khan. There is nothing special about the materials or method used, but the craftsman's skill and the cooperation with Khan has created an ideal dagger. User restriction level 180 or higher, more than 450 agility, advanced dagger mastery. The penalties would be applied even if I had the maximum understanding of the items I created. Damn it, this was truly deplorable, but the penalty of a unique item is only 20. Still, this is nice. Euphemina was astonished as she saw me equip the dagger. Is your real class part of the Assassin series? It requires 450 agility and advanced dagger mastery. But isn't it strange? How do you have the blacksmith's craftsmanship technique? I noticed when she told me to produce the orb, but Euphemina must have seen the information about this dagger. However, she wasn't greedy and returned it to me. When I looked at her, she was a pretty good person. No, it was still too early to know. I had time to make a decision about Euphemina. Wind Blast. I used the skill in the direction of the rushing soldiers. A sharp wind emerged from the dagger, causing blood to pour from the soldiers. Euphemina confirmed that 10 soldiers were seriously wounded and whistled. A skill attached to an item manages to display this much destructive power. How incredible. Originally, the destructive power wasn't at this level. If I met the conditions to use this dagger, the power of Wind Blast would have been 2 times stronger. It is a pity that only half of the option's effect is applied. I lamented again before speaking to Euphemina. Hey Euphemina, I have to go rescue a person. A person. Ah, are you talking about Khan? I already rescued Khan before coming here. Khan was also captured. I'm glad he's safe. But the person I'm talking about isn't Khan, it's Hur. Who is that? I briefly explained to Euphemina, who made an annoyed expression. I don't know the name. I could read Euphemia's feelings. She seemed to think she had stepped in shit. Well, it didn't matter how she felt. There was only 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining. I had to rescue Hur during that time period. After I save that bastard, I will tell him off. He was the cause of all of this. I was furious. Wah, the soldiers jumped in unison. There seemed to be around 30 soldiers. I was nervous, but Euphemina didn't show any signs of agitation at all. She didn't change her expression and reached out a hand. Spear of destruction. Pachachik. A dark red spark jumped from Euphemia's fingertip. A spear was created and the soldiers were hit. Bam 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 quang. The spear pierced the bodies of the soldiers and exploded, causing the 30 soldiers to turn into a gray light. It was an incredibly powerful spell that was used lightly. Maybe Euphemina was comparable to that witch Yura. How could she cast it so easily? Hiccup, I hiccuped from the surprise. What did I say to her before? Didn't I say a lot? Is she angry with me? As I froze with fear, Euphemina said to me, What, don't you have to go and rescue Hura? Why yes, I was going to speak casually, but suddenly thought that it would be awkward not to use honorifics. Let's never call her a kid again. I will make her orb. She has endured it so far. I won't offend her anymore. I made a decision and headed deeper underground. Winston Castle's dungeon. I was trapped in a solitary room on the 3rd underground floor, but was rescued by Euphemina and was now looking for Hur. Damn, I've looked everywhere, but I can't find him. Where is that bastard Hure trapped? I don't think he is on this floor. Maybe we should go down further. What? The 3rd floor isn't the end. According to information I received, there are 4 floors. I have to go down to the 4th floor. The time limit for rescuing Hure was 1 hour and 10 minutes. I was becoming more and more irritated. If I exceeded the time limit and failed to rescue Hure, I would receive a really big penalty. I had to find and rescue Hure as quickly as possible. Winston Castle's dungeon was very large, and the corridors were as complex as a maze, making it difficult to find the way. I decided to follow Euphemia's opinion, but it wasn't easy to find the stairs heading down to the 4th floor. Hey you, are you sure that the 4th floor really exists? The 3rd floor isn't the end. Maybe Hure is on the 2nd or 1st floor. I swept through the 1st and 2nd floors while looking for you, but I didn't see a prisoner called Hure. And the 4th floor really does exist. I received the information from a trustworthy person. But I can't see the way down to the 4th floor. Stop whining, I'm annoyed. Yes, sorry, time continued to pass while we wandered around. Before I knew it, there were only 50 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, the pursuit of the soldiers didn't stop and there were traps installed in the corridors. But I'm glad. The traps are so obvious that I don't need to worry about falling for them. This prison was made of rocks. The floors, the walls, and the ceiling, everything was made of rocks. In addition, it was underground, so sunlight couldn't reach it. In other words, it was a space where blades of grass couldn't grow. But funnily enough, I saw places on the floor where flowers and grass were growing. In addition, there was fruit and bread hanging from the ceiling. There were also high-quality items that didn't match the prison space hanging on the walls. It was clearly an unnatural sight. They are all traps. Even a person with the intelligence of an elementary school student would be able to notice such ridiculous traps. I think you should bow. Otherwise you might die. I listened to Euphemia's voice and hurriedly bowed down. At the same time, sharp arrows flew over my back. I checked the arrows stuck in the wall and cried out, H-Heok, W, what is this all of a sudden? I was almost hit. As I was wiping at my sweat and sighing with relief, Euphemia pushed me in the back. Due to that, I lost my balance and fell down while a spear shot up where I was just standing. If Euphemia hadn't pushed me, I would have been skewered by that spear. I got goosebumps. Hierak, what the hell is this? I'm sorry. I accidentally activated a trap. Euphemia giggled while walking. There were several colorful flowers in her hands. This was crazy. Isn't it strange for flowers to grow in this place? It's obviously a trap, so why did you pick the flowers? How can you fall for the trap, you dumb girl? I almost didn't make it. And why would you pick flowers in this situation in the first place? Damn it, useless person. If I died because of you, I would make you take responsibility. Don't do anything unnecessary and just find the way. That was what I wanted to yell at her, but I didn't. Patient, be patient. I barely suppressed my anger. Euphemia had great skills compared to her fragile appearance. Her combat skills were equivalent to Blood Witch Yura. In addition, she had an epic class that only 3 people had. I didn't dare mess with such a great person. Most of all, her strength was needed to rescue Hure. I couldn't afford to rescue him with just my strength. No matter how wrong she was, I needed to continue flattering her. Be careful, I can't use defensive magic like you. Yes, I'm sorry. Euphemina apologized to me in an insincere manner. I was once again infuriated. This woman, how can you act so shameless despite almost killing someone? Kneel down and apologize right now. Was what I wanted to yell, patience. I felt a new sense of anxiety. Euphemia was staring at the bananas hanging from the ceiling. Surely she isn't planning to pluck such a suspicious thing to eat. It can't be, she isn't a monkey. At that moment, Euphemia jumped lightly and grabbed a banana. No, why? Crack. Immediately after Euphemia grabbed a banana hanging from the ceiling, the floor where I was standing started crumbling. Kayak. I barely escaped from danger by rolling my body to the side, and finally couldn't resist yelling at Euphemia. What are you doing now? Why are you eating bananas in this situation? Euphemia answered with the banana in her mouth. Chew, gulp. I just wanted to eat a banana because there was a banana in front of me. Look, it's just plain common sense. It's odd that bananas are hanging in this dungeon. It's clearly a trap. Isn't it strange for it to be a trap? The bananas could be hanging for patrolling soldiers to eat when they're hungry. Euphemia sighed. You poor person. You live by looking at the world from a very negative perspective. I bet you don't have any friends to confide in. I was sure of it. Euphemia was clearly very angry, so she deliberately triggered the traps. I can understand. Euphemia had come to rescue me because of a quest that would benefit her, but rescuing Hyur had nothing to do with her. Her current actions were complaining that she didn't like rescuing a person unrelated to her quest. That's why she purposely triggered the traps. She has a temper. Indeed, it was rare for a beauty to have a good nature. Most beauties were sheltered like princesses, but Ahyung is pretty and has a good nature. My heart felt cleansed as I was reminded of my ideal love, Ahyung. Ahyung, I want to see you. Over here, those people are here. You dared disturb my contemplation. I was drawing a beautiful picture of Ahyung in my mind when I heard a noise from both ends of the corridor and soldiers quickly arrived. There were around 50 people. I sighed. How come they keep coming endlessly? This is bothersome. Euphemia snorted. Bah, aren't I the one dealing with them anyway? Won't you just be watching or running away? Don't you think it is disgraceful to complain when you aren't doing anything? I can't understand it when you have that weapon. You should be fighting me. I can't do that. I had the unique rated dagger that Euphemia returned to me. Obviously, this dagger's attack power could easily handle the attacking soldiers, but I couldn't enter battle. Why? It was simple. I don't have any armor. The clothes that I was wearing had absolutely no defense. I couldn't fight against soldiers with no defense. At the end of the day, Euphemia was helping me so I could concentrate on rescuing Hyur without fighting. Even if you don't have armor, isn't it easy for you to handle the soldiers? No, I'm not as strong as you think, then. I'll leave this to you. What does that mean? I patted Euphemia's back and headed towards the hole caused by the trap she had triggered earlier. I'll go and find Hyur first. Hold their attention until then. Hey, the confused Euphemia hurriedly tried to catch me, but it was too late. I ignored her and dove into the hole. Kutang tang tang, wah. You have fallen from a high place and suffered 200 damage. I left the soldiers and Euphemia, falling alone to the 4th floor. Cough. Fortunately, I didn't get significantly hurt. I raised my dusty body and moved my gaze to the dusty ceiling. The battle between Euphemia and the soldiers had already begun, as flashing lights and the soldiers' yells were heard. Good, Euphemia, you're doing very well. If she fought as loudly as possible, the enemies would believe that Euphemia and I were on the 3rd floor, pulling all the defensive troops to the 3rd floor. Then the defense on the 4th floor would be relatively poor. I can find and rescue Hyur in this gap. Aren't I surprisingly smart? Did I feel bad for leaving the fighting to Euphemia while I rescued Hyur? Well, no, my conscience didn't exist. I was the type to use others if it would benefit me. Was I worried about Euphemia fighting alone? Of course I wasn't worried. She was the first epic class and so OP that she could use all types of magic spells without chanting first. She would survive even if hundreds of soldiers and dozens of knights were her opponents. Blood Witch Yura, the 1st-ranked South Korean and 5th rank on the unified rankings. Even she, who was at the top of 2 billion users, had to chant long spells when using great magic. But Euphemia, who said she was a duplicator, could use powerful magic equivalent to Yura without needing to chant. Duplicator. It seems to be a magician type class that duplicates the skills of others. It is an epic class, but isn't this too much of a scam? It completely destroys the balance. What were the disadvantages of a magician class? While the versatility of magic that could be used for various purposes was certainly an advantage, the magician's strong attack power and high damage were their biggest advantages over others. The strongest warrior could sweep away dozens of enemies with swords and spears, but the highest attack spell of a magician could destroy an army in one blow. This meant a magician had horrific attack power. However, every time they had to chant a spell. The higher the level of the magic, the longer the chant, and this was a magician's fatal disadvantage. But Euphemia didn't need to chant when using spells. It meant she could use magic in quick succession, and the biggest disadvantage of a magician didn't apply to her. To briefly describe the duplicator class, it was a magician who could duplicate the skills of others and had no disadvantages. She could even learn the advanced blacksmith's craftsmanship skill. So a duplicator can copy all types of skills and use spells without any penalty. Then that is, I don't know. Anyway, it is a fraud class. I wanted to guess correctly about the duplicator class, but it was painful when I thought about it, so I just focused on finding Hyuri. That shameless human. Because Grid ran away, Euphemina was left alone among the soldiers. Why was she in this smelly and dreary dungeon? Because she had to rescue Grid. The reason for the rescue was to clear the quest received from Rabbit. Why did she retrieve Grid's unique rated dagger and return it to him? Because it was a favor so that their relationship would continue to be good in the future. To be precise, she wanted Grid to make a unique rated orb for her. As such, Euphemia treated Grid nicely, only for him to act like this. He used Euphemia's power to clear his quest and now left her alone with the enemies. I know that it's wise to use one person as bait while the other rescues the quest target. I know that, but Euphemia's anger reached its peak and eventually exploded. That ungrateful person dared to use me as bait. If I hadn't helped him, wouldn't he be trapped in the prison forever and deprived of his unique dagger? The air around Euphemia became cold. What? She is a magician. Don't give her time to cast a spell. The soldiers surrounding Euphemia felt the danger as their helmets and armor started freezing. They hurried to attack Euphemia, but it was already too late. Frost Queen's breath. Kyujujuduk, an unbelievable sight unfolded as suddenly a blizzard raged and the soldiers' bodies started to freeze from their toes up to their heads. Kuaak, hic, body. My body is becoming stiff. See cold. Cold, the soldiers couldn't run away because their feet were freezing. They were frozen in place and suffered from terrible pain. After a while, more than 50 ice statues with expressions of fear were created. Euphemia trembled among the statues. Grid, if you hadn't promised to make an orb, I would kill you. Of the dozens of spells she duplicated in preparation to take care of Pyro, there were only 11 left. On the other hand, the number of enemies didn't show signs of diminishing. Soldiers constantly came and went, as if they were products of a factory. In particular, she was concerned about the existence of the knights. She hadn't encountered one knight yet. It meant that all 5 of the Winston Lord's knights were alive somewhere in the castle. Was it possible to deal with all 5 knights and the tsunami of soldiers with only 11 spells? It was impossible. NPC knights had a minimum level of 180. No matter how good Euphemia was, she couldn't deal with all of them. Euphemia felt regret. She was blinded by the rewards and the thought of friendship with Grid when she accepted Rabbit's quest. But the water had already been spilled. She couldn't give up the quest now. Aren't there supposed to be 2 of them? That's right. I heard that she broke Grid out and they are acting together. Grid went a different way. He is after Hyuri. He fell to the 4th floor to rescue Hyuri. Separate half the troops right now. Half will face that woman while the other half will head to the 4th floor. The soldiers quickly confirmed that Euphemia was alone. Then they moved to chase Grid in an orderly fashion. She felt it from the beginning, but the northern soldiers were very skilled. Even the low-level soldiers were good at coping with this situation. It was proof that they trained hard. Even though they were weak, they weren't easy targets. So Euphemia did her best. Demon King's Tale. No, using fire magic here is nothing more than suicide. Sword of Light. Quachichichik. A brightly shining white sword appeared in the air. Euphemia aimed the sword towards the separate group of soldiers pursuing Grid. Sekyokak, the Sword of Light swept through the bodies of the soldiers, leaving a bloodbath in its wake. After that, Euphemia used a spell to deal with the rest of the soldiers. Now she only had 9 spells remaining. Euphemia wanted to preserve her power, but more soldiers were coming. It is serious. In the worst case, I might need to use rolling dice. Rolling dice was a skill that gave a random effect to the target. If she was lucky, it would be something that could change the situation into a positive one. But if she was unlikely, it could make things worse. Therefore, she wanted to refrain from using it until her good luck stat was higher, but it seemed she would have to make an unavoidable choice. The first thing to do was take care of the knights, while Grid rescued Hyuri. The problem is that he is an untrustworthy man. An ominous chill went down Euphemia's spine. She thought that Grid might run away and leave her alone. Can I trust a garbage person like that, if he has a minimum of conscience? She tried to think positively, but, that bastard won't have a conscience. What should I do? Euphemia wanted to cry. If possible, she wanted to go back in time and refuse Rabbit's quest. The deepest solitary place on the 4th floor. He had reached his limit, so he could no longer even smell the horrible rotten water puddles. He couldn't hear or see anything. In this narrow space where only darkness existed, Hyuri was unable to remember where he was, why he was here, and even who he was. 50 hours in real time, 200 hours in Satisfy, he was trapped in that darkness alone. Terrible screams echoed underground. Grid heard the sound. It was a familiar but also unfamiliar voice. Grid was able to notice that the screams coming from the end of the corridor was from Hyuri. Okay, here I come. This damn bastard. I will make sure you pay me back for all this suffering. Once this quest was cleared, he wanted to hit Hiro 200 times. Grid ran in the direction of the screams, but his legs soon stopped moving. I have been waiting. It was Leo, the young knight who was insulted by Grid in the interrogation room. He blocked Grid's path. What, Bachelor Ghost, why are you here? Grid had predicted that most knights and soldiers would be on the third floor or blocking the exit. Therefore, he was confused about why a knight was on the fourth floor. Who is the Bachelor Ghost? Leo turned red with anger and explained. Weren't you allied with Hiro? I expected that you wouldn't escape alone. I knew you would rescue Hiro, so I came here to wait for you. Ah, damn, I only shared a few words with Hiro. Anyway, the NPCs are using their head. Grid looked around, but he couldn't see anyone other than Leo. Leo looked at him and ridiculed. Ha, did you think I would come with soldiers? Don't be too confident. Why do I need to bring soldiers to kill a lowly person like you? My strength alone is enough to rip you apart. Grid, you will pay the price for insulting me. Leo had an extremely pleased expression on his face. This meant he had a deep grudge against Grid. Grid was forced to blame his actions a few hours ago. I made him crazy with anger. If I knew this, I wouldn't have been so rude. Once again, Grid realized that he shouldn't curse people, but regrets always came too late. Leo's blue cloak flapped as he rushed forward. Grid used a skill, Blacksmith's Rage, quick movements. Blacksmith's Rage has been activated. Your attack power and attack speed will increase significantly for 20 seconds. Quick movements has been activated. Your agility and evasion rate will increase significantly for 1 minute. Leo narrowed the distance towards Grid with quick movements. Grid wanted to step back, but Leo was already in front of him. What? Leo aimed a flashy blow towards the panicked Grid. Kang, I wouldn't have caught Leo's movements at all if it weren't for the ideal dagger. This was true. After using the skill, quick movements, attached to the ideal dagger, his agility doubled. Ideal dagger itself increased the user's agility by 20. In addition to that, all of Grid's stats had increased by 12 points after making a unique item. Grid's combined agility was close to 250 points, making him able to respond to Leo's attacks. Leo frowned with an unpleasant expression and asked, You avoided my attack. Aren't you a blacksmith? Leo was one of Winston's most accomplished young talents. He was even called the Northern Nova, and his name was spread throughout the North. It was impossible for an ordinary blacksmith to block his attack, even with a fluke. Thus, Leo started taking the battle seriously. You aren't an ordinary blacksmith. Were you just acting in the interrogation room? Good, I will acknowledge your skills and do my best. Chwararuk. Red flames emerged from Leo's longsword. It was a magic sword equipped with the fire attribute. Grid, who had been hoping there was a slight chance of victory, felt despair again. A magic sword. Why is a strong person using something like that? This is a foul. The time limit for rescuing Hiro was 25 minutes. Could he defeat a knight equipped with a magic sword? It was impossible. He would be killed in a minute. Grid was completely lost. I have to run away. At this rate, I will die a dog's death and fail the quest. Running away is the only option. But how can I run? Grid couldn't outrun the knight. The physical abilities of a knight transcended him. It might be possible if he had a skill that gave the target an abnormal condition, but Grid was a blacksmith and didn't have such useful skills. In the end, Grid was destined to be killed here by Leo. But at that moment, something happened that no one could predict. There was suddenly a huge explosion in the spot where Leo was standing. Qua 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 quang. Wah. Grid fell as flat as possible in order to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the explosion. However, the explosion was so big that it was impossible for his body to not be damaged. You have suffered 17,300 damage. A legend doesn't die easily. You can resist all attacks for 5 seconds with a minimum of health. He had 1 health point remaining. After a moment, the explosion stopped. What happened all of a sudden? Grid rose from his spot and drank a potion to replenish his health before looking at the collapsed Leo. Cough, cough. Leo coughed up blood. He was in a miserable condition. Leo's silver, majestic armor was in pieces and his body was covered in burns. It was a miracle that he was even breathing. What on earth happened? When Leo exploded, Grid thought that Euphemina had appeared. He believed it was Euphemina's magic that hit Leo. However, there were no signs of Euphemina at all, and there were still only 2 people here, Grid and Leo. Grid was stunned by the situation and immediately confirmed the status of Leo's sword. Leo's sword had completely shattered. This meant it received the most damage from the explosion. It was as if the explosion began from Leo's sword. It can't be. Grid thought rapidly. This was underground. There was no wind because there was no ventilation, and the ceiling collapsed due to Euphemina triggering the trap, filling the air with dust. What would happen if a fire started in this enclosed space? Grid was reminded of the dust explosion that his chemistry teacher taught him in high school. Dust explosion was a phenomenon where dust was concentrated in the air and exploded after receiving heat and pressure. In the past, there were insufficient dust explosion prevention methods, and this phenomenon frequently occurred in coal mines, mills, and other areas. What? It's like that. PFFF. Puhahahat. Grid relaxed as he grasped the situation and then laughed like crazy. He was really lucky to be able to succeed in the quest after thinking he would be killed by Leo. You. What did you do? The collapsed Leo could barely open his mouth to ask. Grid stopped laughing and turned to Leo. He tried to look as cool as possible as he declared, "This is what you call the difference in skills. In fact, I moved at a tremendous speed that your eyes couldn't follow and made your sword explode. That is why you can't avoid death. What? Such a thing is possible. What is your identity?" Grid placed the dagger above Leo's heart and replied, "I am Pagma's descendant." "Now you really are going to be a bachelor ghost." Puck. Grid's dagger pierced Leo's heart. His words came true. Leo really was going to be a bachelor ghost. Quack. Leo turned into a gray light and dozens of notification windows emerged in front of Grid. "You have defeated Winston's knight, Leo. The title Knight Slayer has been acquired. 8. The prison key has been acquired. 432,000 experience has been acquired. Your level has risen. 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 Your level." The level of Northern Nova Leo was exactly 188. Grid's level rose from 21 to 45 in an instant. There was also a bonus title, Knight Slayer. Stamina plus 100, Strength plus 30. Oh, Knight Slayer was the easiest title to obtain because it was received after killing a knight. However, it was necessary to be skilled to take down a knight, so it wasn't a title that could be obtained unless the person had a high level. Yet Grid, who was level 21, killed a knight and acquired the Knight Slayer title. I received the title of Knight Slayer, which is one of the indications of a high-level user. He never dreamed of getting the Knight Slayer title, even in his days as a warrior. Grid enjoyed the thrill as he started running. Then he reached the end where Huroi's voice had been heard. "Huro, I'm here, Ching." The iron door easily opened due to the key from Leo. Grid frowned. The solitary cell was filled with a bad stench, and Huroi didn't look the same. It was like touching a skeleton. "What, you are Huroi, right? Why do you look so different? What have you been doing in the meantime?" Grid originally planned to hit Huroi's cheeks 200 times, but Huroi's condition was so bad that he didn't dare. It wasn't because of his conscience. Won't he die immediately if he is slapped? I don't want to be stigmatized as a criminal and player killer. Huroi slowly opened his eyes in the darkness. Then he looked at Grid. At that moment, Huroi was able to recall who he was, where he was and what type of quest he was completing. Then a notification window flashed in front of Grid. Quest success. Title, Apostle of Justice, has been acquired. The courage stat has opened. All stats have increased by 10. The skill, Unbreakable Justice, has been generated. Your reputation in Winston has reached the peak. In the future, the Winston residents will show you the best hospitality. Affinity with the Winston residents has risen to the maximum. In the future, the Winston residents will share things with you. Huroi also had notification windows appear in front of him. Quest success. The second-class Apostle of Justice's partner has been acquired. The courage stat has opened. When you are with the Apostle of Justice, all stats will increase by 20. The skill, Unbreakable Justice, has been generated. The skill, Sacrifice for Justice, has been generated. Title, One Who Overcomes Hardships, has been acquired. Indomitable stat has opened. The skill, Strong Will, has been generated. Congratulations, you are the first to obtain a second class in Satisfy. If you wish, your achievements will last for a long time in Satisfy. Tears poured from Huroi's eyes. He was thrilled at receiving these rewards after the hellish ordeal. Huroi used all his strength and barely raised his body. Then he fell to his knees in front of Grid. "Grid, I didn't know it when we met, but we clearly have a destined relationship. My savior, Grid, Bada, descendant of the Blue Wolf, will follow you for the rest of your life as the Apostle of Justice's partner." What is this? Grid didn't know the details and just thought Huroi was crazy, but Huroi was sincere. Huroi dismissed Grid when they met a few days ago, but now he was convinced that Grid was his destiny. He vowed to repay the favor to Grid. Thus, the relationship between the two men began in earnest. Duplicator, a person who analyzed the skills of others, duplicated them and then could use the skills with no conditions. Duplicators could enjoy all types of benefits depending on the skills they duplicated. It could be anything they wanted. It could be called the most effective of all classes in Satisfy. They were also a specialist in combat. Depending on the skill combination, it was possible to take on a boss raid alone, become the strongest assassin, or even fight alone against an army. A duplicator was the closest class to being called the strongest. However, a duplicator also had fatal disadvantages. Firstly, it could only duplicate a skill 3 times a day. Secondly, the duplicated skill only had a single use. Thirdly, she only 9 basic skills, none of which were combat skills. Fourthly, the basic physical abilities of a magician were poor. In other words, it meant Euphemina was the strongest when she duplicated a lot of skills, but the weakest when she had few skills. And right now, Euphemina was in her weakest mode. "It's ruined," said Euphemina, her complexion pale. Grid headed to the 4th floor, leaving her alone on the 3rd floor. While she had defeated hundreds of soldiers that kept appearing, she had used most of her skills in exchange. To be precise, there were 3 fire magic spells left. However, it wasn't possible to use them because fire magic was likely to cause an explosion. In such a situation, 4 knights appeared as if they had been waiting and surrounded her. I'm screwed. There were no signs of Grid coming back. There was a massive explosion on the 4th floor, so maybe the worst had happened and Grid died. If he survived and rescued Huroi, can I guarantee that he will come back here to rescue me? Maybe Grid had already escaped alone from the prison. The knights aimed their swords at Euphemina, who stood idly like her soul had escaped. You are a ridiculously strong woman who killed more than 500 soldiers alone. Do you have the title of Great Magician? Fortunately, the knights didn't dare attack Euphemina. She had killed hundreds of soldiers, so it was natural for the knights to be afraid of her. However, the pointless confrontation didn't last long. Now the only troops left in the castle are the Lord's bodyguards. Since there are no forces left to block the exit, Grid might escape while we are tied up here. Is there even a chance? Didn't Leo go down to the 4th floor? Leo has probably already caught up and will happily kill Grid. The Lord's comfort is at stake. We have to consider and guard against the worst possibility. Yes, then let's hurry. It isn't honorable, but I'm afraid we will have to fight 4 against 1. The 4 knights made a decision and rushed at Euphemina at the same time. Now Euphemina was forced to make a decision. I can't be still. Euphemina took out a gold dice. It was the rolling dice skill that she got for winning the item-making game against Grid. Rolling dice. Roll a dice and a phenomenon will occur, depending on the number that is rolled. If the target is yourself or an ally, there will be a beneficial effect if the number 4 or higher is rolled. There will be a harmful effect if the number rolled is 3 or lower. If the target is an enemy, there will be a beneficial effect if the number 3 or lower is rolled. There will be a harmful effect if the number rolled is 4 or higher. Skill mana cost, 1000. Skill cooldown time, 3000 seconds. What if she rolled the dice and the situation became worse? If the situation becomes too bad, I will use the fire magic. Euphemina didn't intend to die alone. She grumbled, but there were still no signs of Grid returning. She couldn't imagine how, but she would later get revenge on Grid in a terrible way. At that moment, these knights ganging up on a weak. No, this woman isn't weak, but still. There is no difference between being gangsters. Grid. Euphemina and the knights gazed in the direction of the voice. Grid and Huroi were standing next to each other. Euphemina's face brightened at Grid's emergence. She thought that Grid was human trash without any loyalty, but he actually wasn't the worst person. He came back as promised, really pretty. Euphemina's smile was as beautiful as a flower in full bloom, so Grid's heart couldn't help pounding. Let's not be deceived by outward appearances. She just has a beautiful outside that is covering the dirty inside, so don't run wild, my damn heart. The knights struggled to maintain their composure as they stared at Grid. How is that guy here? Leo, who was called Northern Nova, was killed by a person like you. I don't know who the Northern Nova is, but that young brat called Leo was easy to handle. 1 against 1. 1 against 1. I killed him. Hut. You. The faces of the knights distorted after hearing that their colleague was killed. Grid didn't feel fear as he faced them. It was because he believed in something. Yes, you are angry, so what are you going to do? Do you think any of you can touch me? The knights flinched. Listening to this, wasn't Grid good enough to destroy Leo? They were briefly off guard because Grid looked like trash, but he wasn't easy to deal with. Euphemina felt admiration as she watched the knights stepping back from Grid, making the knights back off with just a few words. How high is his level? Monsters and NPCs tended to shrink back from opponents more than 30 levels higher than them. Therefore, Euphemina misunderstood and thought that Grid's level was much higher than the knights. Meanwhile, Grid kept talking while approaching the knights. Hey guys, if you don't want to die a dog-like death like Leo, get out of the way. This is your only chance to get away. This guy, a knight, was filled with anger and tried to rush forward, but the other knights stopped him. Don't fall for his provocation. I know your skills, but you shouldn't face him alone. It is probably a trap. Aren't you overreacting? Think about it calmly. That bastard's class is a blacksmith. Blacksmiths can't be that strong, but Leo hasn't come back. I can't tell if he is a good actor or not, but he is clearly someone to be wary of. The knights were tense because they were thinking too much, while Grid continued walking forward. The knights backed away with every step Grid took. Huroi was thrilled when he witnessed the tremendous sight of Grid overwhelming the 4 knights alone. Truly amazing. Grid's outward appearance might seem insignificant, but he is actually a tremendous high-level user who made the knights tremble in fear. The other day I saw him in the smithy and treated him as a comedian. I am ashamed of my eyes. From Euphemina to Huroi to the knights. At a time when all of them were greatly mistaken about Grid, Grid was smiling with satisfaction. With Euphemina's skills, can't she get rid of these knights at any time? That's right. In fact, the reason Grid was so confident right now was because there was the existence called Euphemina. Grid had no doubts that Euphemina could handle all of them. Thump, thump. Grid kept moving forward while the knights backing up became increasingly anxious. Then they reached the stairs leading up to the 2nd floor. At this point, the knights made up their minds. What are we doing? We are honorable knights, so why are we scared of a person who escaped from jail? This is the shame of a lifetime. This might cause harm to the Lord. I have to defend this place for the Lord. He isn't a simple blacksmith if he managed to kill Leo. It is a matter of pride now. I won't back up anymore. Leo was alone, but there are 4 of us. We can't lose. The knights decided to no longer back off. This caused Grid to stop moving as well. What do you want to fight? Won't you regret this? The knights gripped their swords and yelled, "We will fight. I can't tolerate letting a criminal like you escape." "I'm not a criminal, crazy bastards." Grid became really irritated. In the first place, wasn't he unfairly framed? Originally, he should have won the prize for winning the blacksmith game. Then he was taken to prison and unfairly suffered. Grid angrily shouted, "Euphemina, show these guys, use your magic, take it away." Euphemina made a surprised expression. "Right now. It is a little. Can't you handle it directly?" "What? It is impossible. Stop joking. Can't you beat them with your skills?" "What are you saying? You should be the one fighting, not me." "No, why are you refusing to fight now?" Grid explained to Euphemina, "I can't win against them. Don't lie. You were able to get rid of the Northern Nova by yourself." "No, that isn't." Somehow, the conversation was strange. The faces of Grid and Euphemina gradually stiffened, while the knights completely lost their hesitation and attacked. Damn it, it was like a teleportation move. The knight Rupert used his patented dash skill and immediately reached Grid's side, aiming a sword at him. Grid was completely caught off guard, and it seemed like he would be pierced by the sword. Just before Rupert's sword hit Grid, Hero pushed him to the side and was stabbed instead. Everyone thought that Hero would die. Hero was already in a bad condition, and he wasn't wearing any armor. At that moment, a strange thing happened. "What is this?" Rupert was astonished. This was because his sword, which should have pierced Huroy's abdomen, was blocked by it. It was like stabbing at steel. His wrist was broken. On the other hand, Huroy was fine. The person who attacked was injured, while the person who was attacked was fine. Euphemina asked with confusion, "What is with that guy? Why can't the knight's sword pierce him?" Grid couldn't reply. "Well, I don't know. Why are you answering so half-heartedly? Why are you running around to save someone you don't know? Stop joking around and just tell me the truth for once." "No, I really don't know." High-level martial artists had a defense skill called impenetrable skin, but even impenetrable skin wasn't able to block the sword of a knight with just the body. It was clear that Huroy had some defensive ability that went beyond impenetrable skin. Huroy spoke during the silence. "I will tie up their feet. You two should use this gap to run away." Strong will. Resists any attack for 10 seconds after using the skill. Skill mana cost, 200. Skill cooldown time, 9,000 seconds. The waiting time to reuse it was around 2.5 hours, but its performance was clearly great. It was a priceless skill acquired after enduring and overcoming a hellish trial, and Grid was the one who saved him from hell. Huroy already vowed to pay back this favor for the rest of my life. After that, Huroy determined that he would sacrifice himself for Grid. He wanted Grid to escape safely through the gap while the knights were unharmed. An ordinary person would hesitate to leave a fellow colleague, but buy as much time as possible so that we can escape safely. I'll see you next time. Grid and Euphemina weren't emotional people. They immediately left this place and Huroy was left alone. The knights tried to chase Grid, but Huroy blocked the way. He opened his mouth with an expression of determination to protect Grid. "I have no thoughts of letting you leave, this damn email protected." Huroy was an orator, so words that couldn't be repeated emerged from his mouth. The knights suffered a profound psychological blow because of Huroy's words, which were more abusive than anything they've heard before. This was Huroy's spiteful tongue skill. Huroy attacked the knights while they were confused and their stats were down. Unbreakable Justice. It was one of the 2 skills acquired from his second class, Apostle of Justice's partner. It was his ultimate attack skill that dealt damage that was 300 of his attack power. Pyong. After Huroy's fist struck Rupert's face, the shock wave reached the knights standing around Rupert. The sound of a huge blow echoed through the underground prison, causing the knights to reflexively scream in pain. K-cack, but it was just a reflexive reaction. The knights strangely couldn't feel any pain. It was a natural phenomenon. In the first place, an orator had poor physical abilities and he currently wasn't equipped with any weapons. A 300 increase in an orator's damage still wasn't enough to deal a blow to armored knights. The difference was too big. Huroy accepted it calmly. "It is as I expected. This is a useless skill to the current me." It only took a few minutes for Huroy to be captured by the knights and locked in solitary confinement again, but Huroy didn't care. He hadn't been able to log out for 50 hours in reality. Therefore, he was exhausted and wanted to log out and rest. Since the quest was clear, there was no penalty for logging out. Based on this situation, it will soon be over for Winston's lord. I can easily escape from the prison after I get some sleep and log in again. Then Grid, I wish you good fortune. So Huroy logged out. Brilliant sunshine, blue sky, a green lawn. Grid was excited by the bright and brilliant landscape that was unlike the dark dungeon where all sides were blocked. We escaped the castle. The dungeon entrance that Grid and Euphemina escaped from was located between towers erected on the east-facing wall. The two of them were exiting the tower, and there was a lookout above them. In other words, there were concerns that the guards in the watchtowers would hear Grid's loud voice. "Be quiet, we are still in the middle of enemy territory." Euphemina tried to calm Grid down, but he was so excited about escaping that he didn't hear her. "Kaya, look at this clean air." The humid air in the dungeon was so bad. I thought my lungs were rotting away. Air is important. I finally understand why city people are so excited about the air in the countryside. Grid made a fuss as he lay down on the lawn and rolled around. He was out of control. Euphemina had a headache. Most of the soldiers were defeated, but the power of the Lord's bodyguards still seemed intact. The bodyguards weren't a match for knights, but their level and skills exceeded that of ordinary soldiers. Euphemina didn't want to face them. In the worst case, they could tie up her feet until the knights arrived from underground. "Hey Grid, we need to leave this place as secretly and quietly as possible, so be a bit more quiet. How the smell of the grass is so clear and refreshing. The nice scent of pine needles." Euphemina tiredly rubbed her temple, steadily reaching the limits of her patience. In the end, Euphemina took action and approached Grid, who was sniffing the lawn, and grabbed his collar. Then she pushed her mouth towards Grid's ears and yelled, "Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Don't you have a brain? We are in the middle of enemy territory. We should be running away from this dangerous territory, so why are you making noise while rolling around?" "Yes, ag." Grid felt like his eardrums had ruptured from the shock. The tearful Grid struggled to escape from Euphemina. "You don't embarrass me anymore, but acting like a fool. Don't you want to leave this damn place, so do it properly. If you act so stupidly again, I really will kill you." Euphemina knew that the grade of Grid's class was higher than hers. Grid wasn't a weak person. Nevertheless, she couldn't help becoming angry as she kept scrutinizing Grid. Grid was really afraid that he would be killed by Euphemina when he suddenly turned his attention to one side. Then he gently spoke to Euphemina. "There, are they enemies?" An ominous feeling. Euphemina slowly turned in the direction that Grid pointed. Then she was frustrated. 16 bodyguards armed with full plate armor appeared in a systematic formation. Keying, their 16 swords reflected in the sunlight, causing flashes throughout the castle. Grid scowled and snapped at her. "Look what this angry girl did. You caused such a big fuss that the enemies emerged." Euphemina was upset and retorted, "This is because you were loud first." Euphemina's killing intent flared up. Grid trembled with fear as he apologized. "Sorry, I was wrong. It was a slip of the tongue." Euphemia's head throbbed as she thought, "This man, what type of concept is he trying on? Why does he keep acting afraid of me?" Grid was the one who defeated the Northern Nova in a one-on-one match. He also overwhelmed 4 knights with just his presence. She didn't have direct knowledge of his skills, but she could make a guess. Grid was strong, a type of man who wouldn't be afraid of anything and satisfy. So Euphemina started trembling. "This guy is playing with me." Euphemina disliked Grid from the beginning. When the two people first met at the item production game, Grid wasn't misled by Euphemia's beautiful appearance. That fact alone was humiliating for Euphemina. Then she heard all the ridiculing words Grid had spoken. Kid, fox, etc. Now he was blaming her for doing nothing wrong. This man. It was an embarrassing memory that Euphemina wanted to forget for the rest of her life. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in silver and gold appeared from among the bodyguards. His identity was Baron Lowe. He was the Lord of Winston, the one who allied with the Miro Company and allowed the residents of Winston to suffer. "To have reached here. Did you get rid of all the soldiers and knights?" Ha ha, I can't believe it." Baron Lowe laughed like he was insane. It was impossible to maintain his sanity after losing most of his army from one intruder and one prison escapee. "The people can't be controlled without the army. Now I have no way of stopping people from going to Erlstein. Thus, Erlstein will find out about my actions and my life is ruined." Baron Lowe was extremely angry after realizing his fate. He couldn't forgive Grid and Euphemina, who took everything away from him. Catch them, tear apart all their limbs, and make it so that they can't close their eyes. The 16 bodyguards followed what was possibly the Lord's last command and got into formation. This was a formation that could even compete with a knight, but it was no use in front of Euphemina. Demon King's tail fire. Ack, the bodyguards groaned at the same time. It was because their armor started to heat up. Then the amazing sight unfolded. Wararuk, blue flames soared from the bodies of the bodyguards. Ag, W, what is this? Qek, the terrible screams and painful struggle only lasted a short time. It didn't take long for the bodyguards to be turned to ashes. Wow. This is ridiculous. A magic that annihilated 16 of the bodyguards. Grid and Baron Lowe couldn't believe it, despite witnessing the scene with their own 2 eyes. As their faces paled with horror, Euphemina gave a refreshing smile. By taking care of the bodyguards, she had managed to relieve some of the stress that reached the limit due to Grid. Indeed, the Lord's guards are very strong. Their experience is pretty good. Grid and Baron Lowe felt a similar sentiment as they looked at her. "I need to avoid this evil girl. Demon, she is a demon." After that, Baron Lowe was captured by Euphemina. He was tied up and dragged away like a dog caught by a dog catcher. Grid vowed yet again, "I must never touch this woman again. I won't be able to survive if I do." Maybe Huroi had managed to tie up their feet for a while since the pursuit of the knights still couldn't be felt. Euphemina hurried and they managed to safely escape the castle. Then they met an unexpected person outside the castle. It was the second highest ranked person in the Miro Company, Rabbit. He was standing with 10 people as if he had been waiting for them. Color returned to the face of the Lord. "Oh, aren't you Rabbit? You heard the news and came to rescue me." Grid became tense. "This. Are they soldiers from the Miro Company?" As Grid inwardly shouted, Euphemina strode forward towards Rabbit. She looked at Rabbit's subordinates and asked, "These are the people you mentioned earlier?" Rabbit nodded. "That's correct. They originally followed Valmont but became disappointed with his brutality. They won't hold you back. They do look strong." "Great. I can count on them." The two people were talking like they were friends. Grid felt extreme anxiety. Why are the two of them so close? Wait, wasn't Euphemina hired by the Miro Company in the first place? Then why? Maybe Euphemina saving me was a trap. Grid's guess was this: Winston's Lord and the Miro Company had joined hands. Euphemina, who was hired by the Miro Company, was subsequently the Lord's ally. The conclusion that could be drawn from the first and second fact was that Euphemina was an enemy. If Euphemina really belonged to the Lord, she wouldn't have killed his soldiers. She also wouldn't be dragging the Lord around like a dog. In the first place, why would Euphemina rescue Grid if she was the enemy? She also returned the unique dagger to him instead of selling it, but Grid was so confused that any thinking was impossible. He could only make the simple judgment that Euphemina was the enemy. It is the end. I really can't easily trust a black-bellied animal like her. I showed her some goodwill, only to be duped. Grid thought of some of the historical dramas he watched and decided, I won't obediently let her kill me. I wanted to be more careful about my stat distribution, but it can't be helped. Status window. Grid's status window was unusually gorgeous. While he was only level 45, his total stats were comparable to a user in the mid-200s. Particularly impressive was that he had 6 rare stats such as persistence, composure, indomitable, dignity, insight, and courage. But was that all? He also owned 4 titles. Originally, titles were very difficult to obtain, and those with 4 titles could be among the top rankers. Grid already had 4 titles at level 45. Befitting of a legendary class in Satisfy, the status window was truly overwhelming, but Grid was dissatisfied rather than pleased. I hammered day and night, trained my stats, and succeeded in ridiculously difficult quests, but this is it. Didn't I fight one-on-one against a knight at level 21? But the result is too bad compared to my hard work. Damn it, by now all my stats should be around 300 points. What type of legendary class is this? Damn it, Euphemina has an epic class, but she is so OP she can use all types of magic with no chanting. Ah, I'm unhappy. Grid was paying attention to Euphemina and Rabbit while grumbling. Euphemina was wearing a magician's robe, Rabbit was wearing chain mail and held a one-handed sword that seemed expensive, and his subordinates were holding various weapons such as spears, swords, and bows. They aren't heavily armed, so if I increase my attack power, I can easily handle them. I'm not wearing armor right now, so I need to increase my stamina and defense. My agility is more than enough with the ideal dagger. This was a desperate situation. Grid made a quick decision without thinking too deeply. 150 points in strength and 90 points in stamina. Since Grid was essentially a blacksmith, it was wise to invest as many points as possible in dexterity. The higher the dexterity, the higher the probability of producing a higher-rated item. But Grid was born as a warrior. He had a basic desire to strengthen his combat power, plus it was wise to raise his strength and stamina to avoid the immediate crisis. Anyway, my dexterity stat will naturally increase the more items I make, so there is no need to invest my points in it. Furthermore, he received the title of First Unique Item Maker after making the ideal dagger in the item production game against Euphemina, and this gave him 200 points in dexterity. Thus, Grid didn't feel sorry about not investing in dexterity. You have invested 150 points in strength. Is this correct? Yes. Once the points are invested, it can't be reversed. Do you want to proceed? Yes, you have invested 90 points in stamina. Is this correct? That's right. That is no need to ask, so do it quickly. Your changed stats will be applied. As a result, Grid's strength was at 316 and his stamina was at 334. Considering that the current average of blacksmith users was 80 strength and 100 stamina, Grid's strength and stamina was an unbelievably high number. No, it was possible to explain the greatness of Grid's stats more clearly by comparing it with a combat class, rather than a blacksmith. A level 45 combat class had an average of 210 strength and 100 stamina. The average of a class that emphasized defense was 100 strength and 230 stamina. The average of a combat class that emphasized speed was 120 strength and 80 stamina. More importantly, a level 45 combat class had a total of fewer than 500 stat points. Compared to general users, Grid's stats were really great. It was overwhelming, but Grid wasn't aware that he was strong. Starting with Earl Asher and his knights, to Doran, Yura, Leo, and Euphemina. From the moment he became a legendary class to the present, Grid had encountered strong people in succession and carried out difficult quests, so he thought he was weak when he compared himself to them. But what was the truth? When equipped with the ideal dagger, Grid was stronger than a level 100 combat class. The moment when Grid was about to attack Euphemina and Rabbit. Hey Rabbit. Why are you talking to that evil girl? I need you to save me. Baron Lowe shifted Rabbit's gaze towards him. Then Rabbit spoke with an expressionless face. You still haven't grasped the situation. I didn't come here to help you. I am the one who hired Euphemina to break into your castle in the first place. What? Baron Lowe and Grid spoke at the same time. Rabbit dropped a bombshell remark. I don't belong to the Miro Company anymore. What does that? Valmont is becoming increasingly oppressive. It has become noticeable ever since he took control of Winston's trade with your help. It's pretty obvious that he can't read the mood in the village and will soon fall. Therefore, I have decided to leave because a dark cloud is hanging over the Miro Company's future. And today I am prepared to punish you in Valmont. Baron Lowe's face turned red as he yelled, You are just a traitor. What right do you have to punish us? You are a merchant, not an apostle of justice. As you said, I am a merchant. That's why I only move for profit. I have no sense of justice. He is why I want to kill you in Valmont. Rabbit pointed to Grid. Grid found it strange. Me. Rabbit bowed to Grid, who looked dumbfounded. I'm glad you're safe, Grid. It was correct to leave this to Euphemina. What is this? Why did you betray the Miro Company? Rabbit smiled and explained, I saw your blacksmithing and realized a new future. New future. Grid, you know it yourself, but your potential is excellent. It is clear that your work will one day be traded among people at high prices. You will make a big amount of money. However, it is hard to do business with the power of an individual. There will obviously be limitations to the amount of money that can be earned, so I would like to work with you. I will help you use all the experience I've accumulated as a merchant, as well as the network I've built. I will make it so that a lot of people can use your work, from the Eternal Kingdom to other kingdoms. Rabbit spoke his aspirations. We will make the best smithy, which will have profits comparable to a small and medium-sized company. If you and I join forces, we can clearly succeed. However, in order for me to work with you, I need to reform my image and appeal to you and the residents of Winston. That is why I rescued you, and also prepared a means to take down the Miro Company and Winston's lord. Yes, so you betrayed the Miro Company because you want to work with me. That's why you sent Euphemina to rescue me. That's right, it is appreciated. But why are you trying to obtain the liking of the Winston residents? Our business will be starting at Khan's Smithy. It has geographical advantages, so Khan's Smithy is the most ideal place to act as a base. In other words, I need to get a job at Khan's Smithy. But how can I get a job when I am blamed by Winston's residents? I understand. How exactly do you plan to do business? Euphemina urged Rabbit to explain quickly. Do you have enough time to spare? We are in a hurry. Yes, I understand. Mr. Grid, I'm afraid the detailed explanation needs to be left for the next time we meet. First, you only need to know one thing. I will make you rich. Then I'm going now. Rabbit bowed politely to Grid and turned around. The man who was an enemy was now talking about becoming a business partner. Grid couldn't adapt to the sudden development and was confused. It can't be helped. I'm tired so my head isn't working properly. Let's log out and take a break. Euphemina called out to Grid, who was about to leave. Hey Grid, did you forget something? This girl, she only saved me because of a quest, so why is she acting so condescending? But well, she did rescue me and gave me back my unique dagger. If it hadn't been for Euphemina, Grid would have failed his quest to rescue Hura. Grid greeted Euphemina genuinely after thinking this. Euphemina frowned. Did you think I called you just to hear that? Surely you haven't forgot. What? You promised to make me a unique rated orb. How could I forget? Of course I remember. He had actually forgot. The thought of forgetting and then Euphemina killing him because he didn't keep his promise sent a chill through him. I will make it for you. Instead, I need a method of making orbs. Naturally, I'll also need the materials for it. Grid was sincere. He intended to make the orb to fulfill his promise to Euphemina. Was it to repay Euphemina after being helped by her? No, Grid was trying to keep his promise with Euphemina for another reason. This is a great chance to learn another production method for free. But was that all? Every time he made an item, the level of his skills related to production would increase. Wasn't it good to raise his skill level using free materials? I understand. I will contact you again when I obtain them. Euphemina said goodbye to Grid. Grid fell into deep thoughts once he was alone. If I join hands with Rabbit, can I really become a blacksmith who earns the equivalent of a small business company? Grid was already aware that his class was lucrative. If he tried hard, he would be able to get rid of his debts someday. Maybe he could even buy a foreign car. But the future that Rabbit spoke about was different in scale. The revenue from converting a small amount of gold into cash was nothing compared to the revenue of a small business company. If he could earn an equivalent amount as a blacksmith, Grid would definitely be able to buy the car. No, a foreign car is nothing. I can live in a mansion with many foreign cars. If I have that much financial power, Ahian will be attracted to me. Grid shook with excitement. On the other hand, Rabbit asked Euphemina after they left Grid, Grid seems afraid of you. Did something happen? What does it make sense that he is afraid of me? Euphemina laughed. Grid is the one who defeated the knight called the Northern Nova. In addition, he overwhelmed 4 knights with just his presence. Does such a mighty person fear anything in this world? That guy is just playing with me. He isn't actually afraid. Ho, wait, what did you say just now? Rabbit doubted his ears. Grid has the power to overcome a knight. Yes. Isn't Grid a blacksmith? Yes, he certainly is a blacksmith. But he is also strong. I don't know what his identity is. A blacksmith who could create a unique item and was strong. Rabbit was able to get a vague hint about Grid's identity. Perhaps he is the legendary blacksmith. His name was Pagma. Maybe people only knew him as a great blacksmith, but Rabbit searched through related documents and found out that Pagma wasn't exactly a blacksmith, if he has inherited Pagma's skills. Not only is he an excellent blacksmith, he also has excellent combat skills. Is Grid Pagma's descendant? That's right, it is the most likely option. He never thought that the person he decided to be his business partner would have been a legend's descendant. Rabbit felt an enormous joy that was beyond words. I am lucky. This is an opportunity to sell works that contain Pagma's soul. If he worked with Pagma's descendant, he could earn a profit that was equivalent to a huge business company. Rabbit was exuberant. He hastened his steps towards the Miro company. "Our Rabbit, you bastard." Valmont and Philipson, who hadn't yet noticed that the castle had collapsed from intruders, was caught by surprise by the attack. Philipson was murdered by a furious Euphemina after she discovered he had kidnapped a young girl. Then Valmont and Baron Lowe were sent to Frontier and executed by Earl Stime, but there was a variable. It is obvious that Rabbit saved the Winston residents from the crisis, but he has noticeably been the Miro Company's second-hand man for a long time. Rabbit could be considered a felon for persecuting the residents of Winston, so I will sentence him to 10 years in prison. Rabbit's mistake was to overlook that Earl Stime was a stern figure. Rabbit had expected his sins to be forgiven in recognition of his contribution to the downfall of the Miro Company and Baron Lowe, but he was unexpectedly sentenced to prison. Rabbit was unhappy, but he had to accept it because it was the Earl's decision. I have formed a relationship with Mr. Grid. It is regretful, but he recognizes my merits, so I should just be glad about that. Rabbit smiled as he went to prison. He was satisfied at just decorating 1 page of the biography of a future legend. Winston entered a new era. The village was upgraded to a city, and the new Lord of Winston, dispatched by Earl Stime, distributed exclusive merchandise to the residents and reimbursed the heavy debts of the residents. The residents of Winston started talking about the heroes who freed them from their nightmare. Do you know the person called Rabbit? Originally, he was the second highest-ranked person of the Miro Company, but he was unable to tolerate Valmont and Baron Lowe's evil, leading to their downfall. He is currently in prison, but he is the reason we can live like this now. Do you know the most beautiful woman in the world? Her heart is as beautiful as her face, and she ran alone into the castle to save the residents of Winston. She is the protagonist who caused Winston's peace. There was a young blacksmith. The young man with a strong sense of justice fought valiantly to protect the residents of Winston from the Miro Company and Baron Lowe. He tried to protect Khan's smithy and jumped into the dungeon to rescue the man who was arrested for trying to get to Earl Stime. I am over 80 years old this year, and that man is young enough to be my grandchild, but I respect him regardless of his age. Such a just and courageous person is indeed rare. Rabbit, the beauty, and the young blacksmith. The travelers who came to Winston were exposed to stories of the 3 people from the residence. This was evidence that the 3 people's reputation had reached its peak in Winston. Irene, Winston's new lady, showed great interest in the beauty and the young blacksmith. Anyway, their merits should be recognized. I would like to meet them as soon as possible. The media in each country reported the news that the first second class had appeared. South Korea. Did you know that there was a second class? When a second class is obtained, the user has access to a wider range of weapons, skills, and stats. In addition, every level up will give 2 additional stat points. Reporter Cho Sungjin will give more details. Reporter Cho Sungjin. This is Cho Sungjin. At 1 a.m. today, information from the SA group was released, revealing that the first second class was obtained in Satisfy. The type of second class hasn't been revealed yet, but experts predict that there is so much content in Satisfy that a myriad of second classes exist. The biggest advantage of getting a second class is that 12 stat points instead of 10 will be obtained with each level up. The United States. James, what is the identity of the first second class that emerged? The SA group said that it isn't willing to disclose information about the second class that appeared. This is a decision to protect the information of the person who acquired the second class. The United Kingdom. I just received incredible breaking news. The first person who obtained the second class is from Mongolia. They're from Mongolia. Do Mongols even know what Satisfy is? Haha, these statistics definitely show that Mongols aren't interested in Satisfy. In most developed countries, around 60 of the population is playing Satisfy. Meanwhile, only 3 of the Mongolian population is playing Satisfy. Oh dear. According to this statistic, our UK has 68 of the population playing Satisfy. This 68 of the British population couldn't acquire a second class, yet someone in Mongolia did. The British are advertising to the world that they aren't talented in the game. China. The SA Group is renowned for thoroughly managing their customers' information. Experts speculate that the information about the first second class being obtained by a Mongolian user was spread in order to promote Satisfy in Mongolia. It is clear that the SA Group intends to dominate the world with Satisfy, then intend to make everyone in the world slaves to Satisfy. Later on, the whole world might be dancing in the SA Group's hands. People will need treatment for Satisfy addiction. Japan. I'm proud that it's an Asian who acquired the first second class. When will a second-class user be born in Japan? As you know, 71% of Japan's population is enjoying Satisfy. There are many Japanese people who are playing Satisfy. Didn't a Japanese person obtain an epic class a few months ago? I expect a Japanese person to be the second user to obtain a second class. Doesn't Korea have 73% of its population playing Satisfy? According to population ratio, Koreans enjoy Satisfy the most. Is there any possibility that the owner of the second user to obtain a second class will be born in Korea? Perhaps the SA Group will help a Korean obtain it. There are no successful Korean users except for Yura, who is ranked 5th on the unified rankings. This is ironic, considering that Satisfy is a game made by a Korean company. Speaking of which, there is a rumor that the SA Group is sponsoring Yura. Is that so? What is the source of the rumor? That, on the net, please refrain from making unfounded remarks. The slightest slip can cause an international issue. I'm sorry. People's interest in the second class was so high that the media from all over the world organized a special program for the first second class. On the other hand, Shin Youngwoo sighed after escaping from the dungeon, leaving Rabbit and logging out. As soon as he opened his eyes, he sat in front of the TV, boiled ramyun and trembled as he watched the news. I'm really envious. Getting 2 more stat points with every level up, isn't that completely a scam? What bastard got a second class? Ah, damn. I'm sick from envy. Shin Youngwoo couldn't even imagine that he knew the first person who acquired the second class. The whole family gathered for dinner. I declared in front of my family I won't go to the labor office anymore. It was a bolt from the blue. My son Youngwoo, you finally got a job. Great, my son, I believed in you. Wow, Opa, are you going to be an employee now? Congratulations. What should I prepare as a celebration gift? Sob, sob. Mother has been heartbroken in the meantime from all your suffering at the construction sites. Haven't you gone through a lot of trouble so far? I expected such reactions from my family, but reality was cruel. Tack, there was a loud sound as my father placed the spoon down on the table. Are you going to start your life again? My mother sighed. No matter how hard you work, how will you pay back the debt in the future and what will you do about marriage? Sehi clicked her tongue. How can an adult be so selfish? Are you thinking about relying on our parents until you're old? Opa is terrible. How pathetic. Unbelievable. Was this my family? Who is planning on playing around at home? I exclaimed. Why do you think that stopping the labor jobs is a sign of giving up? Why don't you think that your son and your Opa has found a new job? Sehi's eyes widened like she was really surprised. What? Opa got a new job. There is a place that will accept Opa. My mother spoke to herself. Perhaps it is a job at a convenience store. A convenience store job is easy, but the hourly rate is less than the labor jobs. My father asked me with a serious face. Youngwoo, you haven't been deceived by a friend and dragged into a multi-level company like last time. Hey, it isn't anything like that. I have an incredibly good job. What is it? In the sudden silence, my father spoke in an angry voice. So you want to stay home and play games? What? Why was he mad? It is easy to say. The more I play the game, the more money I can earn. Maybe I should live in the capsule all day. Hee hee. Tea-talk. Cute. The spoon flew and hit my forehead. My mother gave my father a new spoon and he threw it at my forehead again. Why all of a sudden, tomorrow, go to the labor office? No, why didn't you hear my words? I will make money from the game. My mother wiped at her tears. Gosh, your brother is really serious. You shouldn't be like this, Sehi. What was my mother saying? Sehi bit her lip angrily and shouted, please grow up, Opa. You're going to make money from the game. Haven't you been playing for the past year? And your debt has only increased. Face reality. No, it's different now. I have a new fate now that I'm a blacksmith. I've gone through a lot of things and now the best merchant will help me. Stop talking about the game. The game is a joke. I tried to explain the details, but they didn't listen to me. As I looked at the dark scene of chaos unfolding in front of me, I realized my family wouldn't believe me even if I explained it properly. Then the next morning, due to my crying mother, I had to change clothes and go to the workplace. I took a labor job and worked out the plan for the rest of my life. I needed to level up and complete the class quest, but the most important thing was making money. First, let's accept Rabbit's proposal. I didn't know yet how Rabbit would help me get rich, but I was sure that it wasn't an exaggeration. He was the second highest ranked person in the Miro company, so he was obviously great. It would be good to trust him as a business partner. If I use Khan's smithy as a base, I can be very comfortable. Well, I hope to have more time to play the game. but first of all, I need to make money inside the game so that my parents will apologize. Satisfy news could be found at any time when turning on the TV or internet. My parents should have come across people who became world famous or rich through Satisfy, but nevertheless, they didn't think I could make money with Satisfy. As Sehi said, it was because I spent 1 year. No, to be exact, I spent a year and a month already playing Satisfy. It isn't unreasonable that they don't trust me. I need proof to persuade my parents. That evening, I came home from work and immediately connected to Satisfy. Then I went to Khan's smithy. Oh, welcome grid. Khan greeted me with an incredibly bright expression. It wasn't just him. The anxiety on all the faces of the residents that I passed by had disappeared. Is Winston at peace? It looks like Euphemina and Rabbit did a good job. I asked Khan has Rabbit came here. Khan's expression darkened. This letter arrived for you. Khan handed me a letter. I read it. Mr. Grid, this is Rabbit. Earl Stein couldn't excuse all the sins I committed against the people of Winston when I was still part of the Miro Company, so I couldn't receive a full pardon. My business plan with you is in vain. Mr. Grid, with your abilities, you will become the richest person with your own strength. Please ask for Khan's advice and make wonderful items. Khan's artistic sense will be a great help to you. I will watch your myth from a distance and sincerely pray for your success. What was this? Perhaps I was too stupid to understand the contents of the letter. It was like how I couldn't understand a barking dog. Where is this person now? Khan carefully replied, Earl Stein has sentenced him to 10 years in prison. It was ridiculous. No, why? Wasn't Rabbit the one who helped Winston? He is certainly a hero who saved Winston, but Winston was in this crisis in the first place due to the Miro Company. He eventually realized his sins, but the Earl thinks it's too unreasonable to completely wash away his sins. Damn it, shit. What is this? Didn't Rabbit promise to make me rich? But now he was trapped in prison. Stupid bastard. He said he would do something good for me, but it ended up like this. Khan patted my shoulder as I was feeling frustrated. I understand the sadness of seeing the person who rescued you now trapped in jail, but cheer up. You have your life. Don't be so frustrated. What was he saying? No, I don't care about Rabbit right now. Oh, by the way, I heard that you were also arrested after me. You didn't get hurt, did you? Khan laughed. Why are you worried about me when you were framed and insulted? Your heart is truly as wide as the sea. The smiling man was once again in tears. I actually heard the story. You were surrounded by knights, and didn't you open your mouth to protect me? Once again, I am deeply moved by you. Was he referring to the incident in the interrogation room? I tried to give up Khan as the one who commissioned Hyuri, but I couldn't answer because my mouth was gagged. I laughed awkwardly. Well, I could sell you out. Sob, even if you were tortured. Grid, I believe that I can entrust it to you. What, this smithy? What did he mean by the smithy? Perhaps. I must have heard wrong. I shouldn't count my chickens before they were hatched. As I felt doubts, Khan smiled benignly and said, You disguised yourself as my successor to defend this smithy and compete with the Miro Company. From then on, I have already thought of you as my successor. This smithy will be yours in the future. No way. There were some users who received a position from an NPC, but I'd never heard of a user becoming the successor of a business. Maybe I was the first. You aren't joking. Haha, have I ever said anything false before? As you know, I don't have a successor. Very soon I will become too old to work. Then this smithy will lose its owner and be neglected. I don't want this smithy that has been in my family for generations to disappear. I sincerely want you to take over this smithy. You're Pagma's descendant and have a great personality, so my ancestors will be delighted. Also, my son is dead. Khan's face darkened the moment he brought out the story of his dead son. He stimulated a person's emotions, so I asked him to make sure. Don't just say it with words. Write a contract. Then I will believe you and will work hard for the sake of this smithy. After a while, I received a contract from Khan about the smithy ownership transfer. Then a notification window popped up. You have obtained the position, Smithy's successor. Smithy's successor. You will have the same status as the owner in Khan's smithy. This isn't a dream, right? I pinched myself as hard as I could. It hurts. I used so much strength that my cheek was tingling. It wasn't a dream. This definitely isn't a dream. It's real, ha. Ha ha, pure ha ha. Yes, oh yes. I couldn't suppress my joy at the thought of this large 2-story smithy someday becoming mine. Khan looked at me smiling like crazy and declared, I'm glad that you're so happy. You can definitely lead this smithy well. Of course, now let's work. We will make great items and tell people how amazing our smithy is. Oh, isn't this good? You're really motivated. I would receive recognition from my parents for my work at the smithy. I devoted myself to making items for the next few days. From morning to afternoon, I headed to the labor jobs. Then from night until dawn, I connected to Satisfy and made items. I am doing labor again. It seems I am unable to escape from the quagmire of labor. I was only sleeping for 4 hours a day due to excessive motivation. I was tired, but I could endure it due to the money, stats, and skill experience accumulated. The Tzedakah Guild only had 17 members, but they were composed of top rankers and a few elites. Among the 17 people, Jishuka was the guild leader, and she developed the habit of checking the auction house every day. It was because she was addicted to the performance of the special Jaffa arrows, which she bought around 2 months ago. The special Jaffa arrows had the best attack power among the existing arrows. The special Jaffa arrows were twice as powerful as general Jaffa arrows and had a chance of ignoring the enemy's defense completely. Jishuka had been thrilled as she felt the excellent performance and destructive power of the special Jaffa arrows. But after that first day, the special Jaffa arrows never appeared in the auction house again. Why? Usually blacksmiths would create thousands of arrows. In other words, it was likely that thousands of the special Jaffa arrows existed. But the creator of the special Jaffa arrows only offered up 99 at the auction. It can't be. Has another guild already found the blacksmith? Jishuka became nervous. If another guild got their hands on the blacksmith and monopolized the items, Jishuka and her guild members would be cut off. It's Jishuka. Wow, her body looks even more amazing up close. Shall I give it a try? Hey you will have a terrible experience. Jishuka was the focus of people's attention as usual. The tanned skin and sensual body made the hearts of men pound. Many males were drawn to her sharp eyes and full lips. Jishuka tried to ignore them, but there was a limit. The users started to gather after hearing that Jishuka was at the auction house, so it wasn't long before the auction house reached the limit. Can you get out of the way? The half-moon eyes drew in the men. However, her heavy-handed tone caused an invisible wall around her. In the end, the men couldn't endure it anymore and gave way. After leaving the people at the auction house behind, Jishuka summoned a hologram keyboard. Then she declared in the guild chat window, "If you don't find the blacksmith within this month, you will all enter hell training." Oh, I welcome hell training. Regaz, don't talk nonsense. It is called hell training for a reason. Captain, to be honest, it is almost impossible to find a person in Satisfy with so little clues. Do you know how many users there are in Satisfy? It can't happen. Oh, I agree. The guild members started complaining. Jishuka told them seriously. A small guild of elites like us must be stronger than others in order to accurately show our value. We need the blacksmith to become stronger. So please find them. Understood. I will be sure to find the blacksmith. Hey, we should make a bet. 100 gold from each person for the one who finds them first. What? I will make 1,600 gold if I win. Okay, I will find them. Jishuka was always tenacious. She truly was a steely woman. It was extremely rare for her to ask something from them. Therefore, the guild members were able to realize the urgency of the situation and became motivated. Only Regaz had a complaint. I want to train. Where are you? Jishuka used emoticons. The guild members saw it and thought simultaneously. Captain is angry. Regaz is dead. At that time, there was a notice in the guild's chat window. Vantner has logged in. It was the appearance of Vantner, who finally took the top spot in the Guardian Knight rankings 5 days ago. Welcome, Vantner. Hey, why were you sleeping for 7 hours? Aren't you being too lazy? Your ranking will be taken away. I saw something interesting on the internet. I was a little late because I was looking for articles related to the incident. Have you heard of a place called Winston, a village in the north of the Eternal Kingdom? Ah, that place. I stopped by it once on my way to Barren Village. Why, what's going on? There was an item creation game that took place there. It was said that one of the competitors created an epic-rated dagger in 3 hours. A user, not an NPC? Yes, that person. The blacksmith finally appeared. We've got you. The guild members became excited. A blacksmith who could create an epic-rated item in just 3 hours wasn't common. Even the #1 blacksmith, Panmir, wasn't capable of it. Jishuka commanded, everyone head to Winston. From now on, we will focus our investigation in Winston. Understood. If it's Winston, it will take around 3 days for me to get there. I will take a week. The person who arrives the latest should be prepared. And Regaz, if you don't arrive in half a day, then I really will kill you. See, Captain, I'm in the Burns Principality right now. It will take me 2 days to get to Winston on horseback. Don't rely on a horse and run there directly. Then won't you somehow arrive in a day? Oh, can I arrive in half a day? I will kill you if you don't arrive in half a day. What should I do? The Tzedakah Guild started to gather in Winston. Damn Daram, Katz, possessor of the 3rd epic class, was furious. Qwek, you have killed the poison pioneer. 5. The poison-soaked cloth has been acquired. 543,500 experience has been acquired. You have killed the closed-off pioneer. 617,000 experience has been acquired. This thing. A month ago, Katz finally got 39th on the unified rankings. It was the result of taking advantage of his epic class that was specialized in hunting. Katz had been fine until then. It only took him a month to get from 53rd to 39th, so he believed that the #1 goal he was aiming for wasn't far behind. But what was going on? Except for sleeping time, he sat in a capsule all day and hunted. However, his ranking stagnated at 39 and he couldn't increase it. Then today, his ranking dropped to 40th place. Katz's high pride was shattered. This is me. Why am I wandering around the 40th rank for a month? He got a great epic class, so he declared on air that he would win first place in the rankings. Then what was this? People from all over the world were laughing when they saw the list of rankers. The second son of Jin, a leading Japanese conglomerate, was branded as a braggart to the world. I can't understand, no matter how I think about it. Cats didn't stop thinking while hunting monsters. The Blood Warriors' attack power and battle speed is unmatched. There is no other class that can hunt as quickly and easily as this. Then why isn't my ranking going up? How are those other people leveling up faster than me? Cats was currently level 215. From level 210, the amount of experience needed to level up increased significantly. This was called the Hell section by rankers, yet Cats was quickly climbing the hill by hunting solo, but his ranking wasn't going up. It was useless despite the fact that his experience kept climbing. He utilized the power of his family, was armed with the strongest items and had the best class. Nevertheless, his ranking, it means my gaming skill is less than others. Cats couldn't understand. I've never missed the top spot in any game so far. Compared to his brother and sister who were called geniuses, his brains were somewhat lacking. He had a weak temperament and he was totally excluded from being a successor. However, his talent at gaming exceeded his older brother and sister, and he was confident that he was the best in the world. But now his pride was shattered. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Cats was a loser in the real world who couldn't cross the wall of his brother and sister. He didn't want to be a loser even in Satisfy, so he made a decision. I will move my hunting ground to a stronger place. Currently, Cats was hunting at a place filled with level 230 monsters. Monsters here appeared in groups of 3 and had different skills, so even the best rankers hunted in a party at this place. Even Cats, who absorbed the enemy's health every time he attacked, had to rely heavily on potions to play solo here. Now he wanted to play solo at a higher level hunting ground. It was tough, no matter how excellent his class was. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would die and lose experience. But Cats had money. I will arm myself with better equipment and potions. Cat's weapon, armor, and accessories were all unique rated, but Cats wasn't satisfied. In particular, the performance of his armor and gauntlets were unsatisfactory. Armor of Great Sorrow. Rating unique. Durability 38, 310 defense, 459 movement speed, 11. Reflects 10 of the damage received. Once durability drops below 100, all stats will increase by 5. An armor that Daymode, a former knight, wore when he fought with Pyro and was falsely accused as a traitor. Daymode's armor is filled with his grudges and pain. User restriction level 180 or higher, more than 750 strength, more than 600 stamina. Intermediate heavy armor mastery level 4 or higher, weight 2,300. Black Wind Gauntlets. Rating unique. Durability 110, 170 defense, 57 attack speed, plus 5 accuracy plus 10. Gauntlets used by the Black Wind Assassins. It is very light and comfortable to wear, so you can attack the target faster and more securely. User restriction level 200 or higher, more than 220 agility, weight 200. The armor of Great Sorrow had very good options, but its defense was less than other heavy armor. Meanwhile, the Black Wind Gauntlets had a good basic performance but no special options. Both of them were lacking despite being unique items. I need new armor and gauntlets. Cats decided to log out. Then he went to the item trading site and looked at the list of armor and gauntlets. Tens of thousands of items appeared on the list, but he couldn't find any that were better than the armor of Great Sorrow and Black Wind Gauntlets. At this point, the armor of Great Sorrow and Black Wind Gauntlets were the best items. Crazy, it was no use, even if he wanted to spend money. Cats cursed at the blacksmith users. Are the blacksmiths just playing around? When will they be able to create items superior to items obtained through hunting or quests? Shit, isn't this a dereliction of duty? There were at least 2 billion users in Satisfy. The demand for items was astronomical, but the growth of production class users was relatively slow, so supply couldn't keep up with demand. The users of Satisfy sincerely hoped for the appearance of a skilled blacksmith. Euphemina was fortunate that she became aware of the blacksmith called Grid and asked him to make her an item. But right not, Euphemina didn't feel so good. Frontier, the capital of Earlstein, in a place where hundreds of merchants came and went every day, Euphemina had stayed here for a week already. She gathered information from where she practically lived at the market, and she also monitored the item trading site and auction site every hour. But she couldn't find a way to make the orb. No, all methods of making an orb seemed to have disappeared. Euphemina wasn't normally interested in how to make items, but now she realized how difficult it was. In particular, the methods of making items with a high-level restriction was like obtaining a star in the sky. Oh, in the end, all my efforts are in vain. Is crafting really that rare? In the past month, Euphemina searched all the major cities in the Eternal Kingdom. However, she didn't get any results, so she wanted to cry. She earned 6,500 gold from the item creation game in Rabbit's Quest, so she believed that she could easily obtain a production method using this money. However, reality was too cold. It is annoying, but Euphemia's expression stiffened in front of the auction house. It was because her unusually high insight stat detected someone's gaze. It had started 2 days ago. Unknown people were systematically monitoring her. Who is it? Euphemia was a secret ranker who renounced many benefits, including fame, by making her name private on the list of rankings. She operated carefully under many pseudonyms. In other words, it was unlikely for someone to catch on to her tail. This was her first experience with being monitored. It is unpleasant. Who? Why? How? Euphemia entered a secluded alley. Then she spoke to the air. Come out. I know that you're there. Come out. I know that you're there. The words of the target he was observing caused Faker's heart to drop. Surely she didn't see through my stealth. No, it was impossible. Faker was the genius who reached first place on the assassin ranking only 8 months after starting Satisfy. Even Old Sword Demon, who had been the #1 assassin since Satisfy launched, fell down before Faker's talent. A blacksmith can't detect my stealth. Faker was convinced and reported it to the party chat window. Does it make sense that she is referring to me? It must be you guys. There was a backlash. Don't make me laugh. We have secured a safe distance. She can't have noticed us. Hey, she is staring in your direction in the first place. Kenus, the #1 assassin, is found by a mere blacksmith. Why did you stick so close? You have too much pride as the #1 assassin. Faker and his party members were all part of the Tzedakah Guild. It was around a month ago. The Tzedakah Guild received information about the item-making game in Winston and quickly gathered in Winston. Then they collected information about the blacksmith who made the epic-rated dagger. There were many people watching the game at the time, so it was easy for the Tzedakah Guild to gather information. The blacksmith's ID was Irina. The gender was female. Her height was 160 centimeters. She was estimated to be between 17 and 19 years old. She had bright golden hair down to the waist and a beautiful appearance that was unforgettable. The Tzedakah Guild completed a portrait of Irina based on witness statements before splitting up to track down Irina. Then 2 days ago, Faker was able to find Irina at Frontier. Jishuka heard the report from Faker and commanded, I will meet her in person. Keep watching her until I get to Frontier. And now, Faker's surveillance was on the verge of being noticed by Irina. No, it still wasn't certain that he'd been discovered. Faker's stealth skill was at level 7. Even the top rankers would have trouble detecting him. Faker held his breath in order to maintain a more complete stealth state. But he couldn't escape from Irina. No, Euphemia's insight. Don't peek at me like a pervert. If you don't come out, I'll make you come out. This was Euphemia's final warning. Faker's party members became agitated at the dangerous atmosphere. Hey Faker, don't you think she really noticed? It might be a mistake to keep hiding. Remove stealth and reveal your identity. Faker replied angrily. Blacksmiths don't have any detection techniques. No, even if such techniques existed, there is no possibility that my stealth would be discovered. Don't worry about it. That woman is just making guesses. Faker's conversation was interrupted. Pyong. A large explosion occurred in a radius of 3 million around Euphemia's body. Cuck. Faker was in range, so he rushed to escape the aftermath of the explosion. But Euphemia had no intention of letting him go. Angels scream. Beek. Ultrasound waves rattled Faker's eardrums. Faker made a pained expression as his ears started bleeding. Then Euphemia stared blankly at him and asked, Who are you? Why are you watching me? Who are you? That was what Faker wanted to ask. How did a blacksmith use top-level magic in succession? Perhaps. Faker was confused. He needed confirmation. Suzusuk. Faker's body moved slightly and left dozens of afterimages. As Euphemia observed the scene, the hat she was wearing was peeled off by Faker. Faker was surprised. The face of the blonde woman, revealed by the hat, was exactly the same as their portrait. But the ID above her head wasn't Irina, but Euphemia. We were wrong from the beginning. All the information we gathered was false. Faker came to this conclusion. There were countless guilds who wanted to obtain the maker of the special Jaffa arrows. They were fiercely competing to avoid having the blacksmith stolen by other guilds. They would spread false information to disturb or trap the competing guilds. Faker gritted his teeth. We fell into a trap. In the worst-case scenario, the item production game in Winston might be a false drama from the beginning. If so, the Tzedakah Guild was dancing on someone's palm. Give it to me. Euphemia took back her hat from the shocked Faker. Then she spoke in an angry voice. Why are you taking away my belonging instead of answering the question? This is annoying. Faker stared at her. What guild do you belong to? It was a puzzling question from Euphemia's standpoint. You must be joking. If so, I will use force to make you tell the truth. To define it simply, the Tzedakah Guild was a group of leaders. All of the guild members had aggressive tendencies. Euphemia also had a formidable temperament. All the men I meet these days are like psychos. Grid was a person to be protected, no matter how much she didn't like it. However, Faker was different. She wanted to get rid of him for the insult. First you watched me, now you are threatening me. I'll have to fix that nasty head of yours. Lightning, patchik, static electricity appeared around Faker. At the same time, a lightning bolt fell from the clear sky. Quang, Faker avoided the lightning at a fast speed, producing dozens of afterimages. Then he appeared behind Euphemina. At that moment, Euphemina's hand touched Faker's abdomen. Unfortunately for you, I won't fall for the same technique twice. Ping. Faker's body was surrounded by flames, but Faker didn't even scream. He didn't feel any pain. Euphemina attacked the wrong target. In other words, the Faker standing behind Euphemina was a clone, not the real body. Pakak. Euphemina was struck in the side by a kick and fell down with a groan. Faker looked down at her and explained, the same technique can be applied differently. It is certainly great that you can use magic without chanting, but you aren't my opponent. To be honest, Euphemina was nervous. It was the first time she had been hit in a battle against a user since becoming a duplicator. This man, he is strong. He used top-level assassin techniques and was good at fighting. He was an opponent to watch, but that was all. It is only a moment of elation. Ancient Queen's Night. An intense light flashed. Faker recovered from his momentary loss of sight and was astonished. A knight in black armor had appeared in the air in front of him. Familiar. It was impossible for a magician to summon a familiar. A summoner class existed in Satisfy. A familiar had to be called using a summoner's authority. Qa. The ancient queen's knight grabbed a part of the darkness around its body and held it like a sword towards Faker. The momentum was like a great mountain was going to hit him. Cuck. Originally, assassins used secret weapons. There was no chance of winning a head-on fight against a knight. Quang. Faker narrowly avoided the attack from the knight. Due to this, the outer wall of a building was destroyed and dust scattered all over the place. Pick. Faker ignored the sharp piece of stone that scratched his cheek and ignored the knight. Then he threw 3 daggers towards the worried Euphemina. The dagger flew at a speed that couldn't be avoided by a magician. It wasn't useless even if she tried to defend with magic. Faker had tossed a dagger that had a hidden ability to explode in response to magic. That's it. Faker thought he won, but then something unexpected happened. Suzusuk. Euphemina observed the 3 flying daggers, then her body moved slightly, creating afterimages and avoiding all the daggers. Unbelievable. After a familiar, is it an assassin's skill? Originally, it required extreme concentration to figure out which of the dozens of afterimages was the main body. However, Faker couldn't concentrate because the ancient queen's knight was constantly attacking. Faker's watching party members were forced to interfere. We're going to help. Faker shook his head. Are you still insisting on a one-on-one fight? Don't make me laugh. Don't ignore us. It can't be helped. She isn't an opponent you can win against. Do you think we'll leave you alone? Hiya. Faker's party members were part of the Tzedakah Guild and also in the top rankings, but the 4 of them couldn't overpower Euphemina. Over the past month, Euphemina had duplicated the techniques of rankers while searching for an orb production method, so she was currently in her strongest mode, Dragon Claws. While the ancient queen's knight tied up Faker's feet, large and sharp stone pillars rose in succession from the ground. Faker was forced to rush in every direction to defend himself, while a rain of fire poured down from the sky. She's using great spells in succession. No way. The faces of Faker and the party members filled with despair. They got a glimpse of Euphemina's true power. Jishuka's face distorted as she arrived at the collapse scene in the middle of the city. Someone dares touch our guild. Before Satisfy was released, the Tzedakah Guild was the strongest armed group in LTS that no one dared meet. Even the giant guilds were wary of the Tzedakah Guild. Jishuka was determined to make Tzedakah the strongest guild in Satisfy. Indeed, they had already become a famous guild among the top rankers, but being well known was separate from being the strongest. In order to reign as the strongest, they couldn't show even a hint of weakness. Jishuka commanded, "Find her right now. We'll show the dignity of the Tzedakah Guild by shattering her." The opponent was someone who defeated 4 guild members, including Faker. According to the testimony of the witnesses, she could use the skills of all types of classes. Her strength probably wasn't normal. Maybe she has an hidden class, but Jishuka wasn't afraid. The true power of the Tzedakah Guild hadn't been shown yet. Thus, this was the beginning of the bad relationship between Euphemina and the Tzedakah Guild. I didn't leave the smithy for the entirety of last month. From the moment I connected to Satisfy to the time I logged out, I stayed at the smithy the whole time. In the meantime, I was able to establish some facts that I knew dimly or discovered new facts. First, making the same items repeatedly wasn't effective in raising the skill experience. Every time I made a different item, the skill experience would rise at a good rate. Secondly, the better the materials, the higher the possibility that the item would have a higher rating. For example, when making 2 iron swords based on the same production method, the iron sword with the poor quality metal had a close to 100 chance of being a normal rating, whereas the one made with the finest metal had a relatively high probability of receiving a rare rating. Thirdly, even when I was making items with the same production method and materials, the ones that I spent longer on were the ones that were more likely to have a higher rating. It was very fortunate that I managed to make a unique dagger in only 3 hours. I had to invest at least half an hour if I wanted to make an item higher than a rare rating. In other words, the number of items that could be produced in one day was very limited, so increasing my stats wasn't as easy of a feat as I thought it would be. Fourthly, if I wanted to be a good blacksmith, I had to invest points in stamina, as well as in strength and in dexterity. The equipment and minerals used in a smithy were mostly heavy, so I needed high strength to work efficiently. When making an item, I needed to have a lot of stamina if I didn't want to become exhausted. So I really liked my high strength and stamina stat. Pant pant, aren't you still young? You can't be exhausted yet. Unlike Khan, who took a break every time an item was completed, I was able to produce items constantly without taking a break when I was connected to Satisfy. In the past month, I created 73 items, meaning I produced an average of 2 or more items a day. 11 of the 73 items had a rare rating, and 3 of the 73 had an epic rating. As a result, all of my stats increased by 34 points. I currently had 11 types of stats: strength, stamina, agility, intelligence, dexterity, persistence, composure, indomitable, dignity, insight, and courage. If 11 stats increased by 34 points each, this meant it was increased by 374 points, which was equivalent to gaining 37 levels. But I was dissatisfied. Why? I made 73 items. I invested at least 6 hours every time I made an item. The materials were also as good as possible within my range. However, I never made one unique rated item, let alone a legendary one. Wasn't this too much? I only got 3 epic rated items. Crazy. Is this a legendary blacksmith? I'm so tired. Every time I made an item, I earnestly prayed for a unique rating. However, it was almost always a normal rating. Every time I felt an incredible sense of disappointment and wanted to curse at the game. The only comfort was that the level of my production skills increased. Legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill. LV2. Produce equipment items that you know how to make. You can create the production methods for a new item with the legendary blacksmith's creation skill. There is a certain probability of producing rare epic rated items. There is a rare probability of creating unique rated items. There is a very rare probability of creating legendary rated items. All stats of a production item will increase by 12. When rare rated items are produced, all stats will permanently rise by +2 and reputation throughout the continent will rise by +30. When epic rated items are produced, all stats will permanently rise by +4 and reputation throughout the continent will rise by +80. When unique rated items are produced, all stats will permanently rise by +12 and reputation throughout the continent will rise by +300. When legendary rated items are produced, all stats will permanently rise by +25 and reputation throughout the continent will rise by +1000. Something special will occur with every 5 legendary items created. Legendary blacksmith's creation skill. You can create 3 equipment item production methods every time the skill level of the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill goes up. Number of items that can be created at present, 6. When items are produced using this skill, the name of the creator is automatically placed on the item. Legendary blacksmith's breath. LV2. When you're concentrating on making an item, the will of Pagma's descendant will fill the production item. All stats of a production item will increase by 7. There is a rare chance of giving special features to your production items. In addition to the increase in my skill levels, there was something else that was gratifying. I had created dozens of items in Khan's smithy over the past month. Khan wanted to pass on as much knowledge to me as possible before he retired, so I was given one new production method every day. I pulled out a book from my inventory. The title was List of Items Production Methods. The book described the details of the production methods I learned. The table of contents had expanded, starting from my own failure, to the Jaffa arrows I learned in Baron, to the dozens of works acquired from Khan. It was exciting. When I was in Baron Village, I had only 4 production methods, including the axe, pickaxe, Jaffa arrow, and failure. When I looked at the production methods, Euphemina entered my mind. Why hasn't that woman come with the method to create the orb? Euphemina wanted me to make an orb for her. That's why it was highly likely that she would bring the best production method. Then I would be able to get my hands on a production method for free. I was happy just imagining it. No, wait. If there is only one chance, what if Euphemina brings me the production method and materials, only for me to make a normal rated orb? Would she take my life? Maybe Euphemina would keep me locked up somewhere until I managed to complete a unique rated orb. If it is her, I recalled the psychotic smile on Euphemina's face as she burned the Lord's bodyguards. What will she do to me? I no longer waited for Euphemina. Rather, I wished that she would never show up. I shook with terror. Then the door of the smithy opened. Hic, Euphemina. There was an old saying that a tiger would come when mentioned. It felt like Euphemina had been waiting for me to mention her. Fortunately, the people who arrived at the smithy wasn't Euphemina. At first glance, they looked like two incredibly high-level male users. Is this Khan's smithy? I am Khan. Why are you looking for me? They started questioning Khan. You competed in the item production game with a traveler called Irina a month ago, right? That's right. Is she really a blacksmith? Did you witness her making the item with your own eyes? The question is strange. Is she a blacksmith? Of course she is a blacksmith. She was hired by the Miro company to participate in the game, and I have directly experienced her great blacksmith skills. No, who on earth are you? Why are you asking such strange questions? The men disregarded Khan's question and talked among themselves. Then they asked Khan again. Is the Miro company the only organization involved in the item production game? Is there any chance of other organizations being involved? Cough, displeasure appeared on Khan's face. He had been friendly because they were young boys of a similar age to his son, but they ignored his questions and only cared about themselves. The men didn't care at all about Khan. Rather, they began to talk over Khan. Why aren't you answering? If you know anything, shouldn't you tell me? It is better if you don't waste our time. It was like a threat. How funny. This was Khan's smithy. These people were guests. They weren't in the position to question Khan. Then what was with their attitude? They were talking down to Khan, who was similar to their grandfathers. They were ignoring Khan because he was an NPC. In fact, this wasn't unusual among users. Certainly, NPCs weren't human. They were just part of the system program, artificial intelligences, but I knew. Despite being artificially made, Khan had his own memories and feelings. He could feel anger and hopelessness. He could cry when sad and laugh when happy. He was someone I could count on, and sometimes he missed his dead son, so I was angry at those who treated Khan casually. Hey, you over there, what is with your attitude? What right do you have to threaten Khan? They looked me up and down and laughed as they saw my dirty clothes and old blacksmith hammer. Who is this? When did he get here? What? Why were they speaking impolitely when I wasn't an NPC? When did I get here? I am obviously an employee here. Why are you so arrogant when entering someone else's business? Is this your business? Arrogant, don't make me laugh. We just want cooperation. Is that the attitude of someone seeking cooperation? Should we have visited with orange juice? I really hated people like this. Looking at their equipment, they seemed to be rankers close to level 200. However, I couldn't help being honest when seeing their expressions. His companion started mediation. You shouldn't get so heated up against a beginner. Sigh, okay, I have to calm down. Damn, my nerves are irritated after Faker was attacked. Hey, beginner blacksmith, we're looking for the woman. We are in a hurry to find her, so we were inadvertently rude to the NPC. It was a mistake. I'm sorry. Is it okay now? So please move out of the way. You should apologize to Khan, not me. They started ignoring me. They asked Khan once again. Khan, answer me. Do you know if Irina is associated with any organizations besides the Miro company? Was he worried that I would get hurt? Khan hid me behind his back and replied, I don't know. I only met her when we competed in the game, so how could I know so much about her? Didn't you team up with your successor and participated in the fight? He also didn't notice anything about Irina. Yes. These guys couldn't even guess that I was Khan's successor. Maybe it was because I looked like a beginner, as no one would think that the successor of the prestigious blacksmith Khan would be a beginner. Sheesh, whether it was because they were irritated at not gaining anything, or because he was an NPC, the men left without saying goodbye to Khan. I pulled out salt from my inventory and sprinkled it in front of the smithy. Phew, unlucky bastards. Don't come back again. Khan scratched his head as he looked at me. Shouldn't you be sprinkling coarse salt? Is that so? Hum, let's go back to work. As I turned back to the furnace, Khan opened his mouth and asked, are you going to work today without resting? Of course. The more I look, the more I feel admiration. You already have excellent skills, but you aren't satisfied and you keep working hard. Excellent skills. If my skills were really excellent, I would have created a unique and legendary rated item among the 73 items that I made. But not only did a unique rating not emerge, I only made 3 epic rated items. I was still lacking. I needed to raise my skill level further. I would make a lot of money and show my parents. I need to be quickly recognized by my parents. The fact that I had less time to play the game was a big problem. T-tang. As I concentrated on making the items, Khan sat at the counter and sold the items I made to the customers. It was a very desirable system. Other users would go green in envy if they saw this. Why? There were 3 ways that ordinary users could sell items to other users. Firstly, they could open up a street stall and sell them to users directly. Secondly, they could sell items at the auction site. Thirdly, they could post the items to be sold on a cash transaction site. In the first case, a lot of time could be wasted waiting for customers to come. In addition, bargaining with the customers was frequent and could be stressful. The second and third options saved time, but there were high fees involved. In other words, it meant that a normal user had to take time and money to sell the items. But I was different. Khan sold the items on my behalf, saving me time. He also didn't charge me a sales commission. I just needed to make the items, while Khan sold them and gave the proceeds back to me. If I steadily made money by producing more than 2 items a day, I would surely become rich someday. I'm still waiting. This is rotten. No shit, does this make sense? I'm a legendary class, so why can't I make a legendary item? On that day, the SA Group Headquarters Operations team received an email. Title, look and you will see. Contents, if you look at my information, you can see that I'm a legendary blacksmith. So why can't I make any legendary items? If I am a legendary blacksmith, isn't it normal for me to be able to make a legendary item? No, I didn't do anything else for a month and made 73 items, but there were no legendary items at all. Yes, I didn't create a single unique item and only made 3 epic items, so isn't this manipulation? Yes, you are probably manipulating this right. Huh, right. Ah, look, this is really X. Do you want me to snap? Should I go there? A, the materials and production method are good, so isn't this manipulation? You email protected. The employee who checked the email thought it was absurd. What manipulation? First, he should raise the level. Level 10 users and level 100 users. Assuming that both of them had the same dexterity stat and skill level, a level 100 user was more likely to produce a higher rated item than the level 10 user. In other words, the higher the level of the maker, the better the item. This was common sense among users with production classes. However, this wasn't known by the user who obtained a legendary class. The employees sighed as a group. It is painful to see that great class. Then someone said, if the contents of the email aren't false, he really is an unlucky person. With the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill, he only made 3 epic items out of 73. Unique and legendary items are unlikely because their probabilities are low, but there is a fixed probability of creating an epic item. Looking at this, doesn't he really seem cursed? All the employees were sympathetic. He really is a person with bad luck. No wonder why he feels doubts about manipulation. If it is really possible to intervene, I would like to increase his chances of making higher rated items. From that day onwards, Grid became famous for his bad luck among the game operators. The 73 items I made were weapons and armor with a level 60 limit. The total sales amount was 1,590 gold, with a net profit of 1,079 gold. This was equivalent to exactly 1,294,801 when converted to cash. The game, which I played for 5-6 hours a day, earned me around 1.3 million won a month. If I quit going to the labor office, I would be able to make 3 times as much money. In addition, if I was fortunate enough to make a unique or legendary item, I could earn tens of millions of won. However, my parents didn't agree as they knew that the number of people who made money from the game was very low. Furthermore, I had been playing for over a year, and yet I still couldn't escape my debt. Should I sell the ideal dagger? No, it isn't time yet. I could sell the ideal dagger as a means of proving to my parents that I could make money through Satisfy, but I couldn't sell the ideal dagger. The reason for this was the terms of use for the ideal dagger. In order to meet the ideal dagger's usage conditions, the passive skill called Advanced Dagger Mastery was needed. But at the moment, the top rankers of each class only had intermediate level skills. If I put up the ideal dagger on the trading site in this situation, only the merchants thinking of future profits would flock to it. Therefore, the merchants were likely to bid at the cheapest price possible, and it was likely that the dagger would be sold at an unsatisfactory price. I had to hold on to the ideal dagger for the moment. It was 4 in the morning. I reached the end of my limit at the thought of going to the labor office. Do I have to live like this forever? 4 in the morning was when most people would still be dreaming, but I had to work until 6 p.m. just for 90,000 won per day, while my body suffered. I could endure it if it was my only way of making money like before, but now it was different. I was able to make more money from playing the game than doing labor work, so going to the labor office was just a waste of time. Shit, I want a unique or legendary item. Or if I make a lot of epic items, it will help persuade my parents that I am making a profit. Damn it, I feel angry as soon as I open my eyes. It can't be helped, I should get some cold air. This, as I was exiting my front door to go on a walk around the neighborhood, I saw a flyer sticking out from the newspaper. September 10th, the long-awaited opening. The best capsule room is open. There are 150 top-of-the-line capsules. It is fully equipped with cafe facilities, delicious food cooked by a 5-star hotel chef, a feast of beauties and handsome workers. Please don't ask for the employee telephone numbers. On September 10th, for just 1 day, any customers who sign up will receive a 30% discount on the capsule room fee for a lifetime. Hyok, a lifetime discount on a capsule room. The capsule room was 6,000 won per hour if it was a 30% discount. This is it. I got a good idea. Okay. I headed back to my room. I changed into my work clothes and opened the door. Your work clothes. Are you going to work already? Isn't it only 4:1 a.m.? My puzzled mother asked and I vigorously nodded. That's right, I am going work, ha 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 ha. Why are you so full of energy in the morning? Pew ha ha ha, of course I am young and overflowing with energy. Then mother, father, I will go to work early this time. Pew ha ha ha, Youngwoo, are you sick or something? Yes, I am worried. I left the house while my parents felt worried. Today was September 10th. I looked for the newly opened capsule room. The The colorful banners hung outside a building to announce the opening of the capsule room. This will be my job starting from today. Puhahaha. Yes, I was going to quit the labor jobs today. Now I would play Satisfy from the moment I got up to when I fell asleep. I would spend the morning and afternoon in the capsule room, then I would play at home at night. Now I can work harder to make items. Puhahaha. Recently, Khan's Smithy was a great source of interest for users. Among the items sold at Khan's Smithy, there were level 60 equipment made by a craftsman with great talent and potential, but lacking in experience and reputation. His equipment had an almost 20 better performance than normal items. Even the normal rated items were comparable to rare rated equipment at the same level. The users called this the Unknown Craftsman series, and it was very popular. The performance was good, but the price was rather expensive. However, money wasn't a problem. They couldn't live without this equipment. The users entered Khan's Smithy on a daily basis. Did the Unknown Craftsman make any more items? I will buy any items he made. I will pay however much you want, so please sell it to me. Give me his name. I personally want to ask him to make me an item. Yes, where can I meet him? The users wanted to have items made by the Unknown Craftsman, or they were curious about his identity. But Khan never replied. Grid always made a limited number of items due to time restrictions, and he didn't want others to know his identity. T-Tang, T-Tang. The crowd at the counter never imagined that the beginner user hammering at the furnace behind Khan would be the one they were looking for. During the time I worked at the labor office, I played Satisfy for an average of 5 to 6 hours a day. But that changed after I changed to the capsule room. My playtime increased by around 10 hours, and now I was connected to Satisfy more than 15 hours a day on average. The legendary Blacksmith's Breath has increased the effectiveness of your production items. Legendary Blacksmith's Breath. LV2. When you're concentrating on making an item, the Will of Pagma's Descendant will fill the production item. All stats of a production item will increase by 7. There is a rare chance of giving special features to your production items. Please give me legendary this time. Currently, I was producing a plate armor with a level limit of 120, based on a newly acquired production method. The value of the materials used was a huge 483 gold. This was 1/5 of all my assets. It was the most expensive item I'd made so far. I invested a lot of money, but was worried it would turn out to be a normal item, so I spent 20 hours making it. Yes, I'm honestly not hoping for a legendary rated item, but at least give me unique, please. I was a legendary blacksmith, so I needed some hope. I fervently joined together the last sheet of iron. Then the armor was completed. Very delicate plate armor. Rating epics. Durability 272, 272 defense, 303 movement speed, 6. There is a small chance of completely defending against stab attacks. An armor made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but lacks experience and reputation. By applying thinly refined steel plates in 2 layers, defense and movement has increased. User restriction, level 120 or higher, more than 380 strength, more than 400 stamina, intermediate heavy armor mastery. An epic rated item was produced, so all stats have permanently risen by +4 and reputation throughout the continent has risen by +80. Damn it, it was an epic item. I was glad that it wasn't a normal or rare item, but it wasn't satisfying, considering the amount of time and effort I invested. With thinking about the raw materials value and the capsule fee, there wasn't much profit. Khan didn't know my thoughts and praised me. Did you really make this armor using the method I gave you? Why did it turn out so differently despite using the same method? You're truly amazing. Phew. How much can I get for this? I asked without expecting much. Then Khan said something incredible. HRMM. Honestly, it is hard to measure the exact price, but one thing is clear. You can get a higher price auctioning this to the knights rather than selling it at the smithy. Auction it off to the knights. The fact that NPC knights were buying items at an auction was amazing, but I was surprised at the idea of selling level 120 armor to at least level 180 knights. Khan explained. A month ago, I witnessed and admired the knight's armor at the procession for the newly appointed lady. I could see that there is a great blacksmith at Frontier, but now that I've seen your work, it is much better than the work from Frontier's blacksmith. Haha, it's only natural, since you're Pagma's descendant. Oh, my armor's performance was good enough to appeal to level 180 plus knights. Indeed, I had the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill and the legendary blacksmith's breath. They raised the item stats by 12 and 7 respectively. It might be an epic rating, but the performance of this very delicate plate armor was equivalent to a level 180 normal or rare armor. I asked about the most important part. If my item is bought at the auction, what's the fee I'll have to pay? The proceeds for the knight's auction is from the castle. It is organized in the name of the lady. Nobles have high pride, so they aren't aiming for personal gain. There is no fee at all. I immediately decided, okay, I will put it up for auction. Good decision. The auction takes place in 2 days, so I'll go at that time. Nope, I'll go, it is okay. Yes, I've been stuck inside for a month, so I want to go outside for a while. Ah, yes. Then take this with you. This will prove your identity, so you can enter the auction without any extra procedures. You have obtained the token of Smithy's successor. How much could I sell this armor for? If I followed Khan's words, could I make a lot of money? No, don't expect too much. If my expectations are lower, I won't be so disappointed. I was someone with no luck. I had experienced disappointment more than once or twice, so I steadied my heart. Khan suggested, why don't you aim at making an armor that is better than this one in the next 2 days? Wouldn't it be better to show several works if you're participating in the auction? That's true. For the next 2 days, I invested 20 hours a day and made 2 items. Unfortunately, the result was 1 normal and 1 epic. No, how can I make a normal item after spending 20 hours on it? It should at least be a rare item. Did this make sense? No matter how I thought about it, this was due to the SA group. They were worried that my legendary class would destroy the balance, so they gave me the worst probabilities when making items. If not, I might be more unlucky than I knew. There were 2 reasons why the ruler of a territory would host regular auctions for the knights. First of all, it was to help the knights obtain the best equipment. The second reason was to use it as an opportunity to find skilled people. Why were they trying to find skilled people? It was to make a business deal. The people who created the most outstanding works at the auction had permission to deliver goods to the Lord. It was an opportunity to open a door in life. Buzz, buzz. Winston Castle's annex lobby. Dozens of people who came to present the items at this auction were gathered with a nervous expression. There were users and NPCs. There were also several blacksmiths. I looked at blacksmiths and thought, if there is an outstanding blacksmith, I want to recruit them for our smithy. I could assign new blacksmiths to do all types of errands and get a commission from selling the items made by the blacksmiths. Once Khan steps down and I become the owner, I will run the smithy with the intention of recruiting new blacksmiths. The auctioneer showed up while I was thinking about a type of slave project. The auction will start in 20 minutes. The auction will last for 3 hours, and you can stay in the waiting room while it's ongoing. Then a notification window popped up. You have entered the auction hosted by the lady. Please submit the items to be listed and the minimum bid for that item. I opened my inventory. Then I checked the details of the items appearing in the auction for one last time. Very delicate plate armor. Rating epics. Durability 272, 272 defense, 303 movement speed, 6. There is a small chance of completely defending against stab attacks. An armor made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but lacks experience and reputation. By applying thinly refined steel plates in 2 layers, defense and movement has increased. User restriction level 120 or higher, more than 380 strength, more than 400 stamina, intermediate heavy armor mastery, seemingly plain gauntlets. Rating epics. Durability 83 defense, 29. Attack speed +4 accuracy, +8. Gauntlets made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but lacks experience and reputation. The exterior doesn't look like anything special, but it works surprisingly well when worn. User restriction level 120 or higher, more than 1000 agility. As planned, I decided to register these 2 items at the auction. Please set a minimum bid price for the very delicate plate armor. Please set a minimum bid price for the seemingly plain gauntlets. HRMM, what should I set it as? I normally made level 60 equipment. This was the first time I made level 120 equipment and I wasn't sure of its value. I would like to raise the price as high as possible when considering the cost of materials and labor, but if it is too expensive, there might not be a big. As I was in distress, a white-haired boy approached me. Mister, is there a problem? You. Hello, I'm called Steng. My class is a blacksmith. I was watching you and you also seem like a blacksmith. This seems like your first auction, so I thought I would help you. The boy smiled as he said his name. There was something familiar about the name. Who is Steng? It was a name I knew clearly, but I couldn't remember why I knew it. I didn't know if I couldn't remember because my memory was bad or because it wasn't important. I explained to Steng, I'm worried because I can't decide on the bid price of the items to be auctioned. Steng blinked with surprise. Your teacher didn't set a bid price. Teacher, the teacher who gave you this quest. Aren't you showing your teacher's items at this auction? What was he talking about? I was puzzled as Steng pulled out a one-handed sword in a brilliant sheath. This is the special weapon that my teacher created for this auction. Isn't it amazing? It's a rare item with a level limit of 190. A rare item didn't seem that great, but I just nodded because I didn't want to nitpick. Steng laughed, put his sword away, and sighed. How will us users be able to submit our own items to the lady's auction? I felt it from the beginning, but there was something strange about the conversation. I had to ask Steng in order to correct the misguided conversation. So, the reason you're here right now isn't to put an item you created up for auction. You're doing a quest to place your master's item up for auction. Steng smiled and replied, of course. Even the number one blacksmith, Panmir, can't create items that can be shown at auction, so how could I? Can you share the quest information? Huh, why? No, I just wanted to check. Sure, it isn't a secret, so I'll show you. The player, Steng, wants to share the quest information. Would you like to accept? I accepted and the quest information appeared. Teacher's errand. Difficulty? See, this is the first auction that will be held after the appointment of the new Lady of Winston. Blacksmith Razvan will use this auction as an opportunity to show his skills to the Lady of Winston and to get a foothold in Winston. So he gave you his disciple an errand. Quest clear conditions. Submit Razvan's work to the Lady of Winston's auction. Quest clear reward, 20 gold. If Razvan's work is successfully bid on at the auction, he will give you a new production method. I forgot, but general blacksmith users often had NPC blacksmiths as a teacher. By steadily carrying out the quests given to them by their teacher, they could raise the level of their blacksmith skills and gain new production methods. I was fortunate that Khan gave me production methods without any conditions. I'm certain of it after seeing this quest information. The users didn't come here to submit their works to the auction. They were running errands for their teachers, just like Steng. Steng said it was impossible for the present production class users to produce outstanding items that would satisfy the Lady and Knights of Winston. I could see it clearly. The difference between me and a general user was huge. I didn't feel much inspiration when I made an epic-rated item, but ordinary users were just happy at making rare-grade items. I was desperately happy as I realized the greatness of a legendary profession. If you don't mind, can I look at your teacher's item? Steng asked me with a passionate gaze. I refused him. It felt like something troublesome would happen. I don't want to do that. Steng felt regret. I see. Then it can't be helped. By the way, it's amazing. Your teacher didn't set a bid price. Yes. Do you happen to know the average price for armor and gauntlets with a level limit of 120? Even if the items are the same level, the options are different. Well, normal armor is 300 gold and gauntlets are 100 gold. Epic rating? Wow, did you master make epic items? Making epic items is really uncommon. Steng admired it before kindly giving me an answer. The price of epic items vary depending on the options, but shouldn't the armor be a minimum of 1,800 gold and the gauntlets 600 gold? What? 100 gold was 120,001. In other words, if the very delicate plate armor and seemingly plain gauntlets were sold at 1,800 gold and 600 gold respectively, I would earn 2.88 million won. Only 7 days after starting work in the capsule room, a huge amount of money was entering my hands. No. If I deduct the materials cost and capsule room fee, the net profit is around 2 million won. Anyway, I was satisfied. Yes, let's not cling to unique or legendary items. If I make 2 epic items a week, I could earn 8 million won in a month. I can pay off the debt soon. I had a total debt of 10 million won. After obtaining a legendary class in Satisfy, it seemed like this debt of 10 million won wasn't very big, but it was a huge burden to me a few months ago. I also had to pay the interest on the loan, so I hadn't made a dent in repaying it. I was able to somehow manage with the labor jobs, but now, anyway, I would finally be able to live a debt-free life. My fear towards the employees from Mother's Heart is happy would disappear. Cuckoo, a debt-free life. I imagined a dignified life and couldn't suppress the laughter. Then I suddenly met Steng's eyes. Steng's complexion turned blue after he witnessed me laughing. I had felt it in the past, but my smile was really the worst. Children cried when I smiled. People started swearing instantly when I smiled. People took money out of my pocket when I smiled. People bought me cigarettes when I smiled. Women were unhappy when I smiled. After I pay off my debt, I should get plastic surgery. I was seriously distressed about this as I set the minimum bid based on the price Steng told me. You have set the minimum bid price for the very delicate plate armor at 1,800 gold. Is this correct? Yes. You have set a minimum bid price for the seemingly plain gauntlets at 600 gold. Is this correct? Yes. The items have successfully been registered at the auction. Everyone finished registering their items. The auctioneer confirmed it and showed us to the waiting room. There was a large tiger leather rug on the floor and ornaments made of gold and silver on the shelves. The chandelier sparkled. It was an incredibly luxurious place for common people like me. How extravagant would the lady's room be? As I was stunned by the wealth that nobility possessed, Steng came up to me and spoke. You can't pick up the ornaments over there. I've been involved in a lot of auctions while running errands for my teacher, and there are always people who try to steal things from the castle. They were discovered and punished. Grid should be careful. Yes, I understand. I won't. Hey, wait. Do you think I am a thief? Anyone would feel bad when hearing it. Sorry. Steng quickly apologized and stepped away from me. However, he continued glancing at me. He seemed to suspect that I would steal something. I showed him a laugh and was branded as a criminal. Sigh, that bastard. He has a discerning eye. I had to give up on stealing. I only wanted to take one candlestick, but it couldn't be helped while he was watching. I sat on the couch in anticipation of the results that would appear in 3 hours and decided to take a nap. Irene was Winston's new lady and the only daughter of Earl Stime. She currently only had the title of an earl, but she would become an earl later on. In other words, she was the next successor to Earl Stime and the one who would be a peak figure in the north. Therefore, her knights had a sense of burden and responsibility that other people couldn't imagine. We have to be the best knights for Lady Irene. Irene's knights didn't neglect training their minds and bodies. But there was a limit to the body and talents. Therefore, they coveted powerful equipment that would make up for any lacking parts. The auction held today in Winston was very disappointing. There is nothing good. Winston had become a big city due to breakthroughs in the north. However, it was still lacking compared to Frontier. It was the same for the abilities of the technicians. The accessories, clothes, and armor shown at the auction were all inferior. Some technicians submitted good items, but it wasn't enough for the knights. 2 hours had passed since the auction started, but there hadn't been a single bidder on any of the items so far. In this disappointed atmosphere, the auctioneer smiled widely. You should pay attention to these items. Oh, as the armor and gauntlets were revealed, the sleepy-looking knights burst out with excitement. How great! It is difficult to find such armor in Frontier. Knights examined the armor and gauntlets closely before asking the auctioneer, who was the blacksmith that made this? Is it the rumored Khan? Khan was a blacksmith who was somewhat renowned in Frontier. The knights guessed that Khan was the one who made the armor and gauntlets, but the auctioneer gave an interesting answer. Not exactly. They were made by Khan's successor. He is revered by the residents of Winston and is one of the 3 heroes. Ho, the rumored righteous blacksmith. Yes, the knights smiled warmly. There is such a great person here in Winston, a person with an exemplary personality and excellent skills. He will be one of the talented people working for Irene one day. Its value is much higher. I will bid 2,000 gold. You are only giving 2,000 gold. Your eyes are terrible. I will bid 2,500 gold. 2,800. Why are you trying to take something that I saw first? I will bid 3,000 gold, so everyone give up. Earl Stime was considered one of the wealthiest nobles in the Eternal Kingdom. Therefore, the knights of the family were paid a huge salary. The knights were overflowing with money, so the bid prices of the armor and gauntlets made by Grid skyrocketed. Mr. Grid, what was it time to go to the labor office? I slept without knowing anything about the world and woke up due to someone shaking me. Mr. Grid, the auction has ended. Ah, that's right. This place wasn't my house. This is. It has already been a week since I quit the labor jobs, but I'm still worried about needing to go. I wanted to quickly escape from the trauma of the labor jobs, so I quickly left the waiting room with Steng. Then I headed to the lobby where the auctioneer was waiting. The auction manager confirmed the number of people and said, there was a total of 6 items auctioned off at this auction. The crowd was shaken. Only 6. I put up 7 items alone. Weren't there over 100 entries? Yet only 6 succeeded. This was ominous. What if my items weren't one? Did I set the minimum bid too high? If I knew this, I would have set it at a cheaper price. As I was feeling troubled, the auctioneer called out the list of items that had been sold. Ms. Claris's presented work, the diamond necklace that causes a slight change in sensation, has been won for 453 gold. Mr. Gree's presented work, Cold Protection Inner Armor, has been won for 189 gold. Mr. Piglet's presented work, the Bitter but Superior Strength Potion, has been won for 15 gold each. Mr. Steng's presented work, the Long Sword that easily harmonizes with magic, has been won for 1,900 gold. The people whose items were won cheered. Steng also rejoiced. My teacher's work was sold. Teacher will be very pleased. Stein would be given a new production method with this quest clear reward. He approached me with the intention of receiving congratulations, but my stomach hurt and my mouth didn't open. Damn it, my items weren't won after all. Shit, I should have made the price cheaper. As I was trembling with anger and regret, Mr. Grid's presented work, the very delicate plate armor, has been won for 3,500 gold. The seemingly plain gauntlets have been won for 2,000 gold. I doubted my ears. Did he say 3,500 gold just now? It wasn't 2,000 gold. The other people freaked out. No way. How can an item be sold for such an expensive price? As expected from epic items, the level limit is also over 100. Steng sent me a look of envy. Amazing. Your teacher must be an incredibly good blacksmith. Is he a blacksmith with the advanced blacksmith's craftsmanship skill? Huh, I couldn't hear anything. The words "I made money" and "jackpot" echoed through my head. 5,500 gold in cash was 6,600,000 won. A huge sum that would require 73 days of labor was earned in just 1 week. It was also from 2 epic items. Abu. I wanted to cheer, but my mouth wasn't working well. The auctioneer spoke while I was completely baffled. Steng congratulated me. Wow, now you will be entitled to deliver goods to the castle. Smithy will become quite busy, and the quest you will receive from your master will be enormous. Congratulations. Steng was sincerely happy, unlike me who felt pained when I saw him doing well. He was still in his mid-teens, but he was very friendly. I liked it. Once I became the owner of the smithy, I would be sure to recruit him. He seemed like the type who wouldn't complain over some unreasonable labor. I gave Steng the kindest smile possible as I looked forward to our reunion someday. Steng looked blue as he took a few steps back and replied, "Ah, goodbye." I said goodbye to Steng and headed to the administrator's office. The administrator was a middle-aged man. He had an impressive mustache and welcomed me warmly. "Oh, your grid. I was very impressed after seeing your work. I was wondering how you became the smithy's successor at such a young age, but I'm fully convinced after seeing your skills. Come, sit down." The administrator and I sat across from each other. Maid emerged with some tea. Wow, the scent of this Elpa tea is different. The fragrance of the Elpa tea that Khan made for me was very weak. I had to hold my nose to the cup in order to barely smell something, but the Elpa tea here was intensely spicy. I could enjoy the scene without putting my teacup to my nose. Expensive tea leaves are used. When else would I get the opportunity to drink such expensive tea for free? I drained the hot tea and handed the empty cup to the maid. "Another cup, please, yes." Gulp, "One more cup, yes." Kaya, "One more cup." Yes, the administrator gave a hearty laugh after the fourth cup of tea. "According to the residents, you are someone with a heroic appearance, yet you aren't nervous at all in front of someone with a high position. Did I make a mistake?" I belatedly realized, but the administrator shook his head. "Be as comfortable as you want. It's fine." Ah, yes, the administrator seemed to be a person who didn't like formalities. He cut to the chase. "I would like to distribute your equipment to the ladies, knights, and soldiers. What do you think? Are you willing to do business with us?" Okay, it finally came. I wanted to accept the deal right away, but there were a few things to keep in mind. I don't know if you know, but our smithy is doing extremely well right now. I will be busy, so I'm not sure if I will have enough time to make equipment for the knights and soldiers. I didn't want to make equipment for the soldiers. Considering the average level of the soldiers, I needed to make level 50 items, which wouldn't make me a lot of money. I know for sure after this auction. The more high level the item limit, the greater the profit. It's much better to make one level 120 item than a dozen level 50 items. The administrator nodded. "I see, come to think of it, there is tremendous craftsmanship in your work. You probably invest quite a lot of time and effort every time you make an item. I was stupid to ask you to make hundreds or thousands of supplies for the soldiers. If so, I will change the criteria. Please just create equipment for the knights." "Yes, I understand." Good, the story was going well. Then the administrator surprised me with his next words, "But I have a condition. Equipment to be distributed to the knights should be better than the works submitted to the auction today." Huh, the 2 items submitted today had an epic rating. In other words, the administrator was telling me to deliver items above the epic rating. This crazy person. If I invest more than 20 hours every time I make an item, there isn't any guarantee that I won't get a normal rating. The administrator spoke while I was confused. Of course, I know that making such great works is difficult. So I promise that I will buy it at a higher price. A higher price. It will be 10 more than the winning bids in today's auction. Of course, if you make a work that is much better than the ones submitted today, I am willing to pay a higher price. There was no need to listen any longer. I stood up and cried out, "Okay, I will return to the smithy right now." "Then I'm going." The administrator called me back while I was motivated to make items quickly. "First of all, please make me 3 swords. Some of the knight's weapons have been compromised due to an incident not long ago." Then the quest information rose up. Business with the administrator 1. Difficulty A. Winston's administrator, Vladdy, has asked you to make equipment for the knights. He has given you a good deal in consideration of your high skills. If you let him down, this business deal will be immediately destroyed. Quest clear conditions. Make at least 3 epic rated swords with a level limit between 120 and 180 and deliver it within a week. Quest clear rewards. Depends on the level of the items delivered. Quest failure. The business deal with the administrator is cancelled and the quest will be destroyed. Isn't this quite good? I invested 20 hours for each item over the past few days and made 3 items. 2 of them had an epic rating and 1 had a normal rating. It meant I had a 2/3 chance of creating an epic item. It seemed possible to create 3 epic items in a week. Unless my luck suddenly disappears and I don't get any epic items, this is a quest that can definitely be cleared. I was filled with a strong confidence as I left the castle. As I walked along the road to the smithy, the residents approached me and whispered, "Mr. Grid, some people are following you." "That's right. You should be careful because they might be bad people." My affinity with the residents was at the maximum, so they showed me great favor. They would let me know if danger was approaching. Following me. Who was it? I gazed in the direction that the residents indicated. At the entrance of an alley, under the shade of a tree, behind a street vendors, etc. Suspicious people were hiding their bodies as much as possible. Wow, aren't a lot of people following me? I got goosebumps. Was I the target of a mysterious assassination organization like the protagonist of a movie? No, it didn't seem like it when I looked closely. As I looked closely at the faces of those following me, I saw that they were people who were at the auction. They were following me to find out who my blacksmith was. I asked the residents, keep them from following me. There's no need to worry since they aren't dangerous. The residents replied vigorously with resolute eyes. Okay, I do everything I can to help you. Just leave it to me. The residents rolled up their sleeves. Dozens of them shouted at once. Then they ran towards those following me. What? Why are they grabbing us? Hick, what is with these NPCs? Let go. Thus, things were quickly sorted out. I briefly thanked the residents and returned to the smithy. After describing the situation to Khan, I logged out. Hut, the capsule room. I wasn't able to suppress my laughter after emerging from the capsule. Puhahahat, I am now rich. As soon as I shouted, everything seemed like reality instead of a dream. I earned 6.6 million won in just 1 week. I also got the right to deliver items to the castle. My 10 million won debt would soon be paid off and I could escape from my debt-ridden status. One day I would be able to drive a foreign car. Ahyang will be sitting in the passenger seat. Hoo. I couldn't stop laughing from joy. I was so pleased that even tears emerged. Then an employee came up to me. Excuse me, you are being a nuisance to other customers, so please be quiet. I'm sorry. I paid for the room and went home. Shin Youngwoo left the capsule room. The employee clicked his tongue. A person like that is talking about being rich. He laughed while saying he is rich. There's no doubt that he's crazy. Doesn't he seem jobless and homeless? Isn't he wearing the same work clothes every day? Right, I think so too. He regularly uses the capsule. The student employees were talking about Shin Youngwoo. Shin Youngwoo came to the capsule room early in the morning wearing the same clothes, so he seemed pathetic. I saw his member information and he's 26 years old right now. Tusk, how pathetic is his life? I shouldn't live like that after graduating from university. Stop talking about that person and let's talk about Satisfy. Did you know that I reached level 40 yesterday? Wow, really? Amazing. I'm still level 39. Hey, where are you leveling up so quickly? I was hunting. Fortunately, I obtained a rare item, so hunting became easier. I am faster due to the power of the item. Whereas an item for magicians. I want a rare item. Hey, what level do you think that homeless person is? PFF, look at him. Does he seem like he can play the game well? Satisfy is a world that is crueler than reality. A loser in reality has to be a loser in Satisfy. There's no need to worry. He isn't a high-level user. In the past few months, Earl Stein thoroughly searched and demolished almost all the Yatin temples in the north. The Yatin church was being punished for kidnapping a virgin to sacrifice her. But Earl Stein was especially fearful since his daughter Irene was kidnapped. It was fortunate that Irene was rescued, but he lost his most powerful shadow, Doran, in the process. Earl Stein had a fierce desire to get rid of the Yatin church, but the elders of Yatin were distributed in great numbers across the continent. It wasn't easy to kill those who bred endlessly like cockroaches. There was even a Yatin temple on the outskirts of Winston. At the very least, there should be no more Yatin temples in the north. Irene's hatred was just as strong as her father's. She couldn't tolerate the existence of the Yatin church in Winston. She still hadn't forgotten the terrible fear she felt after being abducted by the believers of Yatin. She shook at the thought of being a victim again. A few days ago, she sent out her army to destroy the Yatin temple. But due to the heavy resistance of the believers, the army returned without any achievements. The number of casualties was 100 soldiers and 3 knights were seriously injured. Irene proclaimed, reorganize the temple expedition. This time, make sure the temple burns to ashes. Irene showed great ambition by investing more troops. Irene touched the blue ring hanging from her necklace as she watched the troops. Doran, I will get revenge for you who sacrificed your life for me. 8th Servant. Difficulty level SS. You have become one of the most blessed beings of God Yatin. Head to the northern part of the Eternal Kingdom and save the believers who are being suppressed there. If you spread the greatness of God Yatin to the pagans in the north, you will be given the position of the 8th Servant. Quest clear conditions. Earl Steim's army is constantly attacking the Yatin temple in the north. Rescue at least 300 stranded temple believers. Number of followers rescued so far, 300. Quest clear reward the position of 8th Servant. 8th Servant, the skill Infinite Faith will be created. The skill Teaching Doctrines will be generated. The skill Divine Punishment will be generated. Quest failure level 5, Faith 1000. The soldiers in the north of the Eternal Kingdom were known for their strength. Obviously, it would be a tough fight, but Yura didn't even hesitate to move towards Winston. I have to become stronger. Not long ago, Yura faced Agnes, who was 7th on the unified rankings. Then she realized the greatness of an epic class. She felt helpless, just like when she confronted the mysterious man with the ID of Grid. Now she had acquired an SS grade quest. It was a golden opportunity. Yura was determined to use this quest as a stepping stone towards the ultimate goal of being first in the rankings. I received a level 160 sword production method from Khan, but the production method was quite burdensome. Based on the list of ingredients required, it would cost 950 gold to make this sword. Well, it can't be helped. I currently had 6,710 gold. With this money, I could only make 7 swords. In addition, the number of swords I could make in a week was just 7. 7. Isn't it good that everything adds up to 7? In South Korea, the number 7 was a symbol of good luck. I trusted the lucky number. I'll do it in one go, an epic item is coming. Hehehe. I was caught up in the pleasant mood and hummed while spending 20 hours on the sword, and the completed work, durable longsword. Rating normal. Durability 250, attack power 200. A sword made by a craftsman with great skill and potential but lacking in experience and reputation. It won't be easily damaged after being tempered for a long time. User restriction level 160 or higher, more than 950 strength. Intermediate sword mastery, weight 600, who said that 7 was a lucky number. Erg, I want to kill them. One attempt flew away. It was normal to feel like cursing the system. However, the value of the materials couldn't be returned. I barely moved my legs that were trembling from anger and approached Khan. How much will this sell for? Khan looked at the sword for a long time before replying cautiously. It is around 800 gold. What? I almost grabbed Khan's collar. The materials I used were worth 950 gold, but the value was only 800 gold. Then what was this? An equipment like this with the original conditions won't trade well. This is why. Khan elaborated. Here was a brief summary. A level 160 item would have a better basic performance than a level 120 item. Normal rated items had no options, while rare items had a small option attached. Depending on how the options were set up, a level 120 rare item often outperformed a normal level 160 item. Therefore, the prices of the two items didn't vary greatly. People with money were more likely to buy the level 120 rare item than the level 160 normal item. In other words, get rid of the normal items. Khan comforted me. But your equipment is good even with a low rating, so you won't see a big loss. Please be comforted by that. Comfort. This is really messed up. In the future, I could make 6 more swords. Based on the 2/3 probability of getting an epic item, I had a chance to clear the quest. Damn, this time it will surely work. I became extremely focused. Then I tried to make the best possible sword. 20 hours later, the second sword was complete. Durable longsword. Rating normal. Durability 250, attack power 200. A sword made by a craftsman with great skill and potential, but lacking in experience and reputation. It won't be easily damaged after being tempered for a long time. User restriction level 160 or higher, more than 950 strength. Intermediate sword mastery, weight 600. Hey the operators, bastards. They are manipulating this email protected. No, why are you doing this? Khan brought me a cup of warm tea. Have strength. Trials will come to everyone if you overcome this trial. Don't talk to me. I am too annoyed right now. I ran out of Khan's smithy and yelled towards the sky, these damn operators. If you manipulated the probabilities, I will accuse you to the Consumer Rights Center. You email protected. I used the best materials. I did my best during the production. If the operators had a minimum of conscience, a normal result wouldn't come out. I believed so and started making the third sword. T-tang, T-tang, T-tang. I barely slept for the past few days as I kept hammering. My shoulders were tired but I didn't stop hammering. It was a matter of pride. I had the title of the legendary blacksmith, so I couldn't keep making normal rated items. I would escape the manipulations of the operators and create an epic item. Not long ago, my goal was to create a unique or legendary item, but now I was only aiming for epic. But what could I do? Reality wasn't kind, so I had to settle for epic items. It was dinner time. I had no appetite. I didn't know if the rice entered my mouth or my nose. My mother was worried about me and asked with a bemused expression, "Hey Youngwoo, did something bad happen? I worked on those braised short ribs for a long time, so why are you sucking on bone for 5 minutes?" A pathetic person like me isn't qualified to eat meat. 1.5 days had passed in reality, while 6 days passed in satisfy. In the meantime, I made 6 swords and the result was 3 normal, 1 rare and 2 epic swords. Now I could make 1 more sword before the time limit was over, but I only had 2 epic rated items. I'm ruined. When investing 20 hours to create an item, the probability of making an epic item was close to 1/3. In other words, the possibility of my remaining sword being an epic item was very low. My quest, business with the administrator, would soon be destroyed. I have a legendary class, but I can't even make an epic item. I am a truly pathetic person who doesn't deserve food. The frustrated Sehi placed a braised rib on top of my rice bowl. What's new? Oppa, haven't you always been pathetic? Why do you need to look so weak now? I don't know what type of adversity Oppa is going through these days, but the only good thing about you is that you don't know how to give up. Right, when Oppa was in 6th grade in elementary school, you were able to memorize everyone from the 1st grade to 6th grade, so don't be frustrated this time and be patient. Oppa will surely be able to overcome these difficulties. Sehi, did you eat something bad? I got goosebumps at the words that Sehi normally didn't say and asked my mother, "Mother, maybe there's something wrong with the braised ribs. Are these beef short ribs? Is this beef from cows with the mad cow disease? These are pork ribs, P-pack." Sehi picked up the piece of rib she gave me and threw it at me. The rib slid down the side of my face as I seriously wondered. Why was I being hit every time I sat down for a meal? Why was I being treated worse than a dog by my family members? Khan greeted me. "Did you have a good night's sleep? Are your worries relieved now?" "Old man Khan, I've decided to just drop everything." Drop everything. I will clear my mind and abandon my obsession. Anyway, the goods made with my poor skills aren't worthy of being delivered to the castle. It is no use, no matter how hard I try." "No, what are you saying? How can Pagma's descendant say something so weak?" Khan was truly angry. It might be acceptable for other blacksmiths, but it was unacceptable for someone as talented as me. I ignored him and stood in front of the furnace. Then I started on the seventh and last sword. I won't be obsessed with the result anymore. No matter how I tried, the result would be randomly decided anyway. Even though I knew this fact, I was still foolish enough to select the best materials and devote a lot of effort. I steadied my heart. Unlike before, I just worked silently without worrying about the result. I used my accumulated knowledge and experience to let my body flow while making the item. The sword started to shine as dawn arrived. Morning was coming soon. I was entirely focused on the task and didn't realize the time. Then a notification window popped up. "The deadline for the business with the administrator quest is in 2 hours. Please complete the quest within 2 hours." I would see a quest failed. After 2 hours, it was like this notification window was mocking me. I entered the last stage of the sword production. After a while, the sword was completed. Sword of Self-Transcendence. Rating Legendary. Durability 365, attack power, 356 attack speed, +6 accuracy, +10 attack and defense rate, +10. Will do an additional +200 damage during each attack. The skill, Perfect State of Self-Transcendence, will be generated. A sword made by a craftsman with great skill and potential but lacking in experience and reputation. He has abandoned all thoughts and desires while only concentrating on his skills. The craftsman doesn't realize it himself, but he has completed a sword that has never existed in this world before. User restriction, level 160 or higher. More than 950 strength. Advanced sword mastery level 2 or higher. Weight 400. Legendary rated item was produced, so all stats have permanently risen by +25, and reputation throughout the continent has risen by +1000. The title, Only Legendary Item Maker, has been acquired. The title I got when I made the unique dagger was the first unique item maker, but the title for the legendary item had the word only compared to first. The creation of a legendary item in Satisfy reminded me that I was the only Pagma's descendant. I confirmed that Khan was squatting in a corner of the smithy. I had been angry at Khan every time I couldn't make the desired item in the past week. Despite my cold treatment, he kept giving me advice and encouragement. Khan must be feeling a great deal of sorrow. Look, how lonely did he look now? I must be a bad guy to Khan. He might be seriously questioning his decision to hand me the smithy. I slowly went up to him. I rubbed his shoulders that were tense from the daily repetition of hard labor. "Old man Khan, I'm sorry for the past week. Didn't you go through a lot of trouble because of me? I will no longer let you be lonely." Grid. Khan was very confused when I said these strange words. "Surely you aren't. Are you planning to jump into the river after making a low-rated sword?" Was it because he already lost a son? I stopped his desperate shouting by showing him the sword. "How can I do that?" "Now take a look at this." Khan trembled. This is a masterpiece." See cough hey, old man Khan. He was too surprised. Khan collapsed in pain as he struggled to breathe. "No, don't die, you can't die. Khan was the one who gave me my class quest. I hadn't even started the quest yet. It would probably take me a very long time to clear this quest. Until then, Khan needed to be alive." Shit, I lifted Khan. Then I rushed him towards the clinic. After a while, the doctor finished the examination and laughed. "You don't have to worry. It is just a symptom of temporary shock, and he will have no problems in the future." Really? Yes, you can rest assured and stop crying." Who is crying?" The doctor just smiled silently after hearing my words. Cuck. I exited the clinic in shame and ran towards the castle. Damn it, what nonsense was he saying? I was crying, crazy. Who would cry because of an NPC? I was filled with confidence, because my inventory contained 2 epic rated swords and 1 legendary rated sword. Winston Castle. The 1,000 soldiers and 8 knights were defeated by the Yatin Temple and returned. There were close to 400 casualties. Irene couldn't believe it. How did this happen? I heard that there are only 150 enemies. The followers of Yatin are strong, but isn't this defeat nonsense? Irene's knight captain, Phoenix, explained with a sad expression. According to the report, there is a great person among the Yatin followers. Even the knights weren't a match. Don't tell me. Phoenix read the question in Irene's eyes and nodded. That's correct. Perhaps he. No, she is one of the rumored 7 servants. It was said that the Yatin church had 7 servants. They were those who received the favor of God Yatin and were powerful being that transcended humans. How could such a great person be here? The nobles at the meeting were frightened and scared. If one of the 7 servants is present, Winston might turn to hell. We should reach out to Earl Stein right now. In contrast, Irene was calm. She ignored the nobles and spoke to Phoenix. Many of the rumors about the 7 servants are exaggerated, isn't it? If the 7 servants are really as strong as rumored, the temples wouldn't have been wiped out. Phoenix agreed. Yes, the 7 servants aren't as strong as everyone thinks. Irene touched the blue ring. It would be a massive blow to the Yatin church if we kill one of the 7 servants with our own hands. It will also honor Doran's soul. What? The nobles tried to protest Irene's decision to fight against one of the 7 species. At that time, the door of the conference room opened and the butler ran into the room. Administrator, lady, there is something that both of you should look at. How urgent would it be to interrupt the meeting between the lady and the nobles? Everyone in the conference room hurriedly got up from their seats. Then they followed the butler. The castle's garden. There was a black-haired youth standing in front of the glittering fountain. He was looking at the fountain with very serious eyes. Then he suddenly dived into the fountain, like a cat pouncing. Who is that? What is he doing? The administrator replied to Irene's question. That young man is the blacksmith Grid, who created the best works displayed at the auction. However, I don't know what he is doing now. Why is he swimming in the fountain? The administrator turned towards the butler, who looked perplexed. I tried to guide him to the reception room, but he stayed here because he wanted to see more of the garden. That is all I know. I don't know why he's swimming in the fountain. Then the young man emerged from the water. Pua, it really is money. He was holding a 1 gold coin in his hand. He joyfully kissed the gold coin without worrying about his wet body. Then he became tearful. I never thought I would ever pick up money. Kuak, this is my first lucky experience in my 26 years of living. Phoenix watched him and frowned. I think it is the gold coin I lost a few days ago. Irene ignored Phoenix and asked the butler, so why did you bring us so urgently? The butler took a deep breath. Then he opened his mouth carefully. He said he came to deliver 3 swords to the administrator. But the level of the swords is unbelievable, even to the eyes of a lowly person like me. My lady, you should check it yourself. Cough, I'm sorry. I became so excited that I rudely broke into the meeting. I will accept any punishment. HRMM. The butler said he was a lowly person, but he needed to be versatile to become the butler of this castle. His eyes were superb. In addition, he was always calm. How great were the 3 swords to make a person like him so excited. Everyone walked up to Grid with great expectations. Grid discovered the party and greeted the administrator. Good afternoon. The administrator greeted Grid. It is polite to greet the lady first. Lady. Grid looked at the party and found Irene. I heard that the new lady was a young and pretty virgin. Then Grid bowed to Irene and said, it is an honor to meet you. It is nice to meet you. The residents of Winston said that Grid worked hard for the people. Irene was scheduled to give Grid a reward. However, she postponed it after discovering the Yatin temple. Irene wanted to finish it well. Therefore, she planned to give him the reward when she saw him today, but she completely forgot about rewarding Grid when she saw his swords. She was so surprised that she couldn't think about small things. Why was she surprised? These are the 3 swords I made. Hyok, everyone was surprised when Grid pulled out 3 swords. The butler was still surprised, despite checking it first. The swords created by Grid were that great. 2 of the 3 swords were unusual, but the remaining sword was at a level that couldn't be compared. Phoenix shouted, this is a sword that will come out once in 100 years. While all of them were murmuring with amazement, Grid approached the administrator and asked, how much will this be worth? Didn't you say it before? If I make good items, then you will pay a higher price. The administrator couldn't answer. The value of this work was just too high. He would have to decide on purchasing and pricing decisions only after discussing it with the lady. However, Irene had already made up her mind. Sir Phoenix, yes, my liege. If you have this sword, will you be able to take care of one of the 7 servants? Phoenix compared the testimonies from the defeated soldiers and compared it to his ability. He thought carefully before answering. I think I can fight. No, I am a little bit stronger. Of course, that is if I am using this sword. This wasn't overconfidence. Phoenix was one of the strongest knights in the north and among the top 10 in the entire Eternal Kingdom. Irene smiled at his dependable answer. Okay, administrator, buy this sword. I will leave the price up to you. Yes, my lady. Grid liked Irene. Her words are big. As expected, a noble is different. How much would he get for it? Grid was filled with expectations. Let's go to my office. Yes, then my lady, I will be leaving first. I'll see you again, Grid. Irene held out a hand to Grid. It meant to kiss the back of her hand, which was the highest honor a noblewoman could bestow on someone. Irene felt respect towards Grid after witnessing his blacksmithing skills. Grid noticed a blue ring on Irene's necklace as he kissed her hand. Where have I seen it before? Grid tried to remember, but he couldn't think of anything. It must just be the ring design. After Irene's party left, Grid heading towards the administrator's office. Sit down for a moment while I figure out the purchase price. It might take some time, so please understand. Yes, please take your time. The administrator sat on one side of Grid and started to move the abacus. It seemed like the calculations were fairly complicated as he had a troubled expression on his face. Grid had drunk exactly 8 cups of warm tea and was feeling sleepy by the time the administrator finished the calculations. He announced the price, the anticipated sword will be bought for 7,000 gold, and I will buy the sword of self-transcendence for 200,000 gold. The sleepy Grid was sincerely offended. Are you kidding me? You want to buy the sword of self-transcendence for 20 gold? No, the other swords are 7,000 gold, so why is the sword of self-transcendence 20 gold? This is really ridiculous. I used 950 gold worth of materials to make this sword. The administrator was embarrassed as he said, no, I think you heard me incorrectly. I said 200,000 gold, not 20 gold. 200,000 gold, that's right. Grid's heart stopped for a moment. After a few moments he exclaimed, hook, huok. 200,000 gold, are you serious? Grid could barely breathe as he asked the question. The administrator asked him carefully, do you think the amount is too low? This is the highest value, even more than the heirlooms passed on in Earl Stime's family for generations. Do you still think it is too little? I am willing to pay 20,000 gold more, but any more than that is impossible because it will cause a serious blow to our financial situation. Please understand. Winston currently boasted a population of 330,000 and a growth rate of 22 a year, with an operating budget of 170,000 gold. The value of the Sword of Self-Transcendence was so higher that it exceeded Winston's annual operating budget. The administrator tried to persuade Grid. Once again, this is the highest value I can offer, and it will become an heirloom of Earl Stime's family. It is very difficult if you aren't satisfied with this amount. It would be hard to find a noble or merchant offering a higher price. Grid couldn't say anything. The administrator was deeply concerned. He thought that Grid didn't like the amount he presented. However, he was mistaken. Grid was thrilled beyond satisfaction. The many misfortunes I suffered in my 26 years of life is all for this one lucky moment. 220,000 gold was 264 million won. After paying back my debt, I will have 254 million won left. Grid wanted to complete the transaction and log out right away. Then I would go to Mother's Heart is happy and pay off my 10 million won debt. He wanted to yell. That's it. Is this okay? I paid back the money, so don't call me anymore. You money-grubbing jerks. This was what he wanted to yell. Then he would buy a foreign car and luxury clothes. In a month, he would attend his high school reunion. I will appear in luxury clothes and a foreign car. Grid, who was just a debt-ridden game lover, had always been disregarded by the other alumni. Whenever he attended a reunion, he was always ashamed by their ridiculing words, so he didn't attend the last reunion, despite it being the only place he could meet his first love, Ahyung. But now everything had changed. Grid would confidently attend the reunion and show that I am a competent person. They won't be able to ignore me anymore. Then I can confess to Ahyung. In fact, Grid had worried about it before coming here. Should he sell the Sword of Self-Transcendence on the item trading sites? Wouldn't the first legendary item sell for a huge price? With that in mind, Grid would have abandoned the administrator's quest and registered the sword on the item trading sites, but he didn't think about it for long. At the present time, no users existed who could meet the terms of use for the Sword of Self-Transcendence. If he put it on the item trading sites, it was likely that only merchants who wanted to buy it for the future would be interested, rather than pure buyers. In other words, Grid didn't sell the Sword of Self-Transcendence for the same reason why he didn't sell the ideal dagger. In the first place, the administrator stated that he would buy it at a high price. He judged that it was better to sell it to the administrator since he wouldn't have to pay a separate fee. As a result, Grid got his hands on 264 million won. Grid was very satisfied with this transaction. Okay, I will sell it at that price. Oh, that is a wise decision. Now this trade is completed. The deal has been completed. Quest success, 234,000 gold has been acquired. 3. Obtain the status of Winston's Person of Distinction. Affinity with the administrator has risen to the maximum. Blue orichalcum. Grid opened the production method for failure. Ratings unique legendary. Unique rating information. Durability, 699, attack power, 733, 1621, defense, 50. Agility plus 30. There is a low probability of blocking the enemy's attacks. There is a certain probability of activating the 5-joint attack skill. There is a high probability of activating the cutting skill. There will be a fear effect if the enemy is more than 20 levels lower than the user. Attack power plus 20 in dark places. Legendary rating information, durability, 1090, attack power, 874, 1820, defense, 80. Agility plus 50. There is a low probability of blocking the enemy's attacks. there is a certain probability of activating the 5 joint attacks skill. There is a high probability of activating the cutting skill. The skill bisect will be created. There will be a fear effect if the enemy is more than 20 levels lower than the user. Attack power plus 20 in dark places. It is designed by a legendary blacksmith. It is a greatsword, but its cutting ability is excellent because of its unique shape. It resembles the predator of the sea, a shark, and gives fear to the enemies. The small blades spiking from the sword will increase the defense. Blue orichalcum is used as a material. Its lightness means the attack speed doesn't fall. Due to the nature of the blue orichalcum, it becomes stronger in the dark. User restriction level 300 or higher. More than 5,000 strength. Advanced sword mastery level 8 or higher. Weight 550. Once again, it had an overwhelming performance, and to produce such a fraudulent item, he needed 15 pieces of blue orichalcum. It was a rare material dropped by the guardian of the forest, but he managed to obtain 3 of this precious material. The administrator smiled at Grid, who was stunned by the blue mineral. Indeed, you are a great blacksmith, so you can see the value of that mineral. It is a gift I received in the past for helping others. I have been using it as a decoration due to its mysterious color, but you can use it more appropriately than me. Grid felt joy at the unexpected profit of blue orichalcum, then became interested in another reward. Winston's person of distinction. What is this? Grid looked for more information about the new status. Winston's person of distinction. This is a status given to technicians that Winston's ruler acknowledges. Works produced by Winston's person of distinction will have a higher value in Winston and will be exempt from all taxes there. Oh, Khan has to pay various taxes when he runs the business. Once I become the owner of the smithy, I won't have to pay taxes. Grid's expression brightened. He once again thought that the deal with the administrator was good. But what was the truth? Grid actually suffered a huge loss in this deal. Why? Grid and most users didn't know this, but the current top 20 rankers were close to mastering the intermediate level skills. In a few months, there would be a number of rankers with advanced level skills. If Grid registered the item at the item trading site, the price could rise to billions of won due to fierce competition between the top rankers. This wasn't an exaggerated amount. There were at least 2 billion users in Satisfy. Many of them earned money, and they invested cash to acquire better items. On the other hand, the item supply rate was very low. The prices would skyrocket if a legendary item was placed for auction. In other words, Grid was in the position to trade with some of the richest people in the world. Grid lost his original intention to make a legendary item and rip off the people around the world. Grid would be able to amass a huge fortune just from selling one legendary item, but he ended up selling it to an NPC and only got 264 million won, a ridiculous amount. The only comforting thing was the status of Winston's person of distinction. Grid would get steady gains in the long run from selling the Sword of Self-Transcendence for a cheap price. Mother, father. Sehi, I exited the capsule and ran straight to the living room. I wanted to share the good news that their disappointing son had made a big amount of money. However, the living room was empty. The dark living room. I felt something bad. Did something happen to my family while I was in the capsule? I was overwhelmed with an unknown anxiety. This I should try calling. At first, I wanted to call my parents, but I couldn't find my phone. No, where is my phone? I should just use the home phone. Now stay calm, calm. I stood in front of the phone. I eagerly prayed for my family to be safe as I listened to the ringing sound. Then I checked the electronic clock next to the phone and was surprised. It's 3 in the morning. I had logged into Satisfy for so long that my sense of reality had dulled. I didn't even know that it was almost dawn. I opened the doors to the bedrooms and found Sehi and my parents sleeping peacefully. Phew, I'm glad. I called myself a stupid bastard and returned to bed. I would give my family the happy news once it was morning, and in the morning, I opened my eyes and figured out the source of the anxiety. Youngwoo, Sehi, this isn't a joke, so listen carefully. Your father made a big mistake. My mother was crying while my father was smoking, despite quitting 10 years ago. Actually, your father became a guarantor for a friend's loan, and that friend has been out of contact for a long time. Oh my, what should we do now? This. My father, who divided one chicken over 3 meals, acted as a guarantor for a friend. The father that I admired was actually so stupid. As I was feeling shock and disappointment, Sehi asked our parents calmly, so how much is the debt? 800 million. If I sell the store, this house, and use the money we've saved, I can pay back 400 million. But I'm sorry, Sehi, the money that we saved to send you to university and your marriage. Didn't something seem to be missing, father? If you collected money for Sehi's university, then surely you collected my marriage funds as well. No, and no, how come? I am the eldest son. Why are you saving money for Sehi's marriage first? In the first place, why does a woman need marriage funds? The cost of purchasing a home, the wedding, and honeymoon are all paid for by the groom. I jumped up in agitation, but Sehi pulled me back and declared I won't go to university. I'll get a part-time job and help pay off the debt. What is this? Unlike me, Sehi had a good appearance and a smart head. She never missed being first rank since her elementary school days. The fact that she intended to give up her university education made my parents angry. You don't have to worry about this, so just live normally. You just have to study. By the time you graduate high school, I'll have paid back the debt and will surely provide you with the university tuition. So don't say such things. Oh my, I'm so sorry towards Sehi, a melodrama involving 3 family members. As I was remained alone on the outside, I belatedly became aware of reality. Yes. Right now my family is in a crisis. Now is my chance. It is time for me to be the eldest son. I stood up and shouted, I will make money so you don't have to worry. Father, there's no need to sell the store or house. Mother, you don't have to worry. It will be okay. Sehi, as father said, you just need to think about studying. Sai, I have to look for work tomorrow. I'll go to the restaurant and do the dishes. Father, mother, I'll get a part-time job for the weekends. This wasn't merely the reaction to a barking dog. My family was treating me like I was invisible. I was both an incompetent son and brother who couldn't instill any sense of trust in my family. I calmed down first before sitting in front of my family, straightened my posture, and stared into the eyes of my family. In fact, I was going to tell you this. 10 days ago, I quit the labor job. What? You haven't been working. I stared straight into my father's eyes and said, in the past 10 days, I made over 200 million won in the game. In the future, I will be the eldest son of this family. I will be responsible for both of you and Sehi. It was the first time I felt a sense of responsibility since I was born. A foreign car, luxury clothes. I couldn't afford to worry about such things. My first love, Ahyung. There was no room in my head for unrequited love. Until the crisis was overcome, I had to take care of my family. Then I had to change my way of playing satisfied to be more cautious. After finishing the deal with Grid, the administrator returned to the meeting room where Irene and the nobles were waiting to hear his report. Nobody was shaken after hearing that the sword was purchased for 220,000 gold, as it really was worth spending that much. Sir Phoenix, you will take this sword and punish the Yatin Church. Everyone watched as Irene handed Phoenix the sword of self-transcendence. Phoenix kneeled down and respectfully received the sword. For the glory of the North and Earlstein, I will surely be victorious in battle. Phoenix equipped the sword of self-transcendence. Sword of self-transcendence. Writing legendary. Durability 365 attack power, 356 attack speed, plus 6 accuracy, plus 10 attack and defense rate, plus 10. Will do an additional plus 200 damage during each attack. The skill, perfect state of self-transcendence, will be generated. A sword made by a craftsman with great skill and potential but lacking in experience and reputation. He has abandoned all thought and desire while only concentrating on his skill. The craftsman doesn't realize it himself, but he has completed a sword that has never existed in this world before. User restriction, level 160 or higher. More than 950 strength. Advanced sword mastery level 2 or higher. Weight 400. Perfect state of self-transcendence. All stats will double for 2 minutes and you can resist all types of abnormal conditions. You can't control yourself for the duration of this skill. After the skill is over, you can't move for 2 seconds and your defense and magic resistance will decrease by 30. Skill mana cost, 1000. Skill cooldown time, 3000 seconds. Dispatch the troops, return with the head of one of the 7 servants. Yes, upon receiving Irene's order, Phoenix led 12 knights and 1,500 soldiers towards the Yatin Temple. On the other hand, there were approximately 150 people at the Yatin Temple, but no one was careless. The minimum level of the believers was 160, while the soldiers had a minimum level of 50. The difference in individual skill was obvious. And the enemy was one of the 7 servants. Superiority in number and strategy was essential for the win. Phoenix confirmed the sighting of the Yatin Temple in the distance and shouted at the knights and soldiers. Oh, a huge shout echoed. The sound was enough to reach the Yatin Temple. The pagans are coming. Those who don't know how fearful God Yatin is are advancing to defile this sacred space. The shaken believers cried out urgently. Yura stood at the edge of the temple's roof that was on a cliff and observed the large army flying Earlsteim's flag. Take the high ground. Pour magic towards the ground, paying attention to the archers. What about Yura? The head of the temple looked at her with worry. Yura sent him a cool look and replied, I will go down to the ground and block their advance. Yura was well aware that the Yatin Church was wicked. She felt skepticism while carrying out all types of malicious quests. In particular, the 7 servants were evil beings that evoked hatred, but she had already chosen. This was satisfy, not reality. There was no going back unless she got a hidden class like Agnes or Katz did. She had to keep moving forward unless she wanted to give up her rank or position. She was already accustomed to the stigma of being the Blood Witch, so she was prepared for another slaughter. Talk. Yura jumped from the high cliff and landed as light as a feather in front of the enemy. Phoenix discovered Yura, stopped the army and shouted, a sharp energy is flowing from you. You are certainly one of the 7 servants. Today I will end your infamous actions. Phoenix was mistaken. Yura wasn't one of the 7 servants, but one of the candidates in line to become the 8th servant. For Yura, whose power was still far below the 7 servants, Phoenix and his great army were both frightening, but Yura had no intention of stepping back. There was a total of 143 believers isolated in this temple, and she had to save all of them to clear her quest. Only then would she be reborn as the 8th servant. Great God of the darkness, your humble servant calls you. Fill this place with darkness and plant fear in the enemy's hearts. Show your power to those who worship you. The whole area started to fill with darkness. Despite the sun shining in the sky, it turned darker than night. As the 1,500 troops fell into confusion and panic, Yura showed off her strength. Dark storm, quang, a huge storm of darkness descended and swallowed the army. Yura didn't doubt that more than a quarter of them would die or be seriously injured. Then she stopped as she was trying to chant another attack spell. It was a ridiculous situation. The knight called Phoenix rushed out of the storm towards Yura, who hurriedly cast a defense spell. Kang. Phoenix's strike hit a diamond wall, scattering brilliant sparks every which way. This was the diamond barrier that exerted overwhelming defense against physical attacks. Phoenix shouted from in front of the barrier, "Don't even think of touching the soldiers. Your opponent is me." Perfect state of self-transcendence. Kuang, a purple energy rose from Phoenix's body. And K-kick. What? Phoenix's sword started to cause cracks in diamond barrier. It was impossible. This was the diamond barrier that could even withstand strong physical strikes from boss monsters. How could a mere knight break it? Jaegeok. Diamond barrier was split in half. Phoenix moved through diamond barrier and attacked with an expressionless face. Hell, Yura cast a spell that would cause fear in a single target. Sha. A black powder covered Phoenix's body. He would soon be defenseless due to fear. But Phoenix was fine as he attacked Yura without any hesitation. For a limited time, his stats had doubled, and the skill gave him resistance to abnormal conditions. This drove Yura into a crisis. Yura recalled someone else who was perfectly resistant to her magic when she looked at Phoenix. Grid. It was ironic. In the past, Yura had interfered with Grid's S-grade quest and caused him to fail, and now her quest was being hampered by a sword that Grid made. Seokok. Yura groaned and whispered the spell that had been completed before Diamond Barrier. Darkness, exactly 17 days ago. Yura achieved 100,000 faith, and she heard the voice of God Yatin in her ears. "I will give you a new power if you pray." I disposed of all my items, including Mammon's greatsword and Mengel's plate armor that were in the warehouse. As a result, I had around 240,023 gold. I registered 220,000 gold on the item trading site and sold it to users for cash. In the process, something occurred. The item trading site took away 5 as the transaction fee. Wasn't 5 a small amount? How ridiculous. 5 of 264 million won was 13.2 million won. I earned this money with my blood and sweat, only for the trading site people to sit there and snatch some away. There are many ways to profit off people. I honestly admired it. If I had been a little bit smarter, I would have been able to live like that. Anyway, I used 10 million out of the 250,800,000 won to pay Mother's Heart is Happy Financial Services and gave my father a bank book containing the remaining 240,800,000 won. My parents checked the bank book and couldn't believe it. Is it a fake account? My mother was suspicious. Did you do something strange? My father doubted me. Opa, did you sell your organs? Lift up your shirt. I will check if you have any surgery marks. Say he thought something strange. They didn't believe me at all. I inwardly boiled with anger, but I understood the reaction from my family. Despite going to university, I was a 26-year-old with a debt and who was obsessed with a game. It was unrealistic that such a son would suddenly appear with a bank book containing a lot of money. After a while, my family acknowledged the reality and finally opened their mouths. It's good that you can earn money doing something you like. Your hard work playing the game for the past year wasn't in vain. Yes, a world where you can do anything you want. My heart is somewhat settled now that you've found your aptitude. Youngwoo, I was talking to my friend and she told me about her friend's son. If you earn enough money with Satisfy, you can become a huge ranker. Maybe you can eventually appear on TV. Yes, my son is going to appear on TV. Opa is actually good at something. HRMM, well, it is great. I know that few among the 2 billion users playing Satisfy earn a huge amount of money. Opa proved that you are a great person among those 2 billion people. Well, you are somewhat qualified to be my Opa. It felt like their gazes towards me had significantly changed. Their previous consistently disappointed looks towards me now said, "My son is good, and I should treat Opa better. I am proud." Hut. Sehi interrupted my excitement as she said, "Don't laugh. It makes me upset. My family was relieved of the immediate crisis because of the money I earned. I was able to avoid the worst situation, where our assets would have been seized by paying the overdue interest caused by my father's friend running away. Hum. My mother hummed to herself with a bright expression. Sehi also felt good as she held hands with my mother. As I watched the warm sight of my mother and daughter walking together, my father spoke next to me. "I'm indebted to my son. I'm sorry. No, indebted. Why are you saying that to me? Hey, this is a matter of a man's pride. Somehow, I felt like I could understand my father. I shut my mouth as my father placed an arm over my shoulders. The rush is gone, so don't worry about the future. Your mother and I will work hard and pay off the remaining debt within 3 years. I will also repay the 240 million won that I borrowed from you. Your mother and I are capable of at least that much, so don't worry about it anymore and just do what you want to do. You're 26, one of the most important periods in your life. I will make sure that your path is clear, so do your best. If the path you decided to walk if playing a game, try to be the best there. I'm cheering you on. My father said so, but the remaining 600 million won was too much for my parents to pay back. Even if my father didn't like it, I would be sure to help him. This was atonement for being a bad son. But before that, I had to clarify one thing. Father, I gave you 240,800,000 won, not 240 million. Don't forget the 800,000 won. The sky was blue. My heart was blue. The useless son was transforming into someone dependable after obtaining a legendary class and making a legendary item. I felt fulfilled as I grew as a person. Although I still didn't escape a debt, I'll give up on going to the reunion this year. The atmosphere in Winston was chaotic. Did you hear? The Yatin Temple defeated the troops again. Captain Phoenix was seriously injured. No way, Captain Phoenix is the strongest knight. He lost, even though he led the army himself. It's rumored that the opponent was one of the 7 servants. What? Did Winston earn the wrath of the 7 servants? What will happen to Winston in the future? We barely escaped from the Miro Company, and now we have to go through something like this. Not long ago, a Yatin temple was discovered in the outskirts of Winston. Lady Irene dispatched troops 3 times to get rid of the temple, but all 3 times were a failure. The opponent was one of the 7 servants who could make a child start crying. Honestly, I didn't really care. That story has nothing to do with me. I left behind the anxious residence and entered Khan's smithy. Then I thought about my future as I touched the 20,000 gold I had left. I'll get big profits when completing an item with a high rating. On the other hand, I will receive big damage if the item has a low rating. In other words, making an item with high usage conditions wasn't always profitable. I should make an item that won't cause huge damages, even if it ends up being normal rated. It was a reality that when I created items, the normal rating almost always popped up. Taking this into consideration, I decided to make a level 140 item that would still earn me a profit even if it had a normal rating. I need to pay off the debt quickly. I had to work very hard to pay off the 600 million won debt and the interest each month. I looked at my status window before starting work. All my stats had risen tremendously after creating various epic items and the 1 legendary item. In particular, my dexterity and persistence stat had increased significantly during the process of making items. With these stats and the ideal dagger, I can easily hunt level 100 monsters after making a few pieces of armor. It was exciting to swing a sword at monsters. I could acquire items and experience, eventually leveling up. The excitement that could only be found when raising my level through hunting. It had been months since I felt that feeling. Forget it. I have to earn money. I held a hammer instead of a sword. It was an old hammer that I had been using for many months now. The durability is falling faster. Should I make a new one? I didn't know how to make a hammer, but I could make a simple one with my capabilities. I put iron in the furnace for the sake of making a hammer. Khan asked from where he was watching on the sidelines. What type of work are you making this time? Hammer. I'm making a hammer. Are you going to use the hammer you're making? Yes, I nodded and Khan spoke with confusion. You've been using that hammer for the last few months, so I thought there was a special story regarding that hammer. Story? There isn't anything like that. This is the only hammer I have, so I just used it. There's no special meaning. No, then why didn't you make a new hammer sooner? What a surprise. Why are you shouting all of a sudden? Khan explained. There are 4 important things when making battle gear. First, outstanding techniques. Second, the materials. Third, patience and devotion. Fourth, a hammer with a good performance. But you have been using that garbage-like hammer for no special reason. This is really ridiculous. What? I brought up the details of the hammer I used. Blacksmith's hammer. Durability 50-70, attack power 18-25. A hammer used by a blacksmith to make items, but it can also be used as a weapon. Conditions of use none. Weight 60. I got this hammer from Baron Village and there were no special features. I always thought that all production hammers were the same, but Khan's response told me differently. I tried appraising Khan's hammer. Legendary blacksmith's appraisal. The blacksmith who becomes a legend that appraises items with an excellent discerning eye. If a hidden feature exists in the target item, it will be found. Excellent blacksmith's hammer. Rating rares. Durability 166-250, attack power 40-50. Odds of making a rare rated item +10. A blacksmith hammer that Khan inherited from his father. It can still be used on a daily basis because he uses it carefully. User restriction, level 80 or higher, more than 60 strength, intermediate blacksmith skill, weight 80. A hidden function doesn't exist. You have grasped the materials that make up the excellent blacksmith's hammer, the production method, and the intentions of its creator. Your understanding of the excellent blacksmith's hammer is now at 100. You have learned how to make the excellent blacksmith's hammer. Wow, it was true. Hammers also had several ratings and options. If I knew this, I would have thrown the crappy hammer away and made an epic rated hammer. I thought that all production hammers were the same. I shouted towards the air before looking at Khan. What? Why didn't you tell me that hammers were so important? How long were you going to watch while I used this old hammer? Khan was embarrassed. You're Pagma's descendant, so I never imagined that you wouldn't even know the basics. As I said earlier, I thought you were using the old hammer because there was a special story. Now wasn't the time to blame Khan. I hurriedly started making a hammer. Normal rated hammers emerged, but I continued sweating and was able to make an epic rated hammer on the 6th attempt. Unknown blacksmith's hammer. Rating epics. Durability 350-350, attack power 70-80. Odds of making a rare rated item plus 17. Odds of making an epic rated item plus 7. A blacksmith's hammer made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but his experience and reputation is somewhat lacking. This is a hammer produced by the craftsman himself, so it isn't suitable for other blacksmiths to use. Conditions of use, Pagma's descendant. Weight IDs. Was it because I specifically designed it? Only Pagma's descendant could use it. Out of 2 billion Satisfy users, it was an item only I could use, but the options weren't so great compared to the conditions of use. If it's only for Pagma's descendant, it should increase the rate of making unique and legendary items. In any case, this is a stingy game. The item description changed. Until I made the Sword of Self-Transcendence, the details of all the items I made were accompanied by the modifier, made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but lacks experience and reputation. But now it had changed to a craftsman with great skills and potential, but his experience and reputation is somewhat lacking. I felt a little bit recognized. Anyway, I got a new production hammer, so I was more likely to make rare and epic rated items. In addition, the probability of making normal rated items was relatively low. It was fortunate that I realized the importance of a production hammer and managed to obtain a new one, even if it was delayed. I was about to launch my operation to make more money. I've replaced the hammer, so should I now make epic, unique, or legendary items? Khan interrupted me as I was about to start. Grid, will you come to my son's grave with me? Actually, today is the anniversary of my son's death. I didn't want to waste time at an unnecessary place when I could be making items to sell, but Khan's request couldn't be dismissed. Khan was my only friend in reality and Satisfy. An NPC is my only friend. How depressing. I decided to postpone my work. Let's go. At a small hill north of Winston, there were around 10 graves on the hill. This is too small to be a cemetery. Khan saw my look and explained. This is the cemetery where not just my son but my ancestors are buried. I see. Khan stood in front of his son's gravestone and smiled. Khan missed his son, my son. He had excellent qualities as a blacksmith. I had no doubt that he would become a great blacksmith who would surpass me and maybe even have the same reputation as Albertino. Unfortunately, he died early. Tears filled Khan's eyes. The pain of losing a son is incredibly big. It has been 10 years since he died, but I still miss him and feel regret towards his death. If possible, I would revive him, even if I needed to sacrifice my own life. I didn't know what to say. It was impossible for me to understand the mind of a parent who lost their child. I stood there with an awkward expression, and the tearful Khan suddenly laughed. I'm glad you're here. Every day, I couldn't work properly because of nostalgia and despair. But ever since meeting you, I have felt surprised and excited. Didn't I stop drinking because of you? Now, please say hello to my son. Khan stood straight in front of his son's gravestone. Then he spoke towards the gravestone. Son, this is Pagma's descendant, who I told you about every night. Isn't it great to meet him? Are you surprised? Isn't it great? Are you wondering why such a person is with your father, Khan? Khan started crying again. He finally sank to his knees, hugging the gravestone while exclaiming, don't worry. Your father is doing well, so don't worry. This great person is taking care of your father. He promised to take care of the smithy. So relax and don't worry. Rest in peace. Sob, sob, sob. Countless NPCs existed in Satisfy. Every one of them were alive with stories and feelings like this. Amazing. I truly admired Satisfy's technology. Damn, they should do it moderately. My vision was cloudy from the dust in my eyes. I moved my gaze to the sky due to a lump in my throat. Then I promised, your father is my most precious friend. I will treat him well. I'll also make the smithy the best. So, as you father said, rest in peace. Then a notification window popped up. The bond between you and Khan has deepened. The souls of Khan's ancestors are thrilled by your emotions towards Khan and emerge from underground. 10 blue lights in the shape of people appeared in front of me. Then they spoke simultaneously towards me. It is good to meet you, Pagma's descendant, friend of our descendant. Wait, weren't these souls ghosts? I hurriedly called out to Khan, K. Khan. Khan, Diararong, did you go crazy? Khan was sleeping while hugging his son's gravestone. No, how could he fall asleep in such a short amount of time? I realized that I was the only one facing these ghosts and formed tight fists. See, come on, you evil ghosts. I will survive to the end of the horror movie. Yes, to be honest, I was a little frightened of ghosts. No, to be honest, I really hated ghosts. It was because I had actually encountered a ghost during my elementary school days. Of course, I might have been seeing things now that I thought about it. Anyway, the intense fear of that time was still deeply engraved in my mind, causing a ghost allergy. The blue souls floating in the air were confused when I told them to fight, and they didn't say anything. I didn't feel any hostility from them, so I asked carefully, are you really ghosts? You could say that. The answer made me feel despair. Unbelievable. No way. How can ghosts exist in this world? I might have seen it when I was a child, but it wasn't really a ghost. The ghosts laughed. Ha ha ha, what doesn't exist in this world? Yet you think it's strange that there are ghosts. I belatedly realized. I forgot for a while, but this was Satisfy, not reality. It was an artificial world created by human hands. Not just ghosts, but living bones, talking beasts, and even fire beasts existed. People could fly and shoot magic. Yes, it wasn't strange for ghosts to exist in this world. I asked them, so what? Why did you emerge? They answered, we are thrilled that you showed a true heart to our descendants, so we have come to give you a reward. Reward, was it money? As I was feeling expectant, the biggest one came forward and introduced himself. I am the person who witnessed Pagma's swordsmanship 130 years ago. Pagma's swordsmanship. I discovered a clue to the class quest, which had been delayed because I didn't know how to proceed. 130 years ago. I witnessed the beauty of Pagma's swordsmanship that pierced the sky and was so fascinated that I ran to Kesson Canyon. Then I drew a picture of Pagma's swordsmanship, which was clearly imprinted in my mind on a north cliff of the canyon. I was so excited that I wouldn't be able to fall asleep if I didn't do that. I obtained a clue for Pagma's swordsmanship, which I had no idea how to find or learn. The painting will probably help you learn Pagma's swordsmanship. The quest, Pagma's Descendant, has been updated. Pagma's Descendant. Difficulty, Class Quest. You have certainly been given Pagma's blacksmith skills, but do you know exactly who Pagma is? Can you proudly carry out his will? Who is Pagma? If he was simply a blacksmith with good skills, his legends wouldn't be scattered across the continent. First, start with the clue of the swordsmanship that pierced the sky and follow Pagma's legend. If you can collect all of the legends, you will truly understand Pagma and succeed his will. At that moment, a new legend will be born. There is no time limit for this class quest. If you accept the class quest of a legendary class, you can't change your class again. The legendary class quest has the power to transform Satisfy's world according to the results. Class quest clear conditions. Complete all linked quests successfully. Class quest clear reward unknown. First class quest, Pagma's swordsmanship. The person who witnessed Pagma's swordsmanship 130 years ago has showed up and given you a clue. If you head to Kesson Canyon, that is, to the south of Winston, you will find a clue to Pagma's swordsmanship carved on a northern cliff. First class quest clear condition, learn Pagma's swordsmanship. First class quest clear reward, Daneslave reproduction. After confirming the newly emerged quest information window, the souls said farewell. Pagma's descendant is a friend of our descendant. We pray that you will become greater than Pagma. Now we should be returning to where we were. The souls disappeared one by one in front of me. One soul remained until the end and spoke softly. Suo, we came to this place at dusk and it was now night. The remnants of the souls disappearing scattered a blue light like falling stars, and then Khan woke up. Did I fall asleep? Is it already night? Old man, you have a habit of sleeping everywhere, but it isn't good for your health. I was never like this. Hyok, why you? Why is the part around your crotch damp? Be quiet. 40 days had passed since Huroi cleared the wait quest. Afterwards, he accepted the SA group's proposal to thoroughly check his health in the hospital, then spent another week answering SA group's questions and agreed to let them announce his identity as the first second class in Satisfy. Then he spent the next 23 days riding a horse around Mongolia in order to satisfy his nomadic nature. Finally, he returned to Satisfy 3 days ago and improved his understanding of the newly acquired second class. And today, Hura arrived at Khan's smithy. It was to meet Grid, whom he had sworn to serve. Will he be pleased to see me, or will he ask why I only came now? Hura was incredibly tense. He couldn't help gulping. As he hesitantly stood in front of the smithy, the door opened from the inside. Grid exited from the open door. Did he notice that Hura was here and came out to meet him? My liege, the thrilled Hura shouted, but Grid didn't even look at him. He didn't think that the title of liege applied to him. Hura shouted again, Mr. Grid. Grid finally turned towards Hura. The two people made eye contact. Hura ran forward and bent to one knee in front of Grid like a knight before a monarch. Have you been well in the meantime? I'm sorry for not making any contact with you until now. Hure, yes, my liege, I am Hure. In the dungeon, Hure had sacrificed himself to allow Grid to escape the 4 knights. Hure knew that Grid would be worried. Then, this bastard, Grid glared and abruptly grabbed Hure's neck. Then he let out a stream of curses at Hure. Hey, you son of a bitch, I know you. I don't know why the knights associated you with me, but I was disqualified from the item-making game and forced to accept a ridiculous quest. Huh. I was trapped in solitary confinement with my mouth gagged, then I had to fight someone called the Northern Nova. Can you imagine how much I suffered? Hure was at a loss for words. Grid's attitude was completely different from what he imagined. He couldn't understand why Grid was angry, but he sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. My liege, his master was his sky. His master was angry due to the actions of his subordinates. Grid became rather confused at Huro's apology. Grid frowned. This guy, he seemed perfectly fine and smart when I first met him. He seems to have become a complete freak since being stuck in prison. Was he severely tortured? Anyway, he didn't want to be with this disgusting guy. Grid let go of Huro and waved his hand. Hey, that's it. I understand already, so you should leave. Huro was baffled. Go where? Go wherever. My path is with my liege. This crazy. Huro didn't notice Grid's irritation as he asked. My liege, are you part of a guild? If you have a guild, then please let me join. Isn't it better for me to be in the same guild as you? Guild, I don't have one, so please leave. Oh, good. Are you planning to make your own guild? If my liege makes a guild, many people will follow you. I will assist you. Prior to going to Kesson Canyon, Grid was going to get minerals to make armor for his own use. Grid wanted to leave quickly instead of listening to Huro's delirious chatter. Hey, stop talking nonsense and move out of the way. Yes, I'm going. In the end, Grid left towards his destination. Well, it seemed like Grid disliked him, so Hure was forced to follow Grid secretly. Obstacles appeared on a flat road. As soon as he created a fire to cook meat, a sudden shower poured down from a clear sky, meeting bandits at places famous for being peaceful, etc. While watching, Hure realized that Grid was a person of bad luck. If Grid fell asleep, he was sure to break his nose. Hure felt a burning sense of duty. I must protect him. The Apostle of Justice's partner needed to be with the Apostle of Justice. Hure didn't doubt it. Quest success. Obtain the status of 8th servant. The skill Infinite Faith will be created. The skill Teaching Doctrines will be created. The skill Divine Punishment will be created. Having traveled all over the north of the Eternal Kingdom, Hure succeeded in rescuing 300 believers and eventually cleared the quest. As a result, the 7 servants changed into the 8 servants, and the power of the Yatin Church became more powerful. Hure checked the details of the newly acquired skills. Infinite Faith. The growth rate of your faith will double. Passive skill, Teaching Doctrines. LV 1. Preach the doctrines of the Yatin Church and cover a single target with the property of darkness. The dark property will prevent the use of divine spells for 4 seconds and will deal 1.5 times the damage for 2 seconds. Mana consumption, 800. Skill cooldown time, 100 seconds. Divine Punishment. Summons a lightning bolt that deals 23,000 damage within 10 meters. Range of damage, 3 million radius around the target. If you use this skill to kill an enemy, your faith will rise by 50 points for each killed enemy. Mana consumption, 400. Skill cooldown time, 1,200 seconds. The biggest drawback of a black magician was that they were far inferior in attack power compared to other magicians. But after being reborn as the 8th servant, Hure overcame this disadvantage with the skills she acquired. For all users of Satisfy, the following notification windows rose simultaneously. The 8th servant of God Yatin was born. The believers of Yatin who witnessed the power of God Yatin will have their faith deepened. The influence of the Yatin Church will increase throughout the continent. The minimum level for the Yatin believers has risen from 160 to 170. Players who are part of the Yatin Church will benefit from a 20 increase in experience for the next 72 hours. If the Yatin Church continues growing like this, their forces will become strong enough to form one nation. It was an emergency. Dozens of countries that existed in Satisfy declared that they would subjugate the Yatin Church. It was because they couldn't condone the strengthening of a religion that harmed others in the name of sacrifices to their god. The users were bombarded with quests relating to the Yatin Church subjugation. It was no different in the Eternal Kingdom. In particular, Earl Steim in the north declared a large-scale expedition. This time, I will get rid of all the seeds of the Yatin Church in the north. All over the north, the Yatin subjugation quest was given. The users cooperated and searched for the Yatin temple. The Yatin Church also resisted. This is an opportunity. Show the pagans the greatness of God Yatin. Dye the continent with the color of God Yatin. The first servant and bishop of the Yatin Church, the continent's strongest black magician, Talos. After he declared war, the millions of users belonging to the Yatin Church received numerous war-related quests. The Alliance vs. the Yatin Church. The large-scale episode that would have a great influence on the landscape of the continent had started. Since it was the biggest event since Satisfy was first started, the attention of the whole world focused on it. Will the Alliance be able to stop the Yatin Church? If the Yatin Church wins and sets up a nation, I would be curious about what type of story would develop. The Yatin Church is evil. Evil. Users must cooperate and wipe them out. As you know, the cause of these events is the Eighth Servant. There is a rumor going around that the Eighth Servant is a user, not an NPC. If the Eighth Servant is really a user, there is only one person who can be the candidate. 5th place on the unified rankings. Blood Witch Yura. The world must pay attention to her. The media treated this as a huge issue, even more than when the second class appeared. Any news related to the Yatin Church would catch the attention of all the media, however. Grid was in a different world. I need to complete my class quest. Grid had produced various sets of armor for the past 10 days, resulting in him being fully equipped in rare and epic equipment. But Kesson Canyon is still difficult despite being armed to this degree. Kesson Canyon. It was considered one of the worst areas in the north. The terrain of the sinuous canyon was hard to move in, and the cliffs on both sides were so high that they gave the impression that the sky was covered, causing an ominous and fearful atmosphere. Real problem was the hundreds and thousands of large and small caves that existed in the canyon. The monsters and mysterious creatures hidden in the caves were at least level 160, and they immediately popped out when they discovered a traveler. If he didn't move carefully, he would be like a rat in a trap. How risky was it to become one of the 5 forbidden areas in the Winston Kingdom? He had gone to Kesson Canyon to find a clue for Earl Asher's quest, and died more than 10 times. I am different from before. My stats are superior to when I was a warrior, and I have great items. Don't lose courage so easily. Kuok. Grid didn't dare enter Kesson Canyon, as he knew for sure that he would die within a few minutes. In the end, he started blaming Khan's ancestor. No, why would that insane ghost draw the picture in Kesson Canyon? But his resentment didn't matter. He needed to enter Kesson Canyon to complete the class quest. Reality wouldn't change, no matter who he blamed. For the time being, should I stop making items and raise my level from hunting? If I increase my level to 150, I should be able to fight the monsters in Kesson Canyon. No, damn it, I can raise my level at any time. I need to pay off the debt, but if I don't postpone the quest, I can obtain Daneslave quicker. QO, isn't there something good I can try? Grid came up with an idea. Item creation. Legendary Blacksmith's Creation Skill. You can create 3 equipment item production methods every time the skill level of the Legendary Blacksmith's Craftsmanship skill goes up. Number of items that can be created at present, 5-6. When items are produced using this skill, the name of the creator is automatically placed on the item. In the case of failure, he couldn't make it because he was lacking blue orichalcum. Grid had experience with failure, so he was confident that he could create the right item this time. Yes, I will make an item that will allow me to counter the monsters in Kesson Canyon. Grid had died 10 times in Kesson Canyon, so he knew the general tendencies and attributes of the monsters in Kesson Canyon. Okay, let's do it. Legendary Blacksmith's Creation. An item with a whole new concept was about to be created by Grid. There are 29 days left. I can't wait until the reunion. That reminds me, how about Youngwoo? Will he come to the reunion this year? Has he changed? A group of people who had been friends for 10 years since high school was traveling through the north of the Eternal Kingdom. They were Shin Youngwoo's schoolmates. They were interested in the reunion that would take place soon, as well as Shin Youngwoo. Are you curious? Do you really think he will come to the reunion? The others have studied abroad or found a job, while he is playing the game and riddled with debt. Won't he be too embarrassed to come to the reunion? Indeed, he was ignored by everyone at the last reunion. If I were Youngwoo, then I would have seriously thought about suicide. Of course, I don't think that Youngwoo should kill himself. Once again, Shin Youngwoo was someone who didn't have any remarkable parts in his school days. Both his grades and exercise ability were always in the middle, and he followed other people to an average university. Until then, no one really laughed at him, but now it was different, as all the alumni ignored him and laughed at him. Frankly speaking, the other alumni weren't doing so well. There were those who graduated from university and landed a tough job at a company, or those who were still studying. They experienced the ruthlessness of society as they felt disappointed at not finding the right employment or studying environment. Yes, it was a time of tremendous anxiety. In such a period, Shin Youngwoo was a good target. At least I'm still better than him. They were comforted by that thought as they looked at Shin Youngwoo, a human who was worse off than them. They ended up poking fun at Shin Youngwoo. At this point, they couldn't be called friends anymore. Speaking of which, it is amazing. Hasn't Youngwoo been playing Satisfy since it first opened? We started late and only play after work or on weekends, but we are already over level 80. So what has he been doing? I agree, if I only played Satisfy like Youngwoo, I would have already been a ranker. Pathetic, truly pathetic. Youngwoo doesn't even have a talent for playing games. As they laughed among each other, they realized that something was strange. Where is this place? Well, this place isn't on the map. What? They weren't from the north, so they didn't know how dangerous the north could be. There was no way to know when they might be chased by high-level monsters or if they would fall into a trap. That's right. Currently, these travelers had fallen for a trap designed by goblins and lost their way. Pant, pant. How long did they walk? No matter how long they walked, they couldn't see the end of a vast snowfield. You feel hungry. You have started to feel dizzy. Your health is slowly falling. There was a constantly flashing notification window warning them of danger. What should we do? We didn't set a new resurrection place after we came to the north. Ah, that's right. It is a big deal. If we die here, won't we be resurrected in Amsland? Does that mean that 3 days of travel will be gone? I'm more worried about my experience following, damn it. We'll die from being frozen to death, not even hunting. What the hell is this? They were heading to Winston to receive the quests lining up for them, only to get lost in the far north. As pain, despair, and anger filled their faces, they suddenly brightened up. It was because they reached the end of the snowfield and found a canyon. Let's go there. They left the snowfield in a hurry. It was a huge canyon that boasted more scenic views than the Grand Canyon. Wow, is this real? It's the first time I've seen such cool scenery. I haven't even seen it in movies. Is there any need to travel around the world these days? It is much better to travel on adventures around Satisfy. Hey, do you think Youngwoo's been a tourist during the 1 year he's been playing Satisfy? Puhahaha, it is a possibility. An enjoyable trip traveling around Satisfy. Wow, isn't Youngwoo unexpectedly romantic? The group forgot that they had just been on the verge of dying. They were too occupied with the canyon's beautiful views. But where is this place? Is it here on the map? No, this place. Ah, I see it. San, is this Kesson Canyon? Kesson, I think I've heard it before. Isn't this landscape rare and Satisfy? Maybe it's a famous tourist attraction. HRMM. But isn't it too early to say that it's a tourist spot? Hey, do you hear anything? Expressions of the party members gradually stiffened. No matter how they looked, they were the only people in this wide canyon. They couldn't even find animals. It was calm except for the sound of the wind. The party felt something ominous. I can't help feeling nervous. Let's get out of here. Why, yes, they hastened their pace. They didn't look around at the scenery anymore, they just walked forward. Then they realized there were dozens or hundreds of large and small caves in the towering cliffs. What is this? I don't know. Are there even any animals? At that moment, Qeo, Kiahat, Kiik. Bizarre sounds were heard from the caves. They sounded like the cries of beasts or the laughter of a person. Then a gigantic shadow appeared from a cave, Suruk. A shadow with 8 legs descended along the curved walls. The identity was a spider. It was an incredibly huge spider. It made a 15-ton truck seem small. Hick. The party felt horrified by the giant spider and didn't have the strength to stand up anymore. The giant spider shrieked and its body shook like it was funny before shooting out spider webs. The spider web was thicker than rope and stronger than wire. The party screamed as they were wrapped in the webs. On the other hand, Grid was standing at the entrance of Kesson Canyon. Grid looked at the canyon and recalled past memories. I came here only to die, and die. It was so terrible that Kesson Canyon kept appearing in his dreams. This was a place that caused Grid a lot of fear. He would only be able to sleep by defeating Kesson Canyon. The monsters here are so weird. The monster of Kesson Canyon were incredibly grotesque. It was both their appearance and inclinations. Among them, the canyon spider was the one he remembered vividly. The giant spider eats people alive. The shock and horror of being trapped in a spider web and not able to move as the spider's mouth neared him. I'm glad that I didn't feel myself being chewed, because I died the moment my head entered its mouth. Grid recalled the memories of that time and cleared his mind. Stop wasting time on useless thoughts and find Pagma's swordsmanship. His deaths here were in the past. Now I am different. I will show you the power of items, you monsters. Revenge, revenge, Grid cried out as he entered the canyon. But unlike his words, his body was trembling in fear. 10 days before Grid left for Kesson Canyon. Kesson Canyon, HRMM, Kesson Canyon. It was one of the 5 forbidden zones of the Eternal Kingdom, a place where the monsters were terrible and monstrous. It was infamous even among high-level users because they could lose their lives without even knowing it. The level 80 warrior who visited Kesson Canyon to perform Earl Asher's quest was more aware of the dangers of Kesson Canyon than anyone else. Going to Kesson Canyon with my current level is suicide. However, it will take too much time to raise my level by hunting. Grid missed the fun of hunting monsters and obtaining items and experience, but he had to raise money for his family that was in debt. He could sell one more item during the time he was hunting. Should I just postpone the quest? Isn't it better to make money than to do the quest? No, I can't do that. This isn't a regular quest that I can put off. If I postpone it, I will keep delaying it, so it is wiser to solve it when I am determined. HRMM, what is a good way to complete the quest within a short period of time? Grid thought of an idea. Item creation. A smile appeared on Grid's face. This is the right time to use the legendary blacksmith's creation skill. The legendary blacksmith's creation was a skill that allowed Pagma's descendant to design exclusive items. It meant that Grid could create a new item that didn't exist in Satisfy yet. What item will be useful in Kesson Canyon? I can't go around Kesson Canyon with my current level. Grid recalled the features of Kesson Canyon. First of all, it was a deep canyon with rough winds and a steep slope that quickly wore down the traveler's stamina. As a warrior, Grid couldn't move for long and quickly fell into a critical state from exhaustion. But Grid didn't consider this part a big problem. The current level 45 blacksmith Grid had a much higher stamina than the level 80 warrior Grid. With my current strength and stamina, I won't be easily tired in Kesson Canyon's environment. The problem is the monsters. The monsters of Kesson Canyon had a minimum level of 160. Monsters with fearful levels were hiding in caves all over the canyon and immediately exposed themselves at the discovery of travelers. Even if Grid had superior stats compared to his level, he couldn't be safe from the monsters. I will be helpless in front of the canyon monsters, even with the ideal dagger. I need further weapons and armor. Yes, at the minimum, I need something like the Sword of Self-Transcendence. If he was equipped with a sword like Sword of Self-Transcendence and armor, he could face the monsters in the canyon, even at level 45. But was it easy to create something like the Sword of Self-Transcendence? No, wait. Grid changed his concept. What, if I think about it, do I have to fight the monsters in the canyon? That's right. Grid was heading to Kesson Canyon to find Pagma's swordsmanship, not hunt monsters. Rather, it was wiser to minimize his encounter with monsters. Yes. I need to create an item that helps me escape from monsters, not fight them. Something like an invisibility cloak. The invisibility cloak was a typical stealth item portrayed in games, cartoons, and movies. Of course, invisibility cloaks existed in Satisfy. Around 200 years ago, the legendary Taylor Kruger made 5 invisibility cloaks, 2 of which still reportedly existed. The person who wore the cloak could completely hide his or her appearance, so the value was naturally astronomical. This is a really amazing idea. If I can create an invisibility cloak, Kesson Canyon won't be a problem and I can earn a huge amount of money. The terrace of the smithy's second floor. Grid had been resting there for a while and he suddenly got up. Then he rushed towards Khan, who was working hard on the first floor. Are there any materials suitable for making a stealth item? Khan stopped hammering the iron, wiped his sweat, and thought for a moment before answering. Materials suitable for making a stealth item. I can only think about the silver dragon scales. Silver dragon. Unlike other dragons, the silver dragons act cautiously and stealthily. The silver scales have a protective coloration and are famous for being invisible to human eyes. If you make an item with the scales, you will complete a great stealth item. But how can the scales be found if they can't be seen with human eyes? No, in the first place, aren't dragons the most powerful beings in the world? Isn't it practically impossible to obtain a dragon's scales? That's right. It is doubtful for a human to be able to find dragon scales. But isn't it possible for Pagma's descendant? Haha. Grid thought for a moment before changing his question. What type of materials did the Taylor Kruger use to make his invisibility cloaks in the past? I don't know for sure, but I think he probably used the sylphid scales. Sylphids are small air fairies. Their scales are suitable for making stealth items, just like a silver dragon's scales. However, a dragon's scales are harder than anything else in the world, so it isn't strange to classify it as a mineral. However, the sylphid scales are thin and closer to cloth. In other words, the sylphid scales should be more for a tailor than a blacksmith. Cloth. Certainly, a blacksmith specialized in smelting minerals or making leather goods, not cloth. But Grid was Pagma's descendant, not a conventional blacksmith. Won't it be possible for me? Let's check it once. Legendary blacksmith's creation. Legendary blacksmith's creation skill. You can create 3 equipment item production methods every time the skill level of the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill goes up. Number of items that can be created at present, 5-6. When items are produced using this skill, the name of the creator is automatically placed on the item. What item do you want to create? Grid had sealed the legendary blacksmith's creation for a while after creating failure. Grid took a deep breath before answering the notification window's question. A cloak, have you decided? Yes. What materials would you like to use? Sylphid scales. If Pagma's descendant was unable to make cloth-based items, a notification window would pop up saying something like, you can't make an item using the sylphid scales as a material. Fortunately, such warning messages didn't pop up. Have you decided? Grid replied with delight, okay, please design the item. Good. A blank blueprint appeared in front of him. Grid already experienced this once, so he calmly drew the picture. I don't like a simple cloak because it is too bland. Should I put a hood on the cloak? No. A cloak with a hood reminds me of the archaic garb of priests. And what if it isn't a cloak but a hoodie? Won't it be comfortable and look good? I prefer a zip-up hoodie. After a few moments, it will be amazing if I wear this. Won't women look at me for once? No. Isn't this an invisibility cloak? People won't be able to see it when I wear it. Grid grumbled but pressed the Finish button at the bottom of the blueprint. Have you decided? When you complete the blueprint, the number of available creation skill will decrease by 1. Progress. Once he replied, numbers and languages quickly covered the blueprint. The system was calculating and complementing the lacking details in Grid's design. After a while, an improved and completed design appeared. Please describe the characteristics of the item. Finally, it was the conclusion of the item creation. Unlike before with failure, Grid calmly and clearly explained the characteristics. The wearer can completely hide their appearance. Nobody can see me if I wear this. Please name the item. Transparent zip-up hoodie. This is too messy. Let's just say clean hooded zip-up. Have you decided on transparent zip-up hoodie? This is too messy. Let's just say clean hooded zip-up. Just call it the hooded zip-up. Grid didn't respond to the game maker's sense of humor, and the system responded normally. Have you decided on hooded zip-up? Yes. Then the stylish appearance of a white hooded zip-up emerged as a hologram, and the item options were listed. Hooded zip-up. Rating unique. Durability 61 defense 10. Movement speed will increase by 30. Wind resistance will increase by 20. A cloak designed by a legendary blacksmith. However, the appearance is different from the normal look of a cloak. Conditions of use none. Weight 5. Kiok, Grid simply wanted to design a stealth item. In addition to the hiding function, he never expected the stunning options such as increased movement speed and wind resistance. I can use this to avoid the monsters in Kesson Canyon, then I can sell them to people and quickly pay off my debt. Grid felt tremendous satisfaction as he saw the hooded zip-up that he created. Am I surprisingly a hidden genius? I actually created such a fraudulent item. The materials required to create the hooded zip-up were 20 sylphid scales. Grid asked Khan with a light heart, "Where do the sylphids live? Do I need to hunt them to get the scales?" Khan looked surprised at my question, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, what? Hunt the sylphids? What are you saying? Unless you're an elementalist, it's impossible to find sylphids with the human eyes, but hunting them, ha 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 ha." What? It was like a bolt out of the blue. Grid's face turned red. Then he grabbed Khan and shouted, "No, what? You should have told me sooner. Then where can I obtain sylphid scales?" Grid was sincerely angry. He was afraid this would be the same as failure. I have already created the production method. I must obtain the materials to make it. Khan was confused by Grid's appearance and hurriedly explained, "Sylphids can't be found, but there is a way to obtain their scales. Just hunt the frostlight orcs. Then you will be able to obtain the sylphid scales." Frostlight orcs. What are they? How can I obtain sylphid scales from them? Grid really didn't know anything. No, it was more appropriate to say the sylphid scales and frostlight orcs were unfamiliar to general users. In the case of the sylphids, they were classified as elementals, so most people didn't even know they existed. Meanwhile, the frostlight orcs lived far from people, so they weren't well known. Frostlight orcs are monsters inhabiting the snowy north. They have blue skin, unlike the regular orcs with green skin, more intelligence, and are 1.5 times greater in size. They are extremely strong against the cold, but their weakness is fire. What's the relationship between them and the sylphids? The frostlight orcs have a sixth sense that can detect and hunt sylphids. They like to keep the sylphid scales as treasures. In other words, you can obtain sylphid scales if you hunt the frostlight orcs. Oh. Okay, orcs are easy to hunt, so I'll gather a lot of scales. This was different from failure. The materials to make it could be obtained. Khan watched the excited Grid with concerned eyes. Hey Grid, stay alert. As I mentioned, the frostlight orcs are different from common orcs. They are very powerful. If you don't aim at their weakness well, you won't be able to injure them. Grid snorted. Orcs are easy. Orcs, goblins, kobolds. These three species represented easy monsters in Satisfy. They were monsters for level 1040 users to hunt. Grid knew this, so he ignored Khan's advice. I need to prepare winter clothes for the cold. Grid equipped the hammer that he had made. Unknown blacksmith's hammer. Rating epics. Durability 350, attack power 70-80. Odds of making a rare rated item plus 17. Odds of making a unique rated item plus 7. A blacksmith's hammer made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but his experience and reputation is somewhat lacking. This is a hammer produced by the craftsman himself, so it isn't suitable for other blacksmiths to use. Conditions of use, Pagma's descendant. Weight IDs. Grid was confident. It was unlikely for him to create a normal rated item with this hammer. I should at least make a rare rated item. In addition, a lot of epic items will come out. Grid was full of confidence as he asked Khan, "How do I make armor with excellent cold resistance? If you use giant brown bear leather." That day, Khan taught Grid how to make giant brown bear leather armor, and he spent 20 hours making it. And the next morning, Grid finished the armor with a level limit of 130, and the information popped up in front of him. Warm giant brown bear leather armor. Rating normal. Durability 200 defense 143. Cold resistance will increase by 15. A giant brown bear leather armor made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but his experience and reputation is somewhat lacking. The wearer will be able to feel warm even in winter. It has enough defense to protect the wearer from sharp weapons. However, it is vulnerable to blunt instruments. User restriction level 130 or higher. Intermediate leather armor mastery. Weight 300. Grid was frustrated. Normal, this is crazy, nonsense. He invested 20 hours in production time and used the finest quality bear leather. In addition, he had the hammer that increased the odds of making an epic item. Nevertheless, he still made a normal item. How unlucky was he? This is manipulation. Clearly, the manipulation of those scummy operators. He was the only legendary blacksmith among 2 billion users, so why could he only make normal items? It was a phenomenon that couldn't be understood. Grid wanted to log out right now and go to SA Group's headquarters. Then he would shout until the president emerged. But if I have the guts to do that, I would have done it sooner. Every time he made an item, he expected it to be finished with a high rating. However, most of the items had a normal rating and he was always disappointed. Therefore, he was already used to being disappointed. That's why Grid quickly calmed himself and started making gloves, boots, a cloak, and a hat using the giant brown bear leather. Unlike armor, the gloves, boots, cloak, and hat required less detail, so the time required to make them wasn't very long, even when he used his maximum effort. Warm giant brown bear leather hat. Rating normal. Durability 65 defense 19. Cold resistance will increase by 5. A giant brown bear leather hat made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but his experience and reputation is somewhat lacking. The wearer will be warm even in the dead of winter. Don't expect a defense effect. Conditions of use, level 130 or more. Weight 50. Warm giant brown bear leather cloak. Rating normal. Durability 78 defense 22. Cold resistance will increase by 5. A giant brown bear leather cloak made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but his experience and reputation is somewhat lacking. The wearer can feel warmth even in the dead of winter, and it is effective enough to stop a chill from going down the wearer's spine. The leather is thick and stiff. User restriction level 130 or higher. Weight 100. Warm and functional giant brown bear leather gloves. Rating rares. Durability 110 defense 50. Cold resistance will increase by 15. Giant brown bear leather gloves made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but his experience and reputation is somewhat lacking. It has an excellent effect in cold weather, to the extent that the wearer can feel their fingers. Even though the gloves are made of thick leather, it feels very comfortable when gripping things. User restriction level 130 or higher. Weight 50. Great giant brown bear boots. Rating epics. Durability 160 defense, 95 movement speed, +2. Cold resistance will increase by 20. Giant brown bear leather boots made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but his experience and reputation is somewhat lacking. It has an excellent effect in cold weather, to the extent that the wearer can feel their feet. Even though the boots are made of thick leather, it feels so comfortable that there is no awkwardness when walking. It doesn't slip easily on ice. User restriction level 130 or higher. Weight 80. There were 2 normal items, 1 rare and 1 epic. Grid managed to appease himself. This performance isn't bad. Should I put it on? Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped the warm giant brown bear leather armor. This is an item you created. Your understanding is 100. In the case of items made by you, a penalty will be applied if you don't meet the item usage requirements, even if you have full understanding. The defense of warm giant brown bear leather armor has been reduced by 5. Only half of the option effects will be applied. Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped the warm giant brown bear leather hat. This is an item you created. Your understanding is 100. In the case of items made by you, a penalty will be applied if you don't meet the item usage requirements, even if you have full understanding. The defense of warm giant brown bear leather hat has been reduced by 5. Only half of the option effects will be applied. Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped the warm giant brown bear leather cloak. This is an item you created. Your understanding is 100. In the case of items made by you, a penalty will be applied if you don't meet the item usage requirements, even if you have full understanding. The defense of warm giant brown bear leather cloak has been reduced by 5. Only half of the option effects will be applied. Grid already knew that a penalty would be applied if he didn't meet the item usage conditions, even if he had full understanding. It's like the ideal dagger. The ideal dagger with a unique rating has a 20 penalty, while a normal rated item has a 5 penalty. Then what about a rare and epic rating? Grid immediately equipped the gloves and boots. Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped the warm and functional giant brown bear leather gloves. This is an item you created. Your understanding is 100. In the case of items made by you, a penalty will be applied if you don't meet the item usage requirements, even if you have full understanding. The defense of warm and functional giant brown bear leather gloves has been reduced by 10. Only half of the option effects will be applied. Due to your class characteristics, you have equipped the great giant brown bear boots. This is an item you created. Your understanding is 100. In the case of items made by you, a penalty will be applied if you don't meet the item usage requirements, even if you have full understanding. The defense of great giant brown bear boots has been reduced by 15. Only half of the option effects will be applied. Rare rating is 10 and epic rating is 15. Grid muttered when an unexpected notification window popped up. You have equipped the giant brown bear leather set, giving a bonus of 60 defense and 30 cold resistance. A. Con, are these set items? Con laughed. It isn't classified as a set item when I make it, but it is classified as a set item when you make it. Isn't it because you designed the balance of items perfectly? I just made it according to the production method. This was the moment when the power of Pagma's descendant was exerted. Grid was happy. The value of set items was far higher than normal items. Set items. This is another means of making money. Okay, shall I go now? Grid's body was covered with reddish-brown fur as he headed for the snowy north. At this time, he still didn't know. The Frostlight orcs were much stronger than he thought. In addition, the probability that the Frostlight orcs would drop the Sylphid scales was only around 1. The northern snowfields were very cold. A person who didn't wear winter clothing would get the flu in a matter of minutes and eventually become a frozen statue. However, Grid's current cold resistance was 60 after equipping the giant brown bear leather set. Ha ha ha, cool. In the midst of a raging snowstorm, Grid was like a man standing in front of an air conditioner in summer. The effect of the giant brown bear leather set was great. I see it. After crossing the snowstorm, Grid found the village of the Frostlight orcs and equipped the ideal dagger. Ideal dagger. Rating unique. Durability 168, 168. Attack power 242, 264. Attack speed plus 11. There is a rare chance of instantaneously killing the target. Agility plus 20. The skill Wind Blast is generated. The skill Quick Movements is generated. A dagger created by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but lacks experience and reputation. It was made with the renowned blacksmith Khan. There is nothing special about the materials or method used, but the craftsman's skill and the cooperation with Khan has created an ideal dagger. User restriction level 180 or higher, more than 450 agility. Advanced dagger mastery. Wind Blast. Shoots a blade like wind in front of you. The wind will exert 60 of your current attack power. Skill mana cost 100. Skill cooldown time 40 seconds. Quick movements. Increases evasion rate by 30 and doubles agility for 1 minute. Skill mana cost 80. Skill cooldown time 100 seconds. Orcs, this weapon is enough to take care of you. Grid thought it was easy, so he confidently marched towards the Frostlight orc village. Come on, orcs, give me the Sylphid scales, otherwise there will be a bloody feast here. Grid screamed in a loud voice like he was in a cartoon. The orcs on the watchtower were dismayed as they noticed him. Kuik, what? Who is that human in leather? Wukikakuak, Kurarukuik. Maybe he's a crazy human. He dares enter our village with no fear. Yururukak Kiukekik, there's no time to converse. Get rid of him quickly. The 2 watchtowers built at the entrance of the village. The sentry orcs were armed with bows and pulled them in Grid's direction without any warning. Swiek, Grid heard a sharp sound from the watchtower and a small light flashed. He was horrified to see they were arrows. Hiik, a arrow, quick movements. Quick movements has been activated. Your agility and evasion rate will increase significantly for 1 minute. Puak. Grid reflexively used the skill and could barely avoid the arrows. He felt an eerie feeling as arrows struck where he had been standing. Orcs can use bows. Orcs also had intelligence. They had their own language and lived in villages, but they had no dexterity. They only had 3 fingers in the first place, so it was said that they couldn't handle delicate weapons like a bow. But the Frostlight orcs were using bows. The orcs are firing from 10 meters away, yet they are so accurate. Grid looked at the watchtower and recalled Khan's advice. The Frostlight orcs are monsters inhabiting the snowy north. They have blue skin, unlike the regular orcs with green skin, more intelligence, and are 1.5 times greater in size. They are extremely strong against the cold, but their weakness is fire. Hey Grid, stay alert. As I mentioned, the Frostlight orcs are different from common orcs. They are very powerful. If you don't aim at their weakness well, you won't be able to injure them. Grid had an ominous feeling. Should I have listened? No. Even if they can use bows, orcs are still orcs. It will be okay. As Grid tried to soothe his anxiety, one orc descended from a watchtower. Kuk Kuyek Kagura, hey leather-covered human, why are you here? The blue-skinned orc that was over 2 million tall shouted at him. Grid couldn't understand the language of orcs, but he had a rough grasp of the meaning. Stop talking and give me the sylphid scales. It was the scene of Grid coming to a peaceful village and threatening them for their goods. The angry orc pulled back the bowstring again. Kuruk, Kuyururuk, crazy, I will get rid of you. Siuk, wind blast. A sharp blade of wind hit the frostlight orc. Hwirurek. It was the skill that severely wounded armored NPC soldiers in one blow. It hit the chest of the frostlight orc and blue blood the same color of its skin emerged, but the cut wasn't deep. This meant that the defense of the frostlight orcs was much higher than the soldiers. I don't know what type of defense. How thick is its leather? The enraged orc shouted at the astonished Grid. Kuruk, Kuiek, this bastard. It hurts. The orc dropped the bow, took out a hand axe and ran towards him. Then the axe descended towards Grid's face. Grid defended with the ideal dagger. Kayang, Grid's eyes narrowed. The orc was so powerful that his arm became numb. It was a sensation similar to when he blocked the sword of Leo, the Northern Nova. Strong. Now Grid acknowledged it. The Frostlight orcs were strong. It was natural. Grid didn't know it, but the Frostlight orcs were level 120. Their agility might be lacking, but their attack power and stamina was far superior to their level. Originally, the level 45 Grid wouldn't be an opponent for the Frostlight orcs. It was normal for him to die in one blow. Come orc, Beak. Grid kicked the orc in the stomach while quickly thinking, what should I do? Should I run away? No, I can't return empty-handed after coming here. Besides, it will be difficult to enter Kesson Canyon if I don't get the sylphid scales. Grid was frustrated. I will give it a try, if I take advantage of my skills. Originally, a blacksmith had no combat skills, but Grid was different. Since becoming Pagma's descendant, he completed all types of quests and armed himself with the ideal dagger, meaning he now had a couple of combat skills. Blacksmith's Raid. LV 1. Increases attack power by 10 and attack speed by 30 for 20 seconds. Skill mana cost 50. Skill cooldown time 60 seconds. Unbreakable Justice. LV 1. Deals 300 of your attack power. Skill mana cost 350. Skill cooldown time 100 seconds. Blacksmith's Rage. Blacksmith's Rage has been activated. Your attack power and attack speed will increase significantly for 20 seconds. Grid felt strength boiling inside him. Then he stood firmly in front of the Frostlight orc. Wind Blast. Kuek. Critical. You have dealt 923 damage to the target. A bleeding effect is applied because you aimed precisely at the target. The target will receive continuous damage. Kuiek. The Frostlight orc shook with pain as blue blood emerged from its thick neck. Due to the heat from the flowing blood, steam occurred and covered its eyes. But even in the midst of this, the orc continued swinging its axe. You have suffered 807 damage. You have suffered 1005 damage. It hurts. Damn, it hurts, you orc bastard. The Frostlight orc's attack power was very high. Grid suffered enormous damage even with the defense from his set items. Nevertheless, Grid kept up his spirit and fought back. He counterattacked every time he was hit. It was a dogfight between Grid and the orc to see who would die first. You have dealt 501 damage to the target. You have suffered 1051 damage. You have dealt 607 damage to the target. You have suffered 988 damage. You have taken an intermediate health potion. 1500 health will recover. You have dealt 700 damage to the target. You have suffered 890 damage. Who would die first? Red and blue blood dripped as the fight between Grid and the Frostlight orc continued. Due to the heat, a blue and red fog spread around the area. Grid was the one who was in a crisis first. His health was low and his potion was still on cooldown. Grid tried to buy some time for the potion cooldown to finish, but the Frostlight orc persistently chased after Grid. You have suffered 929 damage. Cuck. In the end, Grid allowed an attack and his health fell under 10. The Apostle of Justice's bravery is unmatched. This was the passive effect of the Apostle of Justice, title that Grid hadn't experienced yet. The Apostle of Justice is in a crisis. You won't easily collapse in front of the enemies. All stats will increase by 30. Grid smiled widely. I can't resent Huri anymore since he gave me this. The title Apostle of Justice has an excellent feature like this. Quajek, you have dealt 1100 damage to the target. Kuek, Uek, you became stronger all of a sudden. The screams of the Frostlight orc changed drastically. The faces of the orcs watching from the watchtower gradually distorted. Kuruk, Iku, Kururuk, what? That human, strong. Iwukik Puru Kururuk. He became stronger all of a sudden. Kururukuk, Iaku. We can't just watch, we will also join. The orcs descended the watchtower in order to help their colleague. They were astonished when they entered the bloody mist. Their colleague was turning into a gray light on the floor while the human wearing bearskin turned towards them while covered in blue blood. Rurek, how is this possible? The orc's eyes widened. Rekrekpukyok, he didn't even get hurt. The orcs clearly saw how fiercely the bearskin-covered human fought with their colleague. The human must be severely injured. However, they weren't able to find one wound on the human's body. Why was Grid fine? The reason was because he raised his level. You have defeated a Frostlight Orc. 7. Frostlight Orc leather has been acquired. Crude hand axe has been acquired. 266,000 experience has been acquired. Your level has risen. It's great. Experience. Ahaha. Grid was excited. He gained a level from hunting just one orc, so they gave a lot of experience. To Grid, the Frostlight Orcs were now his prey. I will raise my level a bit more. Unbreakable Justice. Quang. Grid was able to fight 2 orcs at the same time by using Unbreakable Justice. In the middle of the fight, an option of the Ideal Dagger was luckily activated. Critical. The Ideal Dagger's option effect is activated, instantaneously killing the target. Qeyek, you have defeated a Frostlight Orc. 8. Frostlight Orc leather has been acquired. Your level has risen. You have defeated a Frostlight Orc. 10. Your level has risen. Cuck, QQ Qhahaha. Grid laughed like crazy. His hunting instincts woke up at this moment. Today I will kill all of you. Ignorant orcs. He tasted the pleasure of hunting after a long time. Grid forgot his original purpose of obtaining the sylphid scales as he ran into the village. Huroi always visited Khan's smithy after he finished his hunting. It was the same today. After staying at the hunting ground for 4 days, he returned to the village and immediately stopped at Khan's smithy. Where is the person I want to meet? Oh, aren't you Hura? Hura greeted Khan politely, then he asked, My liege, no, have you seen Grid? Can you tell me where he is? He left for the northern snowfields 3 days ago. Northern snowfields, why there? He's hunting the Frostlight Orcs. Frostlight Orcs. The Frostlight Orcs were monsters not known to ordinary users, but Huroi happened to encounter one while carrying out a quest in the past. He had trembled at its strength. No, why is Grid after the Frostlight Orcs all of a sudden? He wants to gain materials. So stupid. Huroi had witnessed Grid overwhelm the knights despite being a blacksmith. But even so, he couldn't help being worried. The Frostlight Orcs are well organized. They will be dangerous opponents for Grid. Huroi equipped the longsword and shield that he purchased from Khan's smithy a while ago. Originally, an orator couldn't use a sword or shield. Huroi was able to use it only after obtaining the 2nd class, Apostle of Justice's partner. I will go and help Grid. Oh, how reassuring. Please go safely. Huroi said farewell to Khan and stopped by the general store before heading to the village of Frostlight Orcs. He purchased 50 firebombs from the general store. He was aware that Frostlight Orcs were incredibly vulnerable to fire. My liege, I'm coming now. Huroi left for the northern snowfields. A few hours later, he was able to arrive at the village of Frostlight Orcs. What? Huroi couldn't shake off a sense of strangeness. There were no Frostlight Orcs, and the village was as quiet as dead mice. Huroi was worried it might be a trap and moved carefully, but then he heard an orc screaming not far away. My liege. He instinctively grasped that Grid was there and ran over. Then he saw it. Qeyek, Kurorarak, this guy, this evil bastard. He's destroying our village. Qeyek, I will resent him even after death. Grid was easily dealing with the Frostlight Orcs. As expected from my liege, I worried for nothing. As he watched Grid overwhelming the Frostlight Orcs with a dagger that pierced the thick leather, Huroi wondered how to return the firebombs to the owner of the general store. After 3 days of struggle, I was able to grow rapidly by exterminating the Frostlight Orcs. I was level 45 when I first came here, and now I was level 83. 3 days. Level 83 in only 3 days. In my days as a warrior, I spent a year trying to reach level 80. It was due to a lack of talent and financial power, but I had blamed the system. However, now I caught up with my level as a warrior in just 3 days. It seemed impossible. In the past, I never really played the game. Or is it that I'm too fraudulent now? I concluded that I didn't really play the game in the past. If I think about it, people who buy one good item can reach level 100 in just a month. It isn't so great that I gained 38 levels in 3 days. I opened my inventory while once again realizing that money was the best. My inventory was filled with 40 Frostlight Orc leather, 60 old jewels, crude hand axes and bows, and 3 sylphid scales. I have 580 gold. It isn't a bad income. I whistled with satisfaction when my spine suddenly felt cold. Wait, I only have 3 sylphid scales. I had been so blinded by leveling up that I forgot for a moment. But why did I come here to hunt the orcs? I meant to obtain 20 sylphid scales. But I only obtained 3 sylphid scales after 3 days of hunting. What is this? Why are there only 3 sylphid scales? I hunted over 80 orcs. This meant the probability of dropping sylphid scales was extremely low. Huroi reached me as I belatedly realized this fact. Grid, hello. Huroi had been observing me for a while. I knew it, so I wasn't surprised by Huroi's appearance. Ah, you came. Hyok. Grid, did you perhaps hit your head? What are you saying? No, isn't this strange? Normally you would be cursing at me and turning me away. Oh, that is true. So, do you want me to swear every time I see you? Huroi hurriedly shook his head. No, I would never want something like that. This is much better. I'm glad that you are acknowledging me. Huroi scratched his head and laughed. Until recently, Huroi seemed like a crazy person, so I didn't want anything to do with him, but now it was different. I got the title of Apostle of Justice from saving Huroi, and due to it, I became stronger and it was easier to hunt orcs. I decided to stop ignoring Huroi and attempted a conversation. Huroi, I understand why you think of me as a savior. I was the one to rescue you from prison, but why would you want to serve me? Huroi's eyes widened as I expressed my intention to communicate, then he explained with a bright expression. I wasn't simply stuck in prison. I was doing a quest where I couldn't log out for 50 hours in real time. I was stuck in solitary confinement for 200 hours in game time. It was truly hell, but Grid was the one who saved me from that hell. What? No, what's with that absurd quest? Being unable to log out and spending 50 hours of real time in solitary confinement. Does it make sense that a quest like that exists? I didn't believe him, so Hur explained. It is a quest where the reward was a second class. It was difficult. What? Did I hear it wrong? Right. I doubted my ears and quietly approached Huroi. Then I asked. S-grade quest. The reward was a second class. Is that true? Huroi glanced at me with unwavering eyes and replied, that's correct. I grabbed Huroi's shoulder with trembling hands. Then I took a deep breath and asked, perhaps, the first person who obtained a second class was you. You should serve me always. Quack. I inserted strength into the hand that was gripping Huroi's shoulder. I had invested most of the stat points acquired during my 3 days of leveling up into strength. Therefore, Huroi was unable to withstand my high strength and trembled with pain. Grid. Q. I couldn't speak because of my boiling anger. My jealousy was rising. The first one to acquire a second class was Hur. In addition, I was the one who helped him acquire the second class. I didn't realize I was so lucky that I gave you the perfect fortune. I grabbed Huroi's neck and shouted, you serve me for the rest of your life. I will be your master from this day onwards. You are my servant, this damn lucky bastard. Kiok, you understood. Haven't I already sworn it? So let go of your hand. I can't breathe. The moment I was making a fuss. Kuong. Huge footsteps were approaching from the edge of the village. Huroi and I became alert as we felt the shaking of the earth. Then we saw an orc that was over 4 million tall. What is that? An orc that was reminiscent of a giant ogre. Huroi exclaimed with amazement. That is the chief of the Frostlight Orcs. He's a level 140 field boss. He must have come out after hearing that you exterminated the village. Certainly, the name Frostlight Orc Chief appeared on top of the giant orc's head. The boss monster's name shone a brilliant gold. Behind him were 11 Frostlight Orcs. I ordered Huroi. By some time while I run away, Huroi had an obligation to make this sacrifice for me. I planned to abandon Huroi and run away alone. Then why was Huroi following after me instead of staying behind? Email protected, what are you doing? You promised that I was your master, so why aren't you listening to me? Huroi chased after me and explained, there is no need. If we combine our abilities, we can hunt him. What? I hesitated and Huroi explained. The identity of my second class is the Apostle of Justice's partner. When I am with the Apostle of Justice, all my stats will increase by 20 and I am currently level 138. You also overwhelmed the knights, so if we join forces, we can deal with a level 140 field boss. Huroi was full of confidence. I recalled the appearance of Huroi blocked a knight's sword with his body. That's right. This bastard is very strong, and I am stronger than before. In the first place, field bosses were much weaker than normal boss monsters in dungeons. There were overwhelming field bosses like the Guardian of the Forest, but those were rare cases. Speaking of which, don't rankers often take care of field bosses alone? If a legendary class and a person with a second class joined forces, wouldn't a 2-man raid on a level 140 field boss be possible? Okay, I decided not to run away anymore. Then I grabbed my dagger and warned Huroi. Hey, didn't you say that you came here purely because of me? Then all the items dropped from that boss are mine. What are you saying? What? Didn't you promise to serve me? Then are you planning to gobble up your master's items? No, I'm glad just to be able to fight with you. My second class is only noteworthy when I'm with you. Good, let's get started. I set up the party item distribution as party leader pickup and invited Huroi to the party. The party invitation has been accepted. As a party, we could confirm each other's level, but not our class. Huroi was shocked after checking my level. Grid, is this true? You're only level 83, so what? Do you have any complaints? No, I'm just wondering how a level 83 user could overwhelm the knights and kill the Frostlight Orcs. Perhaps you have a hidden class, one of the epic classes that only 3 people have. An epic class, I wasn't such a lowly thing. I had a legendary class, but I didn't feel the necessity to reveal it. Well, something like that. Hey, wouldn't it be better to handle the mobs before focusing on the boss? Yes, right, yes, okay. I will handle the mobs while you draw the boss aggro. Me. Yes, I understand. Of course I should do such a thing. Huroi moved towards the 11 Frostlight Orcs and shouted towards the chief. Hey, you email protected. Your opponent is me. It was the first time I saw it. Someone who swore worse than me. The Frostlight Orc chief became furious at the words and changed his target to Huroi. I faced the 11 Frostlight orcs while the chief chased after Huroi and immediately cast my skills. Blacksmith's Rage, Unbreakable Justice.